Chapter 1. As one of the three great powers of the heavenly martial domain, the Liang sword sect finds it beneath them to associate with a mere Lin family. Now that the spiritual vein has been severed, will the Liang sword sect still not annul the engagement with the Lin family? Are they waiting for the entire heavenly martial domain's countless cultivators to mock them? One is a dragon, the other a snake. They can never coexist. In a daze, Yang Fan opened his eyes. With a bewildered expression, he gazed around. Have I truly traversed dimensions? He recalled that pivotal moment before his traversal. He had been lying in bed, engrossed in a fantasy novel titled Supreme Sovereign on his phone. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the screen, inquiring if he wished to traverse dimensions. Yang Fan thought someone was playing a prank on him. He clicked yes. The result was an explosion of light and a disorienting whirl. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself witnessing the Liang sword sect's visit to annul the engagement with the Lin family. A frown creased Yang Fan's brow. He was well acquainted with both the Liang sword sect and the Lin family. These were characters from the very novel he had been reading. The plot aligned perfectly. A century ago, the Lin family's ancestor had inadvertently saved the Liang sword sect's holy sovereign, who was beset by 10 revered beings and grievously wounded. In gratitude for this life-saving intervention, the holy sovereign promised that his successor, Su Luo, would wed a daughter from the Lin family, ensuring their protection for a millennium. However, little did the holy sovereign anticipate that the new generation of the Liang sword sect would harbor a deep ulterior motive, marked by ambition. This successor was also the principal antagonist of Supreme Sovereign. Upon learning that the Lin family intended to betroth them a daughter who had displayed prodigious talent gathering energy at 7, attaining spiritual enlightenment at 16, and establishing her foundation at 21, breaking the century-old record in Tianlan City, resolved to take her for himself and cultivate her. He also sought to acquire a reputation for integrity across the land. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Lin family's prodigy, Lin Zixia, suddenly lost her spiritual vein and her cultivation prowess, rendering her utterly devoid of value. Thus, this successor decisively arrived at the Lin family with his retinue to forcefully annul the engagement. Not only did his followers humiliate the Lin family, but to preserve his own reputation, he brazenly declared that Lin Zixia was a wanton and extravagant harlot. This incited those eager to curry favor with the Liang sword sect to turn against the Lin family. Ultimately, this led to the annihilation of the Lin family, leaving only Lin Zixia alive. However, no one could foresee that Lin Zixia was the heroine orchestrated by the author of Supreme Sovereign, endowed with great fortune. For reasons yet unknown, she later restored her spiritual vein and ascended to the realm of the revered, thwarting the successor's ambitions of unifying the martial world. Moreover, she aided the male protagonist of the story in rising to power, compelling the successor to self-destruct his foundations for survival. His hopes of achieving the realm of terrestrial immortals were dashed. The eventual fate of this successor is indeed a tale of lamentation. Yet, Yang Fan could not help but admire the author of this book for their remarkable portrayal of the sunlit saint, the formidable antagonist. In the face of relentless pursuit from all the sects of cultivation, he fought alone, ultimately finding clarity in his final moments, using his own flesh and blood essence to mend the heavens, paving the way for future cultivators. Even in defeat, his story resonates profoundly. Regrettably, he remains a vanquished soul. Upon confirming that he had indeed traversed into the world depicted in the Supreme Venerable, Yang Fan's mind began to whirl with possibilities. The protagonist, originally a mere supporting character, found himself providing solace to Lin Zixia after the sunlit saint called off their engagement. This act of kindness captured the heart of the beauty, leading to an influx of cultivation resources from the Lin family, propelling him to prominence. However, now that he had crossed over, such a splendid opportunity could not be left for the protagonist. He could easily tread the path of the main character, leaving the protagonist with no options. Saint, Lin Zixia, have just lost my cultivation. Is it not somewhat opportunistic of you to come to the Lin family to call off the engagement? Gazing ahead, he saw the strikingly beautiful and graceful woman speaking none other than Lin Zixia herself. As soon as her words left her lips, the representative from the Sunlit Sword Pavilion revealed a contemptuous smile, not a farce. You are never worthy of the saint. The only reason he did not come to annul the engagement sooner was due to pressing matters. Yet to avoid sending someone else to deliver the insult to your Lin family, he chose this moment, when he had leisure, to end the engagement. How can this be construed as taking advantage? Saint, you ought to present the marriage contract and make a decision, lest this woman harbors any lingering hopes. As he spoke, the representative from the Sunlit Sword Pavilion turned and clasped his fists, his direction aimed at Yang Fan. Looking around and realizing he was utterly alone, Yang Fan finally grasped that the words were directed at him. I am the sunlit saint. I have transmigrated into the role of the sunlit saint. A dark line appeared on Yang Fan's forehead. Previously, he had contemplated seizing the protagonist's opportunities. Now, it seemed he had directly become the antagonist. There was no escaping this fate. As the female lead, Lin Zixia possessed a spirit that was anything but weak. Whether the author had a penchant for masochism or was simply a devoted admirer in reality, Lin Zixia was deliberately crafted as a strong woman. She supported the protagonist in numerous ways, leading many readers to harshly criticize him as a mere sycophant. Before the sunlit saint, Lin Zixia maintained her composure, neither servile nor arrogant. She understood her own shortcomings in comparison to the illustrious saint and held no delusions. Looking at Yang Fan, she calmly stated, since the saint has come to annul the engagement, one word from you will suffice, and Zixia shall comply. Very well. Yang Fan's expression remained tranquil, yet a subtle chill flickered across his otherwise handsome visage. Imbued with an ethereal aura that I am merely passing through and have come to visit my fiancée at the Lin family. I have no intentions of annulling our engagement. As the sunlit saint, I shall not contravene the wishes of our venerable ancestors. Saint. Hearing these words, the attendant beside Yang Fan exclaimed in haste. Yet, Yang Fan merely retorted icily. Who told you that I intend to annul the engagement? Am I, Yang Fan, one to take advantage of another's misfortune? The attendant, wishing to protest further, was silenced by Yang Fan's chilling command. Silence. Xiaohani, is it now permissible for anyone to linger by this holy sun's side? I wish to see him no more. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure emerged from the shadows of the great hall. Clad in a flowing black robe, with hair billowing as if caught in a tempest, the newcomer bore a ghastly scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Upon his arrival, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped the hall, rendering the onlookers' breaths labored. After Xiaohani made his entrance, he raised a hand, and before the attendant who had spoken could emit a single cry of despair, he was obliterated into mere fragments. Having completed this act, Xiaohani stood behind Yang Fan, his demeanor tranquil as if he had simply swatted a mosquito, remaining wordless. The Lin family was rendered speechless, paralyzed by the spectacle before them, afraid to utter sound. Yang Fan turned to Lin Zixia, presenting her with a radiant and cordial smile. As your betrothed, having not visited you for over a decade, do you harbor any resentment towards me? Lin Zixia gazed at Yang Fan in astonishment. In these days of diminished cultivation, she had endured not only the scorn of external forces, but also the peculiar glances of her own family. Yet here stood a man she had met but once, who not only refrained from breaking the engagement due to her loss of power, but also expressed genuine remorse towards her. The grievances she had suffered surged forth within her heart, and in an instant, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Overcome with emotion, she looked at Yang Fan. Ultimately, she feigned composure and replied, I am well. Thank you for your concern. Holy Sun Yang, a sly glimmer flickered in the corner of Yang Fan's eye, yet he waved dismissively. There is no need for thanks between us. After all, our journey ahead is still long. Lin Zixia felt a flush creep across her cheeks, her head bowing shyly. She was a far cry from the strong woman depicted in the tales penned by the author, who had portrayed her as one who maintained several suitors. At the moment Yang Fan confidently declared his refusal to annul the engagement, a servant in the Lin family compound, clutching a broom, suddenly pressed a hand to his chest. Almost immediately, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of confusion. What was happening? Could it be that my training went awry last night? Unbeknownst to him, it was actually due to Yang Fan seizing his opportunity, resulting in a backlash from the heavens. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Yang Fan was not there to break the engagement, the hearts of the Lin family members finally eased. They hastily arranged a banquet, extending the highest hospitality of the Lin family to Yang Fan. The head of the Lin family even personally engaged in conversation with him, and the two conversed in the great hall as if they were old friends, lost in time. Lin Zixia sat quietly. Beside, listening attentively to Yang Fan's conversation with her father, Nan Tianhai Bei, her small eyes sparkling like stars. Outside the grand hall, a lowly servant of the Lin family was inadvertently sweeping his way inside. Being merely a menial worker, the Lin family members paid him no mind. However, Yang Fan, engrossed in his lively discussion with the family head, suddenly noticed this lowly servant. The author of Supreme Sovereign, in an attempt to captivate readers, had vividly portrayed the male protagonist as exceptionally handsome, yet with one eye obscured. Thus, when this servant, with a patch over one eye, entered with a broom, Yang Fan realized he was likely the main character of Supreme Sovereign. Particularly, the servant's furtive glances towards Lin Zixia only solidified Yang Fan's suspicions. Yet, Yang Fan had no desire to provoke him. After all, he was the protagonist of this realm, blessed with extraordinary fortune. A misstep could lead to his own downfall. Nevertheless, Yang Fan felt confident in dealing with him, that in Supreme Sovereign, the so-called protagonist, aside from his astonishing luck, possessed an intellect that was, at best, negligible. Most scenes depicting the protagonist's bravado involved a group of foolish side characters inexplicably provoking him, only for him to showcase his strength and triumph over them. Initially, this so-called protagonist was toyed with by the evil antagonist, the holy son of the Liang Sword Pavilion. Had it not been for the intervention of various powerful beings rallying to assist the protagonist in confronting the holy son, he would have never been able to defeat him. Despite this, Yang Fan still regarded this individual as a formidable opponent, affording him considerable respect. However, his disappointment quickly set in. This so-called protagonist was even more foolish than he had anticipated. With an expression of anger and jealousy, he shot Yang Fan a glance before striding directly to Lin Zixia. Miss Zixia, this wretched holy son of the Liang Sword Pavilion has come to annul the engagement, hasn't he? Lin Zixia frowned and rebuked Long Outyin. What do you mean by that? Clearly, Long Outyin was oblivious to the current situation, mistakenly believing that Yang Fan had come to humiliate the Lin family with an annulment, thus leaving Lin Zixia in a state of sorrow. He immediately attempted to comfort her. Miss Zixia, do not be disheartened, I have heard all about it. Isn't he just a pathetic holy son? The wheel of fortune turns our Lin family is certainly not inferior to the Liang Sword Pavilion. As he spoke passionately, Yang Fan's voice grew loud. Not only Yang Fan, but even Lin Qingshan, the head of the Lin family, had heard him, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained seated, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leisurely lifted his cup to sip some tea. Gazing towards Lin Qingshan, he remarked, Master Lin, it appears that your family harbors quite a significant grievance against me. Bang! Lin Qingshan, furious, could hardly contain his anger. The mighty Liang sword sect was a formidable entity that the Lin family had painstakingly endeavored to cultivate ties with. Yet, this audacious little servant dared to stand before the heir of the Liang sword sect and brazenly criticize him. Such insolence seemed intent on leading the Lin family to ruin. With a resounding slap upon the table, Lin Qingshan rose in fury, his hand raised in accusation towards Long Outyin. What is your name? How dare a mere servant interject in the affairs of the Lin family? I do not wish to see your face begone. Determined to make a good impression in front of Lin Zixia, Long Outyin was resolute. Just yesterday, he had stumbled upon a broken sword on the back mountain, and the sword spirit within claimed to have once served a transcendent being, a formidable entity capable of cleaving rivers and dividing seas. After the sword spirit acknowledged Long Outyin as its master, he, although still at the spirit connection realm, felt emboldened by the presence of the spirit within him, confident enough to contend even with those at the late foundation establishment stage. Thus, with newfound courage, he boldly questioned Lin Qingshan. Am I mistaken, master? Is it not true that Yang Fan merely relies on his status as the heir of the Liang sword sect to flaunt his superiority? In terms of strength, I, Long Outyin, am not inferior to him. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Yang Fan. You, the heir of the Liang sword sect, have undoubtedly been pampered with treasures and resources for your training, have you not? A genius forged merely from the accumulation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is hardly a true genius. How dare you reject the hand of Miss Zixia? Should you possess the courage, refrain from seeking the aid of the Liang sword sect. Let us engage in a fair and honorable duel that if you triumph over me, I shall submit to your wishes. However, should you fail, you must kneel and apologize to Miss Zixia. Nearby, Lin Zixia was flustered. What audacity! This does not concern you. My relationship with my fiancé is perfectly fine. She promptly rose to reprimand Long Outyin. What is your business in this matter? Yet, Long Outyin, oblivious, turned to Lin Zixia with an expression he believed to be charming. Miss Zixia, do not concern yourself with me. As long as this pompous heir dares to engage me in an honorable fight, I shall ensure he leaves with nothing but his teeth scattered. Lin Zixia was left exasperated, laughing in disbelief. What madness is this? Why would I worry about you? You are the one intending to confront my fiancé. Hastily, she moved to Yang Fan's side, filled with regret. I apologize, young master. I had no foreknowledge of such a person arising from the Lin family. You need not concern yourself with him. I shall have him removed at once. Yang Fan, with a bemused smile, regarded Lin Zixia. Are you expressing concern for me? Lin Zixia's face flushed crimson. Embarrassed, she replied, you are to be my future husband naturally. I must. Seeing Lin Zixia reveal such an adorable side, Yang Fan could not help but reach out to tousle her hair. Gently, he then remarked, it's all right, let him say what he wishes. By the way, I heard that you have lost all your cultivation. I made a point to inquire with the Grand Apothecary of the Medicine Valley when I arrived and gleaned some relevant information from him. Later, I shall examine you to see if there is a way to restore your cultivation. Gazing at Yang Fan's chiseled features, Lin Zixia felt utterly moved. Initially, she had assumed that this esteemed son had come to call off their engagement due to her lost abilities, but to her surprise, he not only refrained from doing so, but had also sought out remedies for her condition at the Medicine Valley. Touched by his thoughtfulness, Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Then, Zixia would like to express her gratitude to the esteemed son in advance. Yang Fan immediately raised his hand and delivered a playful pat on her head. Did I not mention that there is no need for gratitude between us? Their intimate and flirtatious exchange filled the air, causing Long Outyen, who was eager to impress Lin Zixia and win her affection, to feel as if he were about to explode with rage. It dawned on him that he had gravely miscalculated. He had never anticipated that this esteemed disciple would refuse to annul the engagement. To his dismay, Lin Zixia, whom he deemed unworthy, displayed a glimmer of affection towards the saintly figure. Jealousy and fury surged within him, nearly driving Long Outyen to the brink of insanity. He glared at Yang Fan and scoffed. What is the matter? Is the illustrious saint of the Solar Sword Pavilion akin to a turtle, too cowardly to accept even a minor challenge? At this proclamation, a chilling breeze swept through the hall. A formidable aura of spiritual pressure and murderous intent emanated from Yang Fan, enveloping the entire chamber. Even Lin Qishan, the most powerful individual present, felt an icy shiver traverse his spine, as if a vengeful spirit were lurking behind him. Stunned, he turned his gaze towards Yang Fan, unable to comprehend the extent of his strength. Meanwhile, Long Outyen, the target of the oppressive energies, found himself paralyzed, unable to move an inch under the weight of the two terrifying presences. In his shock, he desperately called out in his mind, Sword Spirit, save me. A faint voice of the Sword Spirit echoed in his mind. The person you face is accompanied by a master of Qi realm. I cannot reveal myself. Such a powerful individual could detect my presence, and if discovered, we would be doomed. Take care of yourself. With that, the Sword Spirit's voice faded into silence. As the spirit vanished, Long Outyen could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure exuded by Yang Fan. Gritting his teeth, he felt his body bend under the strain until he sank to one knee before the ground. Yang Fan raised his hand and waved it towards Long Outyen from across the space. Boom. The remaining azure stone floor shattered beneath him, creating a large crater. Long Outyen knelt on both knees, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes and nostrils, his entire body trembling. Yang Fan spoke calmly. The reason I did not respond to you earlier was due to my disinterest in an insignificant insect. However, no one has the right to insult my parents. This serves as a warning. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to take your life, even if it sullies my hands. Lin Qishan, with an expression of disdain, waved his hand dismissively. Someone, toss him out of the Lin family. I no longer wish to see him here. Several warriors stepped into the hall, seizing Long Outyen and escorting him out. As he departed, a broken sword fell from his possession, catching Yang Fan's eye. Isn't this precisely the Excalibur wielded by the protagonist in the esteemed Tome Supreme Lord? Yang Fan recollects that the sword spirit provided immense assistance to the protagonist during his nascent stages. Even in the later chapters, it can be regarded as one of the most formidable weapons in existence. Such an opportunity could not be overlooked. Thus, Yang Fan raised his hand and summoned the fragment of the Zhuxian sword towards him. After grasping it firmly, he examined it closely. Its edge was repressed. Indeed, a sword of unparalleled excellence. Once he gathered the remaining parts of this blade, it would become a divine weapon. Yang Fan promptly stored the fragment of the Zhuxian sword within his storage ring. Naturally, Lin Qishan and the others witnessed Yang Fan's actions. However, they deemed a mere fragment of a sword to hold little value, attributing Yang Fan's behavior to a penchant for sword collection, and did not dwell on it further. With the Zhuxian sword safely secured, Yang Fan felt elated. He then turned to Lin Qishan and requested, prepare a quiet room for me. I wish to ascertain if there is a way to restore Zixia's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qishan was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly instructed someone to make the arrangements. After the passage of half a stick of incense, within the tranquil chamber, in this secluded sanctuary, hidden deep underground and fortified with intricate mechanisms, entry is nearly impossible, even for the smallest of creatures. Two luminous night pearls embedded in the walls illuminate the tranquil chamber. Before him, Lin Zixia, as beautiful as a painted scroll, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. I must remove everything, she thought. Yang Fan smiled gently, reassuring her, fear not. Until our union, I harbor no improper intentions toward you. However, it is imperative that you undress completely for a thorough examination of the issues within your body to avoid any mishaps. Lin Zixia bit her lip, hesitating for a considerable time before finally summoning her resolve. She reminded herself that the man before her was destined to be her husband, and whether now or later, she would eventually reveal herself. With that thought, she began to loosen her garments in Yang Fan's presence. As the silken dress gradually slipped away, revealing her exquisite form, Yang Fan struggled to maintain his composure, hastily channeling his inner energy to preserve his clarity. With a serious demeanor, Yang Fan declared, now, with our palms aligned, I will guide a portion of my spiritual energy into your body. You must not resist, otherwise, we risk succumbing to madness together. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixia dared not entertain any errant thoughts and promptly complied. Yang Fan infused his spiritual energy, which coursed through Lin Zixia's meridians, inching closer to her dantian. He clearly remembered that Lin Zixia had not lost her cultivation due to severed spiritual veins. Rather, she possessed an extraordinarily rare and powerful constitution known as the devouring spirit body. Those endowed with such a physique encounter no barriers. As long as their spiritual energy is sufficient, they can effortlessly ascend to the next realm. Furthermore, once the devouring spirit body awakens, it continuously siphons spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, enhancing the individual even without active cultivation. Should one acquire treasures rich in profound spiritual energy, it is a simple matter to ascend multiple realms in an instant. Lin Zixia's current loss of all cultivation stemmed solely from her devouring spirit body being in the awakening phase, necessitating vast amounts of spiritual energy to facilitate this awakening, thereby absorbing her entire cultivation and rendering her seemingly devoid of power. As a thread of Yang Fan's spiritual energy entered Lin Zixia's dantian, it responded like a parched riverbed suddenly quenched by rain, eagerly absorbing his spiritual essence. Yang Fan understood that once the spiritual energy reached sufficient levels, her devouring spirit body would complete its awakening. In due time, all that Lin Zixia has lost will return. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, she began to fervently channel spiritual energy into Lin Zixia's being. As the influx of spiritual power grew, a radiant white holy light began to emanate from her. The brilliance of the holy light intensified, enveloping even Yang Fan within its luminous embrace. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Concurrently, within the tranquil chamber, a massive black hole appeared above Lin Zixia's head, voraciously absorbing all the spiritual essence from the surrounding environment. In mere moments, Yang Fan sensed Lin Zixia's cultivation rapidly ascending to the qi-gathering realm. Following this, she progressed through the 1st to the 9th levels of qi gathering, advancing to the spirit connection realm. She continued her ascent through the 1st to the 9th levels of spirit connection, reaching the foundation establishment realm. From the 1st to the 9th levels of foundation establishment, she ultimately attained the golden core realm. It was only upon reaching the golden core realm that Lin Zixia's meteoric rise and cultivation came to a halt. Previously, she had only reached the 7th or 8th level of foundation establishment. The moment the spirit-devouring body awakened, she instantly became a master of the golden core realm. Even Yang Fan, who sat nearby admiring Lin Zixia's form, could not help but marvel at the prowess of those with extraordinary constitutions. They truly are the favored children of the heavens. However, he recalled that the author of the book Supreme Being had depicted the holy son of the Liang sword sect in an equally impressive light, describing him as possessing a terrifying constitution known as the devouring heaven body. Yes, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that the holy son of the Liang sword sect possesses this formidable devouring heaven spirit body. This physique possesses the attributes of a thief. The spiritual energy of others? It can be consumed and utilized. The combat skills of others can be directly simulated and learned. The unique essence of another's physique can be replicated by absorbing a minuscule fraction of its special energy. Yang Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. Since he had traversed into the role of the holy son of the Blaze Sun Sword sect, he must possess this devouring heaven physique, right? He wondered if it would truly be possible. Contemplating this, Yang Fan gradually approached Lin Zixia, embraced her, and kissed her, drawing a breath of spiritual energy from her lips. As the energy flowed into his body, he immediately sensed that even without circulating his techniques, his body was voraciously absorbing the external spiritual power. Moreover, A pure and radiant holy light emanated from him. Indeed, I truly possess the devouring heaven physique. Young Fan was overjoyed. At this moment, he had harnessed the terrifying capabilities of the devouring heaven physique to replicate a devouring spirit physique within himself. In this moment, he, like Lin Zixia, faced no further cultivation obstacles. As long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, a breakthrough was imminent. He cherished Lin Zixia in his arms, feeling that she was truly his lucky star, immensely powerful indeed. After a considerable slumber following her awakening of the soul-devouring body, Lin Zixia finally roused. Upon realizing she was nestled in Yang Fan's embrace, her face flushed momentarily before she regained her composure and softly called out, "Husband." Yang Fan smiled gently. "Let us dress and venture out. In a few days, I shall return to the Liyang Sword sect to partake in the Centennial Demon-Slaying Conference, where we shall confront the celestial demons on the extraterrestrial battlefield. If fortune allows me to return alive from this battlefield in a year, I shall marry you." Lin Zixia nodded with a radiant expression of happiness and promptly rose to attire herself. Yang Fan, however, felt a tinge of reluctance. The Demon-Slaying Conference was a collaborative event among the foremost cultivation factions of the Tianwu domain. Any cultivator reaching the age of 20 and attaining the Golden Core realm was obliged to participate. Should the celestial demons invade the Tianwu domain, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for all. Thus, it was imperative for someone to venture into the extraterrestrial battlefield to eliminate the celestial demons and stave off their invasion. Yang Fan was no exception to this rule. Nonetheless, he did not harbor significant fears for his life. Rather, he lamented the necessity of departing from the beautiful companion by his side. The two of them walked hand in hand out of the quiet chamber. Outside, Lin Qingshan awaited with numerous members of the Lin family. Upon spotting the pair, Lin Qingshan hurried over, exclaiming, "How is it, young Master Yang? How has my daughter progressed in her cultivation?" Yang Fan replied with a light chuckle. "She has made a full recovery and has advanced to the Golden Core realm." Lin Qingshan's eyes widened in sheer delight. Subsequently, he solemnly clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Yang Fan, declaring, "On behalf of the entire Lin family, I express our heartfelt gratitude. A prodigy is akin to the backbone of a family's development. Should a family find itself devoid of any capable cultivators, even the mightiest of lineages would inevitably face extinction in a century." Thus, Yang Fan's actions were a tremendous boon for the Lin family. Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile. "Zixia is my fiancée. It is only natural for me to assist her. There is no need for thanks." To extricate himself from the situation, Yang Fan feigned fatigue, stating, "I have expended too much spiritual energy assisting Zixia in restoring her meridians. I now require some quiet time for cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan promptly arranged for a room to be prepared. Once Lin Zixia helped Yang Fan to the chamber, she was astonished to find it was a spacious suite, ample enough for 5 to sleep comfortably. Assisting him to sit by the bed, Lin Zixia's expression turned anxious. "Are you all right?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I am fine. I merely lost a bit of spiritual energy. Your cultivation has just broken through. Hurry back to your own quarters to solidify your progress. Do not concern yourself with me." Upon concluding her words, Lin Zixia remained rooted to the spot. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, I wish to accompany you for a while longer. I estimate that I will need to stay for several days. So there is ample time. Be obedient and promptly fortify your cultivation, lest I become displeased." Seeing that Yang Fan was on the verge of irritation, Lin Zixia reluctantly exited, taking care to close the door behind her. As soon as she left, Yang Fan immediately retrieved the remnants of the sword of extermination he had acquired from Long Aotian from his storage ring, casting the broken sword carelessly to the ground. He coldly uttered, "Come forth." Yet, the remnants remained utterly still. Yang Fan's expression darkened. The illustrious spirit of the sword of extermination, once associated with ascendance, now cowered in fear, refusing to reveal itself. Is this truly the renowned sword of extermination? At his words, a glimmer of cold light burst forth from the remnants. Shortly thereafter, a haughty woman clad in red emerged from the sword, standing in the void. Ah, the esteemed saint of the Liyang sword sect. Engaging in mischief with a mere member of the Lin family. Is this the Liyang sword sect I once knew? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Where have I engaged in mischief? The red-clad sword spirit's face was filled with disdain. All you had to do was channel spiritual energy into that girl named Lin Zixia. Yet you pretended you needed to inspect her by insisting she remove her clothing. Is that not mischief? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow again. By that logic, aren't you also a mischief maker, and a rather voyeuristic one at that? The sword spirit's expression darkened with a hint of anger. I am a lady, Yang Fan's lips curled into a smile. In the original text, this sword spirit was a celestial soul sealed within the sword. The author, in a rather sordid twist, later depicted the protagonist, Long Aotian, giving this sword spirit a corporeal form, only to then take liberties with her. Such outrageousness. Yet, one cannot deny the author's remarkable imagination. This red-clad sword spirit before him was indeed as beautiful as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Clad in a flowing red dress with long black tresses cascading down, adorned with a few specks of cinnabar at her brow, she was, in terms of beauty, not inferior to Lin Zixia. Moreover, she possessed an added allure that Lin Zixia lacked. However, this sword spirit seemed to harbor a rather poor opinion of herself and exuded an air of hostility. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. By your demeanor, do you wish to return to Long Aotian? The sword spirit scoffed. He is my master. Why would I follow you, a cunning rogue? Yang Fan chuckled, a hint of indifference lacing his smile. Here he was, a being akin to a grand antagonist, yet he found himself looked down upon by a mere sword spirit. Raising his hand, he summoned the remnants of the sword of extermination to his grasp. Then, with a chilling demeanor, he declared, I shall claim you as my own. What are you doing? The sword spirit was taken aback, unable to intervene in time. Yang Fan raised his hand and effortlessly erased the mark left by Long Aotian on the remnant sword of the exalted immortal. He then imprinted his own mark, forcefully claiming the sword as his own. Meanwhile, bereft of Lin Zixia and the exalted immortal longsword, Long Aotian wandered the streets, leaning against an ancient locust tree to rest. His face was etched with resentment. Yang Fan, 30 years of fortune and misfortune. One day, I, Long Aotian, shall see you kneel at my feet. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when his body felt as if struck by lightning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darkness engulfed him. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he gazed incredulously at the sky. What is happening? My exalted immortal sword has been refined by another. With a thud, he collapsed, losing consciousness in the street. Passers-by, ordinary cultivators, glanced at Yang Fan, who lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, pointing and whispering in curiosity, yet none approached to offer assistance. A delicate little girl, clutching a candied hawthorn as exquisite as a porcelain doll, squeezed through the crowd. With curiosity illuminating her face, she looked at the unconscious Long Aotian in the distance. After licking her candied hawthorn, she called out to her grandfather, Grandpa, come quickly. That person looks just like a dog. An elderly man, stooped and burdened with a large sword case, emerged from the throng and grasped the girl's hand firmly. Enough of this. We must hurry to find Saint Yang Fan. What is there to see about a dog? With that, he led the girl towards the Lin family. At the Lin residence, the sword spirit glared furiously at Yang Fan. What have you done? Do you not realize that erasing the mark infused with Long Aotian's blood will bring about the backlash of heaven and earth? He may suffer a loss of cultivation at best, or at worst, face death. Is that so? Yang Fan waved the remnant sword of his ancestors with a gentle smile, revealing an unprecedented chill. What if I desire his demise? The sword spirit was stunned, staring at Yang Fan in disbelief. Yang Fan, composed, rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back. The reason you chose Long Aotian is that you recognize the great fortune that accompanies him, correct? You wish to harness his luck to restore the exalted immortal sword, then exact revenge on the one who killed your previous master. Allow me to inform you. I shall seize all the fortune from Long Aotian. If you comply with me, even if the exalted immortal sword is not fully restored, within 3 years, I will aid you in avenging your previous master. What will you choose? The sword spirit, her eyes widened in disbelief, gazed at Yang Fan, engulfed in profound astonishment. She had not anticipated that the man before her, who had previously presented himself as genteel and refined in front of the Lin family, was in fact a figure cloaked in coldness and malice, harboring deep cunning. Moreover, she was utterly taken aback that he was aware of the fundamental reason behind her allegiance to the dragon Halteon. In Yang Fan's presence, the sword spirit felt as if her very essence had been laid bare. Yet, her inherent pride rendered her unable to regard Yang Fan with any semblance of respect. With a cold snort, she retorted, Do you possess such capabilities? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the very air within the room to quiver. The terrifying energy unique to a nascent soul cultivator was unmistakably revealed. Threads of heavenly laws swirled around Yang Fan. Standing tall and proud, he calmly declared, I am Yang Fan. I gathered chi at the age of 3, attained spiritual enlightenment at 6, established my foundation at 9, reached the golden core stage by 13. And at 18, I had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. Now, at 21, I stand at the threshold of the Qi realm. Not only in the Tianmu domain, but throughout the entire Tianmu continent, I am counted among the foremost geniuses. Do you still doubt my abilities? The sword spirit stood frozen, profoundly shaken by Yang Fan's terrifying talent. In the realm of cultivation, a typical individual achieving spiritual enlightenment at 18 is already considered exceptional. Reaching the foundation establishment at 30 is deemed commendable, and attaining the golden core stage by 80 or 100 is the mark of a regional overlord. Yet here stood a 21-year-old nascent soul cultivator, a feat many could only aspire to achieve in 5 to 6 centuries. This is hardly genius. This is simply extraordinary. Observing the enchanting Yang Fan, the sword spirit hesitated for a considerable time before finally stammering, "Master, my master." Yang Fan smiled gently, reassuringly, "Fear not, accompany me, and I shall ensure you are well taken care of. After all, being with me is far preferable to being with that brainless Long Out Yin, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the sword spirit could not suppress a sigh. Long Out Yin was indeed devoid of sense. She had previously cautioned him before he sought trouble with Yang Fan, asserting that even with her assistance, he could never hope to match Yang Fan's prowess. Furthermore, before the might of the Liang sword sect, even 100 Lin families would be utterly insignificant. To provoke Yang Fan was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Long Out Yin dismissed her warnings. Convinced that he was the fated child, the protagonist chosen by the heavens, believing that the world should revolve around him and bend to his will. In fact, within the narrative of the Supreme Sovereign, Long Out Yin did embody this delusion. Alas, his fate intertwined with Yang Fan, the time traveler. No matter how arrogant he was, he could not sustain his arrogance for long. "You do not yet possess a name, do you?" Yang Fan inquired with a smile. He recalled a television drama titled Ancient Sword Legend, which featured a sword spirit adorned in a magnificent dress. He then declared, from this moment forth, "You shall be known as Hong Yu." Outside the Lin residence, a young boy and girl stood quietly beside Long Out Yin. "Grandfather, is the Holy Sun Yang Fan truly within this dilapidated mansion?" The little girl blinked her eyes and asked, her heart swelling with anticipation as she began to envision Yang Fan's imposing stature, unable to suppress a trickle of saliva from the corner of her mouth. "Indeed, Xiao Xiao. Let us knock on the door." The elderly man replied, taking Xiao Xiao's small hand and approaching the entrance, where he rapped upon the door. Upon hearing the knock, a servant opened the door, only to be slightly taken aback upon seeing the two elderly figures. The servant furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who might you be?" "We have come to seek the assistance of Yang Fan, the Holy Sun. Kindly grant us passage so that my granddaughter and I may enter," the elder explained, his demeanor radiating warmth. However, in this realm, kindness held little weight. It was strength that reigned supreme. The servant then replied sternly, "Our Holy Son Yang Fan is not someone you can simply approach. State your names, or I shall have no choice but to show you no mercy." Recalling the former servant, Long Out Yin instilled a quiet fear in the gatekeeper, who trembled slightly at the thought of suffering a similar fate. Upon hearing this, the elder exhaled deeply, surprised by the tenacity of the servant before him. Thus, without further ado, the elder unleashed his formidable Yuan-ing realm aura, which surged towards the servant. In an instant, the servant was knocked to the ground by this overwhelming force, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded the elder. "Oh my, who is this elder, to possess such strength?" The servant pondered in shock. Quickly shaking off his stupor, he hurriedly rose to his feet and nervously stammered, "I shall report to young Master Yang at once, but you must tell me your name so that I may inform him properly." The servant understood that this master was not one to offend. Had the elder not restrained his power in time, he might have very well met his demise. "Simply say that it is Hong Zhan Daoren seeking him," the elder replied, and thereafter he spoke no more, gently caressing Xiao Xiao's head, his eyes brimming with boundless affection. The thought of his granddaughter soon departing from his side filled his heart with an indescribable longing. Not daring to show any signs of defiance, the servant rushed into the estate, making his way towards Yang Fan's chamber. In a brief moment, he arrived at the door of Yang Fan's room. Without delay, he called out, "Young Master Yang, are you there?" Having successfully subdued the red jade, Yang Fan was in high spirits, passionately kissing his treasured sword. Such a divine artifact was something he could hardly part with. Just then, the servant's voice pierced through his thoughts, interrupting his reverie. After carefully stowing away the red jade, Yang Fan rose and opened the door, looking at the servant with curiosity. "What is it? Do you have business with me?" The servant, not daring to waste any time, quickly explained, "It is like this, young Master Yang. At the entrance, there is a Taoist who calls himself Hongzhen Daoran, accompanied by a little girl, seeking your presence. I was unable to contend with him, so I came to find you. As he finished speaking, beads of sweat the size of pinheads appeared on the servant's forehead, his heart racing in anxiety. He feared that he might provoke Yang Fan's ire and suffer a fate akin to Long Out Yan's. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was instantly taken aback. He was well aware of Hongzhen Daoran's formidable reputation from his previous life while reading the Supreme Ruler. Although Hongzhen Daoran himself was not particularly powerful, his granddaughter possessed the rare sacred spirit body. As for the nature of the Holy Spirit, Yang Fan found himself at a loss. Yet he understood it to be exceedingly powerful. Moreover, the enchanting Hong Chao Chiao was none other than the beloved confidant of the Supreme Master, Long Ao Tian. Thus, it was inconceivable for Yang Fan to let her slip away. If his assumptions were correct, that little girl was indeed Hongzhen Daoran's granddaughter, Hong Chao Chiao. Yang Fan murmured to himself. After a brief moment, Shen Yu quickly regained his composure and informed his servant with a simple, "I understand." He then dashed out of the room, racing towards the entrance, a subtle smile beginning to dance upon his lips. Hiki, Long Ao Tian, it seems the tables have turned. Since the opportunity has presented itself, I shall reluctantly accept. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance, scanning his surroundings until he soon spotted Hongzhen Daoran and his granddaughter, Hong Chao Chiao. After slightly adjusting his attire, he approached Hongzhen Daoran with a cordial smile and greeted, "Greetings, Hongzhen Daoran." As soon as his words fell, a formidable aura emanated from Yang Fan, enveloping Hongzhen Daoran. Had it not been for the latter's timely defense, he might have been sent sprawling, much like the servant moments before. This sudden display instilled a flicker of panic within Hongzhen Daoran, who had never anticipated such formidable strength from the young Yang Fan, further solidifying his resolve to engage. "Greetings, Holy Sun Yang. Truly, you embody the reputation of being both youthful and remarkably powerful." After regaining his composure, Hongzhen Daoran managed a strained smile, clearly affected by Yang Fan's earlier display of might. "Not at all, Hongzhen Daoran. You remain as formidable as ever. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Yang Fan humbly inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity as he occasionally cast sidelong glances at Hong Chao Chiao, causing her to shyly lower her head, her cheeks flushed with color. It became evident to Yang Fan that Hongzhen Daoran's intentions were not merely polite. Otherwise, why would he have brought Hong Chao Chiao along? "It is this, Holy Sun Yang. I have an uninvited request. Could you take my granddaughter as your disciple? I implore you." With that, Hongzhen Daoran cast aside his pride and knelt before Yang Fan, his gaze growing ever more resolute. In that moment, Hong Chao Chiao was taken aback, hastily pulling at Hongzhen Daoran. However, given her currently limited strength, she could not budge him. "Father, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling for no reason?" Hong Chao Chiao said anxiously, on the verge of tears. Yang Fan was also astonished by Hongzhen Daoran's actions. "Come on. This isn't how one should play. Why kneel at the slightest disagreement?" Yang Fan silently complained. Quickly, he helped Hongzhen Daoran to his feet and said, "Isn't it enough that I agreed?" Upon hearing this, Hongzhen Daoran gradually rose, his face alight with joy. "Haha, my granddaughter is finally going to amount to something. Humph, you old codgers, just wait. If I can't defeat you, I shall have my granddaughter teach you a lesson." Hongzhen Daoran thought to himself. Yang Fan, looking at him with an expression of helplessness, had not anticipated such bold behavior. He understood that even if Hongzhen Daoran had not acted in this manner, he would have still agreed. "Thank you, Yang Xingzi, for your willingness to accept my granddaughter. If she ever falters, I hope you will be patient with her." After a while, Hongzhen Daoran expressed his gratitude, his face radiating a smile akin to winning a lottery of 5 million. Then, he regained his composure and turned to Hong Chao Chiao, saying, "Chao Chiao, why aren't you quickly addressing Yang Xingzi as your master?" His tone was laced with urgency, fearing that Yang Fan might change his mind. Hong Chao Chiao, not daring to delay, immediately knelt down and bowed 3 times to Yang Fan. Then, in her innocent voice, she proclaimed, "Disciple Hong Chao Chiao pays respects to the dashing master." Her melodious voice reached Yang Fan's ears, instantly lifting his spirits. "Quickly get up. Be careful not to catch cold." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fan swiftly helped Hong Chao Chiao to her feet, his eyes filled with affection. For reasons unknown, he found himself particularly fond of Hong Chao Chiao. Observing the scene before him, Hongzhen Daoran nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though he had initially harbored some worries, they had now vanished entirely, replaced by profound joy. He was confident that under Yang Fan's tutelage, Hong Chao Chiao would undoubtedly flourish. "Yang Xingzi, I entrust my daughter to you." I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Let us gather again another day. Once spoken. The figure of the master Red Jin vanished in an instant, leaving Yang Fan alone with Hong Xiao Xiao. Yang Fan, without much thought, crouched down and playfully pinched Hong Xiao Xiao's nose. However, at that moment, a single remark from her nearly sent Yang Fan reeling. Master, you are so handsome and imposing. You must be quite well endowed as well, Hong Xiao Xiao said, her eyes fluttering as they inadvertently wandered towards a certain part of Yang Fan. His heart raced, and he stared wide-eyed at her in disbelief. Goodness, is this girl truly a little seductress? After calming his flustered emotions, Yang Fan, with a slightly somber expression, inquired. Who told you this? A friend of my grandfather's mentioned it during a visit to our home, but for some reason, my grandfather ended up giving him a severe thrashing. Hong Xiao Xiao explained, her face adorned with a myriad of innocent expressions. With a resigned shake of his head, Yang Fan reflected on the notion that one tends to become similar to those with whom they associate. Regaining his composure, he gently patted Hong Xiao Xiao's head and softly advised, stay away from such individuals in the future, they are indeed quite malevolent. Although she grasped little of Yang Fan's words, Hong Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. She did not feel sorrow over her grandfather's departure. Rather, she was filled with joy. For her, being near Hong Zhen Daoren felt akin to imprisonment, devoid of any freedom. Now that she had escaped, how could she not be elated? Initially, Yang Fan intended to impart some rules to Hong Xiao Xiao, but seeing her tender age, he ultimately refrained from doing so and led her toward the estate. During their walk, Hong Xiao Xiao suddenly recalled the figure of Long Aotian lying by the roadside. She exclaimed, "Oh, master, I just saw a dog by the road." A dog? Yang Fan looked at her, puzzled. Yes, a dog, just like this. She animatedly gestured as she spoke. Gradually, Yang Fan began to comprehend her description and instantly recognized whom she referred to. Wasn't that the very Long Aotian who had just been cast out? How unfortunate. Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, yet he knew that Long Aotian would not succumb so easily. After all, he was favored by the heavens. It was improbable that he would simply perish. Surely, he would encounter some opportunity and rise again. Even so, Yang Fan did not dwell on the matter. I shall seize all your possessions. Let's see how you manage to stand up again, he mused inwardly, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. However, Hong Xiao Xiao noticed this expression and curiously inquired, Master, why are you suddenly smiling for no reason? Nothing of concern. It is an adult matter that children should not meddle in. With that, Yang Fan lightly tapped Hong Xiao Xiao on the head and continued to lead her onward. At that moment, Lin Zixia spotted Yang Fan walking with an unfamiliar little girl within the estate. Without hesitation, she rushed over. In no time, Lin Zixia stood before Yang Fan, blocking his path. Husband, who is this little girl? Lin Zixia immediately inquired, her gaze fixated intently on Hong Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan did not hesitate to provide Lin Zixia with a thorough explanation. Once she had absorbed Yang Fan's words, Lin Zixia's understanding blossomed, and her expression towards Hong Xiao Xiao transformed significantly. Subsequently, a gentle smile graced her lips as she spoke. My dear husband, look at how young Xiao Xiao is. And being a girl, why not allow me to teach her the art of cultivation? Would that be agreeable? Her tone was imbued with a tender warmth, repeatedly penetrating Yang Fan's heart, compelling him to acquiesce. All right. Upon Yang Fan's consent, Lin Zixia swiftly approached Hong Xiao Xiao and enveloped her in an embrace. Xiao Xiao, shall I teach you the ways of cultivation from now on? In an instant, Hong Xiao Xiao found herself at a loss, her gaze turning to Yang Fan in search of assistance. Observing her predicament, Yang Fan could only nod helplessly. After all, how could he refuse Lin Zixia, his beloved wife? With Yang Fan's acquiescence, Hong Xiao Xiao responded affirmatively. Unable to contain her affection any longer, Lin Zixia swiftly embraced Hong Xiao Xiao and dashed toward her room. Watching the beaming smile on Lin Zixia's face, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, choosing not to dwell on it further. He followed in her footsteps, acutely aware that his time at the Lin residence was limited. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to cherish moments with Lin Zixia, alleviating the pangs of longing he would inevitably feel in the future. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Long Aotian slowly regained consciousness, appearing like a dog. He gazed vacantly at the unfolding scene, muttering to himself, "Where am I?" A sharp pain surged through his head as he attempted to recollect the events that had transpired. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. The mere thought plunged Long Aotian's mood into a profound abyss. He had lost everything. And damn that Yang Fan, mark my words, one day I shall return to exact my vengeance. Long Outyan's heart cried out, and his face contorted with rage. Just then, a striking woman, weighing a hefty 500 pounds, strolled down the street accompanied by a servant. Upon catching sight of Long Outyan, she was instantly captivated by his compelling presence. Though one of her eyes was blind, it did nothing to diminish her beauty, thus summoning her courage. She took heavy steps toward Long Outyan, inching closer with each deliberate stride. Within moments, she stood before him, her eyes brimming with desire as she gazed at him. Saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, yearning to devour him whole. Long Outyan, sensing the unusual attention, lifted his gaze. The sight was unexpectedly overwhelming, nearly startling Long Outyan into a state of shock. Oh heavens, where did this corpulent figure come from? Long Outyan thought to himself, utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the lady before him, who weighed no less than 500 pounds. Hello, I am Lu Ruyu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Ruyu announced in a voice as robust as her stature, nearly deafening Long Outyan. Had it not been for the grace of Providence, he might have already succumbed to his fright. However, once Long Outyan regained his composure and learned her name, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. It was common knowledge that within this city, the Lu family was a formidable rival to the Lin family. The fact that the esteemed young lady of the Lu family had taken an interest in him was utterly thrilling. Suppressing the urge to retch, Long Outyan slowly replied, "Greetings, Miss Lu. I am Long Outyan, and I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Now, I finally have the opportunity to express my affection. Please accept my proposal, Miss Lu." No sooner had he spoken than Long Outyan sank to his knees, fervently proposing to Lu Ruyu, his eyes gently closing to avoid the overwhelming sight of her. He feared that if he continued to gaze upon her, he might succumb to that nauseating sensation. Lu Ruyu, taken aback by this sudden marriage proposal, found herself momentarily speechless, the words Long Outyan had just uttered echoing in her mind. After a brief pause, a smile illuminated Lu Ruyu's face, and she seized Long Outyan's hand, running joyfully, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. After so many years, someone has finally proposed to me. My long-awaited happiness has arrived, Lu Ruyu jubilantly exclaimed within her heart, her plump cheeks radiating with delight. Thus, in the throes of Lu Ruyu's excitement, Long Outyan successfully became a member of the Lu family, embarking on what was to be his blissful life. Meanwhile, within the Lin estate, Yang Fan observed Lin Zixia and Hong Chao Chao frolicking with a smile of contentment gracing his face. Such precious moments were indeed fleeting, and Yang Fan cherished them dearly. Moments later, Hong Chao Chao, exhausted from play, retreated to Lin Zixia's chamber to rest, leaving Lin Zixia and Yang Fan in the courtyard. I heard you were leaving tomorrow. My husband? Lin Zixia spoke in a halting manner, a sense of reluctance rising within her, her expression dimming. She wished time could slow down, allowing her to say more. In response, Yang Fan nodded and replied, "Yes, I must return, and the journey ahead is long, so I will be departing early." In truth, Yang Fan was well aware of Lin Zixia's emotions. Hence, he chose to pause his cultivation to accompany her. He understood that this departure would mean he could not return for at least a year. Thus, he could only spend this fleeting time with Lin Zixia, hoping to alleviate her spirits gradually. In that instant, tears welled up in Lin Zixia's beautiful eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. "Husband, can't you take me with you?" she implored, her gaze filled with a poignant innocence directed at Yang Fan. Her heart fluttered with emotion. Had she been devoid of cultivation before, such a request would have never crossed her lips. Yet now, having reached the golden core stage, she felt a semblance of strength. Though she could not aid Yang Fan significantly, she at least would not be a hindrance. Yang Fan, however, shook his head in resignation. If it were possible to bring Lin Zixia along, he would have agreed without hesitation. The gravity of his current undertaking involved much more than just this one matter, and he knew that taking her along would surely introduce unforeseen dangers. Thus, he took a moment to steady his own emotions before speaking. "Although I cannot take you with me, I promise to return in a year. After waiting over a decade. What's one more year? When I come back, I will marry you. How does that sound?" With newfound courage, Yang Fan leaned in to kiss Lin Zixia. The moment their lips met, her mind went blank, and her enchanting eyes fluttered shut. Indeed, the taste of strawberries was utterly delightful. After a few minutes, he reluctantly pulled away, and Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed crimson. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, while the memory of that sweet taste lingered in her thoughts. "Wait, husband, you mustn't fool around while you're away. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Suddenly, Lin Zixia recalled something and fixed her gaze intently on a certain elevated part of Yang Fan. The moment he caught her look, a wave of apprehension washed over him. For reasons unknown, cold sweat drenched his back. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan quickly reassured her. Rest assured, Zixia, I promise I won't stray. Of course, I, Yang Fan, am not the kind to act recklessly. How could I possibly stray? I believe you, husband, she replied earnestly. With that, Lin Zixia planted a fervent kiss on Yang Fan's cheek before hastily fleeing the scene. Her heart a tumultuous mix of sorrow and joy. As dawn broke the following morning, sunlight poured over the earth, warming Yang Fan's eyes, blinking away the remnants of sleep. He stretched and stepped out of his room. After a brief tidying of his belongings, he prepared to return to the Liang sword sect. Alas, it was once again time for parting. Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, his eyes brimming with reluctance. However, he understood that his departure was inevitable, a reality that could not be altered. With that knowledge, he stepped out of the room and approached the door of Lin Zixia's chamber, intending to convey the news of his imminent departure. Before Yang Fan could gather his thoughts, the door swung open, revealing Lin Zixia, who regarded him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Husband, what brings you here?" Taken aback by Yang Fan's sudden appearance, Lin Zixia hoped, if possible, for him to provide an explanation. This sudden turn of events left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. After a brief moment, he managed to gather his thoughts and slowly spoke, "Zixia, I must depart today." His tone was imbued with a profound sadness, and his gaze instinctively fell to the ground, unable to meet Lin Zixia's eyes. Instantly, Lin Zixia was taken aback, at a loss for words. A wave of anguish washed over her, akin to being mercilessly shredded by a meat grinder. "So soon? Weren't you supposed to stay for a few more days?" She managed to force a smile. "Alas, unforeseen circumstances have arisen, compelling me to leave," Yang Fan sighed, lamenting the inability to alter the course of events. Otherwise, he would have made changes long ago. Realizing that no amount of pleading would persuade Yang Fan to stay, Lin Zixia exhaled deeply, offering a bittersweet smile in his direction. In her heart, she silently prayed for Yang Fan's safety, uncertain of what she would do otherwise. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Just then, a harsh voice shattered the tranquility. "Yang Fan, you arrogant fool. Don't think your status as the chosen one makes you invincible. Wait until I rise again. I shall bring you to your knees. In an instant." Yang Fan's expression darkened, astonished by the audacity of such a taunt. The public nature of the insult was unbearable. However, the voice struck him as eerily familiar. "Zixia, why does that voice seem so familiar to me?" he inquired, pondering where he had heard it before. Without overthinking, Lin Zixia swiftly replied, "That voice belongs to Long Ao Tian, whom I previously expelled." Her demeanor shifted, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes. If it were possible, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Long Ao Tian on the spot, wishing to spare Yang Fan any disturbances during his cultivation, especially now that he was preparing to leave. Yang Fan felt a flicker of intrigue toward this Long Ao Tian. How audacious to be so brazen despite being reduced to such a state. "I must commend your audacity," Yang Fan contemplated deeply. Without further ado, he led Lin Zixia towards the entrance, eager to confront the previously discarded Long Ao Yin. A hint of a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Soon, Yang Fan and Lin Zixia arrived at the doorway. However, upon seeing Long Ao Yin before him, Yang Fan was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that after a single night, Long Ao Yin would don such regal attire, exuding an entirely different aura. Although his complexion appeared drained, his presence was formidable. "Yang Xingzi, how dare you show your face again? Mark my words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You shall pay for this." Long Ao Yin spat fiercely, his eyes glinting with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Were it not for the current disparity in strength, he would have already unleashed his wrath upon Yang Fan, rather than merely resorting to threats. In that moment, Yang Fan was instantly amused by Long Ao Yin. "How splendid it is, blessed by the heavens, indeed," Yang Fan internally scoffed. However, he did not take Long Ao Yin's words to heart. Rather, he pondered on how Long Ao Yin had suddenly transformed into a figure of wealth and nobility. It was just the day before that Long Ao Yin had been begging on the street like a dog, and now he was adorned in such opulence. This left Yang Fan's mind flooded with endless questions. Thus, he conveyed through thought, "Zixia, do you know what transpired here? How did Long Ao Yin undergo such a drastic change?" His tone was laced with confusion. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Zixia lowered her head, a hint of disappointment shadowing her expression. She then replied in a hushed tone, "It is Lu Ruyu who has taken Long Ao Yin as her son-in-law. which explains this transformation. At these words, young Fan was taken aback. So, Long Haotian has entered the Lu family, he mused. Truly, the heavens are exceedingly generous towards you. However, upon recalling that Long Haotian was the protagonist of this narrative, Yang Fan quickly found solace. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure, a wicked smile spreading across his lips. He then spoke, Long Haotian, you truly lack sense. How dare you come here? You must not know how perilous your situation is. Before Long Haotian could react, Yang Fan turned and strode back into the house. Observing this, Lin Zixia followed closely, casting a cold glance back at Long Haotian. Instantly, Long Haotian was engulfed in confusion, utterly bewildered by Yang Fan's intentions. Husband, what is the matter? Lin Zixia anxiously inquired, quickening her pace to keep up with Yang Fan, her heart heavy with concern for him, fearing that Long Haotian might have provoked him. It's nothing, Zixia. I have a task I would like you to assist me with. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Fan, and he smiled faintly. In that fleeting moment, he had already devised a plan to deal with Long Haotian, determined to make him understand the sensation of having nothing at all. Yang Fan, unwavering in his resolve against his adversary, showed no mercy. In that moment, Lin Zixia was enveloped in confusion, her gaze fixed inquisitively upon Yang Fan. My husband, why do you speak to me so formally? Just voice your desires, and I shall do my utmost to assist you, regardless of the task at hand. Upon uttering these words, Lin Zixia's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. Even if Yang Fan were to demand her life, she would not hesitate to comply. Her brow untroubled by such a grave notion. It's not that serious, Zixia. What are you thinking? Yang Fan replied, a hint of amusement dancing in his tone. With a hand imbued with a sense of security, he gently caressed Lin Zixia's cheek. At this moment, Yang Fan was brimming with vitality and joy, a happiness that was simply beyond words. Then, my husband, what is it that you wish for me to do? Lin Zixia inquired after a brief pause. Her eyes still clouded with curiosity, eager for Yang Fan to elucidate. Observing her, Yang Fan hesitated not, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear. After imparting a few words, he concluded with, Do you understand now? Upon hearing the news, Lin Zixia was profoundly shaken. Her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Yang Fan. It took her nearly 10 minutes to regain her composure. After exhaling deeply, she resolutely declared, I understand. My husband, rest assured, I will certainly act as you have instructed. Though she recognized the questionable nature of such actions, her devotion to Yang Fan overshadowed her concerns. Very well. You may proceed with your tasks. I place my trust in you. With that, Yang Fan offered Lin Zixia a warm smile before taking his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Zixia hesitated not, promptly issuing orders to implement Yang Fan's plan. Meanwhile, Long Aotian, waiting outside the Lin residence, felt a sudden sense of being overlooked. This situation was particularly difficult for Long Aotian to accept. However, given his current strength, he was utterly incapable of even grazing the opponent's fur. With no other option, Long Aotian, burdened by fatigue, made his way towards the Lu family residence. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Lu household. Just as he prepared to enter, a throng of servants suddenly obstructed his path. Instantly, a wave of irritation washed over Long Aotian. You wretched servants, why do you impede my way? Do you believe I wouldn't draw a knife and slay you all? He bellowed fiercely. Having just endured humiliation at Yang Fan's hands, the disdain from the servants was simply intolerable for him. In response, the servants merely sneered a few times before immediately launching an unrestrained assault upon Long Aotian, showing no signs of mercy. This left Long Aotian utterly bewildered, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion. What are you all doing? Do you not know that I am the son-in-law of the Lu family? In anguish, Long Aotian could no longer bear the torment and shouted once more, his mind clouded with uncertainty, desperate to comprehend the unfolding events. Humph! You have already been expelled from the Lu family, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly here. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, to offend even young Master Yang is utterly unforgivable. If I do not end your life today, I shall change my surname. Why waste breath? Let's get on with it. A throng of servants pointed and jeered at Long Aotian, their eyes filled with disdain, their teeth clenched as if they harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. Fists rained down upon Long Aotian, leaving him battered and bruised, his face marred with wounds. Were it not for his remarkable resilience, he might have been beaten to death by the servants. Ultimately, in order to sever all ties with Long Aotian, the servants unceremoniously cast him aside, ensuring he would not come into contact with the Lu family again. Long Aotian found himself utterly isolated. Overwhelmed by psychological pressure, he fainted on the spot. At the Lin residence, the head of the Lu family stood before the dashing Yang Fan, his face etched with panic. Young Master Yang, I regret my blindness. Who would have thought that Long Out Yin would dare to offend you? Truly despicable. You need not worry. Long Out Yin has been expelled from the Lu family, and we shall have no further dealings with him. The Lu family head spoke, his voice trembling with fear. Acutely aware that a mere finger from Yang Fan could crush him, that wretched Long Out Yin has brought such trouble upon the Lu family. I wish I could slay him myself. He seethed internally. Yet, the damage was done, and even if he wished to rectify the situation, it was beyond his control, leaving him to wallow in regret. In response, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, not rushing to reply. In truth, Long Out Yin's plight was entirely orchestrated by the information disseminated by Lin Zixia on Yang Fan's behalf. How else could Long Out Yin have fallen into such a predicament? Yet, Yang Fan remained unperturbed, contemplating the possibility of stripping Long Out Yin of all resources, leaving him with no avenue for escape. With that thought in mind, Yang Fan returned to the moment and spoke calmly. It matters not. It is all in the past. However, I have heard whispers of a legacy jade pendant within the Lu family. Is there any truth to this? His gaze fixed intently upon the head of the Lu family. A faint smile gradually emerged at the corners of his mouth. Yang Fan was well aware of the significance of this heirloom jade pendant. After all, in the esteemed tome of the Supreme Venerable, this pendant had aided Long Ao Tian on numerous occasions. Such a formidable artifact was not something Yang Fan could let slip away. Observing this, the head of the Lu family showed no hesitation. Promptly retrieving the heirloom jade pendant from his storage pouch, he placed it before Yang Fan without a trace of reluctance. If this gesture could absolve the Lu family from Yang Fan's wrath, he would willingly surrender all his possessions. Young Master Yang, this is the heirloom jade pendant. The head of the Lu family forced a smile, his heart heavy with reluctance, yet he presented it nonetheless. Yang Fan, unceremonious, grasped it in his hand. The smooth texture evoked a sense of awe within him. Such a tactile sensation was unparalleled. Without further ado, Yang Fan secured the heirloom jade pendant into his possession and spoke. Very well, my gratitude to you, head of the Lu family. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. As you command, young Master Yang. With that, the head of the Lu family, burdened by fatigue, departed from the Lin residence, his countenance marred by profound sorrow. After all, this endeavor to appease Yang Fan had demanded tremendous effort, and how could his heart not ache? Not long after the head of the Lu family had left, Yang Fan sensed that it was time for him to depart as well. He could no longer linger in this place. A twinge of discomfort stirred within him. Slowly, after a brief moment, Yang Fan exhaled deeply. Resolutely, he made his way toward Hong Chao Chiao's chamber. Soon, he encountered Hong Chao Chiao, and without hesitation, he simply remarked, Chao Chiao, let us be on our way. Upon hearing this, despite her bewilderment, Hong Chao Chiao followed Yang Fan without notifying Lin Zixia. After soaring beyond the city limits, Yang Fan and Hong Chao Chiao traversed the steep, earthen path. Master, why must we leave so hastily? Why did we not inform Sister Zixia? Hong Chao Chiao inquired innocently, her eyes blinking with confusion. Little rascal, you're still too young to ponder such matters. You haven't even grown all your hair. Yang Fan cast a fleeting glance, and indeed, the words of Hong Chao Chiao lifted his spirits considerably. After all, he would have to wait a year before returning, which filled him with a profound sense of reluctance. Observing Yang Fan's melancholic demeanor, Hong Chao Chiao, though puzzled, refrained from probing further and chose instead to quietly accompany him, allowing his mood to gradually improve. Soon enough, both Yang Fan and Hong Chao Chiao ceased to dwell on their thoughts and continued their journey forward. However, the path chosen by Yang Fan was a rather lengthy one, with a singular and straightforward purpose to thoroughly scavenge all the resources acquired by Long Ao Tian, leaving him with nothing to grasp. After all, it was unlikely that Yang Fan would opt for such a distant route otherwise. Meanwhile, in a desolate and remote wilderness, Long Ao Tian lay unconscious, bearing scars upon his body, with one eye blinded, resembling a lifeless corpse that repelled onlookers. At that moment, a frail old man wandered by, stopping abruptly upon noticing Long Ao Tian, gazing intently at him. My goodness, a body of great fortune. What a treasure I have stumbled upon, exclaimed the old man, a glimmer of drool escaping the corners of his mouth, his desire palpable. Yet, despite his overwhelming impulse to consume this opportunity, the old man was aware of the significance of such a fortuitous body and refrained from acting recklessly. Instead, he opted to fetch a basin of cold water and doused Long Ao Tian with it. Awakened by the frigid shock, Long Ao Tian erupted in fury, cursing. Which wretched soul dares to drench me with cold water? His eyes, inflamed with rage, turned a fiery red. Ah, young man, you are awake. The old man replied, disregarding the curses, a gentle smile gracing his features, radiating warmth. In that instant, Long Aotian regarded the elderly figure before him. Feeling inexplicably that this old man possessed great power, his heart racing with anticipation. Before Long Aotian could fully gather his thoughts, the old man continued, young man, I see remarkable potential in your bones. You would make an excellent disciple of mine, Shizhenxiang. The old man's proposition left Long Aotian utterly flabbergasted. His eyes brimming with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired, are you formidable? Fueled by a desire for vengeance. Long Aotian's gaze was rife with various forms of anger. Haha, I am an ancient Yuan. Do you think I am weak? Shizhenxiang laughed heartily, displaying a complete disregard for the rulers of the world, exuding an air of defiance. Observing this, Long Aotian promptly agreed without a second thought. Disciple Long Aotian pays his respects to master. His tone was imbued with excitement, and he secretly vowed, young fan, just wait. Once I ascend to the pinnacle of the world, I shall make you kneel and lick my shoes, and not just any shoes, but the kind that touch the heavens. With Long Aotian's consent, Shizhenxiang unhesitatingly took him away from their original location, soaring into the distance, her face radiant with exhilaration, as if she had discovered a great treasure. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, accompanied by Hong Qiao, could not help but stifle a yawn and wipe his nose, pondering. Which scoundrel is insulting me? Noticing Yang Fan's morose expression, Hong Qiao was instantly perplexed and directly inquired, Master, what is wrong? Her voice was laced with confusion, and she hoped Yang Fan would elucidate the matter. It's nothing. Let us continue our journey, Yang Fan replied without further contemplation. He resumed their travel, not dwelling on it much. After half a day, perhaps considering Hong Qiao's youth, he chose to halt their progress and rest beneath a shaded tree. Understanding the situation, Hong Qiao refrained from disturbing Yang Fan, sitting quietly beside him. At that moment, a peculiar figure caught Yang Fan's attention, causing his brow to furrow with concern. Despite his formidable strength, he sensed that if it were an ancient creature, he would surely be at a disadvantage. After all, the tome of the Supreme Sovereign concealed various ancient beings, who remained hidden among mortals, emerging only when cataclysmic events transpired. The unsettling awareness made Yang Fan instinctively cautious. Master, are you unwell? Hong Qiao asked, her expression filled with bewilderment, eager to understand why Yang Fan had suddenly adopted such a serious demeanor. Yang Fan, not overthinking it, simply responded, it's nothing. You rest well. I shall be back shortly. Before Hong Qiao could react, Yang Fan set off alone in pursuit of the enigmatic figure. Eager to uncover the nature of this creature, understanding the gravity of the situation, Hong Qiao chose to remain in place, patiently awaiting Yang Fan's return. In a short while, Yang Fan arrived at a location behind the figure, prepared to turn and gaze upon it. However, as he did so, he was instantly struck with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, and he involuntarily took several steps back. A mixture of fear and delight flickered in his gaze, and his hands began to tremble slightly. My goodness, I have actually encountered her. What extraordinary luck. Am I dreaming? Yang Fan thought, his heart inexplicably filled with joy as he beheld the injured me before him. His eyes widened, and even his limbs trembled with excitement. A divine beast. My divine beast. Haha. He rejoiced internally. Yang Fan had a profound impression of this particular me from his past life while reading the book The Supreme Sovereign. Despite its diminutive size, this injured creature possessed remarkable power. Especially after it manifested 9 tails, its strength was truly cataclysmic. Yang Fan couldn't help but salivate at the thought of capturing such a formidable entity, yearning to claim it for himself. Yet he understood that subduing such an extraordinary divine beast would be incredibly challenging. He had to proceed with utmost caution. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan approached the 9-tailed creature step by step, his breathing slow and deliberate. Upon sensing his proximity, the 9 tails instinctively recoiled a few steps, fear evident in its eyes, as if anticipating harm from Yang Fan. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, he reassured with a gentle smile. Moving with great care to avoid startling the creature, it seemed as though the 9 tails comprehended Yang Fan's words, for it ceased its retreat and regarded him intently, as if appraising this young man before it. Soon enough, Yang Fan drew near, slowly extending his hand to stroke the 9 tails' head, his hand trembling ever so slightly. He was unsure how to respond should the 9 tails suddenly attack. Yet, In pursuit of the divine beast, he felt compelled to take this risk, no matter the circumstances. Yang Fan was resolute in his determination not to give up on the Nine Tails. To his surprise, the Nine Tails did not resist Yang Fan's touch. Instead, it accepted his affection with a curious glimmer in its eyes, blinking repeatedly. Thank goodness there hasn't been any violent reaction. Yang Fan felt a wave of emotion surge within him, as beads of cold sweat soaked his back. Just at that moment, it seemed that the Nine Tails had caught wind of something. Before Yang Fan could react, it vanished from sight in an instant, leaving him no opportunity to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss, his pupils widening in astonishment. Where did my Nine Tails go? Where is my divine beast? After shouting in desperation, Yang Fan began his frantic search for the Nine Tails, his heart racing and his eyes filled with anxiety. However, after searching for what felt like an eternity, he still could not find a trace of the creature. A sense of dejection enveloped him, akin to losing several million. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, Yang Fan returned to Red Xiao's side, having initially believed that he would acquire the Nine Tails. Who could have anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events? This sudden disappointment cast a shadow over his spirit, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. Master, what troubles you? Red Xiao inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Yang Fan's despondency. She was filled with curiosity, pondering how her master, who had seemed perfectly fine moments ago, had transformed into such a state. A myriad of questions swirled within Red Xiao's mind, yearning for clarity. I am merely seeking solitude, Yang Fan replied weakly, gesturing dismissively. At that moment, his emotions felt akin to traversing a treacherous landscape, fraught with difficulties. Tragically, the Nine Tails had vanished, and no amount of effort on Yang Fan's part could rectify the situation. Why, oh heavens! Did you allow me to glimpse the divine beast yet deny me its possession? Is this some cruel jest? Yang Fan lamented inwardly, his expression marred by sorrow. Subsequently, he found no inclination to continue onward, yearning instead for a tranquil place to retreat. Let us rest for the night, Xiao. We shall set forth tomorrow, he gently suggested to Red Xiao. Without hesitation, she acquiesced, sitting obediently by his side, offering her silent companionship. Aware of Yang Fan's troubled spirit, she refrained from uttering unnecessary words, fearful of inadvertently provoking his distress. As time passed, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yang Fan sat by a tree, gazing quietly at the enchanting night sky. Gradually, his spirits began to lift, alleviating the weight of his previous melancholy. After all, it is merely a divine beast. I shall surely obtain it in the future. With this thought, Yang Fan's mood began to improve, dispelling the earlier gloom. Just then, three figures suddenly emerged from a mysterious thicket, leaping into view. This moment rendered Yang Fan cautious. Immediately, he began to observe who had come to see him. However, the sight that met his gaze was startling. Oh my goodness, Nine Tails, you actually brought your whole family to find me. Yang Fan exclaimed with wide eyes, his astonishment palpable. His heart raced, feeling as though the dawn of a new era was upon him. Meow, meow, meow. The three Nine Tails gazed at Yang Fan, emitting a chorus of sounds. Without hesitation, they rushed to him, nuzzling against him as if to curry his favor. In that instant, Yang Fan felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, his excitement almost overwhelming. He could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, my goodness, I have invincible divine beasts now. Once he regained his composure, Yang Fan immediately embraced the three Nine Tails, swiftly forming a contract with them without a hint of hesitation. He soon realized that these three were merely in their juvenile stage, which explained their choice to seek him out. After sealing the contract, Yang Fan finally exhaled in relief, a charming smile gracing his face. From now on, you shall be named Little White, Little Black, and Little Purple. Naming them nearly made him leap for joy. And the trio showed no signs of dissent, nodding in agreement before promptly jumping into Yang Fan's storage pouch to rest. Seeing this, Yang Fan could not help but feel elated, for how could one not be excited by the presence of three divine beasts? Subsequently, he drifted into a blissful sleep, his face radiating joy, akin to someone who had just won a multi-million-dollar lottery. Time flew, and soon the next day arrived. Upon awakening, Yang Fan was confronted with an unexpected predicament that left him at a loss for words, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. The three little Nine Tails gazed at him with longing in their eyes, occasionally emitting their meows and extending their paws, seemingly begging for food. In response, Yang Fan, without a second thought, reached into his storage pouch to retrieve some spirit stones to feed them. However, when he examined the contents of the pouch, he was utterly astounded. His mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate a sizable egg. To his dismay, he discovered that the spirit stones had been completely devoured by the little nine tails. Not a single crumb remaining. The shocking realization nearly caused him to faint, darkness closing in around him. Master, these three little ones are simply adorable. At that moment, Hong Xiao woke from her slumber, discovering Xiaobai and the others, and joyfully called out to them. She immediately extended her arms and embraced them, her eyes brimming with affection. However, Yang Fan found himself in torment, for all his possessions had been devoured by Xiaobai and the others. Even the renowned Zhu Xian sword had mysteriously acquired a small bite mark. Raising divine beasts is indeed a challenging endeavor. After a while, Yang Fan lamented internally. Now, Xiaobai and the others were demanding food again, leaving him at a loss for spiritual stones to provide. His spirits plummeted. He was utterly unsure how to navigate this predicament. Had he known that raising divine beasts would be so arduous, Yang Fan mused that one would suffice. He would certainly not take on three. After a brief moment, Yang Fan regained his composure and turned to address Xiaobai and the others, intending to suggest they seek out spiritual stones themselves. However, upon seeing Hong Xiao feeding them with large quantities of high-quality spiritual stones, his eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness! It turns out you are quite the affluent heiress. Once he gathered his thoughts, Yang Fan gradually calmed himself and inquired, Xiao, where did you acquire these spiritual stones? His tone was imbued with confusion. If possible, Yang Fan hoped for an explanation from Hong Xiao. Without hesitation, as she continued to feed them, Hong Xiao replied, These were left to me by my father. I have plenty more if you want some, master. Before Yang Fan could fully process her words, Hong Xiao pulled out hundreds of smaller storage bags from a large one, each brimming with countless spiritual stones. If stacked together, they would form a veritable mountain of spiritual stones. Well, who can explain why Hong Xiao is so extraordinarily wealthy? Yang Fan was utterly astonished. At a loss for words to describe his emotions at that moment, he felt as though his heart had sustained a severe blow. Yet, as a master, how could Yang Fan possibly demand his disciples spiritual stones? After alleviating his shock, Yang Fan cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Xiao. Having so many spiritual stones on you is unsafe. Allow me to keep them for you. Before Hong Xiao could respond, all the bags of spiritual stones, large and small, were swiftly snatched into Yang Fan's possession, leaving no opportunity for refusal. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and the others internally grumbled, My goodness, our master is rather shameless. Isn't he? Fortunately, having nearly finished eating, they nestled into Yang Fan's embrace and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Master, why have you taken all my spiritual stones? With a furrowed brow, Hong Xiao inquired, her eyes fixed on Yang Fan, yearning for him to return the spiritual stones to her. However, Yang Fan chose to disregard her, ignoring her pitiful gaze and humming a little tune as he strode ahead. You think I will return the spiritual stones to you? Not a chance. Faced with this, Hong Xiao, in a state of resignation, followed in Yang Fan's footsteps, her spirits considerably dampened. As they traversed the path, her mood soured drastically, akin to a child who had their cherished lollipop snatched away, leaving her feeling quite despondent. I do this for your own good, Xiao. Please do not be upset. Yang Fan remarked, exhaling deeply as he observed her distress, his tone imbued with warmth and concern, as if his recent actions were solely in consideration of her well-being. Hong Xiao was rendered speechless by his words. She felt an urge to voice her dissent but ultimately opted for silence. At this juncture, she had come to understand Yang Fan's character quite well. Once something fell into his possession, reclaiming it was an impossible feat, unless pigs could fly. Just as Yang Fan was about to continue his attempts to console her, the distant sound of approaching carriages abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively, he sealed his lips and swiftly led Hong Xiao into the cover of some bushes. Do not utter a word, he instructed, fixing his gaze intently ahead, eager to discern the identity of the newcomers. Upon casting his gaze upon the scene, Yang Fan was taken aback. 2 horse-drawn carriages traversed the steep mountain path, and on the foremost carriage sat a woman of striking resemblance, causing Yang Fan's eyes to widen in astonishment. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, incredulity etched upon his features as he absorbed the spectacle before him. A sly smile gradually curled at the corners of his lips. This scene was all too familiar to him. In his previous life, Yang Fan had perused numerous fantasy novels and recognized this as a typical trope where the protagonist displays ostentation and flamboyance, particularly reminiscent of the antics found in the book Supreme Venerable, which elicited laughter from him. His gaze took on an oddly peculiar glint. What with the strange expression? Master? Red Xiao Qiao inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed Yang Fan's demeanor, utterly baffled by his transformation. Yang Fan continued to muse to himself, hee. With the protagonist out of the picture, it's my turn now. Long out Yen. I shall not hold back. After adjusting his belongings, Yang Fan rose to his feet, accompanied by Red Xiao Qiao, and strode purposefully toward the caravan, an aura of formidable presence emanating from him. Either he would take action or, if he did, it would be nothing short of earth-shattering. This is the essence of Yang Fan. Although Hong Chao Qiao could not comprehend why Yang Fan chose to act in such a manner, she ultimately acquiesced. After all, before becoming Yang Fan's disciple, the esteemed Hong Zhendao Ran had repeatedly cautioned her to heed Yang Fan's words and to avoid provoking him at all costs. Thus, Hong Chao Qiao found herself in a state of helplessness. After walking for a few minutes, Yang Fan brought Hong Chao Qiao to the front of a convoy, obstructing their path. Upon noticing the alluring and formidable aura that emanated from Yang Fan, the exquisite woman in the carriage furrowed her brow slightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Who is this formidable individual, and why am I not acquainted with him? Nonetheless, the woman remained courteous, refraining from instructing her subordinates to take action against him. Instead, she ordered the carriage to halt and gracefully descended, walking lightly towards Yang Fan, step by step. As Yang Fan gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, an inexplicable flutter stirred within his heart. Although she did not possess the same captivating beauty as Lindsay Xia, she exuded a unique charm of her own, as if each woman showcased a distinctly different style of elegance. Greetings, I am Lu Qianqian. May I inquire what brings you here, noble sir? Why do you impede my passage? Lu Qianqian inquired with a gentle smile, her soft lavender eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan, eager to discern the purpose of his interruption. In response, Yang Fan did not ponder for long and replied candidly, Ahem. I am but a lost soul seeking guidance regarding my whereabouts. His tone was laden with trepidation, as if he had committed some grave misdeed. Lu Qianqian, not lingering on his demeanor, responded, Ah, I see. You have arrived at the Solitary Woods. Upon hearing the name Solitary Woods, Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Qianqian. He was acutely aware of the significance of this location in the narrative of the Supreme Sovereign. It was the fateful place where the protagonist encountered an extraordinary companion. In that moment, Yang Fan's heart swelled with secret delight, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. It is worth noting that this attendant played an immensely significant role in assisting the protagonist. Otherwise, Yang Fan would not be so overtly exhilarated. The sheer intensity of his emotions rendered him momentarily speechless. After a brief interlude, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure and inquired, Lu Qianqian, is there an unconscious person lying in your vehicle? At that moment, Yang Fan was unable to consider much else, and his tone had transformed to one of palpable urgency, eager to unravel the mystery surrounding the situation. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian was slightly taken aback, perplexed as to how Yang Fan had knowledge of such matters. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long and replied, Yes, but how did you come to know this? I only brought them to the car this morning. Lu Qianqian gazed at Yang Fan with a look of bewilderment, hoping he would provide her with an explanation. In this way, Lu Qianqian would be able to discern the nature of the events that had transpired here, at the very least alleviating her confusion. I suppose. Yang Fan awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that his previous remarks had been rather abrupt, leaving him unprepared for the ensuing conversation. Fortunately, Lu Qianqian did not dwell on it. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have been at a loss for how to respond. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Qianqian continued to inquire, Pray tell, why do you ask this? Young sir, are you perhaps an adversary of this person, seeking to eliminate them? The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere grew tense. Even the guards surrounding them began to draw their weapons, ready to confront Yang Fan. At that moment, Yang Fan was rendered speechless. Really, I merely inquired. Must you treat me in such a manner? Be cautious, lest I draw a circle to curse you. Yet, Yang Fan remained entirely unperturbed. He understood that with just a single finger, he could easily vanquish those before him. Therefore, he took a deep breath and calmly explained, No, Miss Lu. You are overthinking this. Do you truly believe you would stand a chance against me if I were to engage? If I intended to strike, I would have done so long ago, rather than wait until now. Each word struck Lu Qianqian's heart, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. She realized her previous remarks had been somewhat presumptuous. After all, the disparity in their statuses was incomparable. How could a mere mortal ever contend with an immortal cultivator? Regaining her composure, Lu Qianqian stammered, I apologize, young sir, my earlier comments were out of line. I sincerely beg your pardon. without a moment's hesitation. She made a bold decision and bowed deeply to Yang Fan, disregarding her own dignity as a young lady. After all, in Yang Fan's eyes, she was but an insignificant existence. Noticing this, Yang Fan merely smiled lightly, choosing not to hold her actions against her. After a brief pause, he spoke again. "It is nothing. I did not take your words to heart. Would you be so kind as to escort me and my disciple a short distance out of this desolate forest?" A faint, enchanting smile adorned his face, causing Lu Qianqian's complexion to deepen to an even more vivid shade of crimson, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. Her heart raced with an intensity she could not comprehend, as she felt an inexplicable connection to Yang Fan. After a moment, Lu Qianqian responded, "Of course." The sound was as faint as the buzzing of a mosquito. Upon seeing Lu Qianqian agree, Yang Fan wasted no time and swiftly hopped onto the carriage with Hong Qiao Qiao, quietly awaiting its departure, as if it were his own. Lu Qianqian did not anticipate Yang Fan's unreserved demeanor, which startled her momentarily. However, she thought little of it and gracefully took a seat beside Yang Fan. Her cheeks flushed and unable to meet his gaze directly. Before long, Lu Qianqian commanded the carriage to move. Thus, Yang Fan seamlessly blended into the procession. Yet, he began to ponder how to persuade the attendant to accompany him, a dilemma that weighed heavily on his mind. Yang Fan was acutely aware of the attendant's temperament. It was known that in the book The Supreme Lord, the protagonist endured countless hardships to win over this attendant, illustrating the latter's stubbornness. After a period of contemplation, Yang Fan formed a calm strategy, confident that he would be able to win the attendant over in no time. A radiant smile adorned Yang Fan's face. Observing his beaming expression, Hong Qiao Qiao was perplexed and directly inquired, "Master, what is the reason for your incessant grinning?" Hearing this, Lu Qianqian immediately turned to Yang Fan. Bewildered, eager to understand the source of his mirth, her pristine brows furrowing into a straight line. At this moment, Yang Fan immediately reverted to his previous serious demeanor. Feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, he had never anticipated that Hong Qiao Qiao would pose such a question at this juncture, causing his previously joyous mood to evaporate in an instant. If circumstances permitted, Yang Fan would have relished the opportunity to give Hong Qiao Qiao a good scolding. However, he ultimately restrained himself. "It's nothing. Master merely recalled a delightful memory and couldn't help but smile," he said, calming himself before slowly continuing. Yet, Hong Qiao Qiao had no intention of letting Yang Fan off the hook so easily. She pressed on with her inquiries. What joyful memory did Master recall? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for him to share. Instantly, Yang Fan's expression darkened further, and he exhaled sharply through his nose. Were it not for the need to maintain his composure in front of Lu Qianqian, he might have lifted Hong Qiao Qiao and playfully admonished her. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan suppressed his irritation and said, "Ahem, why does a child need to know so much? Go play elsewhere." He shot a few warning glances at Hong Qiao Qiao. Upon meeting Yang Fan's fierce gaze, a wave of fear washed over her. Realizing he was genuinely upset, she promptly sealed her lips, terrified of provoking him further. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, observing this scene, stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into giggles. Such moments were rare, especially for someone of her aristocratic background. The atmosphere lightened considerably, no longer weighed down by tension. "Young master, your angry expression is quite adorable," Lu Qianqian blurted out, only to immediately cover her mouth in shock. She was utterly bewildered by her own words, her face flushing a deep crimson as she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Yang Fan's eyes. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's remark, Yang Fan was equally taken aback. He had not expected such candidness from a lady of her standing. Yet, he found himself rather pleased by it, enchanted by her charm. "I'm so sorry, young master. I misspoke," Lu Qianqian stammered, her heart racing in a frenzy. "Haha, it's quite all right. I don't mind," Yang Fan responded with hearty laughter, completely shedding the aloof demeanor typical of a cultivator, resembling more of a friendly older brother. This caused Lu Qianqian's heart to race even more vigorously. She found herself at a loss as to how to confront Yang Fan. Her fingers fidgeted incessantly, betraying her palpable anxiety. After all, Yang Fan was quite handsome. And coupled with his identity as a cultivator, how could Lu Qianqian remain unperturbed? Being an ordinary person herself, she was overwhelmed with joy at Yang Fan's earnest expressions. However, just as Lu Qianqian was engulfed in her confusion, Yang Fan inquired, "By the way, Lu Qianqian, do you know the name of the person in the carriage behind us who is unconscious?" His tone was laden with curiosity, and his gaze was fixed intently on Lu Qianqian, leaving her utterly bewildered as to how to respond. If possible, Lu Chanqian wished she could instantly evade Yang Fan. In this manner, her heart would no longer be so tumultuous. However, Lu Chanqian understood that by taking such action, she would undoubtedly offend Yang Fan. At that point, should any unfortunate events transpire, she would be utterly at a loss regarding how to respond. Consequently, Lu Chanqian took a deep breath, striving to calm her inner turmoil. After a brief moment, she spoke up, saying, "My lord, the injured and unconscious individual is named Lu Feng. Beyond that, he has not divulged any specifics. All I know is his name." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, barely daring to respond loudly to Yang Fan. This was her first encounter with such a situation, and the anxiety within her was indescribable. If it were possible, Lu Chanqian would have preferred to dig a hole and bury herself within it. In this manner, one need not feel excessively shy. Upon hearing Lu Chanqian's words, Yang Fan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. The corners of his mouth curled upward, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. He silently mused, "Lu Feng, I wonder how you will escape my grasp this time. I shall surely ensnare you. By the way, my lord, why do you inquire about this?" Lu Chanqian suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with confusion. "Oh, it is nothing, merely a question," Yang Fan replied, and without elaborating further, he reclined, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, exuding an air of tranquility. In truth, Yang Fan had already begun to devise a plan to recruit Lu Feng as a subordinate. Such an alliance would provide him with greater support in the future, ensuring he would not face perilous situations alone. I recall that Lu Feng appears to be a twin. I must find an opportunity to test this. Yang Fan contemplated inwardly. Afterward, he allowed himself to drift into a deep slumber, akin to a horse in its cart. Observing this, Lu Chanqian was left speechless. She had witnessed audacity before, but never such unabashed shamelessness. It rendered her at a loss for words to describe Yang Fan's behavior. After a while, Hong Xiao, feeling bored, curiously turned her gaze towards Lu Chanqian and inquired, "Sister, do you like my master?" Her voice was imbued with childish innocence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chanqian was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Hong Xiao. "Do you think of me as a sow, falling for every man I encounter?" "Young child, how could you think so?" Lu Chanqian glowered at Hong Xiao, her tone laced with discontent, yearning to pinch the child's cheeks to silence her. If Yang Fan were to overhear, Lu Chanqian would be at a loss for how to confront him. Ultimately, Lu Chanqian was a rather conservative woman, unable to process such frank declarations. Her heart raced with agitation. "My grandfather says that when a woman likes a man, her face flushes red. Just now, when you spoke to my master, that was precisely what happened." Hong Xiao responded, her fingers gesturing animatedly, as if recounting an undeniable truth. In an instant, Lu Chanqian felt as though her worldview had shattered. She internally cried out, "Can anyone explain to me what has transpired? Why does a flushed face signify affection?" After a while, Lu Chanqian alleviated her melancholic mood and slowly spoke, "Your grandfather's words are nothing but deceit, little one. Do not place your faith in him." Her eyes radiated a resolute determination. "Ridiculous. I could never harbor feelings for Yang Fan, unless the heavens suddenly showered down rain." Before Hong Xiao could respond, inexplicably, droplets began to fall from the sky, cascading onto the earth below. This unforeseen occurrence left Lu Chanqian at a loss for words. "Huh? Why on earth is it raining?" Hong Xiao murmured to herself, her tone laced with confusion. At that moment, Lu Chanqian felt an overwhelming urge to curse. She pondered how her thoughts could manifest into reality, driving her to the brink of despair, given the intensity of the rain. Even though she struggled to accept this bizarre turn of events, she gradually reconciled with it. Ultimately, she decided to wait for the rain to cease before continuing her journey. Finding shelter beneath a tree, she settled down to rest, patiently awaiting the storm's conclusion. Meanwhile, upon noticing the halted carriage, Yang Fan curiously inquired of Lu Chanqian, "Why have we stopped?" His eyes brimmed with confusion, utterly perplexed by the sudden cessation of their progress. In response, Lu Chanqian replied with a hint of resignation, "It's raining. We shall resume our journey once it stops." At that moment, she felt disinclined to engage in further conversation with Yang Fan, fearing that she might genuinely develop feelings for him. The thought of such affection, paired with the possibility of rejection, was a burden she could scarcely bear. "Oh, I see. In that case, it's fine," Yang Fan remarked, dismissing the matter as he rose and made his way toward Lu Feng's carriage, eager to ascertain whether Lu Feng had regained consciousness. After all, Yang Fan was keen on enlisting him as a subordinate, with such a formidable ally by his side. How could he not be tempted? Watching Yang Fan's striking silhouette depart, Lu Chanqian felt her heart race uncontrollably. akin to the fluttering of butterflies at the sight of a beloved. Yet, the disparity in their statuses compelled her to conceal her sentiments, leaving her to wonder what unforeseen events might unfold next. A little over 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived beside Lu Feng's carriage and lifted the curtain to gaze inside. He discovered Lu Feng still lost in slumber and chose not to disturb him. Instead, he opted to step away from the carriage and began to rest quietly nearby, contemplating the destination he was soon to pursue. It is worth noting that Yang Fan's decision to refrain from returning directly to the Liang sword sect was entirely motivated by his desire to seize all the opportunities that Long Outyin was about to acquire. Thus, he was not in a rush to return. Otherwise, why would Yang Fan idly wander about without purpose? His mind wandered back to the tome the Supreme exalted, reflecting on the opportunities Long Outyin was destined to grasp, which gradually clarified his thoughts. After some time, inspiration struck him, and a sly smile crept across his face. Ah, Long Outyin, how could I not take advantage of this? After all, the paths we tread are not the same, Yang Fan mused to himself with a grin, having meticulously planned his next moves. Just then, a commotion arose from within Lu Feng's carriage. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Feng had awakened. He adjusted his attire and made his way toward the carriage, having already prepared his words to recruit Lu Feng as one of his followers. Soon, Yang Fan arrived at the carriage. Before he could even draw back the curtain, Lu Feng had already done so, and their eyes met. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, so palpable that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Who are you? Lu Feng asked darkly, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan, filled with dissatisfaction and a hint of menace. He was entirely unconvinced that the figure before him was a benevolent person. In Lu Feng's mind, Yang Fan was either a sworn enemy or a bandit come to rob him, especially given Yang Fan's strikingly handsome visage. Lu Feng found himself inexplicably irked. In response, Yang Fan paid little heed to Lu Feng's words and calmly spoke. You are Lu Feng, are you not? Come with me and be my subordinate. I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. His eyes shone with determination, and a faint smile graced his lips, as if he viewed the recruitment of Lu Feng as an inevitable success, devoid of any possibility of failure. Upon hearing Yang Fan's proposition, Lu Feng nearly burst into laughter. His eyes filled with contempt for Yang Fan. Although he could discern that Yang Fan possessed the aura of a cultivator, Lu Feng was renowned as a genius from the Lu family and would never submit to anyone. Thus, he scoffed. Oh, how amusing. You wish to take me as your little brother? What gives you such confidence? Do you believe I could not sweat you to the ground with a single palm, forcing you to kneel and call me father? Instantly, Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly, and a dark line crossed his forehead. Truth be told, faced with such derision, he was tempted to demonstrate his strength to Lu Feng. However, he ultimately refrained, choosing to endure the taunts instead. Taking a deep breath, he managed to force a smile and said, You will agree in due time. Focus on your recovery for now. Acknowledging that one cannot force matters, Yang Fan resolved to employ a long-term strategy. Without lingering, Yang Fan turned and departed, leaving Lu Feng with only his retreating silhouette. Watching Yang Fan's back, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had encountered him before, yet he could not recall when or where. Naturally, Lu Feng dismissed Yang Fan's words, viewing him merely as a buffoon, easily extinguishable with a mere finger. This exemplified Lu Feng's profound arrogance. Upon returning to Lu Chanqian's carriage, Yang Fan simply reclined, entirely disregarding Lu Chanqian, as though she were non-existent within the confines of the carriage. This left Lu Chanqian utterly speechless, contemplating whom she had inadvertently offended. She was astonished that such shameless individuals would dare to chastise her. This caused a profound discomfort within her. After a brief moment, she could no longer bear it. With a deep sigh, she addressed Yang Fan, saying, Could you possibly be more mindful of your image? Can't you see there is an outsider beside you? Lu Chanqian had not intended to utter such words, yet Yang Fan's behavior was simply intolerable, pushing her to express her grievances. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to such a confrontation. Apologies, it's a habit, haha, Yang Fan replied, feeling somewhat guilty about his excesses, and he slightly restrained himself, though his demeanor remained largely unchanged, still exuding an air of nonchalance. This left Lu Chanqian at a loss for words. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a light punch to Yang Fan. Unable to endure any longer, she exited the carriage, seeking to admire the scenery outside and alleviate her pent-up frustration, for she felt exceedingly constrained. Meanwhile, Hong Chao Chao, roused by the commotion between Yang Fan and Lu Chanqian, yawned and joined Lu Chanqian outside, leaving Yang Fan alone in the carriage. Once outside, Hong Chao inhaled deeply, reveling in the beauty of the world around her. Her spirits lifting considerably. She then made her way to Lu Chanshan's side, for in this caravan, apart from Lu Chanshan, the only other occupants were men. Thus, if Hong Chao did not engage Lu Chanshan in conversation, whom else could she turn to? Moments later, she reached Lu Chanshan and inquired sweetly, "Big sister, what are you thinking about?" Her eyes sparkled playfully, radiating charm. "Nothing much," Lu Chanshan replied flatly, her tone laced with displeasure. Her mood had initially been quite cheerful, but Yang Fan's antics had soured her spirits. That she had refrained from resorting to violence was already commendable. Observing this, Hong Chao felt perplexed and wished for Lu Chanshan to share her thoughts. However, recognizing Lu Chanshan's discomfort, she opted not to press further and chose to sit quietly beside her, refraining from overthinking the situation. At that moment, 3 bandits descending from the mountain caught sight of Lu Chanshan's beauty and were instantly captivated, their mouths watering at the sight. "Brother, this woman is extraordinarily beautiful." The second brother swallowed hard, and his desires were instantly ignited by the sight of Lu Chanshan before him. If they could, the bandits would have charged forward immediately to seize her and take her home, reveling in their conquest. The eldest brother shared the same sentiments, albeit with a touch of caution. He feared that she might be a formidable cultivator. Encountering a challenge could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he took a moment to compose himself and spoke with urgency. "Third brother, you are a foundation-building expert. Investigate and see if there are any powerful practitioners among us." His tone was filled with an anxious fervor, his heart ablaze with anticipation. Upon hearing the eldest brother's words, the third brother wasted no time and began his investigation. Truth be told, he too felt a twinge of desire towards Lu Chanshan, which spurred his decisive actions. He diligently searched for several minutes and discovered that, aside from himself, only 2 others were present, the injured Lu Feng and, of course, the remarkably handsome Yang Fan, who was currently asleep, perhaps overwhelmed by desire. Without a moment's hesitation, the third brother declared, "There are no cultivators here, only ordinary people." "Eldest brother, let us proceed." "Excellent." The eldest brother, no longer able to contain his eagerness, rushed forward with the second and third brothers, moving swiftly, fearful that Lu Chanshan might depart before they arrived. After about 10 minutes, the trio of bandits reached the side of the carriage, their eyes gleaming with lustful intent as they gazed at Lu Chanshan. Lu Chanshan and Hong Chao sensed they were being watched and turned to look. However, the moment they turned, Lu Chanshan was startled and instinctively took a few steps back, her eyes wide with fear, utterly unsure of how to respond. The coachmen on the carriage were mere mortals, completely incapable of standing against the bandits. Lu Chanshan found herself at a loss, unsure of how to confront the unfolding situation. "Fair maiden, I am coming." The leader revealed a lecherous glint in his eyes as he approached Lu Chanshan step by step. An unknown part of his body had risen, displaying an eagerness that was palpable. The coachmen, overwhelmed by fear, fled in haste, prioritizing their survival above all else. In their hearts, the only thought was that preserving their lives was the utmost reality, and they dared not entertain any further considerations. Before long, only Lu Chanshan and Hong Chao remained on the scene, not out of choice, but because they were tightly encircled by the 3 bandits before them. There was no avenue for escape, and their initial panic gradually transformed into sheer terror. "Sister, what shall we do now?" Hong Chao trembled as she clutched Lu Chanshan's delicate hand, hiding behind her, utterly unable to confront the bandits directly. As the saying goes, fear is contagious. At this moment, Lu Chanshan became increasingly terrified, her lips rendered mute, and despair clouded her mind. She found herself utterly at a loss regarding how to confront the 3 bandits. Soon, the trio approached within mere steps of Lu Chanshan and Hong Chao, halting abruptly. Their faces were suffused with a lustful desire as they gazed upon the 2 beauties. "Why are you both so frightened? We are, after all, good people and would never harm you," the leader leered, his tone imbued with a manipulative intent. The mere mention of it stirred an overwhelming urge within Lu Chanshan to weep openly. Her eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to cascade down at any moment. "You are lying. It is evident you are no good," Hong Chao exclaimed boldly, her teeth gritting in a display of intense fury. She harbored a profound disdain for such malevolent individuals, which fueled her desire to enhance her own strength. Her ultimate goal was to eradicate the world's evildoers. "Young lady, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. I declare myself a good person. What of it?" The bandit leader, losing his patience, growled in a low tone, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Were it not for the need to ensure compliance from Hong Xiao and Lu Chanqian, he would have long since resorted to forceful abduction. "Ha! You, a good person? I wouldn't believe you if you paid me. Do you dare to summon my master? I shall have him teach you a lesson." Hong Xiao shouted defiantly, disregarding any caution. She was somewhat aware of Yang Fan's formidable prowess, prompting her to confront the bandits head-on without hesitation. Meanwhile, the slumbering Yang Fan and the resting Lu Feng were stirred from their repose by her outcry, their brows furrowing in concern over the unfolding situation. They quickly emerged from their respective carriages, only to be met with a scene that soured their moods significantly. Lu Feng, in particular, was seething with rage, his eyes ablaze. After all, Lu Chanqian had rescued him from the roadside, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, eager to repay such a significant debt. Finally, the moment to express his gratitude had arrived. With that thought, Lu Feng prepared to take action against the bandits. However, he was a moment too late. Yang Fan was quicker, delivering a colossal strike with his palm that obliterated the bandit leader into a grotesque pulp. Witnessing such brutality, Hong Xiao and Lu Chanqian instinctively shut their eyes in fear. Lu Chanqian was engulfed in shock, utterly astonished by Yang Fan's astonishing strength. How could she have anticipated such power? Who dared to threaten my disciple? She pondered in disbelief. After retracting his enormous hand, Yang Fan strolled towards Lu Chanqian and Hong Xiao, yawning, his gaze entirely dismissive of the two bandits. He appeared to regard them with utter indifference, exuding a casual demeanor. "Woo-woo, master, you have arrived. If you had been even a moment late, you would not have known what to do." Upon witnessing this, Hong Xiao rushed to Yang Fan's side, her voice quivering with tears, weeping as if she had endured unbearable torment. Yang Fan, at a loss for words, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, recognizing that Hong Xiao was embellishing the situation. With a subdued sigh, he gently reassured her, "It's all right, Xiao, do not fear. Your master is here." He then turned to Lu Chanqian, his expression imbued with warmth, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you unharmed?" His face bore a faint smile, radiating a sense of safety. Upon hearing his words, Lu Chanqian froze, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks, striking at the core of her fragile heart. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for further words. Why do women cry so easily? Are they truly made of water? He lamented inwardly, feeling utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, the two bandits, sensing Yang Fan's lack of immediate reaction, contemplated a stealthy retreat. The recent events had thoroughly terrified them, making it clear that they were no match for Yang Fan. If they did not leave now, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, the bandits had greatly underestimated Yang Fan's prowess. The instant they attempted to move, Yang Fan swiftly captured them. A mere glance from him transforming the two bandits into nothing more than a mist of blood. Their demise was horrific and the scene was grotesquely bloody. Lu Feng, witnessing this, was consumed by rage, nearly stomping his feet in frustration. If it were possible, he would have relished the opportunity to vent his anger by striking Yang Fan. Yet, having witnessed Yang Fan's formidable skills, he understood he was no match for him and chose to endure his fury instead. Exhausted, he trudged towards the cart. Step by step, this particular action was precisely captured by Yang Fan. However, he chose not to elaborate further, a hint of a wicked smile gracing his lips. Internally, he mused, "Hee, Lu Feng, can you still escape from my grasp now?" Without lingering on his thoughts, Yang Fan proceeded to console Hong Xiao. "All right, Xiao. The villain has been vanquished. You need not fear any longer." Upon saying this, Yang Fan affectionately ruffled Hong Xiao's hair, his tone imbued with tenderness. "Yes, indeed. I witnessed it. Those who bullied Xiao have been dealt with by you, master. Thank you." With that, Hong Xiao declared, "I shall take my leave now." "You comfort the elder sister." No sooner had she spoken than she turned and departed, choosing not to interrupt Yang Fan further in his pursuits. In truth, Hong Xiao was still quite frightened. Yet, she understood that Lu Chanqian seemed to be even more terrified. After all, Hong Xiao had always had protectors throughout her life and had become accustomed to such scenes, finding them no longer remarkable. Conversely, Lu Chanqian was confronting such a situation for the very first time, inevitably leaving her with a psychological shadow. At this moment, Lu Chanqian is in dire need of solace from others. This is precisely why Hong Xiao chose not to intrude. Otherwise, she would not have departed so swiftly, surely. She would have lingered longer. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Fan felt a sense of relief. My disciple is quite perceptive. Not disturbing my pursuit of romance or offering solace to others, he mused inwardly. Soon, however, Yang Fan dismissed further thoughts and gathered his composure. Turning his gaze towards Lu Qianqian, he inquired, "Are you all right? Are you unharmed?" His eyes brimmed with affection, reminiscent of a strong and noble man. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yang Fan in disbelief. Her heart seemed to be profoundly stirred, pounding vigorously in response. Tears that had flowed previously ceased their descent. The echoes of Yang Fan's words lingered in her mind, leaving her emotions in tumult. What is the matter? Why has she fallen silent? Yang Fan felt a twinge of frustration, unable to comprehend the transformation of Lu Qianqian's feelings at this moment. If only he could delve into her heart and unravel the confusion that plagued him. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Lu Qianqian managed to force a smile after a brief pause. Yet, the smile that graced her face was tinged with sorrow. Presently, she harbored an inexplicable sentiment towards Yang Fan, an unspeakable feeling that weighed heavily upon her. This sensation filled Lu Qianqian with an extraordinary wonder, instantly conjuring memories of days gone by. In the past, she had lived a life devoid of concern from others, languishing in despair as her family treated her merely as a tool for their own purposes. Now, the presence of a man who cared for her so deeply rendered her momentarily speechless. She marveled at the exquisite beauty of being cherished. With a heart full of emotion, Lu Qianqian wiped away the tears from her face and, revealing a shy smile, asked, "Could you accompany me for a chat?" Her tone brimmed with longing, laced with the fear of rejection from Yang Fan. Upon hearing her request, Yang Fan did not hesitate and readily replied, "Of course. I adore conversing with beautiful women." His expression bore a mischievous charm. Yet, rather than feeling repulsed, Lu Qianqian found herself amused by his demeanor. Regaining her composure, she led Yang Fan to a shaded area beneath a tree, eager to discuss life's intricacies. This was her first experience of such profound emotion, a remarkable feeling she had never encountered before. Soon, they settled under the tree, but Lu Qianqian's face bore a shadow of sorrow rather than a smile. "What would you like to talk about?" Yang Fan asked with a gentle smile, showing no signs of hesitation, for he was eager to assist Lu Feng soon after. "Thank you for saving me earlier. I truly didn't know what I would have done without you." Lu Qianqian exhaled deeply, her smile brightening her mood considerably. A flicker of guilt crossed her mind for having underestimated Yang Fan's capabilities. She had treated him poorly, yet he had stepped forward to help her, which touched her profoundly. "It's nothing. It's only right that I lend a hand since you're guiding me to my destination." Yang Fan waved dismissively, appearing nonchalant and untroubled by the matter. In all honesty, even if Lu Qianqian hadn't taken him along, he would have intervened if such a situation arose again. He could not bear to stand idly by in the face of wrongdoing. Lu Qianqian pondered further, asking, "If your disciple were not present, would you still have come to my rescue?" Upon uttering this, she felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over her, akin to traversing a treacherous path. Her face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Yang Fan's gaze. "Of course, you are a stunning beauty. Why would I not come to your aid?" Upon the utterance of these words, Lu Qianqian's heart began to race violently, as if she had encountered something profoundly stimulating, relentlessly provoking her heart and rendering her exceedingly anxious. This left Lu Qianqian momentarily at a loss as to how to respond to Yang Fan. A peculiar sensation surged within her once more. "By the way, why do you ask this question? Is there something on your mind?" Soon after, Yang Fan grew increasingly uneasy and directly inquired aloud, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of bewilderment. If possible, he hoped Lu Qianqian might offer some clarification. At this moment, Lu Qianqian found herself utterly at a loss for how to respond to Yang Fan. Her heart raced incessantly, and she felt an overwhelming urge to flee, to avoid confronting the question at hand. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Qianqian found herself unable to take that step. She remained seated, feeling quite desolate. After a while, as her emotions settled somewhat, she mustered the courage to reply, "In nothing, I simply had a sudden urge to ask this question." Without pausing, she continued, "I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot stay with you any longer. I must take my leave." Before Yang Fan could fully comprehend her words, Lu Qianqian swiftly took off, her steps light yet frantic, almost stumbling as she hurried away in a state of sheer panic. In this scene, Yang Fan found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why Lu Qianqian would exhibit such behavior. A multitude of questions swirled in Yang Fan's mind. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to and chose not to dwell on the situation. Thus, he gathered his thoughts and proceeded towards Lu Feng's carriage, a radiant smile gracing his face. Moments later, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of Lu Feng's carriage. Clearing his throat twice, he knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Lu Feng drew back the curtain, only to discover that it was Yang Fan seeking him out. Instantly, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by an ominous and terrifying aura, as his robust hands began to tremble in fury. "Let us have a chat," Yang Fan said, exuding an air of satisfaction, as if he were boasting to Lu Feng. "How dare you, you little scoundrel! If it weren't for my injuries, I would have knocked your teeth out." Lu Feng spat, his eyes ablaze with anger, his expression contorting with rage. He longed to pummel Yang Fan for usurping his accomplishments. Just moments ago, Lu Feng had no debts to Lu Chanqian, but now that Yang Fan had disrupted this state of affairs, his mood could hardly improve. It was only aggravated. Faced with Lu Feng's tirade, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could not comprehend why Lu Feng was so enraged, which in turn soured Yang Fan's own mood. Initially, he had intended to engage Lu Feng in a meaningful conversation, but now, having been inexplicably berated, Yang Fan found it impossible to remain in good spirits. Consequently, his expression darkened, and he slowly replied, "Lu Feng, do not be ungrateful. I extended my hand in goodwill. Besides, you were slow to act. It's not my fault. If you choose to insult me, do not blame me for being unforgiving." His tone was laced with discontent. Had it not been for certain considerations, Yang Fan would have long since delivered a resounding slap to Lu Feng's face. How could he allow Lu Feng to insult him so? In truth, Lu Feng's vitriol was merely a projection of his own frustrations. Anyone who had witnessed the slaughter of their family, leaving them utterly alone, would undoubtedly be in a foul mood. At this moment, Lu Feng became acutely aware of his missteps. He exhaled deeply, attempting to alleviate his troubled spirit, striving to temper his anger gradually and avoid any impulsive actions. After a while, once he had regained his composure, he spoke softly, "I apologize. My tone earlier was somewhat excessive. I hope you can forgive me." As the rare prodigy of the Lu family, enduring such significant setbacks and gradually finding solace is undoubtedly no small feat. Upon hearing Lu Feng's apology, Yang Fan felt his mood begin to improve, yet a lingering discomfort remained. After all, who can emerge unscathed after being scolded? "Now, please tell me, what brings you to seek me?" Lu Feng inquired directly. Despite having offered his apologies, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had done nothing wrong. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since disregarded Lu Feng. However, Yang Fan was well aware of the novel supreme being, which motivated his relentless pursuit. Consequently, Yang Fan chose not to linger on pleasantries and stated plainly, "As you witnessed my strength earlier today, how do you wish to proceed?" With that, Yang Fan fixed his gaze intently on Lu Feng. Should Lu Feng refuse once more, Yang Fan would not hesitate to extinguish the budding talent, ensuring that no additional adversaries would complicate his own path. At this moment, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Fan still harbored the intention of recruiting him as a subordinate, which stirred a disquieting emotion within Lu Feng. However, considering Yang Fan's formidable prowess, he refrained from succumbing to his turmoil, instead opting to endure the discomfort. His gaze, restless and turbulent, fixated on Yang Fan, his lips uncertain of what to articulate. "I understand that this matter is exceedingly challenging for you. I shall grant you the time to contemplate. Whenever you have reached a resolution, feel free to seek me out," Yang Fan proclaimed before preparing to turn away, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Lu Feng. After all, Yang Fan had already conveyed all he needed to say. The course of Lu Feng's subsequent choices rested solely in his own hands. Yet, just as Yang Fan was about to depart, a sudden utterance from Lu Feng halted his steps. "Wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan turned back to regard Lu Feng and inquired, "What is it? Do you have more to say? I can acquiesce to your request, however. You must assist me in a particular task. Once you fulfill this obligation, I shall wholeheartedly agree to your proposition without any reservations." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng spoke slowly, as though he had made a momentous decision, his eyes revealing a newfound resolve. "Oh, what is this task? Pray tell," Yang Fan responded, his expression one of curiosity, while internally, he was brimming with delight. Ultimately, Lu Feng could no longer resist, and had ensnared himself in his own trap. In this moment, Yang Fan found himself consumed by a long-held anticipation. "Help me annihilate the entire Wu family, leaving not a single survivor, and I shall pledge my allegiance to you as your subordinate." Upon uttering these words, Lu Feng's face was suffused with a fierce indignation. The haunting memory of his Lu family being mercilessly exterminated by the Wu family echoed relentlessly in his mind. His fists trembled slightly in response. Had it not been for his insufficient strength, Lu Feng would have undoubtedly stormed the Wu residence with fervor, seeking vengeance without hesitation. He would not have remained here nursing his wounds. Furthermore, ever since he witnessed Yang Fan's formidable prowess, this urge had burgeoned within him. Were it not for unforeseen circumstances, Lu Feng would not have treated Yang Fan so harshly in the past. At this moment, Yang Fan finally comprehended the source of Lu Feng's earlier fury. Thus, he slowly articulated, "Very well, I shall accompany you tomorrow. For now, focus on your recovery." With that, Yang Fan refrained from further disturbing Lu Feng's rest and took his leave, leaving Lu Feng alone to recuperate within the carriage. After a brief interval, Lu Feng regained his composure, a surge of exhilaration flooding his heart. The thought of the impending demise of the Wu family ignited a fervor within him, causing his expression to contort with intensity. "Father, mother, I shall soon avenge you," Lu Feng exclaimed, his tone brimming with elation. In this moment, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Feng had been anticipating this moment for far too long, igniting a fervent hope within him. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, stepping away from the carriage, sighed deeply, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the sky. "Alas, it seems I must offer some guidance to my younger brother. He must not allow hatred to cloud his vision." After a moment of reflection, Yang Fan dismissed further thoughts and reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a talisman-like object. Without a second thought, he tore it asunder. Yang Fan, having learned of the Wu family during his past life while perusing the legends of the Supreme Venerable, understood that the ancestor of the Wu family was no match for him. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, assistance was sought. "I may not be able to defeat you, but I am not without powerful allies. What have I to fear?" Upon tearing the talisman, Yang Fan strode away, heading towards the carriage, intending to engage in a profound conversation about life with Lu Chanxian. He thought little of the other matters at hand, for in his heart, they were inconsequential trifles unworthy of his concern. Simultaneously, within the Li Wang sword sect, the Grand Elder felt a sudden jolt of alarm, instantly rousing his senses. Without hesitation, he commenced his investigation. However, upon delving deeper, he was taken aback, nearly losing his balance and falling over. Steadying his mind, the Grand Elder exhaled deeply. Upon further inspection, he confirmed that the protective talisman had indeed shattered. Without further ado, he dashed out of the Grand Hall towards the Master S Pavilion. In a matter of moments, the Grand Elder arrived at the Master S Pavilion, disregarding all formalities as he burst inside. The Master of the Li Wang sword sect observed the Grand Elder's flustered demeanor and furrowed his brow in displeasure. "Grand Elder, you have long been a stalwart of the Li Wang sword sect. Why such panic?" His tone bore a hint of irritation at the Grand Elder's recklessness. "Master, we have encountered a crisis. Our holy son is in trouble," the Grand Elder exclaimed in a flurry, at a loss for words. Hearing this, the Master was momentarily taken aback, his forehead lined with concern. "What has transpired? Speak to me." It is imperative to acknowledge that the Holy Son is the heir to the next generation of the Radiant Sun Sword sect, and thus, he must not suffer any harm. The sect leader, incensed by the gravity of the situation, filled the surrounding atmosphere with an unsettling tension. Observing this, the Grand Elder dared not to delay further and recounted the events he had recently encountered in full detail to the sect leader, leaving no aspect unmentioned. This matter was of utmost significance. Any slight misstep could result in repercussions that the Radiant Sun Sword sect could scarcely endure, leading to its inevitable demise. This underscores the profound importance of the Holy Sun to the sect's future. After narrating for nearly 10 minutes, the Grand Elder found himself unable to meet the sect leader's gaze, fearing that he might become the target of the sect leader's ire. At this moment, the Lord was consumed with an overwhelming fury, his very breath transforming into a tempest akin to a volcanic eruption. "Damn it! I had advised that Xiao Fan bring along more subordinates. Now, look what has transpired. This is utterly infuriating." Great Elder hastened to dispatch the shadow guards, instructing them to reach Xiao Fan without delay. "We must ensure that no harm befalls him. Should a single hair on his head be injured, I will hold you accountable." Aware that the situation had already unfolded beyond his control, the Lord issued his command without hesitation, fearing that any delay could result in unforeseen calamities befalling Yang Fan. "Understood." The Great Elder responded promptly, bidding farewell to the Lord before swiftly exiting the Lord's hall to commence his directives without a moment's hesitation. After the Great Elder departed, the Lord rose, casting a profound gaze towards the heavens. He murmured, "Xiao Fan, you must not encounter any misfortune. If anything were to befall you, I would be at a loss as to how to explain it to your grandfather." In mere moments, the Lord unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, shaking the entire Li Yang sword sect to its core, leaving no soul within the sect undisturbed. Soon after, the Great Elder had made the necessary arrangements. And the entirety of the Shadow Guards swiftly departed the Liang Sword sect, racing towards Yang Fan's location without the slightest hint of delay. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Yang Fan was engrossed in a game of guessing words with Hong Xiao Qiao, reveling in the delight of the game. Wah! Master, you are cheating. I've lost 100 times in a row. Wah! Hong Xiao Qiao exclaimed, her spirit brimming with indignation. Haha, my dear disciple. So what if you've lost 100 times? Just think of it as washing my clothes for 100 days. No worries, I have faith in you. You will surely win. Yang Fan laughed heartily, a radiant smile gracing his face, as if he had savored the sweetest honey. At this moment, Hong Xiao Qiao grew increasingly displeased. The thought of having to wash clothes for 100 days was simply unbearable for her. Consequently, she rose to her feet, snorted defiantly, and declared, "Humph, I shall ignore you, master. I am off to play with my big sister." Before Yang Fan could react, Hong Xiao Qiao's figure had already vanished without a trace. Watching her departure, Yang Fan could only shake his head in resignation. However, just as he was about to tidy up, he sensed a familiar aura and immediately began to investigate. Upon this revelation, Yang Fan could not help but smile wryly, pondering inwardly, "Alas, dear father, how extravagant of you to send the Shadow Guards directly. Yet, I must admit, I rather enjoy it." With that thought, he gathered his mind and leisurely exited the carriage, making his way to a secluded spot where he finally halted his steps. The Shadow Guards, emerging from their hidden alcoves, promptly materialized before Yang Fan, collectively bowing in a half-squat, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Holy Sun." "Rise," Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile. The Shadow Guards, relieved that no unforeseen calamity had befallen him, exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. They felt an immediate sense of ease wash over them. Had anything unfortunate occurred to Yang Fan, they would have been at a loss for what to do. After a brief moment, the leader of the Shadow Guards inquired, "Might we ask, Holy Sun, what brings you to summon us?" His tone was imbued with a palpable air of curiosity. Such a grand assembly was indeed a rarity within the Sunlit Sword sect. Indeed, you have witnessed it firsthand. However, it is not for any trivial matter. I desire you to eradicate the Wu family entirely, leave no survivors. Upon uttering these words, Yang Fan felt a pang of regret, an inexplicable discomfort stirring within him. After all, the Wu family held no enmity against him. To act thusly seemed almost inhumane. Instantly, the Shadow Guards felt an urge to express their indignation. They were the pinnacle of the Sunlit Sword sect, entities so formidable that even the sect leader regarded them with trepidation. To mobilize the entire Shadow Guard merely to extinguish the Wu family was simply untenable. "Holy Sun, do you truly mean such a decree?" After a moment's pause, the Shadow Guard's tone grew somewhat irate, their gazes fixed intently upon Yang Fan. "I understand your discontent, however. I too was taken aback by the sect leader's decision to deploy such a grand force. This is not solely my doing," Yang Fan responded, his voice laced with a hint of bitterness. His heart brimmed with a sense of injustice. Yet, the situation had unfolded, and regardless of his reluctance, he had no choice but to come to terms with it. Observing the innocent expression on Yang Fan's face, the mood of the Shadow Guards began to lighten, their previous gloom gradually dissipating. Once they had regained their composure, one of the Shadow Guards spoke up. "Understood, Holy Sun. We shall silence the Wu family. However, we hope you will refrain from jesting about such matters in the future." Just as the Shadow Guards were about to take their leave, Yang Fan called out urgently, "Wait. I have one more thing to discuss." Originally, he had not intended to voice his concerns, but an overwhelming sense of guilt compelled him to speak. "Yes, Holy Sun. What further instructions do you have for us?" The leader of the Shadow Guards turned in confusion, a myriad of bewildered expressions flashing across his mind, laced with a hint of impatience. "Spare the defenseless elderly women of the Wu family. Grant them a chance at life, as long as they harbor no thoughts of revenge." After voicing his heartfelt plea, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, he found himself unable to look away from the unfolding scene. Compelled to act in this manner, the Shadow Guards stood momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Yang Fan, silently questioning, "Is this truly the brutal Holy Sun I once knew?" Nonetheless, the leader of the Shadow Guards did not dwell on it for long and promptly acquiesced, departing without a hint of hesitation to carry out Yang Fan's directive. Watching the retreating figures of the Shadow Guards, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, returning to the carriage to sit quietly, aware that the night ahead would be sleepless. Gradually, the darkness enveloped the continent, shrouding it in its depths. The Shadow Guards appeared at the entrance of the Wu residence, their faces devoid of expression as they surveyed the estate. "Who are you? And why do you come to our Wu family at this hour?" demanded a servant, his voice brimming with indignation. However, the shadow guards paid him no heed. The leader issued a command. "You have heard the Holy Sun's orders. Kill them." No sooner had the words left his lips than the shadow guards unleashed a wave of brutality upon the Wu family, mercilessly slaughtering without restraint. The air was soon filled with anguished cries emanating from within the estate. Upon witnessing the carnage, the head of the Wu family shouted, "Quickly, summon the ancestor." Yet, before he could utter another word, his head was severed by the leader of the shadow guards, who coolly stowed it away. The entire Wu residence was steeped in the stench of blood, deterring nearby residents from approaching, forcing them to observe from a distance. In a matter of moments, only the frail and the elderly remained within the Wu family, along with an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the leader of the shadow guards, her fists clenched tightly, emitting a sound of determination. "What shall we do with this Wu Ji, leader?" the shadow guard inquired, presenting the young woman before him, his face impassive, despite her pallid appearance. The leader felt a flicker of emotion at the sight of such beauty, recalling Yang Fan's words. Thus, he slowly responded, "Leave her to the Holy Sun. Let him decide her fate." Just as the leader finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared above the Wu residence, eyes ablaze with fury as they surveyed the grim scene. "Who dares to slaughter my Wu family?" Miao Sijuan shouted in a fit of rage. If glances could kill, Miao Sijuan would have dispatched the shadow guard leader countless times with mere eyes alone. Upon hearing this, the leader of the shadow guard ceased to concern himself with Wu Ji and soared directly into the air, confronting Miao Sijuan face to face. His expression remained utterly unchanged, exuding an air of complete composure. Gazing at the shadow guard leader before him, Miao Sijuan felt a fleeting moment of recognition, as if he had encountered this individual before. Almost instinctively, he began to probe deeper. However, this inquiry proved overwhelming, causing Miao Sijuan's legs to tremble uncontrollably, prompting him to involuntarily retreat several steps. "It's you. Why did you slaughter the Wu family?" Miao Sijuan stammered, his finger pointing accusingly at the shadow guard leader. "Because you have offended those who should not be trifled with," the leader declared without a hint of hesitation, summoning his spiritual energy to form a colossal sword that he thrust directly at Miao Sijuan. Such an exceedingly swift pace was simply beyond the capacity of Miao Sijuan to evade. In an instant, his body was pierced by a great sword, leaving his eyes vacant and dull. Gradually, he succumbed to the loss of breath. Summoning his last remnants of strength, Miao Sijuan uttered, "What have I done to offend you, Yin Yang?" Before he could finish his words, the leader thrust a sword through his body, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. As he gazed upon the vanishing figure of Miao Sijuan, the leader displayed not a flicker of emotion, merely casting a scornful glance before continuing to eradicate the remaining members of the Wu family, leaving only a handful of disabled survivors and the stunning young woman, Wu Ji. After a short while, the Wu family was declared utterly annihilated. The leader of the shadow guards, accompanied by Wu Ji and several severed heads, soared towards the direction of Yang Fan. Approximately 10 minutes later, the leader arrived at Yang Fan's carriage. He unceremoniously dropped Wu Ji and the heads of the Wu family, delivering a curt message before departing. "All right, son of heaven, I have dealt with the Wu family for you. I shall take my leave now. Remember, unless faced with mortal peril, do not summon the shadow guards." Watching the leader's retreating figure, Yang Fan felt a wave of emotion wash over him, followed by a resigned shake of his head. He was aware of the leader's identity and recognized him as an invincible force. Yet, this realization left Yang Fan puzzled. For such a formidable individual had chosen to serve as a mere leader within the Li Wang sword sect. This contradiction perplexed him. Moreover, in his past life, the book on the Supreme Sovereign he had read abruptly ceased updates, leaving him in the dark about subsequent developments in the narrative. Sighing, he resolved to take things one step at a time, trusting that the leader's mysteries would eventually be unveiled. With that thought, Yang Fan gently covered the exquisite Wu Ji with a blanket and stepped out of the carriage, making his way toward Lu Feng's carriage to deliver the heads of the Wu family for disposal. In a moment, Yang Fan arrived at Lu Feng's carriage and, without hesitation, knocked on the door. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng, still lingering in a state of drowsiness, opened the curtain to investigate. Upon realizing it was Yang Fan seeking him, confusion washed over him, and he was eager to ascertain the purpose of Yang Fan's visit at such a late hour. Thus, Lu Feng gathered his thoughts and inquired directly, "Yang Fan, are you unwell? Why are you bothering me at this hour?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan did not respond to Lu Feng. Instead, he directly cast the severed heads of the entire Wu family before him. His expression shifted to one of solemnity. Gazing at the gruesome sight, Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, his eyes glazing over in disbelief. He repeatedly rubbed his eyes, trying to convince himself that he was not ensnared in a nightmare, but rather confronting an unsettling reality. Trembling, he stammered, "These are the heads of the Wu family." Lu Feng vividly recalled the faces of the Wu clan members, instantly recognizing them, and his heart brimmed with astonishment. "Yes, these are indeed the heads of the Wu family. Take a good look." After saying this, Yang Fan chose to disregard Lu Feng, allowing him to grapple with the grisly scene. For reasons unknown, upon seeing these innocuous heads, Yang Fan felt a flicker of pity stir within him, a profound reluctance to witness such a sight. Consequently, he opted to turn away from the heads and depart, believing that this would gradually alleviate the turmoil in his heart, at least sparing him from overwhelming anguish. After Yang Fan's departure, Lu Feng erupted in maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, young Wu, did you ever imagine this day would come for you?" As he spoke, Lu Feng viciously trampled upon the heads of the Wu family, releasing the pin-up fury within him. Had it not been for the Wu family, his own Lu clan would not have faced such a grim fate, nor would he have been cast into the wilderness. Now that he had finally avenged himself, Lu Feng could not contain his exhilaration. He then began to squeeze the severed heads with fervor. The scene was too grotesque to detail further, but suffice it to say, it was exceedingly vile. Upon returning to the carriage, Yang Fan gazed at Wu Ji before him and sighed inwardly. He found himself at a loss as to how to confront such an exquisitely beautiful yet tragic figure. He knew that when Wu Ji awakened, she would inevitably be burdened with the anguish of her circumstances. This left Yang Fan utterly bewildered as he contemplated how to address these matters. After a while, he found himself devoid of any thoughts and chose to relinquish his worries. Succumbing to slumber, he resolved to deal with everything upon Wu Ji's awakening. Gradually, the air became cooler, and the piercing sunlight roused Wu Ji from her sleep. As she slowly opened her eyes, she began to survey her surroundings, only to be met with a throbbing pain in her head. "Where am I?" Wu Ji cried out in agony. Hearing her voice, Yang Fan stirred from his dreams. Upon noticing Yang Fan's presence, Wu Ji instinctively recoiled several steps, her eyes filled with terror. In response, Yang Fan offered a faint smile, though internally he was in turmoil, fearful that Wu Ji might remember something. "Who are you? Where is this? What is my name?" With these thoughts, Wu Ji's head throbbed painfully as she struggled to recollect the events leading up to this moment, which only deepened her distress. Yang Fan realized that Wu Ji had likely suffered a profound shock resulting in amnesia. However, this revelation brought him a quiet sense of relief. At least this spared Wu Ji the burden of living with her pain. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan smiled gently and said, "You are Wu Ji. I brought you back from the roadside just now. As for what happened before, I am uncertain." His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Wu Ji seemed to believe him, nodding in a dazed manner. Just then, an exuberant figure opened Yang Fan's car door, and upon seeing Wu Ji in tattered clothing beside him, her smile vanished, replaced by a frown as if she sensed a profound loss within her heart. Lu Chanqian, why have you come to find me? Is there something wrong?" Yang Fan inquired, puzzled by Lu Chanqian's distressed expression, eager for her to elucidate. "And nothing. It's just that Lu Feng said he wanted to see you." Lu Chanqian managed to force a smile, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, on the verge of spilling over. She struggled to maintain her composure. "Oh, I see. I will go right away. Please take care of Wu Ji for me. I just brought her back from the roadside." After speaking, Yang Fan did not notice the sorrowful gaze of Lu Chanqian and promptly exited the carriage, making his way towards Lu Feng's vehicle. Knowing that Lu Feng had come to fulfill a promise made to him filled Yang Fan with immense joy. In an instant, his words caused Lu Chanqian's tears to vanish. For reasons unknown, she felt a quiet sense of relief, realizing that perhaps her feelings had been exaggerated. Soon, regaining her composure, Lu Chanqian chose not to dwell on her thoughts and engaged in cheerful conversation with Wu Ji, her face adorned with a captivating smile, utterly transformed from her previous demeanor. Being women, it was entirely natural for Wu Ji to converse amiably with Lu Chanqian. As for the earlier events, Wu Ji chose to disregard them, for recalling them brought about an inexplicable headache. After a while, Yang Fan approached the vicinity of Lu Feng's carriage and, spotting him seated in the shade of a tree, walked over without hesitation. Upon reaching Lu Feng's side, Yang Fan inquired with a smile, "How is your injury healing, little brother?" The moment he heard the term little brother, Lu Feng perked up instantly, his expression shifting to one of displeasure as he glared at Yang Fan. However, as this was a promise Lu Feng had made to Yang Fan, He found himself unable to refuse. After a moment of bitter contemplation, Lu Feng slowly replied, "It has nearly healed. Thank you for your concern." There was no escaping the fact that in his heart, Lu Feng had already accepted his role as Yang Fan's little brother. In that moment, Yang Fan was filled with joy. Initially, he believed that Lu Feng would struggle to accept the situation, but it appeared that he had indeed come to terms with it, much to Yang Fan's exhilaration. Ahem. My dear brother, rest assured, from now on, I shall treat you to the finest delicacies and ensure you want for nothing, Yang Fan declared, patting Lu Feng's shoulder with a display of remarkable generosity. Today was undoubtedly the happiest day for Yang Fan. With Lu Feng's inclusion, he understood that his strength would only continue to grow. In response, Lu Feng could only manage a wry smile, offering no words to Yang Fan. This may well be the most disheartening day for Lu Feng. After alleviating his mood somewhat, Lu Feng inquired, "By the way, Yang Fan, what exactly is your true identity? How did you manage to eradicate the entire Wu family so swiftly?" This question had plagued Lu Feng for an extended period. Previously, he had been unable to find the opportunity to voice it, but now that the moment had arrived, he was eager to unravel this mystery. At this juncture, Lu Feng had fully committed himself to Yang Fan, thus he felt it essential to gain a deeper understanding of certain aspects pertaining to Yang Fan. Only by doing so can one become a worthy subordinate. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly. He did not respond to Lu Feng immediately but chose to remain silent. After a while, Yang Fan casually remarked, "You will understand in due time." Before Lu Feng could react, Yang Fan turned and departed, leaving behind a silhouette. Once Lu Feng regained his senses, he felt speechless, his face darkened with frustration. He had already scolded Yang Fan in his mind countless times. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Lu Feng opted to return to the carriage for a respite, dismissing further thoughts. Upon returning to the carriage, Yang Fan noticed Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian engaged in fervent conversation. He felt an unexpected sense of relief. He had feared Wu Ji would remain troubled indefinitely. It seemed he had overthought the situation. After organizing his thoughts, he entered with a smile and cheerfully inquired, "What delightful topic has captured your attention?" At this, Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji fell silent, turning their gaze toward Yang Fan, their beautiful eyes sparkling enticingly. "Could you make some noise when you walk? You nearly startled me just now," Lu Chanqian remarked with a frown, her mood instantly soured. Wu Ji nodded in agreement. Still shaken by that fleeting moment which had inexplicably filled her with dread, as if haunted by a past shadow, her body trembled, as if facing an adversary. "I will certainly be more mindful next time," Yang Fan said, scratching his head awkwardly. He did not pay much heed to Lu Chanqian's comment, and instead moved to a corner to rest quietly, choosing not to say much. The earlier jovial atmosphere dissipated with Yang Fan's intrusion, leaving Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji at a loss for words. Eventually, Lu Chanqian took a deep breath and said to Wu Ji, "Sister, let us step outside for a while and not linger with this rogue." Yes, I will follow you, sister." With that, Wu Ji followed Lu Chanqian out of the carriage, leaving Yang Fan alone inside. At that moment, Yang Fan felt an urge to vent his frustrations. "When did I become the villain? How dare you tarnish my reputation, Lu Chanqian? Just wait. One day I shall repay you in kind." Though the conversation between Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji was hushed, Yang Fan caught wind of it, which explained his emotional turmoil. As Wu Ji stepped out of the carriage, she inhaled deeply, the haze in her heart gradually lifting. At least her complexion seemed to improve significantly. "Sister Ji, why were you unconscious by the roadside?" At that moment, Lu Chanqian gazed at Wu Ji with a perplexed expression, her mind teeming with an array of questions, yearning for Wu Ji to elucidate the situation. In response, Wu Ji found herself at a loss for words, a surge of pain coursing through her head, her exquisite visage betraying an expression of profound anguish. Observing this, Lu Chanqian swiftly moved to support Wu Ji, her heart brimming with anxiety. What could have transpired? Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. Wu Ji's heart raced with concern, contemplating how a mere inquiry could precipitate such an urgent predicament. Lu Chanqian, unprepared for this sudden turn of events, exclaimed, "Are you all right, dear Ji?" Her voice trembled with trepidation. I cannot fathom why. But whenever I reflect on the past, my head throbs with excruciating pain, as if countless needles were piercing my skull, and I am utterly unable to recall any memories." Wu Ji slowly articulated through her pain, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of cascading down her cheeks. At that moment, Lu Chanqian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She was at a loss as to how to address the situation. Ultimately, with no other options, she called out loudly, "Yang Fan, come out." Ji-mei's head is hurting severely. In her desperation, Lu Qianqian could think of no other solution than to seek Yang Fan's assistance. Upon hearing her call from within the carriage, Yang Fan immediately rose, a hint of worry etched on his face, and rushed out to join Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji. Upon seeing Wu Ji in excruciating pain, Yang Fan wasted no time. He activated his inner energy and directed it into Wu Ji's body. A gentle warmth flowed in, gradually alleviating the distress etched upon her features. After about 10 minutes, the pain in Wu Ji's mind dissipated entirely, and she slowly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Fortunately, Yang Fan was quick-witted and caught her, preventing her from collapsing onto the ground. He then carefully carried Wu Ji back into the carriage and laid her down on the bed, allowing himself a moment of relief. For reasons unknown, a sense of guilt lingered in Yang Fan's heart toward Wu Ji. Perhaps it stemmed from the repercussions of his actions that led to the downfall of her entire family. Sighing deeply, he thought, I hope you never learn of this. Before shaking his head and stepping out of the carriage, leaving Wu Ji to rest inside. How is she, Yang Fan? Is Ji-mei all right? Lu Qianqian inquired anxiously upon his return, her eyes filled with a sorrowful aura, fearing that something dreadful might happen to Wu Ji. She is fine. She has fallen asleep. Yang Fan replied calmly. He continued, and you, why do you keep asking about Wu Ji? Is it not sheer folly to seek distress? I assure you, such occurrences will not happen again. Before Lu Qianqian could react, Yang Fan, shaking his head in resignation, walked toward the shade of the trees. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qianqian pouted in annoyance. I was merely curious, so I asked. How could I have known this would happen? Lu Qianqian pouted and muttered to herself. She had never anticipated such an event. Fortunately, Wu Ji was unharmed. Otherwise, Lu Qianqian would have been at a loss for what to do. Gradually, time trickled by, and the sky darkened. Just then, two figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the underbrush, exuding an aura reminiscent of hell itself. Their gazes were fixed intently upon the carriage, their eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Soon, the two figures approached a nearby tree beside the carriage and halted. Their eyes locked in a greedy stare, akin to that of an insatiable abyss. These two individuals were none other than the infamous Bai Chashin among cultivators. A force to be reckoned with. Are you certain he is within that carriage? Bai Cha inquired darkly, turning to Heixin. I am sure. I witnessed him being rescued from the roadside, Heixin affirmed with a nod, his conviction evident. His hands trembled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly. That brat was severely injured before. He cannot have recovered by now. If we do not strike now, when will we? Bai Cha urged, already envisioning the spoils in his mind. However, just as Bai Cha prepared to make his move, Heixin swiftly blocked his path, preventing him from advancing. An immediate wave of dissatisfaction washed over Bai Cha, his expression tinged with anger. Heixin, what are you doing? Why have you suddenly stopped me? Bai Cha demanded, vexed. Had it been anyone else treating him in such a manner, he would have launched into a furious attack without a moment's hesitation. Why the haste? It is not yet deep into the night. If we are discovered, our reputation will be tarnished, Heixin explained, exhaling deeply in exasperation, silently lamenting Bai Cha's impulsiveness. Upon hearing this, Bai Cha gradually calmed down, realizing he had indeed been a bit hasty. Yet, he still felt a lingering annoyance. Then when shall we strike? I have been coveting this prize for quite some time. I do not wish for complications to arise now. He queried slowly. Heixin smiled slightly, understanding Bai Cha's concerns. After a moment, he replied, rest assured, we shall secure our prize tonight. There is no need for you to be anxious. Let us observe for now, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Upon finishing his words, Heixin ceased to consider Bai Cha's feelings and began to scrutinize the carriage, disregarding Bai Cha entirely. In Heixin's mind, that object held precedence over all else. Despite his considerable displeasure, Bai Cha ultimately endured for the sake of that object. His gaze fixed intently on the carriage, wary of any lapse in vigilance. However, unbeknownst to Heixin and Bai Cha, the moment they made their appearance, they had already caught the attention of Yang Fan. Yet, Yang Fan chose not to act immediately. Instead, he opted to observe quietly. Curious about the motives of these two individuals. What are you staring at, fixated on the carriage door? At that moment, Lu Qianqian noticed Yang Fan's peculiar behavior and promptly inquired, her eyes reflecting a sense of confusion, eagerly hoping for an explanation from him. In this manner, one will find their heart unburdened by confusion. The sudden interruption of sound abruptly disrupted Yang Fan's train of thought. He felt a tinge of annoyance towards Lu Qianqian for choosing this moment to speak up, as if she could not have done so earlier or later. With a sigh, Yang Fan retorted, Is it not permissible for me to daydream? You should hurry off to sleep and stop bothering me. His tone was imbued with displeasure, reminiscent of a woman experiencing her monthly discomfort. Instantly, Lu Qianqian's mood soured. After sincerely inquiring, she found herself unexpectedly provoked by Yang Fan's response, which left her feeling quite upset. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, Lu Qianqian turned her back to him, choosing to ignore him entirely. A simmering irritation began to brew within her. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained silent, his expression serious as he gazed at the enigmatic figure of Bai Chashing. A sly smile gradually crept across his lips as he mused, young man, daring to sneak around in my territory, surely you have never faced the consequences. However, Yang Fan opted not to take immediate action, instead choosing to observe from a distance. Once he discerned the intentions of Bai Chashing, he would no longer be so accommodating. Gradually, the night deepened, shrouding the surroundings in darkness, save for a few flickering lights. It was so dark that even the road became nearly indistinguishable. At this moment, Xian realized that the time for action had finally arrived. Thus, Heixin immediately spoke up, Bai Sha, let us go and claim what rightfully belongs to us. Upon hearing this, Bai Sha eagerly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bai Cha was unaware of how long he had waited, but he was finally ready to act. Without waiting for Xian, Bai Cha sprang into action. Observing Bai Cha's silhouette, Xian could only shake his head in resignation, fully aware of Bai Cha's urgency. Soon, Xian ceased his contemplation and followed in Bai Cha's footsteps, approaching Lu Feng's carriage step by step. Moments later, the duo arrived at Lu Feng's carriage. Without any hesitation, they abruptly lifted the canvas, startling Lu Feng awake. As he blinked at the two familiar figures before him, Lu Feng's brow furrowed in surprise. He never anticipated that they would pursue him all the way to this place. Long time no see, the little demon of the Lu family. Before Lu Feng could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Cha, with a malevolent grin, declared, his face radiating an air of triumph. In his eyes, Lu Feng resembled a mere rabbit, entirely at his mercy whenever he chose to strike. Instantly, Lu Feng's expression darkened further, his fist clenched tightly, filled with a fervent desire to annihilate Bai Cha before him. After all, Lu Feng's downfall could be entirely attributed to Bai Cha Xian. Were it not for their interference, he might have long since embarked on a path of vengeance. Bai Cha Xian. Do you truly believe you can seize that object from me? Lu Feng scoffed after a moment, his confidence bolstered as his injuries had nearly healed. Having recently become a subordinate of Yang Fan, he felt a sense of renewed vigor, albeit tinged with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he was no longer terrified of the looming threat posed by Bai Cha Xian. This shift in Lu Feng's demeanor did not go unnoticed by Xian, who felt a pang of confusion as he pondered. Why is this brat so self-assured? The atmosphere grew palpably tense, silence enveloping the scene, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. At that moment, Bai Cha Xian fixated intently on Lu Feng, their hands subtly gathering strength, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Oh, can't wait any longer. Are you ready to make your move against me? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Feng coldly remarked, his tone laced with disdain, utterly dismissing the presence of Bai Chashing before him. After several days of recuperation, Lu Feng had completely healed from his injuries and felt no fear towards the daunting figure standing in front of him. Instantly, Heixin's demeanor darkened. He had never anticipated that Lu Feng, on the brink of death, would still exhibit such audacity. A snarl escaped Heixin, reminiscent of an enraged bull, as he exclaimed, Brat! Don't be too arrogant. It is you who should be afraid, not I. His eyes glinted with malice, and his fists clenched tightly. Had he not feared provoking a disturbance, Bai Chashing would have already launched an attack against Lu Feng, unwilling to tolerate such insolence. Oh, how bold you are! If you have the capability, why not strike me now instead of uttering so many words? Lu Feng retorted disdainfully. With that, he leaped from the carriage, confronting Bai Chashing directly, a smirk gradually forming on his lips. After enduring considerable hardships in recent days, Lu Feng was eager for an outlet for his frustrations, and with an opportunity before him, he could hardly let it slip away. Fueled by Lu Feng's provocations, Bai Chashing seethed with anger. You are audacious. You have forced our hand. With that, Bai Chashing unleashed his spiritual energy and charged at Lu Feng, transforming his energy into a multitude of razor-sharp swords aimed directly at him. He was determined to impart a severe lesson to Lu Feng. Such vile words were unprecedented in Bai Chashing's experience, illustrating just how infuriated he had become. As the onslaught approached, Lu Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He was acutely aware of Bai Chashing's formidable strength and dared not underestimate him. Thus, he promptly adopted a defensive stance, recognizing that he had yet to fully recover his own power, compounded by the fact that Haitian had not yet attacked. Lu Feng found himself in a position of reactive defense. However, he grossly underestimated Bai Chaxin's prowess. Under the relentless barrage of the sharp swords, any semblance of defense proved futile. In an instant, several swords grazed Lu Feng's body, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes betraying a spirit of defiance. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Bai Chaxin's assault. What on earth? How is Bai Chaxin so powerful? I had no inkling of such strength before. Lu Feng silently lamented, his eyes brimming with concern. He pondered over the course of action he ought to take next. If this situation persisted, it would invariably be Lu Feng who suffered, leaving him utterly defenseless. This left Lu Feng deeply anxious. Moreover, the relentless assault from Bai Cha continued unabated. Before long, Lu Feng might truly find himself unable to endure any longer, facing imminent demise. Initially, Lu Feng harbored confidence in his ability to triumph over Bai Cha. However, at this moment, he was profoundly shaken to his core. Could it be that I am destined to fall here? Lu Feng murmured softly, his face etched with sorrow. He longed to alter the current predicament. Yet, under such circumstances, how could any change be possible for Lu Feng? Hey, why have you fallen silent? Weren't you just quite arrogant? Bai Cha sneered after a brief pause, his tone laced with mockery. Lu Feng's earlier words had incensed Bai Cha to no end. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such a fierce confrontation. He could have easily initiated negotiations with Lu Feng. Upon hearing Bai Cha's taunts, Lu Feng's expression darkened in an instant. Even in the face of death, he would not yield to Bai Cha. After all, within Lu Feng's heart resided an immense pride. If you have the capability, go ahead and kill me. Let us see how you manage to obtain that item. Lu Feng retorted with a cold smile, having already prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Although a sense of reluctance lingered within him. Who could possibly come to his aid in this dire moment? At this moment, Bai Cha was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng. Indeed, the words spoken by Lu Feng had struck a profound chord within him, rendering him unable to unleash his lethal intent. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts on how to obtain that coveted item. Brother, what shall we do now? We cannot harm Lu Feng. Bai Cha communicated telepathically. His mind clouded with frustration. He was filled with a strong desire to eliminate Lu Feng, yet at this juncture, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. After all, that object was simply too alluring. Upon receiving Bai Cha's message, Bai Cha fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to navigate the situation. It was imperative to devise a plan swiftly, lest their actions arouse suspicion. In this manner, the issues at hand could be resolved. After pondering for a while, Haitian exhaled deeply and communicated, let us not dwell on this for now. We must first escort Lu Feng away. Once we reach our destination, we shall devise a plan to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Haitian understood that remaining in the current situation could lead to unimaginable consequences. Thus, his sole focus was on swiftly binding Lu Feng. As for what would transpire thereafter, Haitian was indifferent to the details. Upon hearing this, Bai Cha nodded vigorously. Even if Haitian had not articulated his thoughts, Bai Cha was inclined to act in the same manner. After all, the words spoken by Lu Feng and the treasures he possessed were simply too enticing. Consequently, disregarding myriad concerns, Bai Cha and Haitian advanced step by step towards Lu Feng. Seeing their approach, Lu Feng instantaneously realized their intentions, and a wave of panic surged within him, leaving him at a loss for what to do. He had never anticipated encountering this individual here. However, just as Bai Cha and Haitian drew within mere steps of Lu Feng, preparing to forcibly seize him, a figure suddenly appeared, obstructing their path and causing them to stumble back in surprise. This presence was all too familiar to Bai Cha and Haitian, and an unexpected dread gripped their hearts, their eyes betraying their fear. How did you come to be here? They stammered, their gaze reflecting an abyss of terror. Indeed, the figure before them was none other than the infamous Yang Fan, known far and wide for his notorious reputation. The reason for their palpable fear lay in Yang Fan's formidable prowess and his equally daunting renown. Why should I not be here? Yang Fan retorted, his tone laced with mockery, his gaze sharpening instantaneously. It was worth noting that Lu Feng was a hard-won subordinate of Yang Fan, and now, someone dared to threaten the life of his acolyte. How could Yang Fan possibly endure this? Nevertheless, he still wished to uncover the true intentions of the black and white chasing heart, refraining from acting in haste. At this moment, The hearts of Heibai Chashin were filled with dread. After all, Yang Fan was notorious for his malice, and coupled with his formidable background, he was far beyond the capabilities of their group. The sheer anxiety consumed Heibai Chashin, who felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. The thought of being cornered by Yang Fan left them in a state of panic, as they realized that once ensnared, escape would be impossible. The current state of Heibai Chashin was one of profound fear, terrified that a single misstep could lead to their demise. After a brief interval, Heishin spoke with a quivering voice. Yang, blessed son, I trust you are well. May I inquire as to why you have chosen to obstruct our passage? His gaze was fixed intently on Yang Fan. Fortunately, Heishin had not wronged Yang Fan, which allowed him to maintain a semblance of composure. Otherwise, he might have already fled the scene. How could he possibly linger here? Heibai Chashin was well aware of Yang Fan's reputation, and it was prudent to avoid inciting his wrath. In such circumstances, unforeseen events would be averted. Block your path? You two should refrain from jesting. I am merely safeguarding my junior. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan curled his lips and spoke, his tone laced with disdain. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, allowing Lu Feng to tackle these issues alone. However, Yang Fan soon realized that Lu Feng was incapable of resolving the predicament. This revelation left Yang Fan utterly speechless. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to take the initiative to address these matters. As for everything else, he dared not dwell on it further. At this moment, the heart of Black and White was momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at Yang Fan. Emotionally overwhelmed, it felt as though it had been struck by a tremendous shock. If it were possible, the heart of Black and White would have desired nothing more than to eliminate Yang Fan, severing his path to power. However, the strength and influence of Yang Fan were far beyond what the heart of Black and White could ever hope to rival. This rendered Heibai Chashin utterly unable to act, forced to observe from a distance in silence. Beyond that, there was naught he could do. After a brief moment, Heishin exhaled deeply and inquired, Yang Xingzi, are you jesting? How could this insignificant wretch possibly become your subordinate, and with such meager abilities? A faint smile contorted his face. Only by stabilizing Yang Fan could he address other matters. Otherwise, should any unforeseen event arise, Heibai Chashin dared not contemplate the consequences. Why would I jest with you? And do you truly believe you warrant my humor? It is nothing short of absurd. Please spare me your antics. Yang Fan retorted imperiously, dismissing Heibai Chashin entirely from his thoughts. He believed he could resolve the situation in mere moments. Consequently, Heibai Chashin found himself at a loss for words, his heart laden with despair. Brother, what do we do now? If this continues, it may prove exceedingly difficult for us to obtain what Lu Feng possesses. Baisha communicated telepathically, his mind fraught with anxiety. After all, they had labored tirelessly for so many days, only to find themselves unable to acquire the desired items. Who could possibly accept such a situation? Hei Xian was exceptionally anxious, eager to resolve the matters at hand. However, no matter what schemes Hei Xian concocted, he found himself utterly incapable of driving Yang Fan away. This left the dark-hearted individual feeling profoundly bitter. What could one expect when Yang Fan's background and strength were so formidable? At present, the dichotomy of Black and White could only endure this predicament slowly. Besides, any alternative course of action would indeed be utterly futile. You too. Depart at once and do not provoke my ire. Should you manage to anger me, the consequences will be dire for you. Before the dark-hearted could fully regain composure, Yang Fan took the initiative to speak, his tone laden with dissatisfaction, and his gaze hinted at a murderous intent. At this moment, Heibai Chashin realized that, even if he wished to stay, it was no longer an option. His heart was laden with a bittersweet sensation. What was once within his grasp had now vanished in an instant. This sentiment has reached an apex of disappointment. Ultimately, Heishin understood that Yang Fan would undoubtedly remain resolute in his decision. Consequently, he exhaled deeply and declared, well, young Saint Yang, should fate allow, we shall meet again. I shall take my leave with my brother now. Bai Chashin had initially intended to refuse, for after enduring countless trials over the past days, he found himself on the verge of returning empty-handed. However, Heishin would not grant Bai Chashin the opportunity to decline, swiftly leading him away from the spot, fearing that lingering might invite unforeseen misfortune. As Heishin and Bai Chashin departed, Lu Feng released a profound sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Yang Fan had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Lu Feng could scarcely fathom how he would navigate the ensuing chaos. Observing the retreating figures of Heishin and Bai Chashin, Yang Fan sneered disdainfully. In that fleeting moment, truth be told, Yang Fan had genuinely contemplated taking action. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. Subsequently, Yang Fan dismissed such thoughts and directly approached Lu Feng, inquiring, "Lu Feng, are you unharmed?" Noticing the wounds adorning Lu Feng's body, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, his gaze betraying a hint of regret, exuding an air of helplessness. "No, it's nothing, just a minor injury," Lu Feng stammered, momentarily taken aback before responding, his heart racing with anxiety. Yang Fan's sudden display of concern left Lu Feng utterly unprepared. Nevertheless, Yang Fan was not inclined to heed Lu Feng's reassurances and proceeded to tend to his wounds. After all, should any lingering ailments arise, Yang Fan would surely lament his inaction. It is important to note that Yang Fan had expended considerable effort to ensure Lu Feng became his subordinate. He would not permit Lu Feng to perish without cause. In Lu Feng's heart, a flicker of gratitude stirred. After all, had Yang Fan not intervened, he could hardly bear to contemplate the potential consequences. Yet, just as Lu Feng basked in Yang Fan's warmth, a voice interrupted his reverie. "By the way, Lu Feng, why did Heixin come seeking you?" Yang Fan queried, his tone imbued with a casual indifference, as if he were already aware of some underlying truth regarding Lu Feng. This was unexpected. Upon mentioning it, Lu Feng was taken aback. Uncertain of how to respond to Yang Fan, his mind began to spiral into chaotic thoughts. Even his heart raced violently, as if he had committed some grave misdeed. After a while, Lu Feng came to an understanding. Such matters are utterly unavoidable and must be confronted sooner or later. Moreover, Yang Fan had just saved Lu Feng's life. Thus, Lu Feng endeavored to ease his troubled mind and spoke directly, "It is because of the map I possess. They seek it, which is why they are pursuing me." His eyes were laden with a sense of helplessness, tinged with a flicker of resentment. He desperately wished to resolve the predicament before him. Yet, given Lu Feng's current capabilities, he found himself utterly incapable of rectifying the situation and could only endure. After all, his strength had not yet reached its zenith, and he bore wounds that might render him unable to best even an ordinary mortal. "Map?" Yang Fan queried, gazing at Lu Feng with a puzzled expression, his eyes narrowing into slits. A wave of confusion surged within him, and he hoped Lu Feng would elucidate the matter further. In this manner, one would no longer be engulfed by confusion, enabling the resolution of all matters at hand. Indeed, it is akin to a map, a treasure map brimming with countless riches. This is precisely why the enigmatic black and white temple sought to wrest the map from me. It is also the reason behind the Lu family's tragic downfall at the hands of the Wu clan. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming fury and bloodlust radiated from Lu Feng's eyes, creating a profound psychological dissonance. Who could possibly resolve such a predicament? Beyond the anguish, nothing else seemed feasible. Yet, Yang Fan exhibited an air of indifference. It is worth noting that Yang Fan had perused the Tome of the Supreme Sovereign, possessing an intimate understanding of its contents. His earlier inquiries directed at Lu Feng were merely a means of probing, seeking to ascertain whether Lu Feng would divulge the truth or exhibit candor. At this juncture, Yang Fan found himself thoroughly satisfied with Lu Feng's responses. Gradually regaining his composure, Yang Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. "Ah, so that is the case. Might you show me the treasure map?" His demeanor remained remarkably nonchalant. With a resigned sigh, Lu Feng found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retrieve the treasure map from his storage bag and present it directly to Yang Fan. Although he was reluctant, he could not forget that Yang Fan had saved his life. At that moment, Lu Feng had come to terms with his situation and silently resolved to follow Yang Fan. He dared not dwell on any other matters, for the trials he had endured had left him disheartened. It was not easy to find a leader who could pull him from the depths of despair. Such a significant debt of gratitude could only be repaid step by step. As Yang Fan gazed at the treasure map before him, he wasted no time and began to examine it. However, upon closer inspection, he was startled, his pupils widening in shock and his heart racing intensely. This was a schematic of the internal structure of the ruins. Yang Fan's heart was filled with awe. He nearly leaped in excitement. While others might not grasp the significance of this structural map, Yang Fan knew all too well what treasures lay within, and it filled him with joy. After all, he had read the Tome of the Supreme Being. "Lu Feng, how could you hand this over so freely? Don't you feel even a tinge of regret?" After a moment, Yang Fan carefully tucked the map into his satchel and spoke, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing his elation. "What's there to regret? If I felt that way, would I have so readily handed it over to you?" Lu Feng replied. "But now, we are even. Let us not make it seem like I owe you something." With that, Lu Feng said no more to Yang Fan and, battered and bruised, began to make his way toward the carriage, seeking a much-needed rest. The events that had just unfolded had inflicted severe wounds upon him. Had it not been for his tough constitution, he might have succumbed on the spot. How could he possibly continue on? Gazing at Lu Feng's solitary figure, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh. He understood that Lu Feng had yet to fully accept him, otherwise he would not be in such a state. However, Yang Fan was not particularly troubled by this. There was ample time ahead, and he firmly believed that he would eventually persuade Lu Feng to alter his perceptions and choose to accompany him on their journey. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan wasted no more time and returned directly to the carriage, where he began to meticulously examine the map of the ruins. He vividly recalled from the original text that it was Lu Feng who had presented this map to Long Outyin, subsequently acquiring countless treasures. Yet, the treasures were of secondary importance. What truly captivated Yang Fan's desire was the guardian beast residing within the ruins. This sight captivated Yang Fan, causing a trickle of saliva to escape the corner of his mouth. He yearned to possess it, and his mind began to conjure images of himself riding the divine beast. An exhilarating thought indeed. However, at that very moment, Wu Ji abruptly awoke from her slumber. Upon noticing Yang Fan lost in thought, with drool escaping his lips, she immediately inquired with curiosity, "Yang Fan, what is the matter with you? Has something wonderful occurred?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled as they blinked, filled with a genuine hope that Yang Fan would share his thoughts with her. In that case, one could unravel the mystery on their own, preventing the persistent confusion that currently plagues them. However, the moment this thought was voiced, it startled Yang Fan. The beautiful dream was abruptly shattered by Wu Ji's words, plunging Yang Fan into a state of discontent. His countenance immediately darkened as he glared at Wu Ji. "Why did you suddenly come out to scare me when you're not even sleeping?" Just a moment ago, Yang Fan had been filled with joy and excitement. But Wu Ji's unexpected intrusion left him at a loss for words, igniting a fleeting desire to confront her. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Wu Ji's confusion intensified, struggling to comprehend why Yang Fan would suddenly erupt in anger. It was utterly baffling. Thus, with a tone laden with exasperation, Wu Ji retorted, "I woke up suddenly and saw you like this. Am I not allowed to inquire? Why the hostility? I have done nothing to provoke you." Her voice dripped with a sense of injustice, and her gaze held a hint of reproach. It is worth noting that Wu Ji had just awakened from a nightmare. And now, being misunderstood by Yang Fan, how could her mood possibly improve? The fact that she had not resorted to physical retaliation against Yang Fan was already quite commendable. Realizing that his previous remarks had been somewhat excessive, Yang Fan cast an awkward glance at Wu Ji. He then spoke up, "I understand. You should rest early. It's getting late." Perhaps it was guilt regarding Wu Ji that prompted Yang Fan to express himself in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, he would undoubtedly have reacted with unreserved aggression to assert his strength. "You've kept me from sleeping early. Please tell me what was on your mind just now that brought you such joy." After a moment, Wu Ji directly responded. Despite her dismal mood, she recognized the other party as her savior, and her demeanor softened somewhat, no longer exhibiting the harshness she had moments earlier. This indicated that Wu Ji was indeed an understanding woman. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond. He was reluctant to divulge the recent events to Wu Ji, not wishing to cause her undue concern. Thus, he replied, "This is not your concern. You should head to bed." Before Wu Ji could react, Yang Fan leaped down from the carriage, choosing to depart rather than linger in her presence. He believed that if he allowed Wu Ji to press further, he might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate. Such revelations could lead to undesirable consequences, and it was best for her to know as little as possible to ensure his own safety. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, Wu Ji pouted, her face reflecting her displeasure. However, now that Yang Fan had left, even if she pursued him, it would be futile. Thus, she could only resign herself to her disappointment and slowly drift into sleep, contemplating how to extract information from Yang Fan in the future. This was the only way to alleviate the confusion that weighed heavily on her mind. Gradually, time slipped away, and soon the morning sun bathed the earth in its warm glow. Lu Qianqian was awakened by the intensity of the sunlight. Upon waking, she noticed that Wu Ji's eyes were rimmed with dark circles, leaving her perplexed. She could not fathom why Wu Ji had suddenly appeared this way. Therefore, Lu Qianqian took a moment to compose herself before inquiring, "Sister Ji, what is wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" Her eyes blinked with curiosity, hoping Wu Ji would provide her with an explanation. In such circumstances, one would no longer be ensnared in the relentless confusion that currently plagues the mind. The answers to the questions would become readily accessible. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, the drowsy Wu Ji was instantly invigorated, as if confronted with a momentous matter. "It is not the doing of Yang Fan. Otherwise, I would have succumbed to slumber long ago. Wuji replied with a tone imbued with exasperation. If she could, Wuji would fervently wish to unravel the perplexities that weighed heavily on her heart. Otherwise, if this state of affairs were to persist, she felt that true rest would elude her grasp. Her mind was consumed with erratic thoughts, yearning for resolution to these lingering uncertainties. At this moment, Lu Qianqian was slightly taken aback, and a sense of confusion began to arise within her. She was fervently eager to clarify these matters. In this manner, one would no longer feel such confusion. Thus, Lu Qianqian directly inquired, "What on earth has transpired? Sister Ji, please explain it to me clearly." Upon hearing this, Wuji wasted no time and recounted the events of the previous night in great detail. It was not until half an hour later that Lu Qianqian fully grasped what had occurred, suddenly coming to a realization. However, this enlightenment also left her, like Wuji, with profound bewilderment. She found it difficult to comprehend why Yang Fan was so elated. Alas, such was the situation that left her feeling utterly fatigued. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it any longer. I will retire for the night. Please do not disturb my rest. Before Lu Qianqian could process her thoughts, Wuji had already succumbed to a deep slumber, sleeping soundly. After all, having toiled and pondered throughout the night, how could Wuji not be exhausted? Observing Wuji's peaceful repose, Lu Qianqian felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Yet, she could not bring herself to wake her. In resignation, Lu Qianqian alighted from the carriage and traversed the steep terrain, her mind replaying Wuji's earlier narrative, which plunged her into a profound state of confusion. She yearned to clarify these matters. As Lu Qianqian exited the carriage, she spotted Yang Fan seated beneath the shade of a tree. At that moment, she felt a tumult of emotions, contemplating whether to voice her inner uncertainties. After much deliberation, Lu Qianqian ultimately resolved to take the plunge. She gathered her thoughts and approached Yang Fan step by step, her heart racing violently, akin to a fawn frantically bounding within her chest, rendering her exceedingly anxious. Soon, Lu Qianqian found herself just a few paces away from Yang Fan and paused, taking a deep breath. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss, Lu Qianqian?" Just as Lu Qianqian was about to speak, Yang Fan inquired first, his tone laced with curiosity. He was perplexed as to why Lu Qianqian had chosen to seek him out so suddenly. Yang Fan's words startled Lu Qianqian, leaving her momentarily at a loss for what to do, her emotions turning tense. If possible, she would have preferred to flee from the spot and escape to another place. At that moment, Lu Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, desperately wishing to leave. Yet, there was no way to depart. She could only contemplate how to confront the situation before her. Thus, Lu Qianqian took a deep breath and finally spoke. "Indeed, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Her tone was imbued with a profound sense of insecurity, revealing an unmistakable air of anxiety, as if she were burdened by a guilty conscience. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself increasingly perplexed, yearning for Lu Qianqian to reveal her thoughts. He promptly inquired, "What is the matter?" His gaze fixated intently upon her, silently awaiting her response. After a brief pause, Lu Qianqian, having steadied her emotions, directly spoke. "It's about last night. Wuji mentioned it to me. Could you possibly share the details?" Upon finishing her words, she immediately lowered her head, unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes, fearing that any misstep might upset him. The thought of the potential consequences was too daunting for her to contemplate. Instantly, Yang Fan grasped the reason behind Lu Qianqian's sudden shyness and anxiety. Thus, he responded, "There is nothing to discuss. Do not inquire further, for I shall not divulge anything." After all, their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends, and he felt no obligation to share much with her. If he were to reveal everything, who would take responsibility should unforeseen circumstances arise? Consequently, Yang Fan maintained a degree of caution around Lu Qianqian. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian inexplicably felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, as though something precious had vanished, leaving her in profound discomfort. After a few minutes, Yang Fan suddenly recalled something and announced, "I must be away for a few days. You should remain here for the time being, and we shall continue our journey upon my return." His tone exuded a resolute determination, leaving no room for refusal. "What are you going to do?" Lu Qianqian asked, her eyes filled with a pleading vulnerability, longing for him to confide in her. "Do not pry. It is a matter of great importance. I must take my leave now. Farewell." With that, Yang Fan, disregarding any further conversation, chose to depart without delay. He had long coveted the relics he was about to pursue, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, he could hardly afford to waste any time. Gazing at Yang Fan's receding figure, Lu Qianqian let out a helpless sigh. For reasons unknown, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, as if they could spill forth at any moment, rendering her utterly pitiable. Yet, the situation had already unfolded. Regardless of Lu Qianqian's reluctance to accept it, acceptance was inevitable, for there was no alternative. With a heavy heart, she gradually made her way back to the carriage, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of what Yang Fan intended to do. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the ruins. However, what he encountered there startled him profoundly, for the entrance was thronged with numerous formidable figures from various sections. To his astonishment, some sects had even brought along their esteemed elders. This truly astonished Yang Fan. However, he merely smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, not taking it to heart. In terms of strength and background, none of those present could compare to him. Thus, Yang Fan strode forward with an air of indifference. Step by step approaching the entrance of the ruins, his face adorned with an imposing smile. Upon hearing the heavy sound of footsteps, the disciples of various sects immediately turned their gazes toward the source. However, what they beheld left them utterly astonished, causing them to retreat several paces in disbelief. They stared at Yang Fan, incredulous. What on earth is he doing here? They thought. Isn't he the notorious young Master Yang, infamous for his arrogance and malice? What shall we do now? I cannot afford to offend him. Had I known he would be here, I would have never come. Now, I stand to lose my life before even obtaining the treasure. The disciples lamented internally, yearning to distance themselves from Yang Fan, believing that only by doing so could they escape the peril to their lives. The uncertainty of what might transpire next filled them with dread. Greetings, young Master Yang. I am Erguzi, an elder of the Beimin sect. We are honored by your presence, Erguzi exclaimed, hurrying to Yang Fan's side with a smile. The surrounding individuals regarded his behavior with disdain, viewing him as little more than a sycophant. Nonetheless, the crowd around Yang Fan quickly grew as others sought to curry favor, eager to avoid incurring his wrath. After all, no one could afford to provoke such a formidable figure. I merely came to observe. You all carry on with your business, Yang Fan remarked, seemingly unfazed by the flattery directed at him. A charming smile adorned his face, and he was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. Alas, it appears the previous owner of this body has committed an abundance of misdeeds, he mused inwardly, his eyes betraying a sense of resignation. Yet, Yang Fan held on to the belief that he could gradually alter the public's perception of him, striving not to embody the same malevolence as before. Upon hearing his words, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief, their tension dissipating. By the way, Erguzi, what brings you all together here? Why do you not enter? Yang Fan suddenly inquired, a hint of puzzlement in his tone, hoping Erguzi would provide an explanation. In this manner, one's heart would no longer be beset by such confusion. Upon witnessing this, Erguzi felt an immediate surge of joy within. He recognized this as an opportunity to strengthen his own sect and understood the necessity of seizing it with utmost diligence. He could not afford to squander such a chance. Thus, without hesitation, Erguzi spoke up, Young Sage Yang. The situation is such that we currently lack the key and cannot enter the ruins. We can only stand at the entrance and wait, hoping to find a way to gain access. After hearing Erguzi's account, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, completely unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. He promptly inquired, Key? What key? Is it true that only those possessing the key may enter the ruins? Indeed, Young Sage Yang. Erguzi promptly clarified. This key refers to a map. It is solely this map that can unlock the entrance to the ruins. He was keenly aware of the need to avoid any delay, fearing that even a brief moment of hesitation might displease Yang Fan, leaving Erguzi at a loss for what to do next. In that instant, Yang Fan suddenly comprehended the situation. A hint of a mischievous smile crept upon his lips, for he was aware that this key was solely in his possession. This delighted Yang Fan immensely. However, when he regained his composure, he discovered that there were numerous disciples from other sects present. Instantly, his expression darkened. This meant that once he opened the ruins, there would be even more individuals vying for the treasures alongside him. Yang Fan pondered how he might disperse these disciples from other sections. In such a case, would not the treasures within the ruins belong solely to oneself? Upon this realization, Yang Fan's heart soared with uncontainable joy. However, upon witnessing Yang Fan's malevolent grin, Erguzi felt a shiver run down his spine, as if something ominous was about to unfold. The thought left him reluctant to delve further into his imagination. At that moment, Yang Fan leaned in and whispered to Erguzi, My dear Erguzi, I entrust you with a sacred task. Should you assist me in its completion, this holy child shall forever cherish your kindness. Instantly, Erguzi understood that something foreboding was surely afoot. His body trembled with trepidation as he cast a fearful glance at Yang Fan. Regret began to gnaw at him. Why had he willingly approached this predicament? Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have made his departure much sooner. In such a case, such occurrences would be averted. However, at this juncture, even if Erguzi wished to repent, it would be too late, for events have already transpired. Finally, Erguzi exhaled deeply and then spoke. Yang Xingzi, I assure you, whatever I, Erguzi, am capable of achieving, I shall fulfill without so much as furrowing a brow. At that moment, Erguzi had resolved to cast caution to the wind. In order to preserve his life, he could only acquiesce. He silently hoped that the task proposed by Yang Fan would not be excessively demanding. Yang Fan, not one to linger, smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured. This task will be exceedingly simple for you. He then leaned closer to Erguzi's ear and directly conveyed the details of the task to him. Upon hearing this, Erguzi was taken aback, retreating several steps as though he had encountered the Grim Reaper himself. He cast a fearful glance at Yang Fan, who was recounting such dire matters to him. Had it been anyone else delivering this news, Erguzi would have reacted with immediate aggression, showing no hesitation whatsoever. However, this time it was Yang Fan speaking to him, and even if he had reservations, he felt compelled to comply. There was simply no alternative. After taking a moment to steady his nerves, Erguzi spoke with a bitter tone, Yang Xingzi, must we truly proceed in this manner? If I do so, I risk being besieged and perishing at their hands. His eyes were filled with sorrow, revealing his deep reluctance to acquiesce. Agreeing would surely lead him to an undesirable fate. Rest assured, Erguzi, I would never wish you harm. I am here to assist you. I promise to protect you. And they would not dare lay a finger on you. Yang Fan replied with a slight smile, displaying an unwavering confidence that rendered the situation trivial in his eyes. His words infused Erguzi with immense motivation. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if he had been redeemed. Even the air he exhaled became hurried with excitement. At your command, Yang Xingzi, I pledge to fulfill the task. Just wait and see. With that, Erguzi marched forward with enthusiasm, step by step, into the throng of people. His mind began to envision the gradual strengthening of his sect, igniting an impulsive urge to leap with joy. Soon, he arrived amidst the crowd, cleared his throat, and declared, Esteemed fellow cultivators, I come to relay a directive from Yang Xingzi. I implore you to heed his words and avoid straying from the righteous path. His voice resonated powerfully. The surrounding disciples exchanged bewildered glances, then turned to Yang Fan, puzzled about his intentions. Their confusion only deepened. Before they could gather their thoughts, Erguzi continued. Yang Xingzi instructs me to inform you that you should not concern yourselves with this relic. Should anyone disregard his words, they would be opposing the Li Yang Sword Pavilion. If any misfortune were to befall you, do not say I did not warn you. At this pronouncement, the nearby cultivators were instantly incensed. Their faces flushed with indignation as they cast hostile looks at Yang Fan, feeling a strong urge to confront him. Yet, upon catching sight of Yang Fan's displeased expression, they swiftly redirected their ire towards Erguzi. If they could not afford to offend Yang Fan, surely they could take their frustrations out on Erguzi. Erguzi, what do you mean? Do you wish to risk your very life? Do you believe I won't strike you down with a single blow? Indeed. It is quite revolting to see you become a lackey. If I were in your position, I would contemplate ending my own existence. Truly, I have never encountered someone as despicable as you. The cultivators vehemently berated Erguzi, yet none took action. They understood that his behavior was undoubtedly a result of heeding Yang Fan's directives. Otherwise, he would not display such audacity. This implied that Erguzi enjoyed Yang Fan's protection. To strike him would be tantamount to striking Yang Fan himself, a fact that weighed heavily on the cultivators' minds. However, Erguzi paid no heed to their words, his demeanor exuding indifference. He continued, I care not for your opinions. This is the will of young Master Yang. Whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you, as you are well aware of young Master Yang's temperament. Before the cultivators could react, Erguzi boldly strode toward Yang Fan, disregarding all ties. At this moment, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Erguzi felt an overwhelming sense of elation and comfort within his heart. Once a figure who had to grovel and submit, he now found himself transformed in an instant. This newfound sensation was utterly delightful, captivating him entirely. Soon, Erguzi returned to Yang Fan's side, but his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Akin to a playful puppy eager to please. Yang Xingzi, he exclaimed, I have conveyed your message, and they will surely depart shortly. His tone was imbued with a palpable eagerness. After all, this moment filled Erguzi with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Well done, Erguzi. You have performed admirably. When the time comes, you shall accompany me into the ruins to assist in carrying some treasures, and I will reward you with a precious artifact. With that, Yang Fan ceased his speech and settled down beside him, patiently awaiting the departure of the cultivators before he would activate the ruins and step inside. Meanwhile, Erguzi stood frozen in place, replaying Yang Fan's words in his mind, which ignited a fervent excitement within him. Initially, he had contemplated leaving with the other cultivators. But who could have anticipated such fortuitous circumstances unfolding in his favor? The thrill was almost overwhelming, and if circumstances allowed, he would have been tempted to dance in exuberance to express his joy. However, with Yang Fan so close by, he had to stifle his exuberance, for otherwise he would have erupted in cheers. The surrounding cultivators, having overheard the exchange between Erguzi and Yang Fan, were instantly consumed by jealousy, feeling a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Had they known that events would unfold in such a manner, they would have sought to curry favor with Yang Fan as well. Such circumstances might offer a share of fortune. However, at this juncture, any utterance is rendered futile. Even if one cannot accept this era, acceptance is inevitable. Ultimately, some cultivators, mindful of Yang Fan's prowess and influence, departed in a state of profound despondency, their eyes betraying a sense of longing. This sentiment fostered a deep-seated resentment towards Yang Fan among the cultivators, who silently vowed, "Yang Fan, await your reckoning. Once my strength ascends, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure." As time trickled away, the cultivators, one and all, vacated the premises, each harboring a profound grudge against Yang Fan. Regrettably, their inability to best him left them with no recourse but to retreat. Soon, only Yang Fan and Erguzi remained at the entrance of the ruins. Gradually, Yang Fan regained his composure, stifled a yawn, and addressed Erguzi, saying, "Erguzi, let us proceed within." Before Erguzi could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Fan strode directly to the entrance of the ruins, producing a treasure map and inserting it into the entrance. Instantly, the grand doors of the ruins creaked open, and without further ado, Yang Fan stepped inside. Once Erguzi caught up, he dared not linger, hastening to match Yang Fan's pace, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Upon entering the ruins, both Yang Fan and Erguzi were astounded by the breathtaking sights within. Their pupils widened in disbelief as an array of weapons, treasures, and armaments unfolded before them. This was the first time Yang Fan had encountered such an abundance of artifacts, causing his heart to race with exhilaration. Erguzi, too, was taken aback. He had never imagined witnessing such a plethora of treasures in his lifetime. If possible, he would have cried out in sheer elation to express his uncontainable joy. "Erguzi, you must hasten to retrieve your storage bag. I tell you, even a single brick from this ruin must be taken," Yang Fan urged, his gaze fixated on the treasures. Utterly astonished, his words jolted Erguzi from his reverie, prompting him to respond immediately, "At your command, young Saint Yang." After speaking, Erguzi wasted no time, disregarding his image as he meticulously packed these treasures into his storage bag. His immense hands began to tremble slightly, betraying his palpable anxiety and trepidation. After all, these treasures were worth their weight in gold. A single misstep could cost him dearly indeed, far beyond the worth of his own life. Thus, the reason for Erguzi's frantic demeanor became evident. Meanwhile, Yang Fan observed the scene without much concern. He was acutely aware of the nature of these treasures. Having witnessed the Supreme Being in his past life searching for a particular tome, his understanding of the contents was remarkably clear. Consequently, Yang Fan chose not to dwell on the matter further, placing his unwavering trust in Erguzi as he continued to collect the treasures scattered on the ground. Not even casting a glance in his direction, he conveyed his confidence through his actions and proceeded deeper into the ruins. For within the innermost sanctum lay an object of great desire that Yang Fan yearned to acquire. This was also the purpose of Yang Fan's visit. He silently vowed to exert his utmost efforts to acquire this treasure. Otherwise, Yang Fan would undoubtedly not relent. Thus, Erguzi continued to gather the treasures scattered on the ground, while Yang Fan proceeded deeper into the ruins. Along the way, he observed the fallen treasures but felt no interest whatsoever. After all, he had no time to comprehend the true nature of these artifacts. Therefore, he instructed Erguzi to collect them and bring them back to the sword pavilion. In this manner, one can truly discern the value of things. Moreover, Yang Fan was acutely aware that these treasures did not rightfully belong to him, but rather to the illustrious Long Aotian. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sudden swell of pride surged within Yang Fan, filling him with an overwhelming sense of joy and arrogance. Long Aotian, O Long Aotian, do you not realize what it feels like at this moment? I have taken all your treasures. Will you not be enraged? After conversing with himself, Yang Fan cast aside his musings and continued deeper into the abyss, intent on seizing the most valuable items within. Meanwhile, in a distant manner, Long Aotian found himself perplexed, suddenly stifling a yawn. What could be the matter? Is it possible that a beauty is yearning for me? He paused his cultivation, murmuring to himself. Just then, a stick unexpectedly struck him squarely on the forehead. What distractions plague you? Do you still wish to seek revenge? Get back to your training, bellowed the elder, his tone rife with severity. Reluctantly, Long Aotian could only wear a mournful expression, resuming his practice. Thus, time slipped away, moment by moment. Before long, Yang Fan found himself at the deepest recesses of the ruins. Before him lay no further path to pursue. At this pivotal moment, Yang Fan understood that what lay ahead was the very object of his desire. It is worth noting that within the tome of the Supreme Sovereign, it was this very possession that rendered Long Aotian invincible henceforth. In that moment, Yang Fan's fighting spirit was ignited, and he yearned to possess the object before him. However, he understood that acquiring it would be an arduous endeavor, requiring immense effort to attain. Nevertheless, Yang Fan was filled with confidence, firmly believing that he would ultimately secure this treasure. Only then, when the time came for Long Aotian to seek vengeance, would he possess the strength to confront him, refusing to succumb easily. Having reached this realization, Yang Fan wasted no time. He unleashed a powerful punch that struck the wall with tremendous force. The stone wall, 100 meters thick, crumbled into a pile of rubble beneath his hand. Meanwhile, Erguzi, who was busy collecting treasures, perked up upon hearing the commotion. Instantly filled with concern, fearing that something dreadful had befallen Yang Fan. Don't worry, continue gathering the treasures. Yang Fan communicated telepathically, soothing Erguzi's anxious heart. With that reassurance, Erguzi resumed his task, a charming smile gracing his face. Once the wall was breached, Yang Fan took a deep breath and strode inside, his expression devoid of levity, replaced by a profound seriousness. He knew that what lay ahead was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his arrival, and he dared not let his guard down. Soon, Yang Fan found himself behind the wall, and before he could steady himself, a colossal figure materialized before him, its gaze a bottomless abyss fixed upon him. Heh! You audacious human, daring to intrude upon the domain of the Fire Dragon King. I presume you've never faced death, the Fire Dragon King sneered, exhaling terrifying flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything in their path. Even as Yang Fan summoned his spiritual energy to shield himself, it offered only a fleeting protection. Ha ha! Fire Dragon King, do you not fear divine retribution for treating humans in such a manner? Yang Fan responded with a hearty laugh, though his heart raced with trepidation. After all, who could guarantee that the temperament of the Fire Dragon King was not one of capricious fury? This caused Yang Fan's hands and feet to tremble slightly. However, in order to stabilize the situation, he could only gradually regain control. He dared not entertain any further thoughts. Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon King paused momentarily, suddenly reminded of some unsettling matters, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Subsequently, the Fire Dragon King inquired directly, "Human, what do you mean by that? Are you belittling me, the Fire Dragon King?" His enormous crimson eyes were fixed intently on Yang Fan, devoid of any emotion, as if he were submerged in deep contemplation. Ordinary cultivators would likely have been terrified into silence by the presence of the Fire Dragon King, unable to utter a word. After alleviating some of the pressure weighing upon him, Yang Fan gradually composed himself, a faint smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Fire Dragon King, have you forgotten the promise you made after the death of your previous master?" These words instantly evoked memories in the Fire Dragon King. "Fire Dragon King, you have accompanied me for so long, yet you cannot ascend with me. I must part ways with you. However, fear not, for someone will come to seek you. When that time arrives, entrust your offspring to him, and you shall achieve unparalleled glory. Master, go with peace. I will guard until that person arrives, even unto my death." Such sentiments reverberated through the Fire Dragon King's mind, filling him with nostalgia and sorrow for his former master's departure. As for how Yang Fan knew these things, it was nothing more than the result of having immersed himself in tales of the Supreme Being from his previous life, which had instilled within him an immense inner strength. Moreover, this was also part of Long Aotian's destiny, and Yang Fan was determined to seize it at all costs. "How did you come to know of this?" The Fire Dragon King's voice softened considerably, losing its earlier arrogance. "The heavens revealed it to me. Do you believe that?" Yang Fan replied with a slight smile. feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At least now, the Fire Dragon King treated him with a semblance of civility. In this case, wouldn't the opportunity for self-action present itself? Upon contemplating this, Yang Fan's heart blossomed with joy, filled with an exuberance that was simply overwhelming. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. The former master of the Fire Dragon King was none other than the celestial being. This revelation instantly stirred a tempest of emotions within the Fire Dragon King. Were it not for the overwhelming disparity in their sizes, he would have been unable to restrain himself from seizing Yang Fan's shoulders with fervor, compelling him to divulge the whereabouts of the celestial being. What has stirred such fervor within you, Fire Dragon King? Yang Fan inquired, perplexed by the dragon's heavy breathing, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of curiosity. He was eager for the Fire Dragon King to elucidate the matter. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the Fire Dragon King gradually regained his composure. After exhaling deeply, he spoke. Where did you encounter the celestial being? Might you share that with me? At this moment, Yang Fan found himself rendered speechless. It seemed that you had taken my previous words as truth. Thus, Yang Fan merely shrugged and remarked, Heaven forbids me from disclosing that. Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon King's countenance darkened instantly. His gaze was sharp and filled with intensity, yet ultimately, he managed to suppress the fury boiling within him. He then spoke directly, Very well, since this is the decree of heaven, I shall not pry further. However, young man, remember this. If you dare to deceive me, I will ensure your utter destruction. His tone was imbued with a commanding presence, akin to an order directed at Yang Fan. Nevertheless, Yang Fan dismissed his words with nonchalance, replying, Rest assured, how could I possibly deceive you? Internally, he smirked, his expression radiating sincerity, much like an earnest husky brimming with honesty. Observing this, the Fire Dragon King exhaled deeply, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Yet, despite this, he felt a profound discomfort within. After all, the item he was about to entrust to Yang Fan was of utmost significance to him. However, there was little he could do, as he had initially acquiesced to Heaven's wish. After calming his emotions, the Fire Dragon King slowly inquired, What brings you here on this occasion? His tone carried an air of resignation, sounding rather feeble. You see, Fire Dragon King, you did promise heaven to bestow your precious daughter upon a worthy soul. Upon finishing this statement, Yang Fan displayed a faint smile, his hands involuntarily trembling with excitement, as if he were on the verge of acquiring a treasured prize. At this point, even if the Dragon King of Fire were reluctant, he would have no choice but to comply. A bitter expression of resignation immediately settled upon his face, for he was deeply reluctant to part with his precious daughter. Yang Fan, however, remained unperturbed, standing quietly in place with a smile gracing his features. He understood that the Dragon King of Fire would not take action. His lament was merely a fleeting sentiment. Ultimately, he would willingly entrust his daughter into Yang Fan's care. Gradually, time passed, each moment slipping away like grains of sand. The Dragon King of Fire gradually regained his composure and softly uttered, Follow me. Before Yang Fan could fully process this, the Dragon King, with an air of dejection, began to walk step by step towards the innermost depths of the ruins. Once Yang Fan gathered his wits, he wasted no time, quickening his pace to follow. His heart raced with excitement at the thought of soon possessing a treasure of immense value. Soon, under the guidance of the Dragon King of Fire, Yang Fan arrived at the deepest chamber. However, upon catching sight of a particular figure, he was instantly struck with astonishment, unable to believe what lay before him. There, before his eyes, was a small purple dragon, radiating an irresistible allure that set it apart from all others. This charm is directly infused into the heart, utterly captivating Yang Fan. Zia, the Fire Dragon King halted, calling out to Zia with a voice laden with profound reluctance. How could he bear to part with her, knowing that their paths were destined to diverge? Upon hearing the Fire Dragon King's words, Zia immediately lifted her gaze and joyfully ran towards him, her eyes sparkling with delight. In a matter of moments, she reached the feet of the Fire Dragon King and, with an irresistibly charming tone, exclaimed, Father, why did you arrive only now? I thought you no longer wanted me. Her voice, imbued with childlike innocence, radiated purity and naivety. The moment silence was broken, it evoked a profound sense of pity in the heart of the Fire Dragon King. He harbored an earnest desire for Yang Fan not to take Zia away. Yet, the course of events had already been set. Even if the Fire Dragon King wished to alter it, such a change was beyond his reach. As the Fire Dragon King reminisced, Zia caught sight of Yang Fan and innocently inquired, Father, who is he? Why is there a human in our ruins? Her eyes widened in curiosity, blinking as she gazed at Yang Fan. Upon hearing her words, The Fire Dragon King let out a deep sigh, fully aware that the situation was irrevocable. Thus, he spoke with resignation. Zir, he is the future master, despite the ache in his heart. The Fire Dragon King ultimately chose to voice this truth. Though filled with helplessness, he realized that there was no other path forward. At this moment, Zir was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yang Fan. Gradually, she discerned that apart from his handsome appearance and formidable strength, he possessed no extraordinary qualities. Thoughts swirled in her mind. If this man were to become my master, I would be compelled to distance myself from my father. No, I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Having come to this realization, Zir immediately cast a hostile glare at Yang Fan. Her small fists were clenched tightly, as if she harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. Father, I refuse to be the master of this feeble Yang Fan. I will not. I would rather perish than accept such a fate. After a moment, Zia erupted in a loud shout, her voice echoing throughout the ruins. Only Erguzi, joyfully collecting treasures, paid her no mind. Instantly, Yang Fan's expression darkened, a cloud of frustration enveloping him. He could scarcely believe that Zir would dare to label him as feeble. Anger surged within him, but when his gaze fell upon the Fire Dragon King beside him, he promptly relinquished that thought. In his mind, he mused, "So, you think you can challenge me? Just wait until we leave this place. I shall teach you a lesson and firmly spank you. Do not act recklessly. He is the heir of heaven itself. Whatever you say, being with him brings only benefits, never drawbacks. Understand? At worst, you can always return to your father later." The Fire Dragon King communicated telepathically with Zir, his tone imbued with sternness as his eyes bore down on her, seemingly compelling her to acquiesce. For the Fire Dragon King understood that should he breach his promise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. To avert such an outcome, he had no choice but to take this course of action, hoping that Zir might grasp his good intentions. At this moment, Zir was on the verge of tears. Throughout her life, the Fire Dragon King had never raised his voice at her, yet now he was shouting at her for the sake of an outsider. How could Zia possibly accept such a fate? Yet, confronted with overwhelming pressure, she ultimately acquiesced, despite her reluctance. After taking a deep breath, Zia slowly spoke, "Father, must we truly proceed in this manner?" Her eyes were filled with an unmistakable sense of reluctance. To speak frankly, Zir was deeply averse to acknowledging Yang Fan as her master, for doing so would signify the relinquishment of her freedom. How could Zir possibly accept this? Indeed, it must be done. The Fire Dragon King spoke with unwavering determination. His heart ached profoundly, yet he felt powerless to fulfill his promise. He had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Beyond this, there was no alternative. The Fire Dragon King's words shattered the last straw for Zir, leaving her unable to rise again. Her expression fell into despair in an instant. At that moment, Yang Fan calmly interjected, "Do not worry. I shall not strip you of your freedom. Just trust me and follow along." His tone was imbued with a gentle warmth, and a faint smile graced his features, conveying an effortless nonchalance. Yang Fan's intentions were remarkably simple. He merely hoped that, during his most precarious moments, Zia would lend her assistance. Beyond that, he harbored no further aspirations. Upon hearing this, Zia immediately lifted her head, astonished as she gazed at Yang Fan. Without hesitation, she inquired, Are you truly serious?" Her eyes blinked in surprise. If Yang Fan's words held truth, she might indeed contemplate her options. "Of course, would I lie to you?" Yang Fan replied with a soft smile, exuding an aura of confidence that utterly captivated Zir. In that instant, she found herself torn, uncertain whether to heed Yang Fan's words, fearing that she might be deceived. What recourse would she have then? However, faced with overwhelming temptation and the Fire Dragon King's insistence, Zir began to sway in her resolve. Finally, she exhaled deeply and declared, "Very well, I shall follow you." Upon uttering these words, an inexplicable pain pierced the Fire Dragon King's heart, as if he had lost something of utmost importance. Tears brimmed in his eyes, threatening to spill over, but he managed to hold them back just in time. Seeing Zij acquiesce, Yang Fan immediately initiated the contract with her, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared that if he hesitated even for a moment, something disastrous might occur. His nervousness intensified, causing his breath to quicken. Soon, after the contract was finalized, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, a radiant smile illuminating his face, brimming with satisfaction. "May I bid farewell to my father before we depart together?" Just as Yang Fan was basking in his triumph, Zir shyly spoke up. After all, she had unexpectedly found herself in a situation where she felt she had sold herself without realizing it, causing her some unease. Her heart raced with a sudden apprehension. All right, I shall wait for you at the door. With that, young Fan wasted no time and turned to leave, still reveling in his secret delight. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains, Long Outyen felt an inexplicable emptiness settle in his heart, as though he had lost something profoundly significant that day. This sudden realization dampened his spirits. However, faced with the stern demeanor of his master, Long Outyen dared not slack off and resumed his cultivation. Upon exiting the depths of the ruins, Yang Fan spotted Guzi, who had already organized the treasures. He walked straight over. Hearing the commotion, Guzi realized Yang Fan had emerged and promptly handed over his storage bag, exclaiming joyfully, "Young Saint Yang, I have gathered the treasures. Please take a look." A satisfied smile adorned his face. To be honest, today was undoubtedly the happiest day for Guzi, as he had acquired such a plethora of treasures, something he could hardly fathom. Although these treasures did not belong to him, they would bring him joy for a lifetime. After properly stowing the storage bag, Yang Fan casually retrieved several items from within and tossed them to Guzi. He then spoke directly, "Guzi, you have done well. These treasures are your reward. Cherish them." Yang Fan regarded the abundance of treasures with a sense of nonchalance. Guzi was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the treasures. Initially, he had not dared to hope for any rewards, and now, unexpectedly receiving two, how could he contain his excitement? This truly elevates one sect to an entirely new echelon. The words spoken by Yang Fan echoed in his mind, instantly bringing boundless joy to Guzi. Gradually, once he regained his composure, Guzi promptly declared, "Thank you. Holy Sun Yang, I vow that even if you were to send me to my demise, I would not hesitate." The heavens rumbled twice, as if resonating with Guzi's oath. Yet, he bore no regrets. On the contrary, excitement surged within him, and his imagination began to wander. "You may leave now. When I require your assistance in the future, I will surely call upon you," Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. The addition of a devoted warrior filled Yang Fan with even greater delight. However, he understood that altering the public's perception of him would necessitate a gradual approach. Such matters cannot be rushed. Upon hearing this, Guzi refrained from lingering, bowed to Yang Fan, and departed without delay. It was not until he had traversed over 50 kilometers that the exhilaration within him erupted forth, howling with joy as if he were slaying a pig. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained behind, patiently awaiting Zier's emergence, fully aware that she was likely in a foul mood. Therefore, he refrained from pressing her. After about an hour, Zier finally stepped out, her expression laden with sorrow, as though mourning the death of a dragon king. Observing her distress, Yang Fan approached gently and inquired, "Zier, what troubles you? Why do you appear so heartbroken?" His tone was imbued with a tender warmth capable of melting the heart of even the most innocent child. However, Zier, upon hearing his words, could not muster any cheer. Instead, her sadness deepened. After a moment, she gradually regained her composure and remarked, "I'm fine. I'll just lie down for a while. Call me if anything arises." Before Yang Fan could respond, she swiftly darted into his storage bag, seeking solace in stillness. Her mind too troubled to entertain further thoughts. Seeing this, Yang Fan sighed in resignation. He allowed no further contemplation and turned his gaze back to the ruins, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. "Dragon Outyen, I wonder how you will feel knowing I have seized your opportunity," Yang Fan mused inwardly. Without lingering further, he departed. For the ruins had already been thoroughly emptied by him. There was no reason to remain any longer. At this very moment, Yang Fan's heart brimmed with joy. After all, he had never experienced such affluence before. The acquisition of so many treasures naturally elevated his spirits. Consequently, Yang Fan hurried towards Lu Chanqian's caravan, a captivating smile perpetually gracing his face. After approximately an hour, he returned to the vicinity of the carriage. Noticing Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian engaged in conversation, he approached them. In a matter of moments, Yang Fan appeared before Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian, seemingly out of nowhere, and directly inquired, "What are the two of you pondering?" This revelation startled both Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian, nearly causing them to tumble from their shaded refuge. Once Lu Chanqian regained her composure, she noticed Yang Fan's return, her face instantly lighting up with joy. However, just as she was about to speak, Wu Ji interjected vehemently, "Yang Fan, what do you mean by this? How dare you jump out and frighten us? Are you out of your mind? If you're ill, seek treatment." Her tone was laced with venom, as if Yang Fan were her sworn enemy. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, and even Yang Fan was taken aback by Wu Ji's unexpected fury, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, Yang Fan was no pushover. he believed in reciprocating the treatment he received. With a darkened expression, he retorted, "What did you just say?" His gaze conveyed an intense seriousness that unintentionally caused Wu Ji to retreat 2 steps in fear. What kind of gaze was that? How could it be so terrifying? Wu Ji pondered in her heart, her limbs trembling as if she were in the presence of death itself. The fear that enveloped her was almost suffocating. "All right, can we not argue and just speak calmly?" Lu Qianqian interjected urgently, sensing the tension in the air. She never imagined the situation would escalate in such a way, leaving her at a loss for words. Indeed, Yang Fan's gaze had been rather fearsome, not only scaring Wu Ji but also leaving Lu Qianqian shaken and unable to recover. "I have no desire to speak calmly," Wu Ji declared, forcing herself to suppress her panic before turning away, unwilling to linger in the oppressive atmosphere. That fleeting moment had made her acutely aware of death's looming presence, leaving her breathless. As she watched Wu Ji's retreating figure, Lu Qianqian sighed deeply. Pondering how events had unfolded in such a manner, she felt a profound sense of sorrow, wishing that none of this had ever occurred. In this manner, a normal exchange could ensue. Finally, Lu Qianqian mustered a faint smile and inquired of Yang Fan, "By the way, where have you been? Why have you only just returned?" Her tone bore a hint of complexity, for the recent events had left her still reeling. She could only suppress the fear that lingered within her. In response, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. His mood had already been soured by the earlier incident, and now he was confronted with Lu Qianqian's question, which left him utterly flustered. He had little desire to respond to her inquiry. Without further ado, Yang Fan retorted, "Why should I tell you? You are not anyone significant to me." Before Lu Qianqian could process his words, he turned and departed. What had begun as a pleasant demeanor was swiftly marred by Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, resulting in a dismal state of affairs. When Lu Qianqian eventually regained her composure, she realized that Yang Fan had vanished from sight, and inexplicably, waves of sorrow began to wash over her. The sensation is akin to a heart shattered into pieces, as if the most cherished aspect of one's existence has been wrenched away. Tears cascade from beautiful eyes, falling upon the earth, while even the heavens grow somber. It is as though one can feel the heartache of Lu Qianqian. Meanwhile, Yang Fan approaches the vicinity of Lu Feng's cart. Upon noticing Lu Feng resting beneath the shade of a tree, he exhales deeply and strides forward. After a brief moment, Yang Fan finds himself beside Lu Feng, disregarding all else, and takes a seat without hesitation. "What troubles you? Are you feeling down?" Lu Feng inquires, observing Yang Fan's melancholy demeanor, his tone imbued with a sense of nonchalance. Yang Fan, however, refrains from responding, instead releasing a deep sigh as he gazes upward at the sky. The once exhilarating emotions are abruptly tarnished, leaving Yang Fan in discomfort. Had he known, he would have chosen to return later rather than so prematurely. Noticing Yang Fan's silence, Lu Feng deduces the situation, a flicker of disdain igniting within him, though he chooses not to reveal it. It is not in Lu Feng's nature to stoke the flames of discontent. Thus, he offers gently, "Try to see the brighter side, do not dwell in sorrow. Everything should be viewed positively." His gaze carries a hint of wistfulness. "Huh, what is there for me to be upset about? I should be delighted." Yang Fan retorts with a cold laugh, projecting an air of indifference, though internally he is troubled. "Oh, so you mean to say you have discovered a treasure?" Lu Feng responds with a knowing smile, having surmised the trajectory of Yang Fan's recent escapades. Yet, he remains uncertain about the specifics. Yang Fan, without further contemplation, simply nods, affirming Lu Feng's conjecture. At this, Yang Fan nods in silence, maintaining an aura of aloofness. In that moment, Lu Feng was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yang Fan. It was astonishing to think that Yang Fan had returned from his brief absence of less than a day and had already acquired treasures. This spoke volumes about his extraordinary efficiency. "Surely you jest?" Lu Feng managed to force a smile, his face betraying a profound disbelief. He was somewhat aware of the relic in question, and it seemed implausible to him that one could obtain its contents so swiftly. Who could possibly accept such a rapid acquisition? "Why would I deceive you? Is there any reason for me to do so?" Yang Fan replied, a hint of disdain lacing his tone, exuding an air of indifference. It was as if Lu Feng's belief or disbelief held no consequence for him. Instantly, Lu Feng was at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, Lu Feng gradually regained his composure and spoke, "That may be true, but are you not inclined to share some of the treasures with me? After all, I did provide you with the key to the relic." His tone carried a note of tentative inquiry, eager to discern Yang Fan's intentions. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Fan did not hesitate. He reached into his pocket and tossed several treasures before Lu Feng without a moment's thought. Lu Feng was left astounded by Yang Fan's straightforwardness. Moreover, he realized that these treasures were indeed of exceptional quality. Yet, Yang Fan seemed to disregard them entirely, tossing them to him without a second glance. This left Yang Fan profoundly astonished. My goodness, Yang Fan, is this truly how you wish to proceed, catching me entirely off guard? Lu Feng silently exclaimed within. The relics rendered Lu Feng's heart far from tranquil. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He then spoke. Are you truly willing to entrust these exquisite treasures to me without fear that I might abscond with them? His gaze held a hint of complexity. Yet it was predominantly softened. It was evident that Lu Feng was gradually beginning to accept Yang Fan as his elder brother, no longer resisting with such fervor as before. I place immense trust in you, and I know you would never engage in such treachery. I shall retire now. Should these treasures not suit you, feel free to seek me out for an exchange. As his words fell, Yang Fan rose abruptly and made his way toward the carriage. Watching Yang Fan's departing figure, Lu Feng felt a swell of emotions, at a loss for words. He could never have anticipated encountering such a sincerely trusting elder brother. This made Lu Feng begin to reminisce, his expression becoming increasingly intricate. After about 10 minutes, Lu Feng slowly regained his composure and ceased his ruminations. Beginning to examine the treasures Yang Fan had gifted him. One does not know until one tries, and the experience can be quite startling. Surprisingly, these exquisite treasures are remarkably convenient, allowing Lu Feng to effortlessly seize them. However, Lu Feng is acutely aware that his acquisition of such treasures is entirely attributable to Yang Fan. Without Yang Fan, he would never have been able to obtain such easily accessible artifacts. In an instant, a profound admiration blossomed within Lu Feng's mind. Upon returning to the carriage, Yang Fan observed Wu Ji lying inside, seemingly engulfed in gloom. With a sigh of resignation, he disregarded his concerns and stepped into the carriage, lying down beside her. Hearing the movement, Wu Ji turned to see Yang Fan and her mood instantly darkened. She promptly averted her gaze, unwilling to spare him another glance, her demeanor radiating anger. Still upset? Yang Fan asked, casting his eyes toward the sky, his tone remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional inflection, exuding an air of tranquility. In response, Wu Ji chose not to answer immediately. Instead, she felt an inexplicable warmth welling in the corners of her eyes, as if Yang Fan's words had struck a chord deep within her soul. I understand that I shouldn't have startled you earlier. Please don't be angry. If it helps, you can frighten me in return. Yang Fan continued, his gaze reflecting a hint of remorse, acknowledging that his actions had led to this rift between them, prompting him to gradually come to terms with the situation. The mere mention of it caused Wu Ji to be unable to contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Her sobs reached Yang Fan's ears, leaving him at a loss as to how to respond. Internally, he mused in bewilderment. What on earth? Everything was fine. So why has she suddenly begun to cry? The unexpected outburst from Wu Ji took Yang Fan completely off guard. Consequently, he continued to inquire, what has happened to you? Why are you crying out of the blue? As he spoke, he rose to his feet, scratching his head in evident confusion and agitation, eager to understand the reason behind her distress. However, Wu Ji remained unresponsive, choosing instead to weep silently, displaying profound sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, over half an hour had passed before she gradually ceased her tears. For reasons unknown, Yang Fan felt an unusual pang of emotion within him. Seeing Wu Ji stop crying brought him a quiet sense of relief. He feared that if others witnessed such a scene, they might assume he had bullied her. I realize that I startled you, and I regret that, he said, his voice laden with remorse, his gaze dimming with the weight of his feelings. Yet, Wu Ji offered no reply, merely turning her back on him. At that moment, Yang Fan could no longer contain his emotions. He thought to himself, what is this madness? I have apologized and said all that needed to be said, yet I am still ignored. This is infuriating. Overwhelmed, Yang Fan abruptly rose to his feet. Casting a cold glance at Wu Ji, he exited the carriage, his mind ablaze with fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon hearing the departing footsteps, Wu Ji realized that Yang Fan had left, and a wave of desolation washed over her heart, as if she had lost something of utmost importance. Her heart seemed to cease its rhythmic beating. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wu Ji found herself unable to take a step forward, as if a tremendous force were resisting her heart's desires. Once outside the carriage, a gentle breeze caressed Yang Fan's face, as though it were whisking away his turmoil. At that instant, Lu Qianqian appeared by his side, seemingly out of nowhere, and, with a tinge of sorrow in her voice, inquired, what troubles you, Yang Fan? She forced a smile that appeared utterly disingenuous. Yang Fan, hearing her voice, chose to ignore Lu Qianqian and instead gazed silently at the sky. For reasons he could not fathom, a heavy gloom enveloped him, as if foreboding misfortune loomed on the horizon, stirring peculiar thoughts within his mind. After a while, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and finally spoke. I am fine. You should return and keep Wu Ji company. Before Lu Qianqian could respond, Yang Fan strode with a light step to the highest branches of a tree and settled himself there. Retrieving a flask of divine wine from his pocket and beginning to drink fervently. Although Lu Qianqian yearned to understand the source of Yang Fan's agitation, she refrained from probing further, honoring his wishes. Instead, she returned to the carriage to console Wu Ji. As time trickled by, the night descended. Yang Fan remained atop the tree, feeling the chill of the wind. Suddenly, a group of shadowy figures emerged near the carriage. Despite their subtle movements, Yang Fan's keen senses detected them. However, he chose not to act immediately, preferring to observe the intentions of these cloaked individuals. Big sister. It seems this household is quite affluent. One of the lackeys remarked greedily, a trickle of saliva escaping his lips, exhibiting an utterly lewd demeanor. Wipe your drool. Spare me the disgust. The elder sister spoke with disdain, her eyes brimming with contempt. The younger brother, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and promptly wiped away the drool from his mouth. Yet, he could not help but notice the elder sister's striking figure, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Akin to a fawn frolicking about, as if he had just experienced a sudden jolt to his very core. Surround those two carriages at once, and await my command. As the younger brother indulged in his daydreams, the formidable elder sister issued her orders in a low, commanding tone, paying no heed to the younger brother beside her. Understood. Sister. As soon as the words left his lips, the younger brothers sprang into action, collectively encircling the two carriages, although they had yet to initiate their endeavors. At that moment, from his elevated vantage point, Yang Fan discerned the scene below, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Wasn't this one of Long Outyen's most formidable and enchanting confidants? To think she would appear here. He chuckled to himself. Long Outyen. Do not blame me for whisking her away. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain, Long Outyen, immersed in his cultivation, suddenly let out a yawn. He pinched his nose and mused. Which beautiful damsel is thinking of me? Before he could finish his thought, a massive wooden stick came crashing down upon the back of his head, creating a sizable bump the size of a 50-centimeter dome. Are you daydreaming? Do you still wish to seek revenge? Hurry up and resume your training, the old man bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the mountain, startling the surrounding beasts into a hasty retreat. At this moment, Long Outyen, filled with frustration, immersed himself in his training. Damn that old man, just you wait. I shall repay every grievance I have suffered, he vowed silently. Nearby, the elder sister, sensing that the time was ripe, immediately began issuing commands. Go, seize everything of value inside. Upon hearing this, the bandit subordinates sprang into action. The tremendous uproar startled Wu Ji and her companions from their slumber. As they leaped from the carriage, they found themselves encircled by the robbers, panic swiftly igniting in their eyes. They never anticipated encountering bandits, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. However, when the robbers laid eyes on Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, they were momentarily taken aback, their gazes brimming with fervor and possessiveness. Their breaths grew heavy, and if given the chance, they would have eagerly whisked the two away to their lairs, intent on unspeakable acts. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the elder sister's expression, their fervor waned, replaced by an inexplicable fear. They halted in their tracks, refraining from pursuing any further actions. After a brief interval, the elder sister approached Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. Upon recognizing their appearances, her eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity. Why? How can there be women in this world who bear such resemblance to me? She pondered, her heart unwittingly stirred with jealousy. The turmoil within her tightened her fists in anger, as if she had encountered an unwelcome situation. What do you intend to do? Lu Qianqian inquired, taking a deep breath, her voice laced with trepidation. She appeared visibly frightened. It was her first encounter with such peril, and fear was an inevitable companion. The bandits, with their fierce and menacing visages, instilled a terror within her that was almost unbearable. Silently, she prayed, Yang Fan, where are you? Please, come quickly. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Do not be afraid. We are merely here to seize some valuables. As long as you cooperate, nothing untoward will occur. Otherwise, do not blame my men for being merciless. The elder sister spoke softly. Although she felt an immense jealousy towards the beauty of Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, she remained steadfast in her principles. unless absolutely necessary. She would not compromise her own beliefs. At this moment, Wu Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the other party had this intention. Had it been for another purpose, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Just then, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone present, particularly Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, who exhibited even greater surprise. How dare you attempt to seize something? Do you believe I won't cleave you in two with a single stroke of my knife? To act so brazenly before me. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. All eyes turned to Lu Feng, their expressions filled with disbelief, as they had never anticipated such an occurrence at this moment. It was utterly astonishing. After a brief pause, one of the subordinates quickly interjected, Sister Ranran, this brat is far too arrogant. Allow me to deal with him. His tone brimmed with fury, as if he were ready to engage in a brawl at any moment, his agitation palpable. However, Sister Ranran did not respond to him. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Lu Feng, her heart slightly taken aback. After all, this was a reckless youth, and it was her first encounter with such a situation. Soon, Sister Ranran spoke, you all stay here. I will go speak with him. Before the subordinate could react, she strode directly toward Lu Feng, her eyes reflecting a profound intensity that rendered her thoughts inscrutable. In no time, she stood before Lu Feng, their faces mere steps apart. What do you intend to do? Lu Feng asked in a low voice, his hands trembling slightly, betraying a hint of fear. He was acutely aware that his injuries were not yet healed. Should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Moreover, Yang Fan was not present at this moment. This left Lu Feng in a state of great vexation, utterly perplexed by Yang Fan's inexplicable absence. How could he still not have shown up at this critical moment? Just a moment ago, he had exuded such bravado. Now, his hands trembled. Sister Ranran inquired with a hint of teasing in her tone, showing no fear of the formidable Lu Feng before her. Instantly, she sensed that he had undoubtedly suffered a grievous blow, for otherwise, he would not have remained standing there, but would have engaged in a direct confrontation. Lu Feng, caught in an awkward predicament, found himself at a loss for words, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply and spoke. Is it wrong for me to tremble? Yet we bear no animosity towards one another. Why then do you seek to rob us? Despite the fear gnawing at his insides, Lu Feng felt compelled to voice his discontent. He could not condone such behavior, for he was a man of integrity. The moment these words escaped his lips, Sister Ranran erupted into laughter, utterly taken aback by Lu Feng's naivety. After her laughter subsided, she cleared her throat and remarked, Are you telling a joke? In this world, there are countless reasons. If I wish to rob, then I shall. Surely, you cannot be jesting. Before Lu Feng could process her words, Sister Ranran continued, I understand you are a righteous cultivator, but in this world, righteousness alone cannot resolve matters. In an instant, she struck with all her might, delivering a powerful blow to Lu Feng's abdomen. A fierce gust of energy sent him hurtling away, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Sister Ranran was a cultivator. Meanwhile, Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian were equally astonished by Ranran's formidable display of power, their eyes filled with shock, their limbs trembling uncontrollably as they instinctively retreated several steps, fearful that she might turn her strength against them. At that moment, they were utterly at a loss regarding how to respond. After a brief interval, Sister Ranran commanded, Bring everyone here back with me. Upon hearing the news, the bandits instantaneously lit up with joy, displaying their exuberance quite openly. It is worth noting that these ruffians had long harbored intentions towards Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, now that the opportunity had finally presented itself. How could they possibly let it slip away? Thus, the bandits commenced their preparations with great alacrity. Yang Fan, observing the unfolding scene, furrowed his brow slightly. With a silent sigh, he mused to himself about the folly of his own sentiments. With that thought, he decided against lingering and leaped down from the tree, seamlessly blending into the throng of bandits. He intended to inquire about their plans, initially contemplating a direct intervention. However, after some reflection, he opted to remain cautious, preferring to assess the situation first. After all, Sister Ranran was one of the esteemed confidants of Long Outyen, undoubtedly possessing formidable strength. The mere thought of the contents within the Supreme Sovereign sent a shiver down Yang Fan's spine. Soon, under Sister Ranran's guidance, Yang Fan and his companions were swiftly escorted back to the camp. Gazing upon the encampment, Yang Fan was taken aback by its opulence, hardly expecting such luxury. It was evident that they had amassed a considerable bounty, causing him to frown slightly. Subsequently, Wu Ji, Lu Qianqian, and the unconscious Lu Feng were confined to a cell. However, As they departed, Sister Ranran issued a specific command that no harm should come to a single hair on their heads, astonishing the bandits present. Yet, as this was the leader's directive, despite their inner discontent, the bandits had no choice but to comply, with no alternative course of action available to them. The sensation of being able to gaze but not partake is nothing short of excruciating. Within the encampment, sumptuous feasts of fish and meat began to simmer, prepared to celebrate today's triumph. The bounty reaped this time was nothing short of abundant, filling everyone with uncontainable joy, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. Opportunities such as these, to harvest so plentifully, are indeed rare. Goodness, this is exceedingly brazen, Yang Fan thought, his heart shaken by the scene before him. A sense of helplessness reflected in his eyes. If only these brigands could turn over a new leaf, life would undoubtedly improve beyond its current state, perhaps even leading them down the path of cultivation. Yet, at this moment, Yang Fan felt a pang of regret and shook his head in resignation, recognizing that such patterns were deeply entrenched and unlikely to change. Just then, a voice interrupted Yang Fan's reverie, pulling him sharply back to reality. "Hey, you over there. Come here and pour us some wine," shouted a subordinate, his tone brimming with bravado. However, beneath this bravado, there lingered a hint of cunning in the young man's gaze. Instantly, Yang Fan detected this glimmer of deceit, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is there such an odd aura? Yang Fan mused to himself. His senses heightened as he sniffed the air. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with this atmosphere, though he couldn't articulate why. Nonetheless, having altered his appearance, he dismissed his concerns and complied with the subordinate's request, pouring wine into their cups before retreating to the side, silently observing the unfolding scene. At that moment, Sister Ranran, having concluded her affairs, approached the center of the table and seated herself. As she passed by Yang Fan, she cast a few curious glances in his direction. Where have I seen this person before? She pondered, yet did not dwell on it. Once seated, she boldly addressed the assembled subordinates. "Thank you all for your hard work today. Let us not stand on ceremony, eat heartily, and drink well." Her commanding tone resonated with the authority of a queen. At her declaration, the brigands erupted in cheers, and without a second thought, they began to indulge in their libations. Observing this, Sister Ranran nodded in satisfaction before taking her seat at the same table as the subordinates. "Sister Ranran, you have worked hard today. This cup is poured for you by your loyal subordinates, to celebrate our success." Upon finishing his words, the younger brother presented a glass of wine before Sister Ranran, his face adorned with a joyful smile. However, beneath this smile lingered a hint of anxiety, which Yang Fan swiftly discerned, though he chose not to intervene, instead opting to observe quietly. Intrigued, Yang Fan pondered the nature of the drink, his mind swirling with endless confusion. Sister Ranran, gazing at the glass before her, dismissed any further contemplation and took it from the younger brother's hands, exclaiming, "Excellent." Without hesitation, she downed the contents in one swift motion, exuding an air of boldness. After witnessing her drink, a subtle, wicked smile crept onto the younger brother's lips, barely perceptible to the untrained eye. Unfazed by the drink, Sister Ranran continued her conversation with the younger brother, who feigned interest while patiently awaiting the onset of the drug's effects. Gradually, time slipped by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. For reasons unknown, Sister Ranran began to feel an overwhelming heat enveloping her, akin to the sweltering midday sun. "What is happening? Why do I feel so warm?" She gasped, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, and even her breath felt intensely heated. In that moment, the younger brother, known as A, was instantly filled with joy. Without hesitation, he spoke, "Sister Ranran, perhaps the room is too warm. Why don't I escort you to a more comfortable place to rest?" A glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes, and his hands began to tremble. After all, this was the first time A had ventured into such territory. Sister Ranran, without much thought, nodded in agreement. Dazed and disoriented, she followed closely behind A along the steep path. Observing her swaying figure, Yang Fan immediately sensed something amiss and quietly trailed behind, his expression unusually grave, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. After approximately 10 minutes, led by A, Sister Ranran arrived at the door of the room. At that moment, she was already entranced. Her mind gradually clouded, unable to contemplate anything further. The sight of Sister Ranran in such a charming state ignited a fervent excitement within A. For this situation was indeed rare and precious. "Sister Ranran, let me help you inside," he said, unable to contain himself any longer, his hands and feet beginning to fidget. "No, it's unnecessary. You should return," Sister Ranran murmured, attempting to suppress the overwhelming desire that surged within her. Yet, the more she resisted, the more this desire threatened to erupt, leaving her feeling as though ants were crawling all over her body, an unbearable discomfort. At this moment, the younger brother, known as A, could no longer hold back. His true self revealed itself without reservation. Sister Ran, I cannot be blamed for this. It is your beauty that entices me. No sooner had he spoken than he took a reckless leap, disregarding the consequences, and began to approach Sister Ran. Initially, she intended to resist, yet with every attempt, the emotions within her intensified. The yearning for the desperately needed rain transformed into an unsettling heat. In an instant, A realized this was his opportunity. If he hesitated, it would slip away. Thus, he charged towards Sister Ran without a second thought. However, just as he was about to make contact, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. He promptly lost consciousness, foam escaping his lips. How despicable! Yang Fan sneered at the prostrate A, his tone laced with disdain, clearly looking down upon the fallen man. Yet, just as he prepared to turn away, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With eyes glazed in a haze, Sister Ran, unable to restrain her desires any longer, pressed her soft, rosy lips against Yang Fan's. In that moment, his mind went blank. Though he instinctively sought to resist, the more he struggled, the more fervently she kissed him, refusing to allow him to escape her embrace. Gradually, time slipped away, and what should not have transpired had already occurred. Gazing at the woman in his arms, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, at a loss for words. How could my first time be taken by another? It's so frustrating. He lamented internally, regret etched across his features. Yet, it was not solely Yang Fan's first experience. Sister Ran too was encountering this for the first time. Therefore, he had no reason to dwell in remorse. Strangely, a sense of discomfort began to stir within him. After all, Yang Fan was already engaged to another. Now he found himself bare and vulnerable in the company of another woman. This revelation filled him with overwhelming guilt. Why did this happen? He pondered, his gaze drifting into a state of confusion. Originally, Yang Fan had aimed to win Sister Ran's heart, but not through such means. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss, hoping that Sister Ran would understand his actions upon awakening. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden commotion beside him jolted him back to attention. He swiftly turned his head to discover Sister Ran gradually opening her eyes, emerging from the haze of slumber. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss, his heart racing with anxiety, even his breath becoming erratic. Before he could fully process the situation, Sister Ran awakened abruptly. However, she was beset by a severe headache and felt an unsettling chill enveloping her body. As she began to regain her senses, the realization struck her like a bolt, instantly elevating her alertness. She recoiled several steps back, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief as she gazed at Yang Fan. You have awakened. Seeing this, Yang Fan understood that there was no evading the circumstances he now faced, and he managed to force a faint smile. Deep inside, however, he was cursing his fate. It was well known to him that he was acquainted with the narrative of the Supreme Venerable. He was acutely aware of Sister Ran's temperament, which left him in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. What have you done to me? After a moment, Sister Ran fixed Yang Fan with a murderous glare, her voice laced with palpable fury, though she suppressed an immediate outburst. Instead, she regarded him with a cold intensity. For reasons unknown, a fierce urge to eliminate Yang Fan stirred within her. This overwhelming sense of impulse reverberates intensely within Ran's heart. Even if she wishes to eradicate this resentment, she finds herself utterly incapable of doing so at this moment. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation to Sister Ran. After approximately 10 minutes, he managed to compose himself and recounted the events in their entirety, leaving no detail concealed. He understood that Sister Ran appreciated honesty, and perhaps his candid narration would alleviate the cold atmosphere that had settled between them. Indeed, upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Sister Ran was instantly reminded of the recent occurrences, her cheeks flushing crimson as the memories resurfaced. She became acutely aware of what had just transpired, leaving her utterly bewildered. Moreover, she had not anticipated Yang Fan's sincerity. His willingness to express his feelings was enough to cause her heart to race uncontrollably, rendering the situation even more awkward. Ultimately, unable to withstand the tension any longer, Sister Ran blurted out, Why don't you hurry and leave? How much longer do you intend to stay in my room?" Her voice was tinged with panic, reflecting her disarray as her heart continued to race. In an instant, Yang Fan sprang to his feet without a trace of hesitation. Realizing that lingering could lead to unforeseen complications, He was uncertain of how to navigate such a scenario if it were to arise. So he swiftly dressed and exited the room. However, before departing, he cast a lingering glance back at Sister Ran. After all, she was the very first woman he encountered in this world, and regardless of where his journey would lead him or what accolades he might achieve, he would never forget her, holding her memory close to his heart. Sister Ran, too, sensed the weight of Yang Fan's gaze, inexplicably stirred by the moment. Yet her mind was a tumultuous whirlpool of emotions, akin to a fawn darting around restlessly within her. Once outside the room, Yang Fan found himself in the lair of the bandits, and since he had emerged from Sister Ran's quarters, no one dared to obstruct his path. They could only stand silently by and watch, powerless to intervene in any other manner. Oh dear. Gazing at the midnight sky, Yang Fan let out a helpless sigh. A myriad of emotions swirling within him. Despite his awareness of the contents of the book's supreme beings, he found that the reality was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, Sister Ran in the room was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, never anticipating such events to unfold. Yet, inexplicably, she did not harbor any disdain towards Yang Fan. Rather, she felt an inclination towards him. This sensation filled Sister Ran with an extraordinary feeling, instantly captivating her. Yet, deep within her heart, she remained resistant. With no other option, she exhaled deeply, uncertain of what to do next. Gradually, the sunlight illuminated the earth, while Yang Fan and Sister Ran endured a sleepless night, unable to find solace in slumber, as if beset by profound worries. Soon, Sister Ran stepped out of her room and was immediately struck by the sight of Yang Fan keeping vigil in the corridor through the night. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her, her gaze filled with a veil of complexity. After another deep breath, Sister Ran summoned her courage. Slowly approaching Yang Fan and inquired, "Why have you been standing here all night?" Her tone was laced with concern, yet her expression remained impassive, perhaps still struggling to accept Yang Fan in her heart. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond, momentarily rendered speechless. Enveloped in silence, Sister Ran, exhibiting remarkable patience, waited quietly for his reply. After a brief pause, Yang Fan managed a faint smile and said, "I don't really know. After I came out, I just wanted to wait here." Though he recognized the foolishness of his actions, Yang Fan embraced this foolishness wholeheartedly. In that instant, Sister Ran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing uncontrollably, her thoughts becoming a tangled web, leaving her unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Even her breath quickened, and the words she had intended to express inexplicably retreated into silence. After a moment of emotional reprieve, Sister Ran exhaled deeply and stated, "Oh, I see." Her tone imbued with complexity, her gaze now tinged with a hint of worry. The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a while, Yang Fan suddenly had a thought and promptly spoke up, "By the way, could you release my companions?" Initially, he had not intended to mention it, but now, with no alternative, he felt compelled to voice it. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran sensed a shift and inquired, "Your companions?" "Yes, the 2 women and 1 man you have captured. I kindly ask that you release them." Yang Fan did not shy away from expressing his thoughts candidly. However, upon doing so, he inadvertently startled Sister Ran, whose pupils widened in shock, and her breathing quickened. The jealousy within her heart surged uncontrollably. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, Sister Ran inquired, "What is your relationship with them?" A glint of menace flickered in her gaze, akin to the feeling of something precious being threatened by another man, leaving her deeply unsettled. "We are merely ordinary friends." "Do not overthink it," Yang Fan hastily replied, sensing the tension in her demeanor and daring not to exhibit any hesitation. While others might be oblivious to Sister Ran's temperament, Yang Fan was acutely aware. Thus, he felt compelled to clarify swiftly, hoping to prevent her from erupting in anger. In such circumstances, one could depart from this place quite smoothly. Otherwise, if anything were to transpire, Yang Fan would be at a loss regarding how to respond. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran's mood instantly lightened. At least it was not as dire as before. Her heart was as tranquil as a serene lake. "All right. I shall assist you in releasing them," she declared, her steps buoyant as she made her way towards the dungeon. Reminiscent of a young girl in the throes of first love. Observing Sister Ran's retreating figure, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh, his heart overwhelmed with unexpressed emotions. How could such a situation arise? Who could possibly enlighten me on how to proceed? He pondered silently, his expression laden with sorrowful hues. He found himself at a loss on how to manage the unfolding events. Ultimately, with no other choice, Yang Fan followed in Sister Ranran's footsteps toward the dungeon. After approximately 10 minutes, under Sister Ranran's guidance, Yang Fan arrived at the dungeon. There, in a corner, huddled in fear and trepidation, were Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, apprehensive about the potential for misfortune. Noticing this, Yang Fan refrained from saying much. Stepping ahead of Sister Ranran to deliver a swift kick that forcefully swung open the prison door. The sudden noise drew the attention of everyone present, their faces painted with disbelief. They could hardly fathom Yang Fan's audacious act. "What are you doing? Can't you simply open the door properly?" Sister Ranran questioned in a tone laced with irritation, clearly displeased. However, she was not truly angry. In her heart, she had slowly begun to accept Yang Fan. As long as he did not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, she would not harbor resentment towards him. In that moment, Sister Ranran resembled a lovesick fool. Her intellect seemingly diminished. "Ah, I understand. I will be more cautious next time," Yang Fan said, awkwardly scratching his head, his voice tinged with guilt. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing Yang Fan's apology, Sister Ranran's mood brightened considerably. In contrast, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji widened their beautiful eyes in astonishment at the unfolding scene. It was well known to them that Sister Ranran had a particular temperament, and the nearby Lu Feng served as a prime example of her previously unyielding nature. Now, it seemed she had undergone a transformation. This was entirely unexpected for Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Subsequently, Yang Fan said little more, directly entering the cell. He addressed Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, inquiring how much longer they intended to remain there, urging them to come out. Immediately afterward, Yang Fan approached Lu Feng, delivering several forceful kicks to him. The moment he was kicked, Lu Feng instantly regained his senses. He immediately erupted in a furious tirade, exclaiming, "Who dares to strike me? Do you believe I can make you beg on your knees?" His eyes were ablaze with anger. Already in a foul mood, he was further incensed by the unwarranted assault. Who could possibly endure such circumstances? In an instant, Lu Feng's mood soured. However, when he raised his gaze to the other party, he promptly fell silent. For reasons unknown, his rough, calloused hands began to tremble slightly, betraying a profound fear. "Brother, it's you." After regaining his composure, Lu Feng forced a thin smile, though internally he was in a frenzy, akin to encountering the king of hell himself. "Weren't you just berating me? Why have you ceased?" Yang Fan, rather than displaying anger, revealed a faint smile. Yet, this smile instilled an indescribable terror within Lu Feng, for it harbored a hint of murderous intent that sent chills down his spine. Lu Feng was well aware of Yang Fan's formidable prowess. Thus, it was prudent to avoid provoking him, lest something unfortunate transpire. Lu Feng, after a brief moment, slowly spoke. "Brother, you must have misheard me. I was merely praising you." There was no alternative for Lu Feng, as he was no match for Yang Fan. In truth, Yang Fan was not enraged. After all, anyone would feel incensed in such a scenario. Consequently, Yang Fan said nothing further and simply remarked, "Get up. We're leaving this place." Before Lu Feng could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Fan had already turned his back and departed the dungeon without a moment's hesitation, leaving an unsettling chill in the air. Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, not lingering either, quickly stood up, brushed off the straw clinging to their clothes, and exited the dungeon. However, as they confronted Sister Ran upon their emergence, the atmosphere grew frigid, as if snow had begun to fall. Their eyes locked in a fierce glare, ablaze with boundless fury, akin to lifelong adversaries. Upon witnessing this scene as he timidly emerged from the dungeon, Lu Feng instinctively took a few steps back, as if he had stumbled upon a battle between deities. A wave of panic surged within him. What are you doing?" Lu Feng inquired, his voice betraying his burgeoning fear. He yearned desperately to seek refuge in Yang Fan's embrace, longing for his protection. "We haven't done anything. Let us go." Before Sister Ranran could speak, Lu Qianqian coldly interjected. She then brushed past Sister Ranran, accompanied by Wu Ji, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused Sister Ranran to clench her fists tightly. Her eyes blazed with an infinite fury, as if incensed by both Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. However, upon catching sight of Yang Fan in the distance, Sister Ranran exhaled deeply, suppressing the tempest of anger within her and refraining from unleashing it. "Why are you still here?" Upon regaining her composure, Sister Ranran noticed Lu Feng still lingering in place and queried him with an irritable tone, her words piercing like a frigid blade, causing Lu Feng to instinctively retreat several paces. He inwardly mused, "Goodness, why are women so terrifying? I must resolve never to seek a woman's company. It would only invite suffering upon myself." Quickly shaking off such thoughts, Lu Feng dared not dwell on them further and promptly hurried away, sprinting into the distance. He refrained from contemplating anything else, for he was merely a subordinate of Yang Fan. Subsequently, Sister Ran, with a somber countenance, made her way out of the dungeon, gradually approaching Yang Fan. Without giving him a moment to respond, she communicated telepathically, "Come with me." With heavy steps, she advanced away, leaving no room for Yang Fan's reaction. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly perplexed by the events unfolding around him. His mind began to wander, contemplating the underlying circumstances. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to follow and discern the intentions of Sister Ran. Thus, he turned to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, saying, "I will step out for a moment. Please wait for me here." Before they could fully comprehend his words, Yang Fan strode away without a trace of hesitation, heading directly towards Sister Ran. As Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian gazed at Yang Fan's retreating figure, an inexplicable sensation of impending loss gripped their hearts, casting a shadow over their spirits and inducing a wave of unease. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan caught up to Sister Ran, positioning himself beside her and inquiring earnestly, "What is the matter?" His voice brimmed with curiosity, and if possible, he hoped that Sister Ran would provide him with some clarity. In this manner, Yang Fan's perplexed emotions might finally find resolution. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran displayed no hesitation. She directly inquired, "What is the story with those two women? Why do their gazes towards you radiate such ambiguity? Explain yourself clearly." Her steps halted abruptly, and her eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a wave of anguish surged within, causing Sister Ran considerable distress. However, the events had already transpired, and despite her reluctance to accept the situation, she gradually began to come to terms with it. At this moment, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh and shook his head in resignation. He thought to himself, why are women so troublesome? Although he understood Sister Ran's temperament, the reality of the situation was far different from what one might glean from mere words on a page. To prevent Sister Ran from harboring any undue suspicions, Yang Fan decided to elucidate the entire sequence of events, laying everything bare without any concealment. After all, in his heart, he regarded Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian merely as friends, with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Sister Ran's mood instantly lifted, her previous discomfort dissipating as if she had found redemption. A faint smile blossomed on her face, rendering her even more enchanting. With a hint of a smile, she inquired, "Is everything you said true?" Her tone was laced with a gentle allure that nearly overwhelmed Yang Fan. He was acutely aware of Sister Ran's beauty, and being so tantalized by her presence was nearly unbearable. However, it was daytime, and Yang Fan was determined not to act inappropriately. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "All right, stop guessing aimlessly. Let us go." His voice carried a note of exasperation. Without further ado, he made his way towards Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, his expression reflecting a myriad of frustrations. In that moment, Yang Fan grasped a profound truth. Having too many women around could indeed be a misstep. Before long, he returned to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian's side and asked, "Are you both all right?" His gaze radiated genuine concern. Yang Fan felt a deep sense of guilt towards Wu Ji, hoping to uplift her spirits, while daring not to dwell on other thoughts, fearing that something unfortunate might suddenly occur. "Yes, let us go," Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire to leave this den of thieves, wishing fervently to escape this cursed place. Moreover, having just witnessed the ambiguous interaction between Yang Fan and Sister Ran, her mood soured instantly, her delicate fists clenching tightly in frustration. At this moment, Yang Fan felt a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Qianqian would leave in such a hurried manner. Consequently, Yang Fan was utterly taken aback. He then turned to gaze at Sister Ran, who was looking at him with an enchanting smile. This made Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, as he found himself at a loss for what to do. His mind began to wander aimlessly. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with the beauty? Do you not wish to leave this place?" Just then, as Yang Fan pondered, Lu Qianqian asked with displeasure, her eyes tinged with a hint of sorrow. Instantly, Yang Fan was slightly startled. He never expected Lu Qianqian to display such a mournful expression towards him. This left Yang Fan utterly perplexed, as he could not fathom what was going through Lu Qianqian's mind. Thus, Yang Fan, filled with confusion, inquired, "Lu Qianqian, what do you mean by that?" His tone was imbued with a sense of bewilderment, yearning for her to elucidate her words. However, Lu Qianqian chose not to respond. Instead, She took Wu Ji's small hand and brushed past Yang Fan, leaving the scene without uttering another word. Her face was laden with various shades of melancholy, reminiscent of a wife abandoned by her husband. Wu Ji glanced back at Yang Fan with a tinge of reluctance, yet ultimately departed with resignation. What is going on here? I saved you out of goodwill, and yet you treat me this way. Yang Fan mused in frustration, feeling exceedingly discontented. Nevertheless, despite his discontent, what could he do? Presently, Yang Fan had no choice but to gradually come to terms with the situation. There were no other alternatives. In his helplessness, Yang Fan turned to Lu Feng, who was not far away, and said, "Brother, please keep a vigilant eye on Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. Ensure they do not come to any harm." His eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. There was no way around it, since Sister Ranran had not yet been resolved. Yang Fan opted to stay behind for the time being. After settling matters with Sister Ranran, he would then choose to leave. Beyond that, he truly had no other options. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Feng did not say much more but promptly replied, "Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of your sister-in-law and the others." Without hesitation, Lu Feng swiftly pursued the footsteps of Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, silently vowing not to disappoint Yang Fan. He understood that he had been under Yang Fan's care throughout his time here, and he had never adequately expressed his gratitude. Now presented with this opportunity, Lu Feng was determined not to let it slip away. Only in this manner could he gradually navigate these matters and showcase his abilities. Upon seeing Lu Feng catch up, Yang Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then turned his attention towards Sister Ranran, eager to share his thoughts with her. He realized that if anything were to occur, he would be at a loss for what to do. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived near Sister Ranran. Taking a deep breath, he approached her side, gazing quietly at the scenery before him. "What is the matter? Why have you come to find me so suddenly?" Sister Ranran inquired, turning to Yang Fan with an expression of confusion. She was aware that he had just gone to settle Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, and his return suggested that something troubling must have transpired. This left Sister Ranran somewhat perplexed regarding Yang Fan's true intentions. Moreover, she was still lost in thoughts about the events of the previous night, unsure of how to navigate through them. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed profound feelings for Yang Fan, as if her heart had been ensnared by him. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan felt a deep ache within, yet ultimately chose to voice his thoughts. "I am preparing to take my leave. I came to bid you farewell." Despite knowing that such a revelation would inflict tremendous pain upon Sister Ranran, Yang Fan found himself with no alternative but to proceed in this manner. There was simply no other course of action available to him. As he spoke, Sister Ranran turned to Yang Fan in disbelief, her heart feeling as though it had been cleaved open, overwhelmed by an unbearable sorrow. This feeling is akin to losing something profoundly significant, leaving Ranran's sister in a state of deep denial. What did you say?" After a brief moment, she exhaled deeply, her gaze revealing an immense sorrow that was impossible for her to accept. It feels as though one has been bestowed with a profound love, only to have it poised to vanish in an instant. Who among us could possibly accept such a situation? "I must leave this place," Yang Fan declared once more. Although he knew that his actions would inflict immense pain upon Sister Ranran, he found himself with no alternative, compelled to proceed in this manner. There truly existed no other option. After all, Yang Fan had pressing matters to attend to. Should he linger any longer, the repercussions could be dire. Moreover, there was a formidable figure, Long Outyen, whose presence would not allow Yang Fan to pause. Instantly, Sister Ranran's heart ached even more. She had never anticipated Yang Fan would depart so abruptly. If it were within her power, she would have wished for him to stay. In this manner, one could remain in companionship, never choosing to depart. However, Sister Ranran is acutely aware that such a scenario is utterly unattainable. She realizes she is powerless to prevent Yang Fan from leaving, as she has just conducted an inquiry into his identity. This investigation was startling. It left Sister Ranran utterly astonished. She never anticipated that Yang Fan's identity would be so formidable. With great effort, she suppressed the pain within her heart and spoke directly. "Is it not possible for you to stay and accompany me?" Her tone was tinged with a subtle plea, marking the first time Sister Ranran revealed her emotions to another. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire to seize this fleeting affection, unwilling to let it slip away. "No, this matter is already settled. I cannot change it," Yang Fan replied with a bitter tone. Despite feeling a sense of guilt towards Sister Ranran, he chose to voice the truth. Better to endure short-term pain than to prolong suffering. In that instant, Sister Ranran could only shake her head in sorrow. unable to fathom how her first love had transformed into such a predicament. Moreover, the most disheartening realization was that she could not overpower Yang Fan. There was simply no way to keep him with her, given the disparity in their strengths and backgrounds. After a brief moment, a sudden idea flickered in Sister Ranran's mind, illuminating her gaze and filling her heart with boundless joy. Yang Fan, noticing the change, looked at her with confusion, unable to comprehend why she was gazing at him in such a manner. Consequently, he inquired, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" His voice was laced with perplexity, his eyes filled with a myriad of questions, hoping for an explanation from Sister Ranran. In this manner, one would find their heart less burdened by confusion. Upon hearing these words, Sister Ranran did not dwell too much on her thoughts. She boldly expressed, "I wish to accompany you in your departure. Is that permissible?" This audacious decision was a novel experience for Sister Ranran, and her heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Yang Fan might outright reject her proposal. In such an event, she was at a loss as to how to proceed. This was a moment when Sister Ran gathered her courage and expressed herself directly. In an instant, Yang Fan gazed at Sister Ran in astonishment, utterly unprepared for her candid revelation. It left him profoundly taken aback, rendering him momentarily speechless, his mind ensnared in a state of deep shock. After a brief pause, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and then ventured to speak. You are not joking with me, are you?" His eyes reflected an unmistakable disbelief. The words spoken by Sister Ran had left him utterly astounded. "Why would I joke with you? Do I seem like I'm joking?" Sister Ran pouted adorably in response, her demeanor strikingly endearing. She was a far cry from the formidable figure she had portrayed the previous night, leaving Yang Fan in disbelief at the astonishing transformation before him. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Sister Ranran was not jesting with him. He let out a helpless sigh and stated, "Do as you wish." Before Sister Ranran could respond, Yang Fan stood up and left. Ultimately, he felt indebted to her, which compelled him to make such a decision. Otherwise, he would have surely continued to persuade her to stay by his side. Watching Yang Fan's departing figure, Sister Ranran felt a surge of joy within her. The thought of being with him instantly brightened her smile. Without hesitation, she made her way to her room to begin packing her belongings, preparing to follow Yang Fan away from this place. As for the robbers, she thought little of them. They could do as they pleased. Approximately half an hour later, Yang Fan returned to the vicinity of the carriage and spotted the sorrowful faces of Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji. Confusion flooded his mind as he struggled to comprehend the sudden change in their demeanor. Accordingly, Yang Fan approached them and inquired, "Wu Ji, Lu Chanqian, what troubles you both?" His tone was imbued with bewilderment. Silence would have been preferable, but upon uttering a word, it directly soured the spirits of Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian. Consequently, they chose to disregard Yang Fan and made their way towards their carriage, leaving behind a solitary silhouette for him. In that moment, Yang Fan was engulfed in confusion, yearning to fathom the intricacies of the situation. What could have transpired? Everything seemed perfectly well moments ago. How had it so abruptly shifted? Yang Fan lamented inwardly. However, regardless of his inquiries, both Wu Ji and Lu Chanqian remained resolutely tight-lipped. This was the very source of Yang Fan's greatest vexation. In a state of resignation, he retreated to the carriage for some much-needed rest, choosing not to concern himself with other matters. Outside, Lu Feng stood silently, gazing at the scene before him, refraining from uttering a sound. He understood well that making any noise would surely invite trouble, so he prudently kept his mouth shut. Gradually, time trickled by, and before long, dawn broke the following day. The radiant sunlight streamed into Yang Fan's eyes, coaxing him awake from his slumber. With a hint of morning grumpiness, he emerged from the carriage. However, upon stepping outside, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him, disbelief etched on his face. There stood Sister Ran, busily preparing breakfast near the carriage, exhibiting a remarkable display of domesticity. This unexpected scene left Yang Fan utterly astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a brief period of astonishment, he composed himself and approached her. Without hesitation, he inquired, "What are you doing?" His mind was a whirlwind of questions, eager for Sister Ran to provide the clarity he sought. Upon hearing Yang Fan's query, Sister Ran, without a second thought, replied, "I'm making breakfast for my future husband." "What of it?" Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, exuding an irresistible charm. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen to their knees beneath her captivating presence. The reason behind Sister Ran's profound transformation stemmed from a night of contemplation, leading her to embrace this newfound role. Recognizing that this was her own happiness, she understood the necessity of seizing it. Otherwise, it would inevitably slip away. Thus, Since Yang Fan was not inclined to take the initiative, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. In this moment, Yang Fan found himself haunted by the words of Sister Ranran. He was at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts, as his mind was consumed by a profound sense of shock, leaving no room for any other contemplation. After exhaling deeply, Yang Fan bitterly confessed, I have no such intentions at the moment. Initially, he had not intended to express himself in this manner. However, he felt compelled to do so, as he was already bound to a fiancée. The unfolding events weighed heavily on his conscience, making him feel as though he was betraying her. Thus, opting for a momentary discomfort over prolonged anguish, Yang Fan chose to speak his truth, determined to avoid entangling himself further. Although his words might wound, Sister Ranran remained unfazed and gently replied, It's all right. Come quickly to have breakfast. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. In her heart, she mused, You've taken advantage of me, yet wish to cast me aside? Not a chance. Observing this, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh and, dismissing further thoughts, began to eat the breakfast that Sister Ranran had prepared. Meanwhile, Wu Ji and Lu Tranqian lingered in the carriage, their faces etched with displeasure. In truth, they had risen early, even before Yang Fan, and had seen Sister Ranran. The reasons for their reluctance to emerge from the carriage were, therefore, quite evident. After finishing breakfast, Yang Fan resumed driving the carriage without lingering any longer. Along the way, Sister Ranran remained by his side, her demeanor transformed, gazing at him with affectionate eyes, akin to a devoted wife. Please, don't look at me like that, Yang Fan finally exclaimed, unable to bear her gaze any longer, his heart heavy with confusion. He pondered the inexplicable nature of his circumstances and why fate had chosen to treat him in such a manner. Although Sister Ranran was a beloved companion of the protagonist in the novel The Supreme Master and now belonged to him, he found it astonishing how clingy she had become, leading him to regret his earlier decisions. Why can't I treat you this way? Do you wish to deny our connection? Sister Ranran pouted, her eyes betraying a hint of reproach. In response, Yang Fan remained silent, unsure of how to properly address her concerns. However, the events had already transpired, and any desire to alter the situation was rendered futile. With this thought, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh and continued to drive forward, refraining from dwelling on other matters. After more than half an hour of travel, Sister Ranran gazed at the road ahead and inquired with a tone of confusion, Husband, where are we headed now? Her voice was imbued with a sense of bewilderment, for this road did not lead towards the city but instead took a detour. This sudden deviation left her perplexed, and she earnestly wished that Yang Fan would provide her with an explanation. In this manner, the perplexities within one's heart can be unraveled, freeing one from the incessant confusion that currently plagues them. Upon hearing the words of Sister Ranran, Yang Fan gave it little thought and responded directly, You will know shortly. Presently, Yang Fan's mind was not one to wander too far, as his spirits were quite low. After all, Sister Ranran had ensnared him in her web, leaving him utterly bewildered about what course of action to take next. Although he had mentally prepared himself, an inexplicable sense of anxiety gripped his heart, as if foreboding misfortune awaited him in the future. Noticing the displeasure etched on Yang Fan's face, Sister Ranran refrained from saying much and chose to sit quietly beside him. Her gaze filled with delight as she admired the surrounding scenery, exuding an air of serene contentment. Yet, scarcely 20 minutes had passed when suddenly, a little girl appeared before Yang Fan's carriage. At the sight of this girl, Yang Fan was instantly invigorated, his heart racing with disbelief, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Oh my, is this not the bearer of the Phoenix bloodline? I recall her esteemed master is a transcendent sage. Yang Fan marveled inwardly. The image of the little girl was vividly etched in his memory, causing his palms to tremble slightly. It is worth noting that while this girl may have appeared weak in the early stages amidst the supreme beings, she would later ascend to extraordinary heights. Moreover, ever since Long Ao-Ian had acquired this little girl, his power had surged dramatically. How could Yang Fan possibly contain his joy? Thus, he suppressed the impulse within him, took a deep breath, and after bringing the carriage to a halt, disregarded everything else and leapt down from the vehicle. With measured steps, he approached the little girl, his breath growing increasingly rapid. Observing this scene, Sister Ranran felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Utterly perplexed as to why Yang Fan was so captivated by an ordinary child, an immense curiosity blossomed within her. If circumstances permitted, she would dearly love to unravel this mystery. After pondering for a while, she suddenly felt a flush rise to her cheeks, secretly speculating, could it be that my husband has a fondness for children? Her imagination began to wander, and she couldn't help but let a hint of saliva escape from her alluring lips. If Yang Fan were to catch sight of Sister Ran in such a state, one could only wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. After a brief moment, Yang Fan reached the little girl, his eyes alight with delight as he gazed upon her, a quiet triumph swelling in his heart. The little girl, sensing his presence, perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of a stranger, took several timid steps back, too frightened to approach him. Who are you?" she stammered, her delicate hands trembling slightly, her mind clouded with fear. At this moment, Yang Fan understood that the little girl harbored a profound aversion to strangers. Consequently, he refrained from exhibiting any impatience. After taking a deep breath, he adorned his face with a gentle smile. He then spoke directly. "Little sister, my name is Yang Fan, and I am a wandering knight." His tone was imbued with a soft warmth, embodying the essence of a caring gentleman. The delicate timbre of his voice reached the little girl's ears, enveloping her in a comforting sensation, and her initial resistance towards him began to wane. Nevertheless, a sense of caution still lingered within her. "Oh," with a semblance of understanding. The little girl nodded slightly. She did not elaborate further and remained beneath the shade of the tree, seemingly awaiting something. In an instant, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. Could it be that my charm is lacking? According to the narrative he had envisioned, the little girl would have readily embraced him, devoid of any fear. Yet, the unfolding events had diverged from his anticipated storyline. This situation immediately caused a headache for Yang Fan, who pondered the circumstances at hand. However, he did not allow himself to succumb to discouragement. Instead, he contemplated how to engage with the little girl before him and ultimately win her over. Only by doing so could he take a significant step forward. Otherwise, if Long Outyen were to gain the little girl as favor, he would find himself in dire straits, oblivious to his own demise. Thus, Yang Fan began to reflect deeply, occasionally glancing at the little girl to discern her activities in that moment. After approximately 10 minutes, a series of soft gurgles emanated from beside him. Instantly, Yang Fan recognized that the little girl was hungry. Without hesitation, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved some food, gradually approaching her with a tinge of nervousness. Moments later, he stood before the little girl, presenting the food in his hands as he gently spoke. "You must be hungry. Please, enjoy." His face radiated a charming smile that captivated her heart, causing her pulse to quicken with excitement and her imagination to wander. Gazing at the food in Yang Fan's hands, she ultimately succumbed to temptation, reaching out to grasp it eagerly, devouring it voraciously. Throughout her meal, she occasionally lifted her gaze to Yang Fan, finding his presence increasingly appealing, which endeared him to her. Yet, despite her growing fondness, she still maintained a physical distance, wary of him. After all, while Yang Fan possessed a certain handsomeness, he emanated an aura of mischief that hinted at his sinister nature. "Little sister, what is your name?" Yang Fan inquired, his smile warm and inviting, devoid of any menacing demeanor. "I am Lu Xiaoqi," the little girl replied between bites, her innocence shining through as she spoke. In that moment, Yang Fan was filled with joy. After all, with communication established, how far could the remaining matters be? Thus, Yang Fan continued to inquire, "Xiaoqi, how did you come to be here? Where are your guardians?" Upon uttering those words, Lu Xiaoqi instantaneously lost her appetite. Her face was suffused with sorrow, as if some profound grief had long plagued her heart. In that moment, Yang Fan couldn't help but stifle a chuckle within, aware that an opportunity to act was soon to arise. He was well acquainted with the discord between Lu Xiaoqi and her master. Hence, if Lu Xiaoqi dared to bare her soul, he would possess the means to resolve her troubles, thereby fostering her affection for him. "Humph, they are all gone," Lu Xiaoqi declared with indignation. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the mere recollection of past events instigated an urge to strike out. Yet, she was no match for her esteemed master, and thus she could only endure in silence. Beyond that, there was no recourse available. This is precisely why Lu Xiaoqi found herself in such a state of vexation. Otherwise, she would have been blissfully content. How could she possibly be so troubled? Xiaoqi, what do you mean by that?" Yang Fan feigned utter ignorance, gazing at Lu Xiaoqi as if he were a bewildered child. Observing this, Lu Xiaoqi, lacking the energy to dwell on it further, proceeded to clarify. "My master insists that I focus on my cultivation, yet he never considers my feelings. In a fit of frustration, I simply dashed out." At this juncture, for reasons inexplicable, tears cascaded down Lu Xiaoqi's cheeks. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, as if she had encountered something profoundly distressing. How petulant she appeared! In truth, Even without her words, young Fan was already aware of her plight. Having read the Supreme Master. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Xiaoqi, your master acts this way solely for your benefit. You must strive to understand his earnest intentions. With that, Yang Fan knelt down and gently patted Lu Xiaoqi's head. This sensation of tenderness was one that Lu Xiaoqi had never experienced before. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming fondness. If it were possible, Lu Xiaoqi would wish for Yang Fan to continue caressing her indefinitely. In this manner, one could truly indulge in the moment. However, after a brief caress, Yang Fan withdrew his hand, leaving Lu Xiaoqi pouting, her expression one of evident dissatisfaction. Why did you stop? Lu Xiaoqi inquired, a hint of urgency in her voice. For reasons unknown, she felt an unprecedented warmth emanating from Yang Fan's large palm. What should I continue? Yang Fan feigned ignorance, his face adorned with confusion, as if he were entirely bewildered by Lu Xiaoqi's words, prompting her to elaborate further. Upon uttering those words, it unexpectedly agitated Lu Xiaoqi, whose displeasure became evident in an instant. However, after a moment of contemplation, she found herself feeling quite distressed. Thus, Lu Xiaoqi directly inquired, What must you do to console me? Upon finishing her question, she immediately cast her gaze downward, too bashful to meet Yang Fan's eyes. Her demeanor was undeniably shy, as Yang Fan was the very first male friend she had encountered in her life. This left her feeling flustered and utterly unsure of how to engage in conversation. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan realized that, at this very moment, Lu Xiaoqi had become emotionally invested. His heart raced with excitement as he contemplated how best to navigate the situation before him. After some reflection, he calmly replied, There is no need for consolation. You are merely upset, and that feeling will pass shortly. Although Yang Fan had initially hesitated to express himself in such a manner, he found the words escaping his lips. He understood that Lu Xiaoqi was still quite young and likely had not pondered the complexities of the situation to any great extent. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqi's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time she had ever heard such words. For reasons unknown, her heart began to race unexpectedly, and she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. However, as she recalled her mentor's previous admonitions, her spirits plummeted. Deep within her heart, she fervently wished for someone to step forward and deliver a sound thrashing or a scathing reprimand to her mentor. In this manner, the grievances I have endured for years may finally be dissipated. At the very least, I shall no longer suffer such indignities as I do presently. At once, Lu Xiaoqi's countenance fell into despondency. Who could blame her, when her revered master was the most formidable cultivator she had ever encountered? Ordinary practitioners of the arcane arts stood no chance against her esteemed teacher. What troubles you? Weren't you perfectly content mere moments ago? Gazing at Lu Xiaoqi's despondent expression, Yang Fan inquired with gentle puzzlement. His tone carried a soothing quality, appearing utterly nonchalant about the matter, yet far from alleviating the situation. His words seemed to illuminate Lu Xiaoqi's spirit like a ray of dawn. Without further hesitation, the young girl immediately pleaded, Could you possibly assist me with something, dear elder brother? Her eyes brimmed with a pitiable tenderness, like a puppy gazing devotedly at its master. After all, Yang Fan was the first true friend Lu Xiaoqi had ever known. Had it been otherwise, she would never have spoken in such a manner. Hearing this, Yang Fan was instantly perplexed. He simply couldn't fathom what kind of assistance Lu Xiaoqi could possibly need from him. Thereupon, Yang Fan inquired directly, Xiaoqi, what precisely do you imply by this statement? A tone brimming with bewilderment. If possible, Yang Fan earnestly wished Lu Xiaoqi could provide him with a thorough explanation. In this manner, the confusions within one's heart may find resolution. Lu Xiaoqi, without hesitation, directly inquired, Could you assist me in giving my esteemed mentor a thorough beating? Her eyes were filled with an air of poignant sorrow. It was a desire for Yang Fan to act in such a manner, for only then could the resentment within Lu Xiaoqi's heart be alleviated. However, upon hearing Lu Xiaoqi's words, Yang Fan's countenance instantly darkened. Surely you jest. Suggesting that I confront a master beyond the worldly realm, are you not merely sending me to my demise? Yang Fan inwardly cursed, growing increasingly agitated with each passing thought. He could hardly believe that Lu Xiaoqi would utter such words. If given the chance, he would have relished the opportunity to give her a sound thrashing, silencing her and alleviating his own frustration. However, Yang Fan was acutely aware that such actions would only serve to awaken the phoenix bloodline within Lu Xiaoqi. At that point, would he not find himself relentlessly pursued by her? Upon reaching this thought, an inexplicable fear began to swell within Yang Fan's heart. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply and said, I fear this may be beyond my capabilities. The tone was imbued with an unmistakable sense of rejection, directly negating Lu Shaoqi. In an instant, her aristocratic demeanor was unleashed. She could scarcely fathom that Yang Fan would refuse so decisively. Why won't you assist me? Lu Shaoqi pouted her lips and inquired, her eyes brimming with a scolding aura, as if she were a queen in her own right. Had it been anyone else, they might have already dealt her a severe blow. I have encountered arrogance before, but never have I witnessed such audacity. Alas, I am unable to retaliate. So why should I acquiesce to this? Calmly, Yang Fan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if it were entirely natural. Although he yearned for the support of Lu Shaoqi, it did not imply that he was obliged to take any actions on her behalf. Thus, when Yang Fan declined, he did so with unwavering resolve, exhibiting no trace of hesitation. In an instant, Lu Shaoqi found herself at a loss for words, her heart brimming with a sense of grievance. Tears began to cascade from her eyes, manifesting her deep sense of injustice. The sight of her tears struck a chord within Yang Fan, stirring a profound sense of remorse. He was momentarily at a loss, anxiety creeping into his heart. Then, with a directness that cut through the tension, Yang Fan exclaimed, Why are you crying? Please, do not weep. One cannot help but let out a deep sigh. Gradually coming to understand the immense challenges faced by the protagonist in the esteemed tome, the Supreme Being. Nevertheless, Yang Fan remained unperturbed, merely feeling a sense of nostalgia. If you do not assist me, I shall continue to weep incessantly. Lu Shaoqi responded, her cries growing louder and more uncontrollable. This piqued the curiosity of Sister Ranran, who sat in the carriage as she keenly observed the scene. She was exceedingly eager to uncover the mystery of what had transpired. Ultimately, Yang Fan was defeated by Lu Shaoqi, which brought him a moment of relief. He then spoke up, saying, all right, cease your tears. However, I cannot agree to assist you in confronting your esteemed teacher. I can chastise her and compel her to apologize on your behalf from this day forth. I shall ensure that she treats you with the utmost care. Indeed, Yang Fan's thoughts aligned perfectly with this notion. After all, who could possess such extensive knowledge as Yang Fan? Therefore, he confidently scolded Lu Shaoqi's master. In this regard, Yang Fan felt a sense of assurance. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Shaoqi instantly perked up, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Yang Fan. Is it truly so? Lu Shaoqi exclaimed with joy, her heart racing as if she had encountered her destined soulmate. Of course, it is true. Why would I deceive you? However, I have indeed made a promise. Yet I must inquire, how shall you repay me, Shaoqi? Yang Fan, not one to linger on trivialities, directly posed his question. A faint, enigmatic smile crept upon his lips, as if reveling in some clandestine triumph. However, the response from Lu Shaoqi took him by surprise, prompting him to instinctively take 2 steps back. As long as you accomplish this, I shall marry you. Upon finishing her words, Lu Shaoqi immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze, her heart raced violently, akin to a fawn frantically bounding within her chest, leaving Lu Shaoqi utterly unprepared for the moment. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure, and a smile spread more broadly across his face. You have finally mustered the courage to utter such words. I have been eagerly anticipating this moment. Yang Fan silently contemplated. Immediately thereafter, he said without further ado, all right, this is your own decision. I have not coerced you. It is quite late now. Shall we seek your esteemed teacher tomorrow instead? What do you think, Shaoqi? Having spoken, Yang Fan gazed at Lu Shaoqi. If she wished to depart immediately, he harbored no objections. It all rested upon her decision. Without uttering a word, Lu Shaoqi responded with a silent nod. Witnessing this, Yang Fan's heart blossomed with uncontainable joy, and he tenderly clasped her delicate hand, guiding her step by step toward the carriage. Yet, Lu Shaoqi's countenance burned crimson, resembling a maiden freshly intoxicated by love's first bloom. Upon returning to the carriage, Sister Ranran caught sight of Lu Shaoqi and was momentarily taken aback. Despite her youth, Lu Shaoqi possessed such striking beauty that it ignited a fierce envy within Sister Ranran's heart. Nevertheless, masking her resentment behind a practiced smile, she greeted with feigned warmth, "Hello, little sister." Yet, Lu Shaoqi merely lifted her eyes, regarded Sister Ranran with fleeting disinterest, and with the air of a noble young lady, swept past her into the carriage to rest. Not a single word escaped her lips throughout the entire encounter. This instant infuriated Sister Ranran. She had witnessed arrogance before, but never to such an audacious extent. Her petite fist clenched tightly. the urge to rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing to the utterly impudent and ill-mannered Lu Shaoqi overwhelming her. After Lu Shaoqi stepped into the carriage, Yang Fan swiftly followed, only to find Sister Ranran wearing a troubled expression. Bewilderment clouded his mind, prompting him to inquire with a tone laced with confusion, "What's wrong?" Just moments ago, everything had seemed perfectly fine. What could have caused such a sudden shift in her demeanor? Yang Fan pondered silently. At his question, Sister Ranran exhaled a resigned sigh, her gaze darkening as it flickered toward the carriage's interior. Shaking her head, she replied with forced composure, "It's nothing. Let us proceed." Taking her word, Yang Fan refrained from further inquiry and resumed guiding the carriage forward. Though perplexity gnawed at him, he respected her unwillingness to elaborate. Inside the carriage, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji studied the reclining figure of Lu Shaoqi with wide-eyed curiosity. Who was this girl, and why had she appeared so abruptly in their midst? With gentle warmth in her eyes, Lu Qianqian leaned forward and softly asked, "Little sister, my name is Lu Qianqian. May I know yours?" Yet Lu Shaoqi offered no response, her posture rigid with disdain, as though she were the sovereign of the heavens themselves. At this moment, Wu Ji furrowed her brows slightly. She had encountered arrogance before, but never had she witnessed such unabashed audacity. This instantly infuriated her, causing her delicate fists to clench tightly, producing a series of crackling sounds. Observing this, Lu Qianqian quickly pressed down on Wu Ji, fearing that she might erupt at any moment. Fortunately, Wu Ji managed to maintain her composure, refraining from an immediate outburst. However, it was utterly impossible to expect her to treat Lu Shaoqi with any kindness. It is essential to understand that Wu Ji is a beautiful woman who loves passionately and despises fiercely. Just as others treat her, she reciprocates in kind. Time passed gradually, and the sky darkened. Yang Fan gazed at the road ahead, aware that it would take some time to reach the location of Lu Shaoqi's esteemed mentor. Thus, he called out to those in the carriage, "Let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the others felt no objection, promptly halting their activities to rest in place. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoqi joyfully approached Yang Fan, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at him quietly. However, this very scene incensed Sister Ranran, igniting her fury. Her eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of menace, as if Lu Shaoqi had committed a grave transgression. Ultimately, unable to contain her anger, Sister Ranran stormed towards the area where Lu Shaoqi and Yang Fan stood. After a brief moment, she arrived beside Yang Fan, casting a fierce glare at Lu Shaoqi. Without hesitation, she commanded, "Step aside." Her tone was laced with hostility, as though Lu Shaoqi had perpetrated a heinous act. Instantly, Lu Shaoqi lifted her head slightly, her gaze piercing as she regarded Sister Ranran. "Who do you think you are? Why should I move?" she retorted, her words dripping with scorn, clearly dismissive of Sister Ranran's authority. The atmosphere crackled with tension, on the verge of eruption. Yang Fan, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to resolve the escalating conflict. Frustration clouded his mind. He had merely wished for a moment of tranquility. Now, peace seemed an elusive dream. With a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and remarked, "Could you both quiet down a little?" His heart was brimming with helplessness. Yet, Sister Ranran and Lu Shaoqi paid no heed to Yang Fan's words, continuing their heated argument. As for the content of their quarrel, one could only imagine. After a while, Yang Fan could endure it no longer. In a fit of anger, he rose to his feet and strode toward the carriage, seeking respite from these unreasonable women. "Look, you've driven Yang Fan away with your bickering. How utterly uncivilized." Lu Shaoqi sneered in disdain. The pleasant mood had been utterly ruined by Sister Ranran. The mere mention of it instantly ignited an overwhelming urge in Sister Ranran to give Lu Shaoqi a good thrashing. Yet ultimately, she managed to suppress the impulse with great restraint. After all, Sister Ranran was acutely aware that should a major conflict erupt, Yang Fan would inevitably find out. The consequences of such a scenario were too dreadful for her to even contemplate. Thus, swallowing her pride seemed the only viable option. "I shall not stoop to bickering with an immature child." With those words, Sister Ranran exhaled deeply, refraining from further engagement with Lu Shaoqi. She turned away from the bonfire and strode toward the carriage, her eyes glinting with unspoken ferocity. Were it not for Yang Fan's presence, she would have undoubtedly unleashed her fury without hesitation. Watching Sister Ranran's retreating figure, Lu Shaoqi seethed with indignation. Yet she was painfully cognizant of her own limitations. She stood no chance against Sister Ranran in a confrontation. After simmering for a good 10 minutes, Lu Shaoqi gradually regained her composure and made her way to the carriage, determined to cast aside these vexing thoughts. Upon entering the carriage, however, she found Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji engrossed in lively conversation. The sight instantly piqued Lu Xiaoqi's curiosity, and she forced a smile before interjecting. "What are you two discussing?" Without waiting for a response, she plopped herself beside them, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji abruptly ceased their exchange, casting dubious glances at Lu Xiaoqi. Though their reaction irked her, she swallowed her irritation in hopes of uncovering their topic. "Why should we tell you?" Wu Ji finally retorted after a prolonged silence, her tone dripping with disdain. Her demeanor suggested she found Lu Xiaoqi's intrusion thoroughly unwelcome, so much so that she seemed on the verge of delivering a sound beating. "I just want to know. Can't you share?" Lu Xiaoqi replied bluntly, oblivious to the underlying hostility. Perhaps due to her youth, she failed to grasp the veiled contempt in Wu Ji's words. Had she discerned it, her fiery temperament might have already ignited a physical altercation. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Lu Qianqian intervened gently. "Enough, Sister Ji. Xiaoqi is still young. There's no need to be so harsh with her." The tone was imbued with a gentle warmth, as there was no desire to let these trivial matters hinder the harmonious relationship among them. Upon hearing these words, Wu Ji realized she might have overstepped, and she exhaled deeply, refraining from further remarks. After all, Lu Xiaoqi's previous demeanor had incited considerable anger within Wu Ji. Otherwise, she would not still be struggling to regain her composure. At that moment, however, Lu Xiaoqi sensed a hint of something amiss. Thus, she boldly exclaimed, "Hey, are you a bit out of your mind?" The instant those words escaped her lips, Wu Ji's eyes widened in shock, burning with fury as she glared at Lu Xiaoqi. She then gritted her teeth and retorted, "What did you say? If you have the guts, repeat that." Her fists itched to land a blow on Lu Xiaoqi's face. "I mean, are you unable to recall certain matters?" Lu Xiaoqi paid little heed to Wu Ji's words, responding carelessly. For just moments earlier, while observing Wu Ji, she had suddenly perceived that something was obstructing Wu Ji's mind, something Lu Xiaoqi suspected had been deliberately placed there by another. At this moment, Wu Ji was slightly startled, gazing at Lu Xiaoqi with an incredulous expression. She never expected Lu Xiaoqi to guess it so effortlessly. After a brief pause, Wu Ji exclaimed in astonishment, "How? How did you know?" Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. For some inexplicable reason, Wu Ji deeply desired for Lu Xiaoqi to cure her ailment. In this manner, one could recall the events of the past. "I have seen it, hence I am aware," replied Lu Xiaoqi. "Is there a way to heal me, to restore my memories?" Upon uttering these words, Wu Ji immediately shifted her demeanor, gazing at Lu Xiaoqi with a pitiful expression, her tone imbued with yearning. "Of course. It is not difficult at all." With that brief assertion, Lu Xiaoqi refrained from further elaboration and commenced the treatment for Wu Ji. She gradually gathered a fiery essence of spiritual energy in her hands and gently directed it into Wu Ji's mind. At the onset, Wu Ji experienced excruciating pain, as though a conflagration raged within her thoughts. Had it not been for Lu Qianqian supporting her, Wu Ji might have collapsed to the ground. The intense warmth of the spiritual energy was almost unbearable for Lu Qianqian as well. Gradually, as time trickled by, Lu Xiaoqi's fervent energy began to incinerate the aberrations within Wu Ji's mind. Subsequently, she withdrew her energy and settled into a deep meditation. After all, Lu Xiaoqi could not afford to be complacent, otherwise, Wu Ji might have succumbed. After approximately 10 minutes, Wu Ji slowly regained consciousness. In an instant, her gaze sharpened, resembling that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The piercing gaze startled Lu Qianqian, causing her to retreat several paces. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Wu Ji. "Is this truly the Wu Ji I know?" Lu Qianqian trembled inwardly, calling out in distress. At that moment, Yang Fan, weary from his exertions, returned to the carriage. However, upon his return, he was immediately struck by a sense of unease, his brow furrowing deeply as he beheld the icy demeanor of Wu Ji. Wu Ji, sensing Yang Fan's presence, wasted no time. She summoned the essence of ice and snow, charging directly at him. This scene rendered Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Qianqian utterly speechless, completely unprepared for the unfolding events. Their hearts raced with an intensity they had never experienced before. For reasons unknown, Yang Fan, who had the ability to withstand Wu Ji's assault, ultimately succumbed to her attack. With a thunderous crash, Wu Ji's icy powers pierced through Yang Fan's very being. Although there was no visible harm to his exterior, his soul suffered a grievous blow. After standing for a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground. "Yang Fan, how dare you annihilate my 9 clans? You shall pay dearly for this. Do not think that your death will suffice. I will eradicate your Rising Sun Sword sect." After uttering this chilling proclamation, Wuji cast a frigid glance at Lu Shaoqi and Lu Qianqian before vanishing into the depths of the night. Once Lu Shaoqi and Lu Qianqian regained their senses, they rushed to check on Yang Fan. However, as Lu Shaoqi felt for his breath, she recoiled in terror, her gaze trembling with fear. He is not breathing. Lu Shaoqi cried out, her voice echoing throughout the forest. She was instantly at a loss, for this was the first time she had witnessed Yang Fan's lifelessness. Uncertain of what to do, she stood frozen. Lu Qianqian was equally disoriented, the weight of Lu Shaoqi's words reverberating in her mind, leaving her in a state of shock. Lu Feng leapt from the carriage, demanding, "What on earth has happened?" Upon turning to Yang Fan, his brow furrowed deeply, and he hurried over to assess the situation. Unfortunately, after examining Yang Fan, Lu Feng's expression mirrored that of Lu Qianqian. Disbelief etched across his features. Meanwhile, within the Rising Sun Sword sect, the Grand Elder observed Yang Fan's life-light dimming ominously. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the entire sect to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, the Grand Elder shouted, "Shadow Guard, go rescue young Master Yang. No matter the cost. Even if it means the complete annihilation of the Shadow Guard, bring him back to me." His voice brimmed with fury, and the immense spiritual pressure he exuded caused the surrounding beasts to perish instantaneously, leaving not a single creature alive. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain of the Shadow Guard unleashed ancient spiritual energy, his gaze sharpening with determination as he swiftly made his way towards Yang Fan's location, refusing to delay. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Please, let him be safe. If anything were to happen to him, how could I ever face Warner?" At this moment, in a place shrouded in ethereal mist, a woman, capable of garnering the protection of all men in the world, felt her heart pounding violently. It was as though something of utmost importance had vanished from her grasp. A hint of worry flickered across her flawless visage. "Fanner, have you encountered misfortune?" Upon this thought, the woman waved her hand, attempting to discern any signs of movement. Yet, she found herself ensnared by the constraints of fate, rendering her unable to perceive anything. Time passed swiftly. The leader of the Shadow Guards had arrived at the location where Yang Fan lay, gazing at the lifeless form sprawled on the ground. He was momentarily stunned, as if bereft of spirit. "Who are you?" In that instant of bewilderment, Lu Feng sensed something amiss and immediately inquired, his tone laced with hostility. His fists clenched tightly. However, the leader disregarded Lu Feng entirely, advancing with heavy steps towards the deceased Yang Fan. Not receiving a response, Lu Feng positioned himself directly in front of the leader, attempting to obstruct his path. Yet, in his profound grief, the leader was incapable of considering anything else. With a casual flick of his hand, he sent Lu Feng sprawling, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi rushed to stand before Yang Fan, determined to shield him from any harm inflicted by the menacing leader of the Shadow Guards. "Step aside. If you jeopardize the safety of young Master Yang, you shall accompany him to the grave," the leader ominously declared, resembling a reaper risen from the depths of hell. A shiver ran through Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi, their bodies trembling. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, they reluctantly parted ways, allowing the leader to approach Yang Fan. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on him, prepared to intervene should he attempt anything nefarious. As the leader knelt, he gently touched Yang Fan's body, an icy sensation sweeping over him, filling his heart with despair. "Who dares commit such inhumane acts against my adopted son?" He roared internally, his teeth clenched, causing the very air around him to quiver. Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi recoiled several steps in fear. "This is more formidable than my master," Lu Shaoqi lamented inwardly, paralyzed by the leader's overwhelming presence. Gradually, the leader exhaled deeply, commencing the healing process for Yang Fan. Yet, the injuries he bore were grievous, sustained solely by the support of his spiritual energy. This left the leader utterly powerless to save Yang Fan, and a sense of urgency began to swell within him. "Is there any way to rescue him?" Lu Shaoqi inquired softly after a while, her voice trembling with despair. She was at a complete loss regarding what to do next. In response, the leader remained silent, gazing intently at the lifeless Yang Fan, his thoughts gradually becoming a tumultuous whirlpool. This time, the leader was determined to rescue Yang Fan, no matter the cost, even if it meant venturing into the realm of the dead. Was it truly necessary to beseech him? After a moment of contemplation, the leader sighed. Ultimately, he set aside his thoughts and gently lifted Yang Fan into his arms. Channeling his formidable spiritual energy, he teleported away from the spot, racing towards a celestial paradise. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi were unable to intervene in time. The leader's speed was simply too astonishing. Once they regained their composure, Lu Qianqian anxiously inquired, "What shall we do now? Yang Fan has already been taken away." Her tone was rife with urgency. This marked the first occasion when Lu Qianqian felt utterly powerless. "I don't know." Lu Shaoqi shook her head, her heart in turmoil, utterly unsure of how to navigate these matters. Thus, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi sat in silence, their thoughts a chaotic whirl. Meanwhile, atop a lofty mountain, Long Outyin felt an unexpected surge of exhilaration, as if some joyous event had transpired. This newfound elation accelerated his cultivation. What on earth is happening today? Long Outyin mused, lost in thought. Just then, an elderly man appeared, accompanied by a stunning beauty of unparalleled grace, ascending the mountain. He called out to Long Outyin, "Disciple, come meet your junior sister." His voice brimmed with delight, reminiscent of winning a lottery worth 5 million. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin, without further contemplation, ceased his training and approached the old man. In a short while, he stood beside him. However, when he beheld the enchanting lady, he was momentarily taken aback, excitement coursing through him to the point of nearly causing a nosebleed. "Disciple, this is your junior sister, Wu Ji. Do take good care of each other." With that, the elder departed leisurely, leaving Long Outyin and Wu Ji in solitude. Wu Ji regarded Long Outyin with a frosty demeanor, resembling a beauty emerging from an icy peak, utterly captivating him. Hello, I am Long Outyin. It is a pleasure to meet you, junior sister Wu Ji." After a moment, Long Outyin wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with excitement. Yet, Wu Ji merely cast him a glance before turning away, retreating to an open space to commence her own practice. Deep within Wu Ji's heart lay a profound resentment. Observing this, Long Outyin felt not repulsion, but rather an intensified admiration for such a frigid goddess. "Junior sister Wu Ji. I shall ensure you find solace in my embrace." Long Outyin chuckled inwardly. He then quietly approached Wu Ji's side, beginning his own cultivation. The delightful fragrance of her presence wafted into Long Outyin's senses, igniting a sense of wonder and elevating his spirits. Perhaps this day marks one of the happiest moments for Long Outyin in recent times. Atop a celestial mountain, the leader of the Shadow Guard gazed at the ethereal summit before him. With a resigned sigh, he began his arduous ascent, step by step, towards the peak. Although he possessed the ability to soar directly to the top, he chose to walk in deference to his counterpart, well aware of the latter's temperament. After a grueling 2 hours, the leader finally reached the summit. Before he could utter a word, his counterpart exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "I never expected that the illustrious Black Shark Sovereign, one of the top 10 leaders, would come seeking this old man. Truly unexpected." As the words hung in the air, an exceedingly aged figure appeared before the leader of the Shadow Guard, his countenance marred by a hint of anger. The Black Shark Sovereign could only shake his head in resignation, acutely aware that the old man before him still harbored resentment over past grievances. Thus, he took a deep breath and said, "Ghostly Physician Sovereign, let bygones be bygones." His tone was infused with a sense of helplessness, reflecting his deep regret for past actions that had indeed wronged the Ghostly Physician Sovereign. After all, it was entirely out of character for the Black Shark Sovereign to apologize unless he truly felt remorse. Can such emotional wounds truly heal? Do not jest with me. Black Shark Sovereign, you, a once great ruler, dare to utter such words to me? Do you not find it laughable? The Ghostly Physician Sovereign scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain, clearly looking down upon the Black Shark Sovereign. Were it not for the inability to prevail in battle, the Ghostly Physician Sovereign might have already unleashed his fury upon him without hesitation. After a moment, the Ghostly Physician Sovereign spoke again, his voice laced with palpable aversion. "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" He was unwilling to entertain the Black Shark Sovereign's presence, and his sole desire was to see him depart. For only then could his troubled mind find solace. "I seek your assistance," the Black Shark Sovereign replied, exhaling deeply. Despite his reluctance to speak, he felt compelled to do so, for nothing held greater significance in his heart than Yang Fan, not even his own dignity. Before he could complete his request, the Ghostly Physician Sovereign erupted into laughter. "Black Shark Sovereign, have you no pride? You dare come to me for help? Is this some kind of jest?" The Ghostly Physician Monarch spoke disdainfully, his countenance reflecting a profound contempt for the Black Shark Monarch. Nevertheless, this also instilled within the Ghostly Physician Monarch a sense of immense astonishment. It is essential to recognize that he possessed a considerable understanding of the Black Shark Monarch. The fact that the latter would humbly approach him, setting aside his dignity, was undoubtedly a significant event. Otherwise, the Black Shark Monarch would not behave in such a manner. What do you desire that I may assist you? After a brief moment, the Black Shark Monarch exhaled deeply and inquired. Aware that the ghostly physician monarch still harbored grievances regarding past events, he continued, I wish for your life. Are you willing to part with it? Upon hearing the Black Shark Monarch's words, the ghostly physician monarch replied in a low voice, his gaze instantly transforming into something sharp and piercing. As if he harbored an intense hatred for the Black Shark Monarch before him, yearning to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Willing. The Black Shark Monarch answered without hesitation, his tone imbued with unwavering determination, devoid of any trace of doubt. In that moment, the Ghost Doctor Sovereign was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated what could transpire to compel the Black Shark Sovereign to such an extraordinary resolve, one that even disregarded his own life. At that point, the Ghost Doctor Sovereign found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Black Shark Sovereign maintained a composed demeanor, gazing intently at the Ghost Doctor Sovereign to convey his unwavering determination. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the Ghost Doctor Sovereign slowly spoke. His voice laden with despondency, Speak, what assistance do you require from me? He had not intended to express himself in such a manner. Yet he ultimately succumbed to the Black Shark Sovereign's insistence. Although he harbored deep-seated resentment towards the other, he felt that if he did not extend his help now, it would render him devoid of conscience. After all, they had once been close allies. Observing the situation, the Black Shark Sovereign wasted no time and directly brought forth the lifeless form of Yang Fan before the Ghost Doctor Sovereign. He then spoke earnestly, Bring him back to life. No matter the cost, I am prepared to bear it. For reasons unknown. The sight of Yang Fan in such a state stirred a profound urge within the Black Shark Sovereign to weep. And a pang of pain gripped his heart as he clenched his fists tightly. The Ghost Doctor Sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the motionless Yang Fan. You wish for me to revive him? He stammered, his hands trembling slightly. Even his gaze towards the Black Shark Sovereign shifted, reflecting his inner turmoil. Yes, I want you to save him. I know you possess the capability. After a deep exhale, the Black Shark Sovereign articulated, fully aware of the Ghost Doctor Sovereign's abilities. I can indeed revive him, but it will require a steep price. The Ghost Doctor Sovereign replied gravely, his heart racing with unease. For he had begun to surmise Yang Fan's true identity, which was almost too incredible to fathom. I have stated that regardless of the cost, he must be saved. The Black Shark Sovereign insisted. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace the Ghost Doctor Sovereign, urging him to expedite Yang Fan's revival. Very well. Remember your words. Your life is now mine. Upon concluding his words, the esteemed Ghost Doctor King, without a moment's hesitation, gently lifted Yang Fan and proceeded towards his residence. There was no trace of indecision in his demeanor. The Ghost Doctor King was acutely aware that any further delay could jeopardize Yang Fan's recovery. He needed to act swiftly to restore him to life. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly Emperor himself descended, Yang Fan would remain unable to awaken fully. Meanwhile, the Black Shark King waited quietly outside, gradually feeling a sense of relief. He was well aware of the Ghost Doctor King's prowess once he intervened. There was no soul beyond salvation. Even those reduced to mere remnants could be revived. This underscored the Ghost Doctor King's extraordinary capabilities. Inside the chamber, the Ghost Doctor King commenced his meticulous treatment of Yang Fan. Vital healing energy permeated Yang Fan's being, gradually mending his soul with utmost care and diligence. In truth, even without the Black Shark King's pleas, the Ghost Doctor King would have been compelled to save Yang Fan, for he was a figure not to be trifled with. As time elapsed, a week passed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the Black Shark King's anxious anticipation, the Ghost Doctor King emerged from the room, his weary form betraying the effort expended. He called out to the Black Shark King, It is done, he has been healed, and you may take him back. Yet, do not forget the promise you made. Instantly, joy illuminated the Black Shark King's countenance, his face awash with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed into the room to check on Yang Fan, discovering that he had regained his breath and was no longer in critical condition. A wave of relief washed over him, soothing his anxious heart. This may very well be the finest news the Black Shark Sovereign has ever received, unequivocally. Subsequently, he gently lifted Yang Fan into his arms and exited the dwelling, presenting himself before the Ghost Doctor Sovereign. Without hesitation, he knelt partially, expressing, Ghost Doctor Sovereign, I am immensely grateful. I shall honor my promise. Grant me a moment. His tone was imbued with sincerity, entirely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from a sovereign. Let us proceed, replied the Ghost Doctor Sovereign, his voice measured and devoid of embellishment. A flicker of uncharacteristic emotion danced in his eyes. For reasons unknown, the ghost Dr. Sovereign finally comprehended the motivations behind the Black Shark Sovereign's actions. A weighty sentiment enveloped him. In response, the Black Shark Sovereign wasted no time, swiftly cradling Yang Fan and soaring back to their original location without a hint of hesitation. After all, sometimes conversation requires not an abundance of words, but rather a genuine connection. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Black Shark Sovereign returned to the vicinity of the carriage with Yang Fan. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi, who had been anxiously awaiting for a week, instantly displayed their elation. They immediately inquired, "Esteemed one, how's Yang Fan?" Their hearts raced with trepidation, fearing that something dire might have befallen him, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Their eyes were brimming with urgency, akin to a fire threatening to consume them. "He is well. He has recovered. After a brief rest, he shall be fine." The Black Shark Sovereign reassured them softly as he set Yang Fan down. He continued, "In the future, I may not be able to protect him. Please convey to him to return promptly to the Sunfire Sword Pavilion." Before Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi could fully grasp the circumstances surrounding this situation, the Black Shark Sovereign cast a lingering gaze at Yang Fan and departed, showing no sign of hesitation. He feared that lingering any longer would render him reluctant to leave. However, as he took his leave, he adorned Yang Fan with his sovereign necklace, the contents of which remained a mystery to all but the Black Shark Sovereign himself. Once the Black Shark Sovereign had departed, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi set aside their thoughts and began to tend to Yang Fan. They soon discovered that his heartbeat and breathing had returned, prompting a profound sigh of relief. Throughout that week, they had been exceedingly worried for Yang Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Feng remained in a deep slumber, a consequence of the Black Shark Sovereign's earlier heavy-handedness, which had rendered him unconscious. As long as he was unharmed, all was well. Lu Qianqian forced a smile, and her worries dissipated in an instant. At least her concerns for Yang Fan were not as intense as before. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Under the attentive care of Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi, Yang Fan gradually opened his eyes. Trembling slightly, he inquired, "Where is this?" His gaze grew increasingly unfocused, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head as fragmented memories began to resurface. "You finally awakened. I thought you would remain in slumber for several days and nights." Upon hearing Yang Fan's frail voice, Lu Qianqian fought against her drowsiness and spoke with a warm smile. Her tone was imbued with tenderness, and the anxiety that had gripped her heart began to ease, no longer as urgent or fearful as before. In response, Yang Fan gently shook his head, quickly piecing together the events that had transpired. He let out a resigned sigh, realizing that the very situation he had dreaded the most had, after all, come to pass. Alas, he thought, I never anticipated such an occurrence. The suddenness of it all left him utterly unprepared. However, the deed was done, and even if he wished to regret it now, it was far too late. All he could do was hope that Wu Ji would gradually emerge from her suffering. Beyond that, Yang Fan dared not harbor further aspirations. Soon enough, Yang Fan regained his composure and asked, "Who rescued me?" He was somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding his situation, understanding that Wu Ji had acted with lethal intent. Otherwise, he would not have remained unconscious for such an extended period. This realization stirred a profound sense of confusion within him, prompting a desire to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Upon hearing his question, Lu Qianqian wasted no time and recounted the entire series of events with meticulous detail. It took her over half an hour to convey the complete narrative. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was taken aback, completely unprepared for the unfolding events. He felt an immense respect for the Black Shark Sovereign, compelling him to express his gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you. Lu Qianqian has been taking care of me these past few days. You should rest now. I wish to be alone for a while," he said softly, a faint smile gracing his face. Lu Qianqian, not overthinking his words, offered him a few words of caution before retreating to rest. After all, she had not had a moment of respite while attending to Yang Fan, and now that she had the opportunity to rest, she would not let it slip away, especially with no lingering concerns. Watching Lu Qianqian's retreating figure, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. With his trembling body, he stepped out of the carriage and gazed quietly at the vast sky before him, his eyes reflecting an unusual depth of thought. What was he contemplating? Just then, Lu Feng, feeling pain, approached Yang Fan and inquired about his well-being. Aware of the circumstances, Lu Feng's tone softened. He refrained from raising his voice. Recognizing Yang Fan's troubled mood, under normal circumstances, he would not have engaged in such conversation. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. choosing silence as he continued to stare ahead, his gaze filled with endless thoughts. Words seemed inadequate to express the tumult of emotions he was experiencing. After all, such occurrences were difficult for anyone to bear, let alone for Yang Fan in his current state. His feelings were a chaotic and intricate web. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan finally spoke. "I am not thinking of anything." Lu Feng chuckled softly, not believing Yang Fan's claim. He understood that such events were undeniably painful for anyone. Consequently, Lu Feng exhaled deeply and remarked, "How could you not be thinking about it? Sometimes, voicing your thoughts can lighten your heart. Keeping everything bottled inside can be detrimental." His tone was laden with empathy. In truth, Lu Feng himself bore the weight of many unspoken issues, though he chose not to reveal them. At that moment, Yang Fan shook his head, feeling at a loss for how to articulate his turmoil, his face reflecting deep resignation. "Do you know Wu Ji's true identity?" After a while, Yang Fan spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the sky, revealing a deeply intricate emotional state. It was inconceivable to emerge from this abyss immediately. At that moment, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Wu Ji. This was precisely why he did not put up any defense when Wu Ji made her move. Isn't Wu Ji merely someone you encountered by the roadside? What else could she possibly be? Lu Feng inquired, his mind swirling with a multitude of questions. If possible, Lu Feng hoped that Yang Fan could provide him with a thorough explanation. In this manner, one shall no longer experience such profound confusion within oneself, and shall be able to elucidate the matters at hand. With a deep sigh, Yang Fan's face was etched with a sense of helplessness. Eventually, he spoke slowly. "He is not just someone I encountered by the roadside. He is the eldest daughter of the Wu family, albeit suffering from amnesia." His tone was laden with despondency, as if he felt profoundly apologetic towards Wu Ji. Initially, Yang Fan had no intention of revealing this. However, circumstances compelled him to do so. To prevent similar incidents in the future, he felt it necessary to inform Lu Feng in advance, allowing him to gradually come to terms with the situation. In an instant, Lu Feng regarded Yang Fan with disbelief, his mind replaying the words just spoken. He never anticipated the intricacies of the matter at hand, which left him utterly astonished and at a loss for words. After about 10 minutes, Lu Feng gradually regained his composure and directly inquired, "Why did you only tell me now? If you had informed me sooner, this situation could have been avoided." His gaze was filled with displeasure. His fists clenched tightly in a display of anger. The gravity of Yang Fan's revelation evoked memories of the tragic fate that befell his family at the hands of the Wu clan, rendering it impossible for Lu Feng to remain calm. Seeing this, Yang Fan was at a loss for how to explain himself and could only let out a deep sigh. After all, he had not wished for such events to unfold. Thus, he took a moment to compose himself and stated, "I did not want it to be this way. Rather, I simply found it hard to disregard the situation." Expressing his true feelings granted Yang Fan a modicum of relief, lifting the weight of despair that had burdened him. His demeanor brightened slightly, revealing a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Observing this change in Yang Fan, Lu Feng found himself at a loss for words. After a deep sigh, he chose to refrain from further contemplation and gazed quietly at the sky, his thoughts swirling in complexity. Soon, Lu Feng continued, "Let it be. The past is behind us, and there is no need to dwell on it. However, Yang Fan, I must advise you, your disposition, if unchanged, will inevitably lead to your downfall. You must learn to act decisively in all matters." After finishing his narration, Lu Feng chose to remain silent, allowing space for Yang Fan to ponder alone. It was during such moments of solitude that thoughts gradually coalesce into clarity. Once Lu Feng departed, Yang Fan stayed quietly, gently soothing his mindset. However, being an inherently optimistic individual, his spirits lifted swiftly, no longer mired in the despondency that had previously engulfed him. "Wu Ji, I have already faced death once. I hope you can relinquish your hatred and refrain from dwelling in it. Otherwise, next time, I shall not show such restraint." With those words, Yang Fan rose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he made his way to the carriage, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. At this juncture, all he desired was to rest, for the events had transpired, and there exists no remedy for regret in this world. The only course left was to forge ahead. Soon, Yang Fan returned to the carriage, only to find Lu Qianshan and Lu Shaoqi fast asleep from their exhaustion. He chose not to disturb them, instead settling in at the front of the carriage, where the warmth of his previous exuberance had waned. Who could remain cheerful in the face of such adversity? "How are your injuries healing?" At that moment, Sister Ranran approached from afar and took a seat beside Yang Fan, her voice laced with genuine concern. The reason for her earlier absence was due to attending to other matters, and upon her return, The revelations ignited within her a fierce urge to confront Wu Ji, for she had not anticipated such cruelty toward her beloved. "I'm all right. Thank you for your concern." Yang Fan replied without much thought, his gaze fixed ahead, avoiding eye contact with Sister Ranran. His mood was undeniably somber. At this moment, Sister Ranran felt a profound ache for Yang Fan. She longed for him to regain his spirit, to cease dwelling on his troubles. However, she understood that helping Yang Fan rise again required a gradual approach, a process that could only be softened by the passage of time. In the short term, it would be quite challenging for him to find his footing once more. With a deep exhale, Sister Ranran mustered a gentle smile and said, "All right, let's not overthink things. We must look forward." Encouraged, she bravely enveloped Yang Fan in her embrace, hoping to instill warmth within him, to inspire him to stand tall once again. Remarkably, this method proved to be undeniably comforting. As Yang Fan lay in Sister Ranran's arms, he felt a surge of emotions, deeply moved by her gesture. A look of solace graced his face. He could not fathom why, but being cradled by Sister Ranran enveloped him in boundless warmth, as if he had found a spiritual refuge. In that instant, he became enamored with this feeling. Observing Yang Fan's content expression, Sister Ranran also smiled. As Yang Fan's partner, she believed it was her duty to alleviate his burdens, providing him with a sanctuary for his soul, allowing her to stand by him in times of distress and offer solace. This was precisely the endeavor that Sister Ranran wished to undertake. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan fell asleep in Sister Ranran's embrace. She did not rouse him, but instead relished the warmth of the moment. Gradually, time slipped away, and before long, dawn broke the following day. The radiant sunlight bathed the earth, awakening Yang Fan. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Sister Ranran peacefully asleep beside him. Choosing not to disturb her, instead, he gently retrieved a blanket from beside him and delicately draped it over her. He then exited the carriage and stepped into the open wilderness. However, as Yang Fan emerged, he discovered Lu Xiaoqi quietly awaiting him at the entrance. This sudden sight filled him with bewilderment. Composing himself, he approached her directly. "Why are you waiting for me here, Lu Xiaoqi?" he inquired, his tone laced with confusion. If possible, Yang Fan hoped that Lu Xiaoqi could provide him with an explanation. In this manner, the perplexities within one's heart could finally be unraveled, alleviating the persistent confusion that had lingered. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xiaoqi did not hesitate. She promptly expressed, "When shall you accompany me to meet my esteemed master? It has already been so many days, have you forgotten?" Her face was etched with displeasure, clearly displaying the temperament of a young lady. Were it anyone else, they might have lost their patience and struck Lu Xiaoqi several times. "Shall we go now? What do you think?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding. Moreover, he yearned to return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion, having been away for nearly 2 months. Time was of the essence. He could not afford any further delays. Instantly, Lu Xiaoqi's spirits soared. She had not anticipated such a swift agreement from Yang Fan after articulating her request. After calming her excitement, she exclaimed, "Yes. Let's set off at once." Without a second thought, Lu Xiaoqi grasped Yang Fan's hand and rushed toward the location of her master, her face alight with joy, as if she had encountered the most delightful event. Observing Lu Xiaoqi's elation, Yang Fan could not help but smile faintly, not dwelling on the matter. He had gleaned insights about her master from the Supreme Venerable, thus was well acquainted with his temperament. Yang Fan felt confident in dealing with this master and, at that moment, he was far from anxious. Rather, he was imbued with a profound sense of self-assurance. After approximately half an hour, guided by Lu Xiaoqi, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. Gazing at the crumbling structure before him, he shook his head in resignation, understanding that Lu Xiaoqi had grown up in such an environment. Alas, how could a little girl be made to live in such a place? You old scoundrel. How utterly despicable. Yang Fan reflected, his heart awash with a myriad of complex emotions. This time, regardless of the circumstances, Yang Fan was determined to impart a lesson to the other party, ensuring they understood his prowess. Otherwise, he would never relent. Although Lu Xiaoqi's mentor possessed formidable skills, Yang Fan was acutely aware that no matter what he conveyed, Lu Xiaoqi's mentor would not retaliate against him. After all, the mentor's influential background was evident, and any attempt at confrontation would require careful consideration. "Here we are, Yang Fan. My esteemed mentor resides within these walls. You must scold him fiercely, so he treats me better in the future. Do you understand?" Upon halting, Lu Xiaoqi promptly articulated her thoughts, her mind already conjuring images of her mentor prostrated at Yang Fan's feet. Yet, This notion instilled a flicker of trepidation within her. An unsettling feeling nagged at her, as if misfortune lurked nearby. However, this thought was swiftly cast aside, for Lu Xiaoqi, being youthful, found it challenging to ponder such complexities. After organizing his thoughts, Yang Fan led Lu Xiaoqi into the dilapidated temple. The moment they stepped inside, a figure materialized before Yang Fan, gazing at him with an odd intensity. The old man soon shifted his attention to Lu Xiaoqi and bellowed, "Lu Xiaoqi, where have you been? You've been absent for days. Are you itching for discipline? Shall I fetch a whip to administer a sound thrashing?" His tone was laced with stern authority, and his gaze bore down with fierce intensity, resembling a strict father reprimanding his daughter. This caused Lu Xiaoqi to cower behind Yang Fan, her limbs trembling with fear, desperate to escape this place of turmoil. She was apprehensive that remaining any longer could lead to dire consequences. "Is this how you treat a young girl?" Just as Lu Xiaoqi trembled in fear, Yang Fan erupted, directing a fierce shout at the old man. His expression transformed into one of grave seriousness, and a surge of spiritual energy swirled rapidly around him, akin to that of a sovereign. At that moment, the old man's gaze darkened, and his brows furrowed slightly. He never anticipated that a mere young lad would dare to shout at him. This sudden affront soured his mood. He exhaled sharply, exhibiting his profound anger, wishing he could subject the boy, Yang Fan, to 1,000 torturous fates to release the fury swelling within his heart. After a brief pause, the old man spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. "Who are you, and why are you in the presence of Lu Xiaoqi?" The atmosphere grew palpably tense, silence enveloping the scene, with even the breaths of those nearby becoming audible. After a moment, Yang Fan took a deep breath and confidently declared, "I am Yang Fan, the saint son of the Liyang Sword Pavilion." As he revealed his identity, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. After all, he belonged to the most formidable lineage among the supreme beings, unmatched in the mundane realm. Instantly, the old man regarded Yang Fan with shock, unable to fathom the depth of his background. It was enough to leave him astounded. Yet, what Yang Fan said next sent a tremor deep within the old man's heart. "Wang Lang, how dare you treat a girl of the Phoenix bloodline in such a manner? If her parents were to discover this, do you believe you would survive?" Yang Fan spoke these words with a tone laced with mockery. As for how he knew the old man's name, it stemmed from his knowledge of the supreme beings. In response, Wang Lang's face was alight with astonishment, leaving him at a loss for words. His palms trembled involuntarily, and despite his attempts to mask his fear, Yang Fan discerned it. This prompted Yang Fan to shake his head in resignation. After a while, Wang Lang exhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure as he asked, "How do you know my name?" Aside from his old acquaintances, very few were privy to his name, and the fact that Yang Fan knew it left him bewildered. His mind raced with a desire to unravel the unfolding events, for only then could he grasp the truth and escape the confusion that plagued him. Upon hearing Wang Lang's question, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond immediately. This deliberate silence was meant to instill fear in Wang Lang, amplifying his trepidation. In this way, one could indeed attain Lu Xiaoqi, laying a steadfast foundation for future growth. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan slowly remarked, "How would I know? It seems to have nothing to do with you. The way you currently treat Lu Xiaoqi, do you not feel a twinge of pain within? Are you not afraid of her parents coming after you? Moreover, what you are doing is a disservice to Lu Xiaoqi, who has invested her heart and soul. Your actions are nothing short of repugnant, do you not realize?" Each piercing word struck the heart of the Wolf of the Dead, rendering him incapable of lifting his gaze. He could only bow his head in silence, too intimidated to meet Yang Fan's eyes. After all, Yang Fan's words were grounded in truth, leaving the Wolf of the Dead at a loss for how to respond. If possible, he would have wished to find a hole to hide in. Knowing that such a scenario would unfold, he questioned why he had even ventured out. This contemplation brought him great anguish, and his eyes grew increasingly vacant. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqi, observing her esteemed mentor in such a state, felt a secret delight within her heart, fervently wishing that Yang Fan would chastise him even more harshly. In this manner, the pent-up frustrations that had lingered within for countless years could finally be released. Ultimately, the Wolf of Death found himself unable to endure any longer and promptly spoke up, "I acknowledge my mistakes. Please, no more words. I shall treat Lu Xiaoqi with greater kindness from now on." His tone was laden with bitterness. Were it not for Yang Fan's coercive persuasion, the Wolf of Death would never have arrived at such a decision. However, the situation had already unfolded, and even if he hesitated to accept it, he had no choice but to gradually come to terms with it. There was simply no alternative. Upon hearing the wolf's words, Yang Fan offered a faint smile and slowly replied, I sincerely hope that you will adhere to your promises. Do not let your words wane into mere empty vows. Should you fail to uphold them, do not blame me for any ensuing consequences. I understand. Rest assured. The Wolf of Death dared not delay and promptly acquiesced. Even his gaze toward Lu Shaoqi shifted, now imbued with a hint of tenderness. Moments later, Yang Fan ceased to meddle in this trifling matter. He crouched down and gazed at Lu Shaoqi, gently saying, I have resolved your issues. You may now return to your cultivation, no longer needing to accompany me. His eyes radiated warmth, akin to a caring companion speaking to Lu Shaoqi. Yet, upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to depart, Lu Shaoqi was instantly enveloped in a sense of longing, reluctant to let him go. Tears welled up in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. With a voice tinged with vulnerability, she implored, Yang Fan, could you not leave? Would it be so difficult to stay by my side? Her heart raced, akin to confessing her feelings to a beloved. However, Yang Fan's subsequent response left her at a loss for words. I have pressing matters to attend to as well. You must focus on your cultivation. Once you reach my level, we can be together every day, never to part again. He affectionately ruffled Lu Shaoqi's hair, wearing a radiant smile that conveyed an unwavering confidence in all that lay ahead. This undoubtedly warmed Lu Shaoqi's heart, causing it to race with excitement. Her cheeks instantly flushed, as if she had encountered something particularly shy. After about 10 minutes of calming her emotions, Lu Shaoqi finally spoke up, her gaze towards Yang Fan transforming. Is everything you said true? She inquired. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Yang Fan replied without a hint of hesitation. After all, it was essential for Lu Shaoqi to feel reassured in order for her to continue making progress. Otherwise, the thought of any unfortunate events occurring was too daunting for Yang Fan to contemplate. In that moment, Lu Shaoqi's heart was unburdened, and she became remarkably resilient. She opened her heart wide and shouted to the heavens, I understand now, Yang Fan. I, Lu Shaoqi, vow to the heavens that in this life and the next, I shall marry no one but Yang Fan. In life, I am his, and in death, I shall be his spirit. As her words echoed in the air, a tremendous sound reverberated from the sky, signifying the success of her vow. Upon concluding her oath, Lu Shaoqi turned to see both the Wolf of the Dead and Yang Fan frozen in disbelief, gazing at her in utter astonishment. They could hardly fathom such a development. Their hearts flooded with shock. Lu Shaoqi, do you even realize what you are doing? The Wolf of the Dead eventually stammered, his voice trembling with incredulity, unable to fully comprehend the words he had just heard. It felt as though he had been struck alive, his heart racing uncontrollably. If only he could wish away the moment he had just witnessed. Yet, now that the declaration had been made, there was no way to retract it. I know exactly what I am doing. What of it? Is it wrong to make a vow? Lu Shaoqi retorted, her demeanor nonchalant. Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts on the matter. His heart brimmed with helplessness, and if it were possible, he would have preferred to leave this place. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Yang Fan spoke up. Lu Shaoqi, do you not understand that vows should not be taken lightly? Once spoken, they must be fulfilled. His tone bore a hint of bitterness, leaving him uncertain of how to convey his feelings. He had initially intended to leave with joy, but now he could only muster a hollow laugh, his heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. However, Lu Shaoqi dismissed Yang Fan's concerns. After all, she was merely honoring a promise she had made to him previously. With an air of indifference, she replied, I understand, Yang Fan. You should head back. I need to focus on my training to keep pace with you. Before Yang Fan could react, Lu Shaoqi had already left him with nothing but the sight of her retreating figure, rendering him utterly helpless. With a deep sigh, Yang Fan turned in the opposite direction, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, what had transpired was irreversible. Even if he wished to regret it, it was too late. Only the lone Wolf of the Dead remained, disheveled amidst the wind. He had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events, and his mind was filled with unexpressed anguish, desperately wanting to voice his feelings. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate them, burdened by a sense of despair as he trudged toward the temple. He was acutely aware that the pressures that lay ahead would be immense, and the very thought of this incident was enough to give him a headache. After a couple of hours had passed, Yang Fan finally returned to the carriage. His previously joyful demeanor was swiftly eclipsed by a sense of resignation. What's wrong? Yang Fan, why do you look so troubled? Lu Qianqian inquired gently, her voice laced with concern as she observed his furrowed brow. Since the last incident, her perception of Yang Fan had undergone a significant transformation, leading her to desire companionship rather than burdening him further. In this manner, it was already sufficient. As for other matters, Lu Qianqian dared not dwell too much. She was acutely aware of her own limited abilities, feeling almost akin to a mere mortal. Thus, she refrained from harboring excessive aspirations. As long as she could remain by Yang Fan's side, that was more than enough. Any other thoughts were not to be entertained. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, Yang Fan did not elaborate further. He merely waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, let us depart from here." His tone bore a hint of guilt. After all, given such circumstances, anyone would feel quite disheartened. Therefore, Yang Fan was solely focused on leaving. Believing that perhaps in doing so, his spirits might gradually lift, alleviating the sadness that currently enveloped him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian did not ponder excessively and simply boarded the carriage, patiently awaiting Yang Fan to steer them away from the site. However, in her heart, she was persistently conjecturing about the reasons behind Yang Fan's melancholy, which left her feeling quite unsettled. She yearned to unravel the intricacies of the situation before proceeding. Meanwhile, Sister Ranran emerged from the carriage and approached Yang Fan, who was driving. Noticing his glum expression, she inquired, "By the way, Yang Fan, where is Lu Xiaoqi? I have not seen him." Initially, Sister Ranran intended to express concern for Yang Fan, but ultimately refrained, redirecting her inquiry to Lu Xiaoqi instead. She was eager to discover his whereabouts and why he had not been seen. In response to Sister Ranran's question, Yang Fan promptly replied, "He has returned to his master." It is better left unsaid, but once spoken, it instantly dampens Yang Fan's spirits. With a resigned sigh in his heart, he pondered how such a predicament could arise. Why must he swear an oath? Would it not have sufficed to remain unbound? Yang Fan silently lamented. The mere recollection of this matter left him at a loss when facing his fiancée, Lin Zixia. His mood soured in an instant. Were it possible, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone, to release the pent-up fury within him, so that his troubled mind might find some semblance of peace. "Where have you returned from, master?" Sister Ranran exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Yang Fan, as if she had just heard an extraordinary tale. The revelation startled her immensely. However, she quickly regained her composure, her mind replaying Yang Fan's words incessantly, struggling to articulate the shock that consumed her. She had always believed that Lu Xiaoqi was merely Yang Fan's cousin, and now, discovering otherwise, left her at a loss for words, her heart in turmoil. As if something profoundly astonishing had occurred. As her thoughts swirled, they arrived at the entrance of a canyon under Yang Fan's guidance. Upon beholding the majestic gorge before him, Yang Fan halted the carriage, his gaze fixed intently on the breathtaking scenery, his mind recalling the teachings from the Supreme Master. A small smile crept onto his lips. After a brief moment of reverie, Yang Fan gradually regained his focus, reflecting that ancient tome was titled The Secret Method of Breaking the Heavens. Well, since I am here, I shall reluctantly seize the opportunity. With this thought, he straightened his attire and turned to Sister Ranran, saying, "I have matters to attend to. Please rest here for a while. I shall return shortly." Before Sister Ranran could respond, she was left staring at Yang Fan's retreating figure. A wave of confusion washing over her. She was utterly perplexed as to why Yang Fan had suddenly departed. Where could he possibly be heading? Sister Ran silently called out in her heart. However, with Yang Fan expressing himself in such a manner, she could only remain in place, patiently awaiting his return. Beyond that, she found herself devoid of any other alternatives. She hoped that upon his return, he would offer her a satisfactory explanation. As Yang Fan traversed the steep mountain path, his gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixed on the horizon. Despite being aware of the potential dangers lurking within the canyon, he dared not let his guard down. Fearful that a momentary lapse could lead to unforeseen troubles, after approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the mouth of the canyon. The vast expanse before him stirred a surge of excitement within him, causing his palms to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed in his ears, "Fated one, I have finally awaited your arrival. Please, step inside." An unusual and peculiar sound emanated from within the canyon. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Yang Fan's lips. Without further contemplation, he strode forward, eager to encounter this enigmatic figure and procure what he desired. Before long, he found himself deep within the canyon, reaching its very center. It was at that moment that an elderly man appeared before him, gazing at Yang Fan in serene silence. "Are you the one who just called out?" Yang Fan inquired, squinting at the old man just as he was about to speak. Having gleaned some information about the elder, Yang Fan's confidence surged. "Ah, this cannot be right. You are not the fated one I awaited." The old man mused inwardly, his demeanor shifting as if troubled by some inner conflict. After a brief pause to compose himself, he spoke directly, "You are not the person I have been waiting for. You should leave at once." With that, the old man prepared to turn away. "How impressive. You claim I am not the fated one. Yet, are you not merely a discarded relic of an ancient sect, lacking the standing to boast before me?" Young Fan retorted, irritation flaring within him, his tone laced with disdain. He looked down upon the elder with contempt. Had the old man approached him with a more amicable demeanor, perhaps Young Fan would have reciprocated with respect. Alas, the situation was far from such cordiality. The old man furrowed his brow slightly, turning to cast a dark, brooding gaze at Young Fan. His eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment, and his heart was filled with shock. The words Young Fan had just spoken were entirely unexpected to him. Moreover, this was a matter of utmost secrecy, and now, astonishingly, Young Fan was aware of it. The old man found it utterly unbelievable, as if he had encountered a ghost. After a brief pause, Young Fan continued, "Devouring. Are you not seeking someone to exact vengeance on your behalf? I can assure you that I will assist you in this endeavor, provided you entrust me with the necessary items. I shall help you eliminate the ancient sect that drove you out." Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback, his hands and feet trembling involuntarily as he stared at Young Fan in disbelief. "How do you know my name?" Devouring exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror. It is worth noting that only his master was privy to Devouring's name. No one else was aware of it. The fact that Young Fan had uttered it so casually left Devouring utterly astounded. His heart raced violently, as if he had encountered a specter, and even his breath became labored. If it were possible, Devouring would have preferred to find a wall to crash into at that moment. In this manner, one can gradually awaken from their stupor, at least free from the cacophony of nonsensical chatter. Presently, Devouring's gaze upon Young Fan had shifted, revealing an unexpected awareness of numerous matters. "Why can't I know your name? Have you elevated yourself to such a lofty height that knowing it is exceedingly difficult?" Young Fan remarked, a hint of a wicked smile gracing his lips. He mused that if he could conquer Devouring before him, the unparalleled secret technique would surely belong to him. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Young Fan, though he carefully masked his emotions. Revealing too much would only allow Devouring to discern his intentions. Thus, he persevered in silence, for only by doing so could he unravel the complexities of the situation without exposing any flaws. At that moment, Devouring's emotions were far from tranquil. He was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had awakened from a deep slumber only to confront a specter. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually regained his composure and exhaled deeply, finally voicing his thoughts. "What exactly do you intend to do?" His eyes were laden with sorrow. He had come in search of a fated encounter, yet instead found himself faced with someone who instilled profound fear within him. Who could endure such torment? The very thought drove Devouring to the brink of despair. "What you wish to do is precisely what I desire," Young Fan replied, his tone laced with mockery, exuding an air of confidence as if he had grasped the entirety of the situation. It was as if, even if Devouring sought to deceive him, such an endeavor would prove futile. In an instant, Devouring found himself at a loss for words, his gaze towards Young Fan transformed. "What kind of person have I encountered today, so astutely aware of my affairs?" he inwardly lamented. At that moment, Devouring's heart was heavy with turmoil, a desperate yearning to escape this unsettling encounter. In this manner, one could find solace, at least no longer plagued by incessant anxiety. "What? Are you rendering me mute?" Reluctant to engage in conversation, as Devouring was lost in his thoughts, Young Fan continued to speak in a tone imbued with teasing mockery. It felt as though an immense weight had been placed upon Devouring, rendering him unable to find his footing, his legs trembling involuntarily. Yet, this overwhelming pressure ignited a rebellious spirit within Devouring. His teeth clenched in a quiver, his fists tightly balled, as if on the verge of eruption. However, just as Devouring prepared to strike, his gaze fell upon the necklace adorning Young Fan's neck. Instantly, he recoiled several steps, his eyes betraying a profound sense of terror. A startled thought raced through his mind. This is the necklace of the Black Shark Sovereign. At that moment, Devouring no longer dared to lay a hand on Young Fan. He needed to carefully assess whether the cards he held were sufficient. Perhaps others were unaware of the true nature of the Black Shark Sovereign, but Devouring, born into an ancient sect, knew all too well of his existence. Should he provoke something sinister, what chance would he have to survive in this world? This thought instantly intensified Devouring's trepidation. Noticing Devouring's silence and the evident fear etched upon his face, Young Fan was overwhelmed with curiosity, eager to comprehend the source of Devouring's profound apprehension. After all, had he not merely shared his own circumstances? Why the need for such alarm? Yang Fan mused internally, perplexed by Chu Daorong's evident fear. If it were possible, he wished for Chu Daorong to elucidate his reasoning. In this manner, one would find their heart less burdened by confusion, allowing for swifter resolutions to various matters. Just as Yang Fan was enveloped in his perplexity, Chu Daorong exhaled deeply and spoke directly. I can grant you the secret technique, but you must promise me one thing. His eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. Initially, he had sought a rather foolish companion, yet here he was, faced with an unexpected situation. Was it not merely about assisting in the eradication of an ancient sect? No problem. Upon hearing Chu Daorong's words, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting a demeanor of indifference. In truth, he had contemplated this course of action well before entering. He was merely articulating his intentions sooner than anticipated. The tremendous benefit that the secret technique would provide him was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such superfluous dialogue with Chu Daorong, but would have departed long ago. At this, Chu Daorong sighed heavily, his face etched with a bitter expression. However, given the circumstances, even if he wished to resist change, he had no choice but to adapt step by step. There was simply no alternative. Thus, Chu Daorong reached into his storage pouch and retrieved the secret technique. He approached Yang Fan, presenting the technique before him. Observing this, Yang Fan did not linger. He accepted the secret technique from Chu Daorong's hand without a hint of hesitation. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. I will avenge your great grievance. Await my good news in silence. After a brief moment, Yang Fan declared with a smile. Without further ado, he turned and departed, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. After all, he had secured what he sought, and his objective had been fulfilled. There was no need to linger any longer. If not now, then when? As he gazed at Yang Fan's retreating figure, Chu Daorong let out a silent sigh, his heart heavy with a sense of helplessness. However, the events had already transpired, leaving him with no alternative but to accept this reality. Other concerns faded into insignificance for Chu Daorong. Meanwhile, atop a lofty mountain, Long Out Yen, who was engaged in cultivation with Wu Ji, suddenly experienced a jarring recoil. His eyes widened in alarm, as if he sensed the loss of something profoundly significant. With a fierce gasp, he expelled a torrent of blood. Wu Ji, noticing the anomaly, swiftly turned to observe. Realizing that Long Out Yen had overexerted himself in his practice, she immediately channeled her spiritual energy to help stabilize his condition. A frown creased her brow, as she struggled to comprehend why Long Out Yen had suddenly succumbed to such a state. What could have possibly gone awry, leading him to expel such a volume of blood? Wu Ji pondered in silence. Under Wu Ji's care, Long Out Yen gradually regained his composure, though his face lacked the vibrant hue of vitality, resembling that of a dispirited individual. Are you all right, senior brother? After a moment, Wu Ji inquired, her tone imbued with a frosty demeanor, akin to that of an icy goddess. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. Long Out Yen replied, finally managing to catch his breath. Yet, internally, he was engulfed in frustration. I was merely cultivating. How could I have encountered such a backlash? This is perplexing. Long Out Yen mused, eager to unravel the mystery behind these unsettling events. In this manner, the uncertainties within one's heart can be resolved, alleviating the relentless confusion that currently plagues the mind. After hearing Long Out Yen's words, Wu Ji refrained from further comments. After cautiously ensuring Long Out Yen's comfort, she resumed her cultivation. At this moment, Wu Ji harbored no thoughts other than a profound desire for vengeance. Regardless of the cost, she was determined to eradicate the members of Yang Fan's family. Only through this act could the flames of her anger be extinguished. Meanwhile, having acquired the secret technique, Yang Fan joyfully returned to the carriage, his face illuminated with an excited smile. He was aware that this secret technique possessed a divine-like essence. This involuntarily stirred excitement within Yang Fan. Ha ha ha, Long Out Yen. I wonder how you will feel when I seize your martial arts techniques ahead of time. Yang Fan chuckled inwardly, his heart filled with elation. His emotions surged, causing his steps to feel light and buoyant. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Yang Fan returned to the carriage. However, upon witnessing the joyous and animated smile on his face, Sister Ran was immediately filled with confusion, her mind swirling with a myriad of questions. Ultimately, unable to quell her curiosity, she directly inquired, Yang Fan, have you encountered something delightful? Why are you so exuberant? Her gaze fixed intently upon him, her breath becoming slightly hurried, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. This was the first time Sister Ran had looked at Yang Fan in such a manner, complicating her emotions immensely. Although they had already shared intimate moments, it had been in a hazy state, leaving Sister Ran somewhat unaccustomed to this clarity. I won't tell you. Hee. In response to Sister Ran's question, Yang Fan replied with a cheerful grin, his excitement palpable. In that moment, Sister Ran fell into a profound silence, at a loss for words on how to articulate her concerns about Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan, unwilling to express himself, left her with no choice but to ponder these matters in solitude, her mind becoming a whirlwind of confusion. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan gathered his thoughts, dismissing the distractions, and steered his carriage, preparing to depart from the forest. Yet, midway through his journey, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice resonating in his mind, breaking his train of thought. Young Master Yang, it is time to return from your escapades. The voice of the Grand Elder of the Liang Sword Pavilion echoed in his head, compelling Yang Fan to halt the carriage. Though he had wished to linger a while longer, a slight furrow formed on his brow, indicating his unease. What troubles you, Yang Fan? Sister Ran inquired, having sensed his unease. Her tone was laced with confusion as her beautiful eyes gazed intently at him, her heart perplexed by his abrupt cessation of movement. I may need to head back, he replied slowly after a deep breath, his gaze darkening as if burdened by an unseen weight. Return? Sister Ran's confusion deepened, her eyes blinking in surprise, clearly eager for an explanation. Without hesitation, Yang Fan recounted the entire situation. I must return to the Liang Sword Pavilion. It appears our paths shall diverge from here. Upon expressing his thoughts, an inexplicable melancholy enveloped him, akin to confronting the most distressing of circumstances, casting a shadow of sorrow over his heart. He was reluctant to leave this place, yet the Grand Elder's command loomed over him, and despite his reluctance, compliance was unavoidable. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself ensnared in a web of helplessness. At this moment, Sister Ran was also lost in thought, her mind resonating with every word spoken by Yang Fan. She felt utterly at a loss, overwhelmed by an unsettling thought that surged within her heart. At this very instant, she could hardly bear the thought of Yang Fan departing from her side. Yet, she recognized the futility of her desire, even if Yang Fan wished to leave. She could not impede his departure. After approximately 10 minutes, as Sister Ran began to regain her composure, she took a deep breath and spoke, her voice laden with a plea. Is it possible for you not to leave? Her gaze was filled with an unbearable sense of longing, as she desperately wished to keep Yang Fan close. Witnessing Sister Ran's pitiable expression, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, akin to being pierced by a knife, causing his emotions to bleed. His eyes revealed an overwhelming sense of helplessness. However, the elder had already sent him a message, and regardless of his personal wishes, he was bound to depart. The command of the elder was not one he could dismiss. After a brief moment, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and, with a bitter tone, confessed, I have no choice but to leave. Please, forgive me. He could not bring himself to meet Sister Ran's gaze, consumed by a profound sense of guilt that rendered him unable to face her. Upon hearing his words, Sister Ran instantly fell into a daze, at a loss for what to express. A sudden wave of immense disappointment washed over her, and a painful sensation enveloped her heart, leaving her breathless with confusion. Yet, the situation had already unfolded, and even if she found it unbearable, she had no choice but to gradually come to terms with it. There was simply no other alternative. In that moment, however, Yang Fan's mind sparked with a sudden idea. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that Sister Ran might not agree. After a brief pause, he summoned his courage and said, How about you come with me? Although the journey might be fraught with endless dangers for Sister Ran's sake, he could not hold back any longer and voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing his proposition, Sister Ran was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with excitement as she gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. The words echoed in her mind, instantly revitalizing her spirit. Is that really possible? Upon regaining her composure, Sister Ran inquired in disbelief, her lavender eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions, as if she had been granted a profound sense of relief. Of course, why wouldn't it be possible? Yang Fan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A confident grin illuminated Yang Fan's face, radiating an air of assuredness. In that moment, Sister Ran, unable to contain herself, enveloped Yang Fan in a tight embrace. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling gently onto Yang Fan's shoulders. Yet, these tears were imbued with the essence of joy, devoid of any sorrow. After a span of around 10 minutes, Sister Ran gradually regained her composure and exhaled deeply. She then inquired, What about Lu Chanchan and Lu Feng? Once the initial happiness subsided, a shadow of concern crept in. After all, Their group consisted of more than just herself and Yang Fan, which inevitably sparked a flicker of worry within Sister Ran. The mere mention of the subject caused Yang Fan to furrow his brow, a clear indication of his unease. After all, these matters had not previously crossed his mind, instilling a flicker of anxiety within him. Sister Ran, however, chose not to intrude upon his contemplation, quietly observing him as she awaited a moment of inspiration. After a prolonged period of reflection, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and declared, "I shall speak with them and ascertain their intentions." His tone betrayed a sense of resignation. Truth be told, he was reluctant to depart in such a manner, yet circumstances left him no choice but to confide in Lu Qianqian and Lu Feng, seeking to gauge their attitudes. "Very well, you go ahead. I shall take the reins of the carriage," Sister Ran responded with understanding, her voice gentle and accompanied by a slight smile, aiming to alleviate the pressure on Yang Fan. Consequently, Yang Fan gathered his thoughts and entered the carriage without hesitation. Upon his arrival, Lu Qianqian and Lu Feng exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Qianqian was the first to voice her confusion, asking, "Yang Fan, what brings you here?" Her tone was laced with curiosity, as she hoped for an explanation from him. In this manner, one's heart would no longer be shrouded in confusion. Yet, Yang Fan did not respond to Lu Qianqian. Instead, he seated himself before her and Lu Feng, his countenance bearing a hint of solemnity. It was as if the words he was about to utter held no trace of levity. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, acutely aware that what Yang Fan was about to convey was of utmost significance. After all, during this period, he had come to understand Yang Fan's nature. "What has transpired?" Lu Feng inquired after a brief pause, his urgency palpable. "It is nothing grave. I am merely returning to the Liang Sword Pavilion." "It seems we shall part ways today," Yang Fan replied, his gaze dimming instantaneously. Originally, he had no intention of divulging such news, but circumstances left him no choice. Better to endure a moment of pain than to prolong the inevitable. He had to express it swiftly. However, once spoken, his revelation left both Lu Qianqian and Lu Feng in a state of shock, their faces etched with disbelief as they regarded Yang Fan, particularly for Lu Qianqian. An overwhelming sense of loss surged within her, as she had not anticipated Yang Fan's departure would come so swiftly. It was as though she had been deprived of any opportunity to prepare herself emotionally. If circumstances allowed, she would have longed to weep openly, to release the turmoil within her. Yet, Lu Qianqian understood that such an outburst would only burden Yang Fan further, offering no solace. Thus, she resolved to endure her sorrow in silence, with no alternative recourse available. An undercurrent of melancholy began to swell within her. "Oh, I see. It is nothing to worry about," Lu Feng remarked nonchalantly, believing it to be a trivial matter. He remained remarkably composed, aware that no gathering lasts forever. He had long anticipated this eventuality. Nevertheless, Lu Qianqian found it exceedingly painful, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. "And you, Lu Qianqian? Where do you intend to go next?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's hearty agreement, Yang Fan turned to Lu Qianqian and inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, as Yang Fan observed the melancholy etched on Lu Qianqian's face, he instantly comprehended the emotions stirring within her. Yet, at this juncture, events had transpired. And despite Lu Qianqian's desire to alter the course of things, it was beyond her reach. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Qianqian was jolted back to reality by Yang Fan's words, her resolve faltering as she dared not pursue her musings further. After exhaling a deep sigh, she replied, her voice laced with a bittersweet tone, This is indeed good news. Having been away from home for so long, I must return and see it again." The bitterness in her tone resonated deeply within her, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. If circumstances allowed, Lu Qianqian yearned to accompany Yang Fan on his journey. However, after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately relinquished that notion. She recognized herself as merely an ordinary person. Following Yang Fan would only serve to complicate his endeavors, offering no assistance whatsoever. Thus, it would be wiser to maintain a respectful distance from him. In this manner, Yang Fan could smoothly progress without hindrance from his own actions. "Very well, I shall take my leave with Sister Ran. Lu Feng, you may escort Lu Qianqian home and then continue your training." Upon observing the situation, Yang Fan refrained from further comments and promptly gave his orders. Lu Feng, without uttering a word, nodded in agreement, indicating that Yang Fan should depart without lingering. Lu Feng had also sensed the sorrowful expression on Lu Qianqian's face. Hearing this, Yang Fan did not hesitate. He cast one last glance at Lu Qianqian, sighed deeply within, and then left without a trace of indecision. As Yang Fan's figure receded into the distance, Lu Qianqian could no longer contain her tears, which erupted from her eyes and stained her fair cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng shook his head in resignation, at a loss for words, his face etched with melancholy. Do not weep. He has already gone, and tears will not bring him back. After a moment, Lu Feng offered his consolation, hoping to soothe Lu Qianqian's troubled heart. What can I do now? I realize that this parting may mean we will never meet again. With this thought, Lu Qianqian's sobs grew louder. Akin to a girl abandoned by her beloved, her sorrow palpable. Embarking on the path of cultivation will allow you to pursue Yang Fan's footsteps, Lu Feng stated directly. While ordinary mortals may struggle to approach Yang Fan, cultivators possess different prospects. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianqian lifted her head. Her spirits momentarily buoyed as if she had received splendid news. She then softened her tone and inquired, Is that truly possible? Her voice trembled with uncertainty, fearful of her own capabilities. Of course it is. Why would it not be? If you are willing, I can guide you. Take your time to contemplate this. With that, Lu Feng gazed into the distance, pondering whether his recent decision was right or wrong. Lu Qianqian watched Lu Feng's silhouette, inexplicably moved, her heart racing as if a fawn were leaping within her chest. She understood that once she embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. Yet, for Yang Fan, she was willing to undertake any endeavor. Thus, Lu Qianqian steadied herself and declared, I wish to cultivate. Her gaze was filled with unwavering determination, as if she had made a momentous decision, stirring something unshakable within Lu Qianqian's heart. Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng turned to face her directly. However, upon witnessing the beauty of her eyes, he was struck with profound astonishment, for it was the most resolute gaze he had encountered thus far. This indicated the immense resolve that Lu Qianqian possessed. After regaining his composure, Lu Feng exhaled and nodded, leading Lu Qianqian along an alternate path. Perhaps, in time, she would evolve into an indomitable woman. Is it truly all right for us to proceed like this? Sister Ranran expressed her apprehension during their journey, sensing an ominous presence lurking nearby, which rendered her unable to find peace. It's nothing to worry about, rest assured, Yang Fan replied without a second thought. To claim he was unconcerned would be disingenuous. Yet, what purpose did worry serve now? There was no alternative but to forge ahead. Observing Yang Fan's demeanor, Sister Ranran was at a loss for words, opting to remain silent and not burden him with her anxieties. Gradually, darkness enveloped the sky, as the ambiguous night descended upon the land, shrouding the remnants of daylight. Let us pause here for a moment, Yang Fan suggested as twilight deepened, wishing to avoid traveling through the night. After all, the wilderness at night was far from the tranquil experience of daylight. Had it been otherwise, he would have continued onward. Sister Ranran, not wishing to overthink, simply nodded and quickly kindled a fire. Yang Fan and Sister Ranran sat quietly beside the flames, enveloped in silence. And the atmosphere grew palpably awkward, as neither had anything to converse about. In the midst of this tranquil moment, a subtle rustling emanated from the grass nearby the campfire, startling both Yang Fan and Sister Ran. Instinctively, Yang Fan adopted a vigilant demeanor, his gaze fixed intently upon the thicket, refusing to relax even for an instant. Sister Ran mirrored his apprehension, acutely aware that they were in the wilderness, where any hint of danger could render them utterly defenseless, with no one to come to their aid. After a few tense moments, a small rabbit suddenly bounded forth from the underbrush. Yet, this little creature bore an expression of sheer panic, as if it were in terror of some unseen threat. Upon spotting Yang Fan, the rabbit rushed towards him without hesitation, its eyes darting nervously around, its body trembling with fear. The rabbit's unexpected approach left Yang Fan utterly bewildered, rendering him speechless in his confusion. Who could possibly explain the enigma unfolding before him? Frustration welled up within him as he yearned to comprehend the bizarre events transpiring in front of his eyes. In this manner, the confusion within one's heart would dissipate. After approximately 10 minutes, the rabbit gradually calmed down, lifting its head to gaze adorably at Yang Fan. Then, the rabbit performed a most astonishing act. It nestled into Yang Fan's embrace and fell into a deep slumber, treating him as one of its own. This left Yang Fan utterly speechless. This rabbit possesses such remarkable spirit. Just as Yang Fan was pondering this, Sister Ranran gazed intently at the rabbit before her. For reasons unknown, she developed a profound affection for this particular rabbit, as if it held a sanctuary for her soul. If you desire it, then I shall grant it to you. With that, Yang Fan gently placed the rabbit into Sister Ranran's arms, resignedly observing the unfolding scene. Sister Ranran, overjoyed, cradled the rabbit, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she swayed gently. Meanwhile, Yang Fan reclined to rest, no longer concerning himself with the rabbit, for in his mind, it was merely an ordinary beast. As long as it posed no threat to him, he had no objections. Perhaps wearied, Sister Ranran too gradually succumbed to sleep, holding the rabbit close. Before long, morning arrived, and Sister Ranran was awakened by the piercing sunlight. However, the first thing she did upon waking was to search for the rabbit. Realizing it was no longer by her side, a wave of anxiety washed over her, fear evident in her eyes as she scoured the surroundings for the spirited creature. Yet, after a while, she discovered the rabbit had chosen to snuggle in Yang Fan's embrace, prompting her to pout in discontent. Without hesitation, Sister Ranran seized the rabbit, desperate to prevent it from escaping her grasp, a testament to her fondness for it. Soon after, Yang Fan awoke as well. Let us strive to return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion today. He spoke without elaboration, choosing instead to continue their journey, having sensed from the previous communication that the elder was in urgent need of his presence. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ranran nodded in agreement and promptly matched his pace as they made their way to the Liyang Sword Pavilion. However, the closer they drew to their destination, the more anxious Sister Ranran became, for this was an encounter with the parents, and it was imperative to leave a favorable impression. Otherwise, what if they were met with opposition? In order to prevent such occurrences, Sister Ranran could only exhale deeply, allowing her emotions to gradually stabilize. It was only through this that she could avert any unfortunate events in the future and continue to forge ahead. Otherwise, she would be at a complete loss regarding what to do. Meanwhile, the little rabbit lay obediently in Sister Ranran's embrace, yet its gaze remained fixed solely upon Yang Fan. Before long, evening descended, and both Yang Fan and Sister Ranran found themselves standing before the majestic entrance of the Liyang Sword Pavilion. The grandeur of the architecture elicited a profound sense of awe from Yang Fan. Goodness, living in a place like this, even a pig could cultivate into an immortal. He marveled internally, finally grasping why his strength had ascended so swiftly in his previous life. Sister Ranran, too, was taken aback by the sight before her, her eyes widening and her pupils dilating in astonishment. This magnificent spectacle had far exceeded her expectations. Previously, she had assumed that Yang Fan's sect was rather ordinary. But the scene now unfolding before her had completely transformed her perception, filling her heart with disbelief. If possible, she would have liked to slap herself twice to awaken from her confusion, at least to avoid lingering in uncertainty as she was now. After a moment, Sister Ranran took another deep breath and inquired, "Yang, is this truly the sect you belong to?" Her voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan, without much thought, replied, "Of course, why?" His tone bore a hint of confusion as he struggled to comprehend Sister Ranran's underlying implications. If it were possible, he hoped that she would elucidate her thoughts. In this manner, one shall no longer be beset by such inner confusion. At this moment, Sister Ranran found herself at a loss for words. She managed to force a faint smile and said, "No, it's nothing." Observing her demeanor, Yang Fan refrained from pressing further and led Sister Ranran into the blazing Sun Sword Pavilion. The disciples stationed at the entrance, upon seeing Yang Fan's return, immediately displayed expressions of trepidation. In unison, they exclaimed, "Welcome back, Holy Sun Yang." Yang Fan merely waved his hand, saying nothing further, and continued to guide Sister Ranran deeper into the sect, a subtle smile gracing his face. "Why yes, the Holy Sun smiled at me," exclaimed Disciple A, astonished and somewhat fearful. "Indeed, this is not at all like the rumors suggested. Could it be that the Holy Sun has changed his ways? Don't speak nonsense. Keep your voice down and maintain your post." Several of the sentinels muttered amongst themselves, utterly astonished by Yang Fan's peculiar behavior. It was well known that Yang Fan had never treated his subordinates in such a manner before. His sudden change was utterly unexpected. Yang Fan, however, simply smiled softly. Even upon hearing the disciples' remarks, he offered no response and chose to continue walking forward. Just then, the sect leader, having learned of Yang Fan's return, promptly dispatched a disciple to summon him, as if there were significant matters to discuss. The disciple, not daring to delay, bowed to the sect leader and swiftly exited the grand hall, searching for Yang Fan in the plaza. Before long, the disciple quickly spotted Yang Fan and hurriedly approached him, his pace urgent as if time were of the essence. Upon reaching Yang Fan, he immediately spoke, "Holy Sun, the sect leader is looking for you. He requests your presence at once." His tone was laced with a sense of urgency, breathless and frantic. Hearing this, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected summons from the sect leader. He had not anticipated such a request at this moment. Nevertheless, Yang Fan understood that the sect leader must have pressing matters to discuss, or he would not have sought him out at this time. Thus, Yang Fan turned to Sister Ranran and said, "Please, take a seat in my courtyard for a while. I will come to find you once I have addressed this matter, if that is agreeable." A hint of seriousness flickered in his gaze. Yang Fan understood that the sovereign's visit was unlikely to herald good news. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out immediately upon his return. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ran did not dwell on it and simply nodded, indicating that he should proceed without concern for her. With that, Yang Fan did not linger in thought and made his way directly to the sovereign's great hall. His demeanor growing increasingly grave, he dared not let his guard down, fearing the sovereign might hold him accountable for some unforeseen matter. Should that occur, the consequences could be dire. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Gazing at the imposing doors before him, he took a deep breath and, without further contemplation, stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, he beheld the sovereign seated at its center. Drawing in a breath, Yang Fan half knelt and respectfully proclaimed, "I pay my respects to you, sovereign." This was not a matter to be taken lightly. Once mentioned, it infuriated the Lord. "Have you bumped your head? How could you not even call me father? This is maddening." The Lord silently cursed within. Unable to contain his temper any longer, he exclaimed, "Have you grown wings, boy, that you no longer recognize your father?" His tone bore a hint of indignation, and he felt an overwhelming urge to teach Yang Fan a lesson, to remind him of his place. Yet, deep down, he knew Yang Fan was still his son. Prompting the Lord to temper his wrath and refrain from erupting. "Father, we are in the great hall. Shouldn't you call me your son?" Yang Fan replied with a cheerful grin, scratching his head awkwardly. Observing this, the Lord let out a helpless sigh. For reasons unknown to him, he felt a peculiar sensation. Yang Fan seemed transformed, and the Lord could not fathom how or why. It simply left him with an unfamiliar feeling. Gradually, the Lord's gaze softened, and he inquired, "Having been away for so long, you must be exhausted. Take some time to rest. There is no need to concern yourself with the affairs of the sect for now. We can discuss them once you are rejuvenated." The Lord had not intended to speak in such a manner. But ever since the words of the Black Shark Monarch had resonated within him, he was reluctant to press Yang Fan too hard. Otherwise, he would have long since assigned him responsibilities without allowing for any rest. Upon hearing his father's words, Yang Fan nodded in agreement without further contemplation. "Understood, father. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to turn away. However, just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he swiftly turned back to the Lord. "By the way, Father, I possess some treasures that serve no purpose in my hands. Perhaps I should surrender them to the sect?" A faint smile graced his lips, exuding an air of mystery, as if he possessed something extraordinary. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the Lord felt a surge of gratitude. He responded, "Your treasures are likely fewer than what we have in the storeroom. It would be best for you to keep them. I appreciate your sentiment." Today, inexplicably, the Lord felt exceptionally joyful, particularly at Yang Fan's change in demeanor, which brought him immense delight. Yet, Yang Fan remained unconvinced. "No, father. Truly, there are many. Shall I reveal them to you now?" His eyes shone with determination, for in his heart, this was his sanctuary. "If we do not arm ourselves adequately, what will we do if that formidable dragon Aotion invades our stronghold? It is imperative that we prepare ourselves thoroughly and take precautions against any unforeseen circumstances." Observing Yang Fan's unwavering determination, the sect leader was at a loss for words. Eventually, he spoke. "Very well, let me witness the treasures you have acquired during your time away." At this moment, Yang Fan smiled knowingly and without hesitation. He retrieved a high-quality storage pouch from his pocket. Without uttering a word, he began to release the treasures within it, one by one. However, the moment he did so, it became evident that this was no ordinary display. The treasures surged forth like a torrential flood, causing the sect leader to leap from his throne in astonishment. In a matter of moments, the grand hall was filled to the brim with an abundance of treasures. Left with no choice, both Yang Fan and the sect leader had to vacate the hall, which now shimmered with a resplendent golden light. The blinding radiance instantly drew the attention of the esteemed elders of the fierce Sun Sword Pavilion. The sect leader, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered utterly speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. It felt as though one were ensnared in a dream. "Where am I? Who am I?" the leader silently exclaimed within. In an instant, a fiery sensation enveloped his face. The elders, having arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, were utterly astounded by the sight before them. Their hands and feet trembled involuntarily. Most significantly, the quality of these treasures was astonishingly high. After approximately 10 minutes, the leader gradually regained his composure. Trembling, he turned to Yang Fan and inquired, "My son, have you perhaps plundered a superlative sect? How could there be so many treasures?" His gaze, filled with disbelief, rendered his breath rapid and shallow, as if something truly extraordinary had transpired, leaving the leader utterly astounded. This sensation is akin to a dream. "Oh, come now, you are well aware of my capabilities. These treasures were acquired through various secret realms. I hardly need so many. I have retained but a few items, while the rest have been submitted to the sect." Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, appearing utterly indifferent, as if gazing upon a heap of worthless scrap metal. At that moment, every individual present was engulfed in astonishment, rendered speechless. It was the first time anyone had witnessed such an abundance of treasures. "All right, father. These treasures are entrusted to you. I shall take my leave." With that, Yang Fan paid little heed and strolled away from the grand hall with an air of ease. Making his way toward his courtyard, only the sect leader and a group of elders remained. After approximately half an hour, everyone gradually regained their composure, their eyes turning toward the sect leader with an insatiable longing, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. "Why do you all gaze at me so?" The sect leader instinctively took a step back upon encountering their fervent stares. For reasons unknown, his heart began to race. "Master, you see the contributions I have made to the sect. Surely, I deserve a few treasures in return," one elder exclaimed. "Indeed, even if I lack merit. I have endured hardships," another chimed in. "Master, I must insist. If you do not grant me some, I shall simply remain here and not depart." They clamored in unison. Their hearts raced with an intensity that suggested they had long coveted these treasures. At this moment, the Lord's expression darkened considerably, leaving him at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "These matters are to be addressed by my son. They belong to him, not to me." Before the esteemed elders could fully comprehend his words, the Lord casually waved his hand, gathering all the treasures effortlessly, and strode joyfully towards the treasury, leaving behind an imposing figure for the elders to behold. In an instant, the elders were filled with anxiety, utterly unprepared for the shamelessness displayed by the sect leader. However, they found themselves powerless against him and could only watch helplessly as he departed. There was simply no other recourse available to them. "There is no way I will relinquish these treasures to you," the leader silently proclaimed, a jubilant smile spreading across his face, akin to one who had just won a 5 million lottery, radiating sheer delight. Meanwhile, Yang Fan returned to the courtyard with a heart full of joy. But upon witnessing a particular scene, his expression darkened instantaneously. His fists clenched tightly, revealing his mounting fury. "How dare they bully my woman? They are utterly oblivious to the consequences." Yang Fan seethed inwardly. Without further ado, he strode forward with fervor, rushing to confront the situation. In a matter of moments, Yang Fan stood directly before Sister Ran, intercepting the assailant poised to strike her. With a swift motion, he sent the aggressor flying. Upon realizing Yang Fan had arrived, Sister Ran hurriedly took refuge behind him, trembling with fear. Her beautiful eyes reflected boundless terror. Although she had initially considered resisting, she knew she could not overpower her opponent, and such actions would only complicate matters for Yang Fan. Thus, she had no choice but to endure the ordeal. Yang Fan, standing protectively in front of Sister Ran, cast a cold gaze upon the young and handsome scholar before him, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent as he exhaled sharply. "Ah, if it isn't young Master Yang, I'm surprised you Haven Tea perished out there," the scholar disdainfully remarked. This individual was Luo Feng, a peer of equal strength and status as Yang Fan. The words struck Yang Fan, causing his expression to darken further. His fists tightened with the urge to deliver a punishing blow to Luo Feng's forehead. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, suppressing the impulse. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan inquired, "Luo Feng, what brings you to my courtyard, and why do you assault my friend? Do you truly disregard me so completely?" In an instant, Yang Fan's formidable aura erupted, enveloping Luo Feng and propelling him several meters away. At this moment, Luo Feng was slightly taken aback, never having anticipated that Yang Fan would return with such formidable prowess after such a lengthy absence. It was utterly astonishing and left Luo Feng somewhat shaken. However, he bore no fear of the Yang Fan before him. His concerns lay elsewhere. Once he regained his composure, Luo Feng exhaled deeply and boldly declared, "Am I not allowed to be idle? If you possess the ability, come and strike me. Before he could finish his sentence, young Fan, unable to contain his temper any longer, swiftly extended his large hand and struck Luo Feng without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, Luo Feng was sent flying. Collapsing to the ground, his face etched with fury. How dare this fool provoke me at such a juncture? Observing the unconscious Luo Feng, young Fan scoffed disdainfully, his tone laced with indifference and a palpable lack of concern. Not far away, Sister Ran watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart. After all, this predicament was of her own making, and now she had inadvertently brought trouble upon young Fan. Who would feel at ease under such circumstances? Thus, with a profound sense of disappointment, Sister Ran approached young Fan step by step, her expression tinged with sorrow as she spoke. I'm so sorry, young Fan. I've caused you trouble. It's all my fault. She lowered her head, unable to meet young Fan's gaze, fearing that he might hold her accountable for the situation. At that moment, she was uncertain of how to proceed. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, young Fan recognized the guilt weighing on her heart and promptly replied, It's all right. In truth, I've longed to give Luo Feng a good thrashing. I merely found the opportunity now. A faint smile graced his lips, hoping to ease Sister Ran's turmoil. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Sister Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? After a brief pause, she asked, her tone imbued with excitement. Of course it is. When have I ever deceived you? With that, young Fan swiftly turned and made his way back inside the house to rest. After months of arduous travel, he was utterly exhausted, and with the chance to recuperate at hand, he certainly would not let it slip away. As she gazed at the retreating figure of young Fan, Sister Ran inexplicably felt a surge of emotion. Although she understood that young Fan's earlier words were merely intended to comfort her, they nonetheless resonated deeply within her. Gradually, Sister Ran composed herself and made her way to the side room, allowing herself to indulge in a moment of joy and relaxation without dwelling too much on her thoughts. Time passed gently, and before she knew it, the sun of the following morning bathed the earth in its golden light, rousing young Fan from his slumber. After blinking away the remnants of sleep, he performed his morning rituals and stepped out of his room. However, upon exiting, he was met with the sight of the sect leader awaiting him, which promptly dampened his previously buoyant spirits. After taking a moment to regain his composure, young Fan approached the sect leader and inquired, Father, what brings you here so early? Has something happened? His eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and curiosity, and if possible, he hoped the sect leader would provide him with a thorough explanation. In this manner, one's heart would no longer be shrouded in confusion. Upon hearing young Fan's words, the leader did not linger in indecision. He promptly spoke, I have a task for you. Please assist me in its execution shortly. His tone was imbued with an air of resignation. Initially, the leader had no intention of sending young Fan, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. As the individual in question had explicitly requested young Fan, the leader found himself compelled to acquiesce to this necessity. Thus, he was left with no choice but to proceed in this fashion. Now, young Fan found himself even more perplexed. Thus, he directly inquired, What exactly has happened, Father? The response came swiftly, It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish for you to visit the Xing sect and engage in discussions about the demon-slaying matters. Upon hearing this, the sect master ceased to withhold information and spoke plainly, his expression tinged with a hint of resignation. Young Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he thought to himself, I was concerned for something serious, but it turns out to be this. Gradually, young Fan dismissed his previous worries and, regaining his composure, declared, Very well. Father, I shall take care of this matter. I will set off at once. Before the sect master could react, young Fan was already preparing to head towards the Xing sect. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he turned back to the sect master, saying, By the way, Father, your future daughter-in-law is in the house. Please take good care of her and ensure she is not mistreated. The sect master, who had just been about to leave, stumbled upon hearing young Fan's words, nearly toppling over. As he sought to clarify the situation, he found that young Fan had vanished without a trace, leaving him with a countenance full of displeasure. Yet, the situation had unfolded, and whether the sect master wished to accept this reality or not, he had no choice but to gradually come to terms with it. Furthermore, there was no alternative available. With a deep sigh, the sect master headed towards the side room, eager to see what kind of daughter-in-law his son had chosen, his heart racing with anticipation. After all, such matters would make anyone feel anxious. Emerging from the Li Yang Sword Pavilion, young Fan had little time to ponder and swiftly made his way toward the Xing sect. determined to fulfill the task entrusted to him by the sect master before addressing his own concerns. He was acutely aware that during his moments of respite, Long Outyen was undoubtedly devising ways to enhance his own strength. If he did not seize this opportunity to bolster his own abilities, he risked being trampled underfoot by Long Outyen. Contemplating this, Yang Fan's expression darkened. This accursed father of mine, why must he assign me tasks at such an inopportune time? After a moment of reflection, Yang Fan dismissed his thoughts and resumed his journey. Approximately 2 hours later, he arrived near the Shing sect. Perhaps fatigued, he slowed his pace as he traversed the steep mountain path. However, the profound silence surrounding him made Yang Fan feel somewhat uneasy, causing his brow to furrow slightly. At that moment, he detected a subtle movement and quickly turned his gaze toward it, discovering a graceful figure, a celestial maiden with flowing hair and clad in pristine white garments. Instantly, he was captivated. This enchanting being exuded an aura of purity, evoking a sense of innocence that Yang Fan had never encountered before. Yet, he found himself unable to recall her identity, a perplexed expression clouding his thoughts. Drawing a deep breath, he approached her without hesitation. Standing before the ethereal maiden, he softly inquired, "Greetings, fair maiden. I am Yang Fan. Might I have the pleasure of knowing you?" A radiant smile graced his features, enhancing his charm. Upon hearing his words, the maiden's brow furrowed slightly. However, upon observing Yang Fan's demeanor, a flicker of disdain arose within her. An unsettling instinct whispered to her that he was not of noble character. Consequently, she replied coolly, "No, you may not." Without further contemplation, she turned and departed. Akin to a formidable iceberg. At this moment, Yang Fan's expression darkened considerably. The sensation of rejection is indeed profoundly disheartening, causing Yang Fan to feel an overwhelming urge to erupt. How dare they treat me this way after I approached them with good intentions? Just wait until I discover your identity. He silently cursed within himself. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell on the matter further and turned away, resuming his journey toward the Shing sect. His mood soured instantly. Anyone would feel discontented under such circumstances. Before long, Yang Fan arrived at the grand entrance of the Shing sect. Gazing at the esteemed sect before him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. It was no wonder that the Shing sect held equal renown as the Liyang Sword Pavilion. Its aura was undeniably distinct, resembling a sacred sanctuary. After a moment of reflection, Yang Fan shook off his thoughts and strode confidently inside, devoid of any hesitation. However, just as he prepared to enter, a female disciple obstructed his path. With a voice as cold as ice, she inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to our Shing sect?" Her gaze was fixed intently on Yang Fan, ready to strike should he make any untoward move, eager to demonstrate her prowess. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan remained unfazed and replied directly, "I am Yang Xingzi from the Liyang Sword Pavilion. I have come to the Shing sect upon the orders of the sect leader to discuss matters concerning the demon hunt. Please inform them." Without further ado, he produced the token from his possession and displayed it before the disciple's eyes. Upon seeing the token, the disciple's skepticism was swiftly quelled. Yet, a lingering doubt remained in her heart. She then stated, "I will go inform them. Please wait here." "Go ahead," Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Observing this, the disciple wasted no time and proceeded directly into the Shing sect, making her way to the main hall without delay. After all, the matter of the demon hunt was of utmost importance and could not afford any mishaps. Approximately 10 minutes later, the disciple entered the grand hall, where two stunning women awaited. One was Lu Xian, the saintess of the Shing sect, and the other, the more mature figure, was the sect leader, Diao Ryu. "What is the matter? Why the haste? Can't you see the saintess has returned?" Diao Ryu said darkly, her expression immediately souring. The return of Lu Xian should have been a joyous occasion, yet it was now marred by the interruption of a mere disciple. Such occurrences, who among us could possibly endure them? Upon witnessing the wrath of Diao Ryu, the female disciple instantly succumbed to paralysis, collapsing to the ground. Trembling, she began to explain herself, her voice quivering with urgency, fearful that if she faltered in her words, she would be mercilessly executed by Diao Ryu. After listening to the disciple's explanation, Diao Ryu furrowed her brow, astonished to discover that Yang Fan had actually come to the Shing sect. This revelation filled her with a profound sense of shock, and her expression grew increasingly solemn. After a moment of contemplation, she exhaled deeply and remarked, "Let him in," her tone imbued with a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, standing nearby, furrowed her brow slightly. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this individual named Yang Fan, as if she had encountered him before. Upon hearing Diu Ruyu's words, the disciple did not dare to voice any dissent. She bowed respectfully to Diu Ruyu and promptly left the grand hall, hurrying to the entrance of the Sheng sect. Upon reaching Yang Fan's side, she breathlessly announced, young Master Yang, our sect master requests your presence. Her words came out in hurried gasps, her eyes betraying her anxiety, as she was acutely aware of the importance of not wasting any time. She could hardly fathom the consequences of delaying something crucial. Hearing the disciple's words, Yang Fan smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, I understand. I shall enter now. Please ensure you remain vigilant. Without further ado, he strode directly into the Sheng sect. It must be noted that the Sheng sect lived up to its name. Apart from the female disciples, there were no male members. Thus, as Yang Fan entered, all eyes converged upon him, causing him a sense of discomfort, perhaps due to the rarity of male presence in this environment. Upon the sight of Yang Fan, the female disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement, and a hint of drool escaped from the corners of their mouths. Yang Fan, taken aback by this scene, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. What on earth is happening? He lamented inwardly. Soon, a thought emerged in his mind. It would be wise to leave this place without delay. Thus, he swiftly made his way to the entrance of the grand hall. After a few heavy breaths, he straightened his attire and stepped inside, his mood gradually calming, no longer as tense as before. However, upon entering the hall and catching sight of Lu Xin, he was momentarily stunned. Internally, he scoffed. How did he end up here? Could he be the sanest of the sacred female sect? A flicker of astonishment shone in his eyes. Likewise, upon spotting Yang Fan, Lu Xin wore a look of surprise. Never having anticipated that the unsavory individual she encountered earlier by the roadside was, in fact, the infamous scion of the Liang Sword Pavilion. Instantly, her impression of Yang Fan soured further, deepening her disdain for him. Saint Yang, what a surprise to see you again, Diu Ruyu remarked. Her demeanor softened by a faint smile. Had it not been for his distinguished status, she would have disregarded him entirely and would never have initiated a conversation. However, the strength of his background compelled her to adopt a more humble approach. Master Diao, it is truly astonishing how youthful you remain after all this time. Yang Fan responded with a slight smile, his eyes narrowing with caution. One must remain vigilant around such a cunning individual to avoid being outmaneuvered. Haha, how is Yang Jingxiang? Is he in good health? Diu Ruyu laughed lightly, her smile captivating. Were it not for Yang Fan's formidable composure, he might have been easily enchanted by her charm and succumbed to her whims. Thank you for your concern, Master Diao. My father is quite well. He could easily withstand 100 bouts with you. Upon the utterance of those words, Diao Ruyu's countenance flushed a deep crimson. Her delicate and gentle hands instinctively clenched tightly. A faint, labored breath escaped her nostrils, and her brows knitted together in a frown. She had never anticipated that Yang Fan would dare to jest at her expense in such a public setting. Instantly, her fury ignited. If circumstances permitted, Diu Ruyu would have relished the opportunity to teach Yang Fan a lesson, ensuring he understood her formidable nature. However, as her thoughts raced through myriad considerations, she gradually regained her composure. Yet, her gaze towards Yang Fan was laced with a hint of murderous intent. After a brief pause, Diao Ryu exhaled deeply and inquired, Might I ask what significant matter has compelled young Master Yang to seek me out? Her tone was rife with dissatisfaction, a yearning to unleash her wrath upon him. Yet restrained by necessity, her mind conjuring vivid scenarios of retribution to soothe her agitation. Upon hearing Diu Ruyu's words, Yang Fan exhibited an air of indifference. Without a second thought, he replied, Truth be told, I had no desire to come, but my father insisted, citing a discussion regarding a demon-slaying matter with you. Hence my presence here. This locale is utterly desolate, not a soul in sight. Were it not for my father's command, I would not have set foot here. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, his expression replete with a sense of insolence, inciting Diu Ruyu to tighten her grip and grind her teeth. Producing a series of audible cracks, her anger palpable. It appeared that the rumors of Yang Fan's arrogance and disdain for others were indeed substantiated, as Lu Xian observed quietly, her lovely visage contorting into an expression of discomfort, as though she held a profound grudge against him. The reason behind Yang Fan's behavior was purely a reflection of his disdain for Diu Ruyu. Otherwise, he would have approached her with far more civility. Nevertheless, Lu Xian, like Diao Ruyu, eventually regained her composure, choosing not to dwell on Yang Fan's provocations, recognizing the staggering influence of his background, which far exceeded that of the Victory Maiden sect. Diao Ruyu, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke. I see. In that case, young Master Yang, As the evening draws near, how about I summon the esteemed elders of the Victory Maiden sect tomorrow to provide you with a thorough explanation? What do you think? Especially the phrase good, emphasized by Jiao Ryu's tone. There is no alternative, since I cannot take action. Am I not even allowed to vent my frustrations by berating Yongfan? At this moment, Yongfan furrowed his brow slightly. He had originally intended to resolve the matter at hand swiftly and return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion. After all, remaining within the confines of the Xingv sect was fraught with uncertainty, as one could never predict what untoward events might transpire. Finally, Yongfan exhaled deeply and declared, "Very well, I shall remain here for one night." He then prepared to turn and leave, wishing to escape the situation. However, just as he was about to depart, a voice interrupted his progress, compelling him to turn and face the speaker. "Yang Xingzi, I have heard of your prowess. That you have attained the threshold of a half-step immortal. Coincidentally, I too have reached the same level. How about we engage in a contest to determine who is truly superior?" Upon finishing her words, Lu Xian regarded Yongfan with a distinctly unfriendly gaze, her tone dripping with mockery. Instantly, Yongfan's brow creased in surprise. He had never anticipated that Lu Xian would choose this moment to provoke him. This instantly ignited a fiery rage within Yongfan, his gaze towards Lu Xian brimming with a palpable malice, sharp as a gleaming sword. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, his teeth clenched, and spoke resolutely. "Since Fairy Lu Xian is so eager, I shall oblige her to the fullest." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Jiao Ryu, witnessing this tense scene, felt a surge of anxiety wash over her. Inwardly, she cursed. "Oh, Saintus, why provoke him? This is merely courting trouble." Her expression betrayed a sense of helplessness as she found herself at a loss for words. If circumstances allowed, she would have dearly wished to intervene and halt the unfolding events. However, now that Yongfan had already acquiesced, any attempt by Jiao Ryu to dissuade him would be futile. "Very well, then, let us proceed." Before Jiao Ryu could fully express her dismay, Lu Xian cheerfully declared. Without further ado, she strode out of the grand hall, making her way towards the training grounds, exuding an aura of remarkable distinction. This aura captivated Yongfan entirely. However, he was equally eager to teach his opponent a lesson. A mischievous grin crept upon his lips. Without further ado, Yongfan followed in the footsteps of Lu Xian. At that moment, Jiao Ryu, sensing the situation, decided to follow closely, fearful that something unfortunate might befall Lu Xian. It was well known to her that Yongfan's brutality knew no bounds. Regardless of whether one was male or female, should they provoke him, he would unleash his wrath with utmost cruelty. Thus, to prevent any dire consequences, Jiao Ryu felt compelled to accompany him, left with no other recourse. After approximately 10 minutes, under Lu Xian's guidance, Yongfan arrived at the martial arts arena. However, news of his impending duel with Lu Xian spread like wildfire within the Xingv sect. A multitude of female disciples congregated around the arena, eager to witness the impending clash, their faces alight with excitement. Who do you think will triumph? The illustrious Yang Xingzi or our revered Xingv? Surely, it will be the dashing Yang Xingzi. Not a chance. Our Xingv is the one to beat. Do you even know where you hail from? All right, everyone, let us quiet down and watch this duel unfold. The group of female disciples chattered incessantly, resembling a bustling marketplace filled with vendors. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Yongfan and Lu Xian stood facing each other, their gazes locked, neither in haste to strike. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. "Yang Xingzi, shall you strike first, or shall I?" Lu Xian inquired after a brief pause, a subtle smile gracing her lips, though it bore an unsettling aura, as if victory was already assured. In response, Yongfan, without overthinking, waved dismissively, "You go ahead. Lest it be said I am taking advantage of you." "Very well, I shall not hold back." With that declaration, Lu Xian unleashed her entire essence of spiritual energy. A chilling aura swirled around her, gradually coalescing into sharp blades of ice, poised to strike at Yongfan at any moment. Goodness! This is the power of the ice vein. The female disciples gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating several steps, deterred by the chilling aura emanating from Lu Xian. Beneath their deep emotions lay a thread of trepidation. They could hardly fathom that after such a long separation, Lu Xian had grown to such formidable heights. Observing this scene, Yongfan merely smiled faintly, undeterred by Lu Xian's onslaught. In his heart, he harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to prevail. Without hesitation, Lu Xian unleashed a blade of ice conjured from her spiritual energy, swiftly launching it towards Yang Fan with no intention of sparing him any mercy. At this moment, Yang Fan remained unperturbed, promptly unleashing his spiritual energy. He swiftly activated the devouring pulse body, directly transforming the icy blade crafted by Lu Xian into a consumable form. With a gaping maw, he devoured Lu Xian's icy shard, swallowing it whole. Subsequently, Yang Fan let out a satisfied belch and inquired, "Is there more?" "I am not yet satiated." These words left everyone present utterly astonished, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at Yang Fan, their palms trembling ever so slightly. They had not anticipated Yang Fan's terrifying prowess. Lu Xian, too, stood in disbelief, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before her. Her emotions became a whirlwind of complexity. In truth, Lu Xian had long prepared herself mentally for this confrontation. However, who could have foreseen Yang Fan's strength reaching such formidable heights? The voice echoing in her mind grew louder. Is it possible that I am truly destined to be defeated? Thus, within Lu Xian's heart, an unwholesome sentiment began to take root, her expression instantly shifting to one of unnatural discomfort. Her gaze radiated a fierce intensity, and an air of escalating momentum enveloped her. It was as if she were imbued with an overwhelming wrath. Without further ado, Lu Xian disregarded everything else and unleashed the entirety of her spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal ice blade, preparing to engage Yang Fan in a desperate struggle. Observing this scene, Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Fully aware of Lu Xian's impending actions, he understood that he could not afford to be complacent. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, Yang Fan began to gather his strength slowly, bracing himself to withstand Lu Xian's final onslaught. In no time, the immense ice blade surged towards Yang Fan, accompanied by a fierce whirlwind. Remaining unperturbed, Yang Fan promptly unleashed a blazing hand to counteract it. The moment the massive palm met the ice blade, a tremendous wave erupted, causing nearby cultivators to stagger back several paces, unable to withstand the force. As the ice blade and the fiery hand dissipated, a dense fog enveloped the arena, obscuring the scene from the female disciples outside, who were left in utter confusion regarding the unfolding events. After approximately a minute, the mist began to gradually clear. However, when the female disciples finally beheld what lay within, they were left utterly astounded. Emotions surged within them, some elated, others sorrowful, and many resigned. Yet, the events had transpired, and no amount of wishing could alter the reality. They could only slowly reconcile themselves with this truth. There lay Lu Xian, weakened and sprawled upon the ground, her face etched with an expression of unyielding bitterness. In a fit of rage, she pounded the earth, tears cascading from her beautiful eyes, manifesting profound sorrow. Meanwhile, Yang Fan stood unharmed in the arena, yet at that moment, he exhibited no joy, his brow furrowed tightly, as if he were profoundly dissatisfied with his victory. Gazing at the weeping Lu Xian, Yang Fan helplessly shook his head, unable to comprehend how things had devolved so drastically. A flicker of pity ignited within him, igniting a smoldering anger. Thus, he exhaled deeply and approached Lu Xian, step by step, eventually crouching beside her. Gently, he spoke to her, "Rise." Immediately, Yang Fan extended his small hand, intending to assist Lu Xian in rising. However, Lu Xian harbored a different sentiment. She perceived Yang Fan's gesture as an act of pity, a prelude to mockery. Consequently, her expression darkened in an instant. Without hesitation, she flung Yang Fan's hand away and declared, "Get away from me. Hide your contemptible face. I do not require your sympathy, so leave me be." Years of effort dissipated in an instant. Who could possibly endure such a circumstance? At this moment, Yang Fan's expression darkened significantly. "I express my genuine concern for you, yet you respond in such a manner. My apologies, but I shall take my leave." With this thought in mind, Yang Fan did not linger. He rose promptly, taking swift strides away, not once glancing back. After all, it was the behavior of Lu Xian that had incensed him profoundly. Under different circumstances, Yang Fan would never have acted in such a manner. This situation has utterly exasperated Lu Xian. For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon witnessing Yang Fan's departure, she did not experience relief. Instead, a twinge of reluctance welled up within her, akin to that of a forsaken wife. As Lu Xian wallowed in her sorrow, Jiao Ryu hastily approached from a distance, her countenance fraught with urgency. In no time, she reached Lu Xian's side and gently assisted her to her feet, concern radiating from her eyes as she inquired, "Lu Xian, are you all right?" Deeply worried about the unfortunate events that may have transpired during Lu Xian's altercation with Yang Fan, she searched for signs of distress. I'm fine, master. I shall return now, Lu Xian replied, extricating herself from Diu Ruyu's embrace and trudging towards her chamber, her face a portrait of despondency. As she turned away, Jiao Ryu couldn't shake the feeling of reluctance etched across her features. Yet, there was little that could be done to alter the course of events. All she could do was hope that Lu Xian would gradually regain her strength and not succumb to despair. Otherwise, Diu Ryu found herself at a loss for how to proceed. With a heavy sigh, she murmured to herself, Lu Xian, you must gather your resolve and not fall into despair. The future of the Xinyu sect rests upon your shoulders. Meanwhile, all that transpired had not escaped Yang Fan's notice. However, he chose not to reveal himself to comfort Lu Xian as she distanced herself. Instead, he maintained a silent vigil, unwilling to let her stray from her path. Yang Fan had recalled Lu Xian's identity, and with this realization, his anxiety intensified. Although she may currently be unable to best him, once Lu Xian becomes formidable, she could easily overpower Yang Fan, effortlessly delivering a crushing blow. This gradually instilled a sense of trepidation in Yang Fan. Otherwise, he would not have stealthily followed Lu Xian. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Xian arrived at a rooftop and seated herself. She gazed quietly at the sky, her eyes betraying an unfathomable sorrow. Memories of her recent battle with Yang Fan replayed incessantly in her mind. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a pang of heartache began to swell within Lu Xian. Why can't I defeat Yang Fan? She lamented. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes, gently cascading onto the rooftop, revealing her profound sadness. Upon witnessing this, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and, without hesitation, soared to Lu Xian's side and sat down. Like Lu Xian, he silently gazed at the sky. Hearing the movement, Lu Xian turned her head, only to discover it was Yang Fan who had come to find her, which instantly soured her mood. Her eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Subsequently, Lu Xian took a deep breath and, with a stoic expression, inquired, "What is it? Have you come to mock me?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, and her gaze dimmed. She emanated an aura of frigidness, resembling a goddess of ice. However, Yang Fan appeared unfazed, as if he had grown accustomed to her demeanor. He then replied nonchalantly, "If I had come to mock you, I wouldn't have approached you in this manner. I am here to express my concern for you." His voice was barely above a whisper, as if he feared that raising it even slightly might disturb the delicate chords of Lu Xian's heart. At this moment, Lu Xian found herself utterly perplexed regarding Yang Fan's true intentions for seeking her out. Her mind was clouded with a sense of responsibility, and even her gaze towards Yang Fan had altered somewhat. Lu Xian let out a few cold chuckles, choosing not to respond to Yang Fan, instead silently gazing at the sky, failing to utter a single word. After all, the feelings of a failure were distinctly irksome, especially for someone like Lu Xian, who was accustomed to being the epitome of excellence. Her mood was undeniably dismal. If it were possible, she would have been overwhelmed by a desire for oblivion. In such circumstances, one might find a semblance of liberation, at least alleviating the perpetual state of confusion that currently engulfs me. Truth be told, I have often succumbed to the prowess of others, consistently falling before them. During those times, my thoughts were consumed with the determination to vanquish my adversaries, to rise once more. Yet, upon the day I finally triumphed over them and regained my footing, an overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped me. It felt as though these endeavors were not truly my own, but merely a manifestation of my competitive spirit in that fleeting moment. I have come to realize now that failure is not to be feared. Rather, the true terror lies in the inability to rise again, for without that, one is deprived of any chance to conquer one's opponents. After expressing these heartfelt sentiments, Yang Fan revealed a gentle smile, harboring a hope that Lu Xian would truly absorb his words. In such circumstances, Lu Xian would at least not continue to languish in her current state of despair. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian was taken aback, gazing at him with an expression of incredulity. His words echoed incessantly in her mind. It was the first time Lu Xian had encountered such sentiments, leaving her utterly astonished. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart began to race, its rhythm quickening. The spiritual energy, poised to break through her limitations, surged rapidly into her body. In an instant, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy enveloping her. However, just as she believed she was on the verge of a breakthrough, with a sudden thud, the energy vanished, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. Her brow furrowed deeply, her expression shifting from joy to one of distress. She silently pondered, wasn't a breakthrough promised? How could it turn out this way? At that moment, Lu Xian's mood was exceedingly unsettled, akin to a blade piercing her heart. What's wrong? Yang Fan inquired, noticing Lu Xian's peculiar demeanor, his voice laced with curiosity. He hoped she might elucidate her feelings for him. In this manner, she would no longer be engulfed by confusion. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian gradually regained her composure. With a resigned sigh, she found herself at a loss for how to articulate her feelings. A wave of sorrow surged within her, igniting an urge to weep. After what seemed like 10 minutes, Lu Xian finally began to calm herself. Taking a deep breath, she responded, "It's nothing." Her gaze was shrouded in a veil of despondency, as if she had lost something of great significance, leaving her utterly unable to find joy. Her expression had become one of profound dejection. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Xian must be dealing with something significant. However, he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to discern the nature of her troubles. The transformation in her demeanor left him ensnared in a web of confusion. He longed for Lu Xian to confide in him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan managed a faint smile and said, "Very well, then. To get some rest, we shall meet tomorrow." Rather than remain in a state of bewilderment, he deemed it wiser to embrace the solace of sleep. Perhaps it was the only way to quell his restless thoughts. Lu Xian, not wishing to dwell further, nodded in agreement and waved goodbye to Yang Fan. Despite her current melancholy, she felt immense gratitude toward him. She knew that without Yang Fan's support, she would have been lost in a fog of despair, perhaps even succumbing to her inner demons. Thus, even in her sorrow, Lu Xian was grateful to him. Observing this, Yang Fan hesitated not a moment longer, wearing a gentle smile as he turned away and departed. As she watched his retreating figure, Lu Xian felt a surge of emotion, harboring an inexplicable sentiment for Yang Fan within her heart. This sensation was difficult for Lu Xian to articulate. What is happening to me? I clearly detest him, so why has everything suddenly changed? Lu Xian silently lamented within her heart, a slight furrow of worry appearing on her brow. Ultimately, she decided not to dwell on her thoughts any longer and resolutely tucked them away. Exhaling deeply, she returned to her room to begin her slow descent into rest. As for Yang Fan, he did not head towards his quarters. Instead, he followed the guidance of a voice and arrived at the back mountain of the Shengnu sect. He quietly gazed at the breathtaking scenery before him. The young man from the Liyang Sword Pavilion, "This place does not seem to be meant for you." The voice resonated deeply in Yang Fan's ears. However, he paid it no mind, merely offering a faint smile. He then spoke with unwavering confidence. "Why can't I come here, esteemed ancestor of the Shengnu sect?" His tone was infused with an assurance as if he held mastery over all that transpired. At that moment, the figure emitting sound was slightly taken aback, never anticipating that the other party would so swiftly discern their identity. This revelation elicited a profound shock. Words seemed to escape them. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the figure gradually spoke, "Come in." Initially, they had no intention of allowing Yang Fan to enter. However, given that the other party could unveil their identity, it seemed prudent to permit entry. After all, this would facilitate the understanding of the other's true intentions and motives. Otherwise, the venerable ancestor of the Sheng sect would never have permitted Yang Fan's presence. Upon hearing the words of the Sheng sect's ancestor, Yang Fan offered a faint smile. Without hesitation, he proceeded into the back mountain. As for the reason behind Yang Fan's sudden visit to seek the ancestor of the Sheng sect, it was simply to seek out formidable allies. Soon, Yang Fan stepped into the depths of the back mountain. However, the sight that met his eyes upon encountering the elderly woman left him utterly astonished, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps. He gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Cascading white hair framed a figure that appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a lady in her 20s. She bore little resemblance to an elderly woman. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. "What? Upon seeing me, you are rendered speechless?" The venerable matriarch of the Shengnu sect inquired with a hint of solemnity, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a queen among the heavens. Were it not for Yang Fan's considerable composure, he might have succumbed to a fit of bloodshed on the spot. After a moment to regain his bearings, he exhaled deeply and managed a faint smile. "How could that be? I was merely flustered for a moment, which is why I couldn't find my voice." He felt his limbs tremble slightly, anxious that the matriarch might perceive his unease. The prospect of any unfavorable outcome from such a revelation sent a shiver down his spine. "Ah, so that is the case. I see. You are implying that I am quite beautiful." Sheng Fenglin nodded, her demeanor shifting to one of inscrutable depth as she fixed her gaze upon Yang Fan. The intensity of her presence began to rise, pressing him back toward a corner, prompting him to retreat several steps. Goodness, old woman, must you be so severe with me? I merely complimented your beauty, Yang Fan thought to himself, a frown creasing his face as he silently chastised the matriarch for her unexpected aggression. Yet, despite his dissatisfaction, what could he do? He was no match for her and had no choice but to concede. With a resigned sigh, Yang Fan forced a smile and said, Sheng Fenglin, please do not seek to provoke me. I have important matters to discuss with you and do not wish to engage in trivialities. His tone was laced with irritation. Had he possessed the strength to confront her, he would have long since taken action, refusing to allow Sheng Fenglin to bully him. Upon hearing her name called, Sheng Fenglin retreated a few steps, her expression clouded with displeasure, her lavender-hued eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan. In an instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, so silent that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. At that moment, Sheng Fenglin's emotions were tumultuous, as if a thorn had pierced her heart. After what felt like an eternity of 10 minutes, she finally drew a breath, exhaling deeply before asking, how do you know my name? Her gaze remained locked on Yang Fan, eager to observe his reaction. Her hands began to tremble slightly, astonished that he would possess such knowledge of her. However, Yang Fan merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond. A man, after all, must maintain an air of mystery to captivate others. Why are you silent? Having not received an answer from Yang Fan for quite some time, Sheng Fenglin anxiously called out. Her aura gradually began to rise, exuding the regal presence of a queen surveying her domain. Had it been anyone else, they might have been overwhelmed by Sheng Fenglin's imposing demeanor. Yet, Yang Fan remained utterly unperturbed. It is worth noting that Yang Fan had encountered the Supreme Being before, and thus possessed a profound understanding of Sheng Fenglin's temperament. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan slowly began to speak. I wonder if you would believe what I am about to say. His tone carried a hint of nonchalance, as if he perceived all matters with an air of detachment. This statement, when uttered, provoked a furious reaction from Sheng Fenglin, causing her to clench her fists tightly. However, despite her overwhelming anger, she refrained from resorting to violence against Yang Fan, merely glaring at him with fierce intensity. Well, how could I possibly know your name if it weren't for my esteemed ancestor revealing it to me? Yang Fan quickly interjected, sensing her irritation. Internally, he felt an immense sense of frustration, pondering to himself how peculiar women can be, as his face displayed unmistakable dissatisfaction. Gradually, Sheng Fenglin's demeanor softened considerably, her earlier tempestuousness giving way to a more composed expression. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've been waiting here in vain, she remarked after a brief pause, her tone now tinged with a hint of joy. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she directly inquired, what exactly is your purpose for seeking me out? Her gaze was fixed upon Yang Fan, almost forgetting the most crucial matter at hand. Upon hearing her question, Yang Fan found himself in a state of perplexity, uncertain of how to articulate his intentions to Sheng Fenglin. A wave of confusion washed over him, as his primary objective in approaching her was to foster a deeper connection between them. In such circumstances, when the time comes for the demon-slaying battlefield, Sheng Fenglin would not be whisked away by Long Out Yin. Yet, at this moment, Yang Fan remained utterly at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew palpably silent, while Sheng Fenglin, unfazed, gazed intently at Yang Fan, eager to extract an answer from him. After what felt like an eternity, approximately half an hour later, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yang Fan's mind. Without further hesitation, he declared, I sought you out because I harbor feelings for Liu Xin, and I would like you to act as a matchmaker. What do you think? Initially, Yang Fan had not intended to express himself in such a manner. However, lacking alternative options, he felt compelled to proceed with this course of action, for there was no other way to navigate this situation. Upon hearing his confession, Sheng Fenglin's pupils widened slightly, her expression one of incredulity, as if she were listening to an utterly fantastical tale. This revelation left her profoundly astonished. Gradually, after regaining her composure, she spoke directly, Yang Fan, do not jest with me. Even in seclusion, I am aware of your reputation as the Holy Sun. While your abilities may be commendable, one must acknowledge that your current prowess is entirely derived from the consumption of elixirs, not a reflection of your true strength. Would you not agree, Holy Sun Yang? Her tone dripped with disdain, clearly belittling Yang Fan before her. In an instant, Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze towards Sheng Fenglin shifted. A surge of indignation coursed through him, tempting him to retaliate against her. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, suppressing the urge to act rashly. Exhaling deeply, he managed to force a semblance of a smile and responded, "Esteemed ancestor of the Shang clan. Even if my strength is bolstered by potions, at least I possess power now, unlike those prodigies who, despite their exceptional gifts, are tragically stifled in their infancy. I find their plight most lamentable." As he spoke, Yang Fan's expression transformed into one of inscrutable depth, as if he held dominion over the unfolding events. In that moment, Shang Fenglin's demeanor shifted, her brows knitting together, and an unfamiliar tremor coursed through her. An extraordinary aura emanated from her, compelling Yang Fan to instinctively retreat several steps, fearful that should she unleash her wrath, he might be obliterated. In such a situation, whom could one turn to for reason? However, the subsequent scene instantly allowed Yang Fan to exhale deeply, as the tension that had previously enveloped him dissipated. Indeed, your assertions are undeniably correct. Yet, it is evident that your prowess has been artificially enhanced. Otherwise, how could you possibly possess such strength? Thus, it is individuals like you that I hold in the utmost disdain. With that, Shang Folin cast a scornful glance at Yang Fan, her eyes betraying an unwavering contempt. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Shang Folin, regardless of how he articulated his thoughts. He could not alter the fate shaped by his upbringing under the influence of drugs. In truth, Yang Fan possessed an exceedingly peculiar talent, one that was merely concealed by the Liang sword sect. Had it been revealed, the public perception of him might have transformed drastically, coupled with his notorious reputation. This had led to his current predicament. After a brief pause, Yang Fan revealed a faint smile and stated, "What you say may indeed hold some truth. But I possess elixirs, while they have nothing, absolutely nothing." His demeanor remained unperturbed by the situation, displaying an air of nonchalance that rendered the atmosphere palpably strange, leaving Shang Fenglin unable to accept this reality. She had never anticipated that Yang Fan would regard this matter as a matter of course. Subsequently, Shang Fenglin exhaled deeply and remarked, "Do you truly believe that after what you've said, I would consider marrying the current holy maiden Lu Xin to you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan merely smiled, refraining from answering her. He recognized that she was in a volatile state and did not wish to add fuel to the fire. Thus, he slowly replied, "I understand that you certainly will not allow Lu Xin to marry me at present. However, in the future, that notion may very well change. And should you dare to obstruct me then, do not blame me for being impolite. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them." With that, Yang Fan turned and departed, leaving Shang Fenglin with a profound silhouette that incited her ire. She yearned to confront him physically, yet ultimately restrained herself, aware of Yang Fan's formidable strength and the powerful forces backing him. Despite this, she found herself unable to tolerate Yang Fan's arrogance, desperate to unleash the fury within her. In the end, unable to contain herself, Shang Fenglin soared away from the back mountain, her gaze sharp with determination. Meanwhile, Yang Fan cheerfully made his way back to his abode, not giving the matter another thought. Truth be told, had he not feared for Shang Fenglin falling into Long Outyan's grasp, he would not have gone to such lengths. Alas, he felt compelled to act in this manner to prevent her from easily succumbing to Long Outyan's allure. After all, it was often said that women lacked reason. After approximately 10 minutes, Shang Fenglin appeared above the Liang Sword Pavilion, exuding an air of regal authority as she gazed downwards. Without the slightest hesitation, she proceeded directly towards the pavilion's loft. Moments later, Shang Fenglin arrived at the loft, where she found a figure patiently awaiting her arrival. As if this encounter had been anticipated with remarkable foresight. "How did you know I was coming?" Shang Fenglin inquired, furrowing her brows in confusion, eager for this figure to elucidate. The figure in question was none other than Yang Fan's father, Yang Jingxiong. "Why wouldn't I know of your impending visit?" Yang Jingxiong replied nonchalantly, his expression remarkably indifferent, as if he were addressing a matter of little significance. However, this remark only served to infuriate Shang Fenglin further. With flaring nostrils, she exhaled sharply, her anger palpable. "Yang Jingxiong, I must assert that you are utterly intolerable, even if you wish to annex my Shang female sect. There is no need to sacrifice your own son in the process." After a brief pause, Shang Fenglin gasped for breath, her demeanor visibly altered. "What do you mean by sacrificing my son? I have no intention of involving him." Yang Jingxiong retorted with a sneer, his tone laced with disdain. Dismissing Shang Fenglin as if she were inconsequential, he bore himself with the confidence of a sovereign, undeterred by any potential repercussions. Gazing into Yang Jingxiong's fearsome countenance, Shang Fenglin felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, as if she were encountering such a terrifying gaze for the very first time. An inexplicable panic began to swell within her, her mind conjuring images of horrifying scenarios. After regaining her composure, Shang Folin spoke slowly. Do you truly intend to annex the Shang female sect? Her voice trembled with fear, as if the very calamity she dreaded was on the verge of unfolding. Yet, Yang Jingxiong remained silent, merely offering a few cold laughs, presenting an enigmatic facade that left Shang Fonglin in a state of uncertainty. His lack of response stripped her of any confidence, rendering her at a loss for words, while an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. Just as her fear reached a crescendo, Yang Zhengxiang abruptly spoke. Rest assured, I have no interest in the Xing female sect. If I did, do you think it would still be standing? As soon as these words were spoken, Shang Foglin let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling an immediate alleviation of her tension. After all, the Shang female sect was everything to her, and she would never allow it to face destruction. Thus, with a forced smile, she remarked, You said it, so you must not go back on your word. Of course, I, Yang Jingxiong, am a man of my word. You know my character well. Yang Jingxiong replied with a slight smirk. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, relieving the pressure that had previously hung over them. Xing Fenglin's breathing became more even, no longer fraught with the earlier anxiety. After a moment of calm, an unexpected thought crossed Xing Fenglin's mind. She promptly asked, By the way, Yang Jingxiong, your son wishes to marry the holy maiden of our sect. What do you have to say about this? It must be noted that Xing Fenglin was vehemently opposed to allowing her holy maiden to leave the Xing female sect. She envisioned her successor continuing her legacy, for it was essential for the survival of the sect. Therefore, she was eager to discern Yang Zhengxiong's stance on the matter. If he were to support Yang Fan's intentions, she was at a loss as to how to proceed. Upon hearing her words, Yang Zhengxiong's brow furrowed slightly. He had never anticipated such a development, and his mind was overwhelmed with astonishment, his gaze shifting with intensity. What did you just say? My son wishes to marry your holy maiden? As soon as he spoke, he fixed his piercing gaze on Shang Fenglin, a glimmer of hostility flickering in his eyes. Internally, he thought, what on earth is my reckless son thinking? Not just any woman is worthy of his attention. A look of urgency began to paint his features. Under no circumstances would Yang Zhengxiong allow such a situation to unfold, as it was crucial for the legitimacy of the Liyang Sword sect. Indeed, there was no need for me to deceive you. I merely spoke the truth. As for your choice, that is entirely up to you. Xing Foglin waved her hand in resignation. Initially, she had presumed this matter was orchestrated by Yang Zhengxiang, but it appeared she had overthought it. In response, Yang Zhengxiang's brow knitted in contemplation. He had never imagined Yang Fan would venture to the Shang female sect with the intention of bringing back its holy maiden. This revelation plunged him into profound disbelief. Son, how do you manage to charm women so effortlessly? What am I to say to you? Nonetheless, I must admit, I am intrigued. Yang Zhengxiong lamented internally. After a brief interlude, he collected his thoughts and declared, This matter is his personal affair. I cannot intervene. Even if he wishes to marry you, I cannot concern myself with such matters. Upon hearing these words, Shang Fenglin was utterly astonished, her gaze transforming in an instant. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment, she finally spoke. So, you mean to say that you won't intervene? Her tone carried a hint of bitterness. Of course not. Why would I? Furthermore, should you dare to lay a hand on my son, I shall lead the 10 great lords to reduce your Shang female sect to ruins. Yang Zhengxiang remarked dismissively, feigning indifference. At this point, Xing Fenglin found herself at a loss for words, letting out a deep sigh. Very well, Yang Zhengxiang, I can see that I am intimidated by you. However, you must remember not to push a person too far. Otherwise, one might resort to any manner of desperate actions. As soon as the words left her lips, Shang Fenglin turned on her heel and departed, leaving no trace of reluctance. Initially, she had considered engaging in a meaningful dialogue with Yang Zhengxiong, but after some reflection, deemed it unnecessary. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, any conversation would prove futile. Watching Xing Fenglin's retreating figure, Yang Zhengxiong let out a few derisive chuckles, hardly regarding the icy woman as a serious matter. With a leisurely demeanor, he strolled back to his chamber, ready to unwind. As for other matters, he felt no inclination to involve himself further. Time passed gradually, and before long, the morning sun illuminated the earth, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. After stretching lazily, he performed a simple morning routine and stepped out of his room, making his way toward the grand hall of the Xing female sect. He was eager to resolve the matter at hand swiftly so he could return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion and engage in a meaningful discussion with his beloved. A short while later, Yang Fan arrived at the Grand Hall, only to find that the only attendees were the sect leader of the Xing female sect and Lu Xian, with the other elders conspicuously absent. At this moment, Yang Fan was filled with confusion. Thus, he slowly inquired, "Was it not stated that today we would discuss some important matters? Why are only the two of you present?" His tone was steeped in perplexity. If possible, Yang Fan wished for the leader of the Xing sect and Lu Xian to provide him with an explanation. In this way, one could discern the general happenings within. Upon hearing Yang Fan's bewilderment, the leader of the Xinnu sect forced a faint smile and slowly began to speak. It is as follows: "Young Master Yang, I believe that this matter should be entrusted entirely to you and Lu Xian, without the interference of others. What do you think?" A hint of evasion flickered in her gaze. Yet, bound by the command issued by Xing Fenglin, the leader of the Xinnu sect felt compelled to make such a decision. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan found himself even more perplexed. What on earth is this all about? He mused silently, utterly unable to comprehend the motives of the Xinnu sect's leader. However, he refrained from voicing his confusion, as this matter was one that the Liang Sword Pavilion and the Xinnu sect had jointly undertaken. Furthermore, in terms of true strength, the Xinnu sect could not possibly rival the Liang Sword Pavilion. This left Yang Fan feeling quite indifferent. Thus, he regained his composure and remarked, "Oh, I see. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall simply follow along when the time comes." After saying this, Yang Fan prepared to take his leave from the place, unwilling to linger any longer. After all, remaining here served little purpose. It would be far more beneficial to seize the opportunity to rest for a while. Thus, one could still nurture their spirit. However, just as Yang Fan was preparing to depart, the leader of the Xinnu sect directly spoke up, saying, "Young Saint Yang, please do not leave just yet. Could you assist Lu Xian with the matter?" Her tone carried a hint of desperation. What choice did she have? Yang Fan was of a similar age to Lu Xian, possessed formidable strength, and boasted an immensely powerful background, compelling the leader of Xinnu sect to seek his aid. "What assistance do you require?" Yang Fan turned around. A look of confusion etched on his face, his eyes blinking in bewilderment. He was utterly perplexed by the leader's intentions. "Young Saint Yang, Lu Xian has just broken through to the semi-mortal realm. I wish to ask if you could accompany her to Hu Mountain to procure the sediment fruit, which would aid her in stabilizing her realm. I fear that if this continues, Lu Xian may succumb to inner demons." Upon concluding her explanation, the leader's heart raced violently, terrified that Yang Fan might inadvertently refuse her request. In such a scenario, she would be at a loss for what to do. Nearby, Lu Xian, having overheard the leader's words, was taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Her heart raced like a startled deer, manifesting a palpable tension. As for Yang Fan, he wore a look of astonishment as he regarded the leader of Xinnu sect, his breathing growing rapid. He had never anticipated such a request, leaving him momentarily dazed. After about 10 minutes, Yang Fan regained his composure and slowly spoke, "Leader of Xinnu sect, cannot you accompany Lu Xian? Why must I be the one to take her to Hu Mountain for the sediment fruit?" His voice was laced with confusion. Although he felt that it was not a significant issue, he still sought to understand the reasoning behind the leader's insistence. After all, Yang Fan was the type to pursue clarity relentlessly, and he had not gained any tangible benefit from this situation. The leader of Xinnu sect, not wishing to prolong the conversation, replied, "Because only those cultivators under 18 who have reached the semi-mortal realm may enter Hu Mountain. Others simply cannot. Therefore, I wish for you, young saint, to protect Lu Xian during this endeavor." As soon as she finished speaking, a bitter expression crossed her face. She had initially hoped to avoid troubling Yang Fan, yet she found herself with no alternatives, compelled to seek his assistance, all the while wishing fervently for his success in this undertaking. In this manner, one can attend to other matters without expending excessive mental energy on this particular issue. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, uncertain whether to acquiesce to the request of the matriarch of the Xinnu sect. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, who stood nearby, gazed at Yang Fan with palpable anxiety, her mind gradually blossoming with anticipation, akin to a girl newly smitten with love. Her demeanor was irresistibly charming, evoking a deep desire to cherish her. After pondering for roughly 10 minutes, Yang Fan lifted his head and, with a resolute tone, declared, "Very well. In the spirit of fostering a harmonious collaboration, I shall consent to accompany your esteemed Xinnu, Lu Xian, At this moment, both the sect leader and Lu Xin felt a quiet sense of relief wash over them. The tension that had previously consumed them began to dissipate, providing a profound mental alleviation. Just moments ago, Lu Xin had been genuinely fearful that Yang Fan might decline, with his acceptance now echoing in her ears. Her heart swelled with joy, an inexplicable sensation enveloping her, rendering her utterly elated. The sect leader of the Sheng sect, witnessing Yang Fan's acquiescence, displayed a satisfied smile, as though this was the outcome he had long desired. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, the sect leader spoke up, "Since Yang Xingzi has agreed, I have nothing more to add. Lu Xin, prepare yourself," and set off with Yang Xingzi. Her tone was imbued with warmth, reminiscent of a caring mother attentively looking after her daughter. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Lu Xin nodded and responded, "As you command, sect leader." Without further ado, she made her way toward the hall's exit. However, as she passed by Yang Fan, her demeanor was exceptionally gentle, a gesture that thoroughly astonished him. He had never anticipated Lu Xin would exhibit such a transformation. Soon, Lu Xin exited the hall, leaving only Yang Fan behind. Finally, he addressed the sect leader, saying, "Sect leader, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave now." "Go ahead." The sect leader waved her hand, exhaling a resigned sigh. Consequently, Yang Fan departed the hall without hesitation, following Lu Xion's lead. For reasons unknown, this encounter ignited in Yang Fan a desire to win Lu Xion's affection, an urgency that was otherwise uncharacteristic of him. As the afternoon approached, Yang Fan waited patiently at the sect's entrance for Lu Xian to complete her preparations before hastily embarking on their journey. Just as impatience began to creep into his demeanor, Lu Xian appeared before him, her beauty captivating his senses and causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. "Goodness, Lu Xian is so stunning, surpassing even my fiancée." Yang Fan mused internally. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, striving to suppress the fiery emotions within him. Resolute in the understanding that some matters cannot be rushed and must be approached step by step. Only in this manner can matters be impeccably resolved. "I apologize for the delay." After a brief interlude, Lu Xian approached Yang Fan, her demeanor imbued with a hint of contentment. Her gaze instantly softened, presenting a stark contrast to the Lu Xian from yesterday at the training ground. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan promptly regained his composure, devoid of any trace of hesitation, and responded with a radiant smile, "It's nothing. I have not been waiting long." His expression was transformed, entirely different from how it appeared outside. A smile, however fleeting, transformed Lu Xian's demeanor, rendering her suddenly bashful. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, as if a fawn were frantically bounding within her chest, betraying her anxiousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan spoke up, "Let us proceed." "Certainly." Lu Xian responded without a second thought, promptly following Yang Fan as they departed from the sect and ventured into the distance. Observing this, Yang Fan strolled leisurely, his expression utterly relaxed, as if he were engaged in a trivial endeavor. Thus, Yang Fan and Lu Xian left the sacred maiden sect, making their way towards Mount Hualin. While others may be oblivious to the perils that Mount Hualin harbors, Yang Fan, having witnessed the Supreme Venerables, was acutely aware of its dangers. This realization compelled him to ponder thoughtfully about the forthcoming challenges, as he understood that meticulous planning would significantly mitigate the threats ahead. At the very least, it would afford him a chance to evade peril and avoid grave injuries. "What's the matter, Yang Fan? Why do you appear so troubled?" Lu Xian inquired, noticing his furrowed brow during their journey. Her tone was laced with confusion, and she hoped that Yang Fan might elucidate his concerns. In such a manner, the confusion within oneself can be unraveled, preventing the continued state of perplexity that presently prevails. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan immediately regained his composure. Without hesitation, he responded directly, stating, "The Walling Mountain is guarded by two formidable beast sovereigns. We must devise a strategy to circumvent them in order to obtain the sediment fruit. Otherwise, should we encounter any peril, I would be at a loss regarding how to proceed." After elucidating his thoughts, Yang Fan wore a look of deep sorrow. He was acutely aware of the rules governing Hualing Mountain, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Even the protagonist, Long Outyin, from the Supreme Being ranks, only dared to enter after elevating his strength to that of a terrestrial immortal. In contrast, he himself was merely a half-step immortal, highlighting the perilous nature of the situation. At this moment, Lu Xian furrowed her brows slightly, aware of the concerns plaguing Yang Fan's heart. However, inexplicably, The worry that had once resided within her dissipated in an instant. Wherever Yang Fan was present, fear would not dare to encroach upon her. This sensation left Lu Xian feeling exceedingly peculiar. Could this be what is referred to as a sense of security? Lu Xian pondered inwardly. Her beautiful eyes gazed cautiously at Yang Fan, while her cheeks took on a subtle blush, as if she were contemplating something indescribable. However, in that fleeting moment of Lu Xian's embarrassment, Yang Fan, upon noticing, promptly inquired, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" His tone carried a hint of confusion, urging Lu Xian to provide an explanation. In this manner, one would find their heart free of confusion. However, upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately regained her composure, refraining from allowing her thoughts to wander further. She feared that the more she pondered, the more likely something unfortunate might occur. Lu Xian was at a loss as to how to proceed. Once she collected herself, she attempted to ease her mind and responded directly. No, it's nothing." I suddenly recalled something joyful. Her eyes were filled with a hint of panic. Although Yang Fan recognized that Lu Xian was not being truthful, he refrained from exposing her deception, understanding that not all truths need to be unveiled, for the truth can often be painfully burdensome. Thus, Yang Fan chose not to linger on the matter and continued to lead Lu Xian towards Hualin Mountain. However, the journey to the sect of the virtuous maidens in Hualin Mountain was quite distant, requiring 2 or 3 days of travel. Yet, Yang Fan was not in a hurry, as he considered this time an opportunity to devise a suitable solution to the predicament they faced, ensuring he would not be caught off guard later. Gradually, time slipped away, and before long, night fell. Observing the darkness, Lu Xian ventured to suggest, "Yang Fan, the night is so deep, perhaps we should rest here for a while before continuing? What do you think?" Her enchanting eyes blinked charmingly, captivating in their allure. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he might have succumbed to her charm, ensnared by her beauty. Alas, Yang Fan was a steadfast man, impervious to such seduction. Without further contemplation, he replied, "All right, let us do as you suggest." He then ascended onto a large rock and began to rest leisurely, relishing the moment. Watching him, Lu Xian shook her head in resignation, silently contemplating, "Yang Fan, do you not possess even a modicum of gentlemanly grace? Although we have both abstained from food, rendering meals unnecessary, must you be so indifferent? At the very least, engage me in conversation." At this moment, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. She pondered whether her allure had diminished, leading Yang Fan to behave in such a manner. However, with a deep sigh, she decided not to dwell on it further and approached Yang Fan. Igniting a campfire within mere footsteps of him, she settled quietly beside him, her mind drifting into a myriad of thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Fan was already aware of her contemplations. Yet, he chose to remain silent, observing her with a quiet demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if everything was well within his control, exuding an air of mystery. Just then, as Yang Fan was lost in his reflections, Lu Xian abruptly asked, her voice laced with confusion, "Why did you agree so readily?" It was evident that she had witnessed his unwavering consent earlier, leaving her perplexed and eager to uncover the truth behind his actions. Only by understanding this would she alleviate her inner turmoil and cease the lingering confusion. Upon hearing Lu Xian's inquiry, Yang Fan did not hesitate to respond. "Isn't it simply because I wanted to spend more time with a beautiful woman like you?" His eyes sparkled with playful teasing. Initially, Yang Fan had not intended to express himself in such a manner, but he realized that a straightforward response might render the atmosphere unbearably awkward. Thus, he endeavored to lighten the mood. In this manner, the surrounding atmosphere can become remarkably gentle, alleviating the previously overwhelming tension. However, speaking of it brings an immediate flush to Lu Xian's cheeks. Her delicate fingers fidget incessantly, betraying her profound nervousness. Witnessing Lu Xian in such a state fills Yang Fan with delight, as this is precisely the outcome he desired. After a brief interlude, once Lu Xian's anxiety subsides, she responds with a quavering tone, "Don't speak nonsense. I'm hardly a great beauty." "How could that be? A true beauty would never admit to being one." Yang Fan replies with a subtle smile. It is evident that Lu Xian has unwittingly fallen perfectly into Yang Fan's trap, a scenario he had longed for. This realization brings him immense joy. It is crucial to note that Yang Fan is aware of the substantial assistance Lu Xian has provided to Long Aotian within the Supreme Lord. Now, he is determined to seize her for himself, by any means necessary. In this case, what significance does Long Aotian possess in front of me? It is none other than the fact that Liu Xin is endowed with a coveted system that elicits envy from all. This is the destiny-seizing system, which has yet to be awakened. However, once it is awakened, the magnitude of its power will be truly formidable. This is precisely why Long Aotian possesses remarkable strength in the latter stages. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Liu Xin found herself at a loss for response. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Gradually, she lowered her head, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze, fearful that he might instantly discern her concealed thoughts. Nevertheless, Liu Xin felt an undeniable joy within her heart, for the previous night had awakened a peculiar sentiment towards Yang Fan. In that moment, Liu Xin found herself at a loss for words to articulate her peculiar emotions. It was undeniably strange, just as she was lost in her thoughts. A thunderous noise shattered the tranquility of the night, akin to the explosion of a colossal firecracker. It jolted both Yang Fan and Liu Xin from their reverie. What on earth was that sound? Liu Xin swiftly turned her gaze towards the source of the noise, her expression sharpening instantaneously, a stark contrast to her previously gentle demeanor. One might have thought she was afflicted by some form of mental instability. Should we investigate? Liu Xin suggested, her curiosity piqued. Yang Fan shook his head, expressing his own bewilderment at the unexpected sound, which was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. He found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Liu Xin dismissed her doubts and nodded in agreement. Her eagerness to uncover the nature of the fearsome creature that could emit such a terrifying roar outweighing her trepidation. This world was teeming with all manner of mystical beasts. And regardless of how the cultivators attempted to hunt them, these creatures seemed to possess an uncanny ability to replicate endlessly, a notion that was almost unfathomable. Without further hesitation, Yang Fan led Liu Xin towards the source of the roar, moving with a grace that suggested they were wary of disturbing whatever lay ahead. Yang Fan, what do you think the level of the beast that just roared could be? Liu Xin inquired, her tone laced with confusion as she sought clarity on the identity of the creature responsible for the chilling sound. In response, Yang Fan fell into deep thought, attempting to recall what the sound resembled. Yet, after considerable reflection, he remained unable to identify the creature. Finally, with a sigh, he admitted, I do not know. That sound is unfamiliar to me as well. A hint of embarrassment tinged his voice. After all, it was understandable that he could not pinpoint the species of the beast. Had he known, he would have readily shared his insight. Upon hearing Yang Fan's response, Liu Xin bore no resentment towards him. Instead, she pressed onward. She understood that the world was filled with an astonishing variety of mystical beasts far too numerous to count, and it was reasonable that Yang Fan was unaware of this particular creature. She offered him solace, saying, It's all right, Yang Fan. We shall discover the truth when we get closer. With a hint of an enchanting smile gracing her lips, she sought to console Yang Fan, urging him not to dwell on his worries. Little did she know, that very smile captivated Yang Fan instantly, igniting a spark of excitement within him that he could not quite comprehend. In a fervor, he quickened his pace, eager to discover the nature of the creature that had so inexplicably stirred his emotions. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, Liu Xin and Yang Fan arrived near the source of the cacophony. For their safety, they concealed themselves within a thicket, cautiously peering out. However, upon their first glimpse of the scene before them, fear gripped them instantly, disbelief etched across their faces. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, as if confronted by a truly terrifying entity. This was the demon slayer beast. Yang Fan marveled internally, his pupils widening in shock. Covered in dark scales, with colossal claws, a gaze reminiscent of death, and fearsome fangs. The creature instilled a profound terror that deterred any thoughts of approach. What manner of beast is this? Liu Xin murmured in fear, utterly petrified by the sight. It was her first encounter with such a horrifying presence, and how could she not be afraid? If given the choice, she would have fled the scene at once, wishing to escape the looming dread of what might transpire if she lingered. Sensing Liu Xion's trepidation, Yang Fan spoke slowly. This is the nemesis of the demon race. The demon slayer beast, a being as formidable as a monarch. As he explained, his gaze sharpened, refusing to relax. He understood all too well that any lapse in vigilance could result in detection by the beast, leaving them no chance to escape. Thus, they had no choice but to remain silent, avoiding any actions that might draw the creature's attention. Only by doing so could they hope to navigate the peril before them. Upon hearing his words, Liu Xian promptly sealed her lips, her eyes widening in incredulity as she took in the terrifying sight. Her emotions became a tumultuous mix. Oh heavens! Why must I encounter such a fearsome beast? I have yet to live enough. Lu Xin cried out internally. Unfortunately, the events had already unfolded. Even if she wished to alter the current situation, there was no way to do so. The only course of action was to forge ahead, gradually regaining her composure. Lu Xin turned to Yang Fan and asked, "What shall we do now?" Her voice carried a hint of urgency. Confronted with imminent danger, Lu Xin felt utterly powerless. Moreover, the demon slayer beast was vigilantly scanning its surroundings, and it would soon discover the presence of Yang Fan and Lu Xin. Crucially, even if they wished to flee, escape was impossible. Thus, both Yang Fan and Lu Xin found themselves cornered by the relentless pursuit of the demon slayer beast, with no avenue for retreat. Upon hearing Lu Xion's words, Yang Fan felt a surge of anxiety. His mind spiraled into chaos, desperately seeking a way to dissolve the impending crisis. Cursing himself, he lamented, "Had I known this would occur, I should never have brought Lu Xian here. What was I thinking?" However, the situation had already transpired, and regretting it was futile. The only option was to resolve the immediate peril to extricate themselves from their predicament. Consequently, Yang Fan began to contemplate possible solutions to their dilemma. As time trickled away, he immersed himself in thought. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. The demon slayer beast soon turned its gaze toward Lu Xian and Yang Fan. In mere minutes, it had spotted them, causing Lu Xian to feel an overwhelming surge of panic, her body trembling with fear. This was not due to cowardice. Rather, the sheer power of the demon slayer beast was daunting, capable of ending her life with a mere flick of its finger. Who among us could remain unafraid in such a situation? Have you devised any clever strategies? As Yang Fan pondered these thoughts, Lu Xian, unable to contain her rising panic, directly inquired. Her eyes were filled with a myriad of fears, longing desperately to escape this perilous place. Just as the demon beast was on the verge of discovering Yang Fan and Lu Xian, a sudden idea flashed through Yang Fan's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Without hesitation, he spoke, "Lu Xian, it is evident that we cannot flee at this moment. Our only option is to join forces and defeat the demon beast before us, which will allow us to leave this place safely. Otherwise, we shall find no means of escape." His tone was laced with urgency. After all, this was the best idea Yang Fan could conjure. Though it bore the risk of recklessness, he firmly believed that with unwavering confidence, they could vanquish the demon beast before them, and perhaps even claim it as their own. At this moment, Lu Xian was taken aback, gazing at Yang Fan with an expression of utter disbelief. Such a method had never crossed her mind. Her emotions began to grow increasingly complicated. However, after a brief moment, she found solace in her thoughts. Rather than fleeing, it was far nobler to perish valiantly on the battlefield. In this manner, things became considerably more straightforward. With this thought, Lu Xian's gaze instantly transformed into one of determination. She then spoke aloud. "All right, Yang Fan, let us proceed as you suggested." Without hesitation, Yang Fan equipped himself entirely, releasing every last drop of spiritual energy. Together with Lu Xian, they prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the demon beast, intending to demonstrate their prowess. Lu Xian mirrored his resolve. Upon sensing the unusual spiritual energy, the demon beast's eyes sharpened with intensity, fixating on the grass thicket. Its massive claws were charged with power. Following this, Yang Fan and Lu Xian wasted no time. One summoned a colossal sword of fire, while the other conjured a great sword of ice, both striking towards the demon beast. The surrounding air nearly crystallized from the force of their assault. The two enormous swords, engulfed in flames and frost, descended upon the demon beast. However, the creature dismissed them effortlessly, swiping its hand to reduce the swords to mere shadows. Witnessing this, Yang Fan and Lu Xian were momentarily rendered speechless. Although they were aware of the demon beast's formidable nature, they had not anticipated its overwhelming strength, which left them utterly astonished. Their hearts raced violently, breaths quickening in response. "No, it cannot be. How can this demon beast be so powerful?" Lu Xian exclaimed in fear. Her heart filled with dread. She was at a loss for how to confront the looming threat. In her eyes, fear eclipsed all other emotions. Meanwhile, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, determined not to meet his demise here. He recognized the need to vanquish the demon beast before him. Yet, as the saying goes, one must remain calm in times of crisis. Yang Fan endeavored to steady his emotions, knowing that only through composure could he navigate the perilous situation without faltering. In a moment of clarity, he quickly urged, "Lu Xian, do not be afraid. Fear will not resolve our predicament. Let us attack the demon beast together. This will increase our chances of survival." Otherwise, we shall surely perish here." Having spoken, Yang Fan wasted no time and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the demon slayer beast, devoid of any hesitation. After all, indecision only leads to defeat. Meanwhile, Lu Xian gradually overcame her initial fear, realizing the urgency of taking action. She took a deep breath, allowing her emotions to settle, and without further delay, launched a frost attack against the formidable beast, striving to eliminate the immediate threat. However, the disparity in strength between Yang Fan, Lu Xian, and the demon slayer beast was insurmountable. Their assaults felt akin to mere tickles for the creature, causing Yang Fan to become increasingly anxious. How can this demon slayer beast be so powerful? He silently cursed, his expression reflecting his growing alarm. He understood that failing to vanquish the beast promptly would result in dire consequences that he dared not imagine. Lu Xian, too, began to feel despondent, her body trembling slightly. Perhaps the beast, having had its fill of play, fixed its sharp gaze upon Yang Fan and Lu Xian. Without a moment's hesitation, it extended its massive claws and struck fiercely at them. Lu Xian was fortunate enough to evade the blow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Yang Fan was not as lucky, enduring the full force of the beast's claw and crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. He gazed at the demon slayer beast in disbelief. This was the first time he had suffered such grievous injuries since arriving in this world, igniting an intense fury within him. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to slay the beast. Yet, his spiritual energy had been completely exhausted, leaving him devoid of any power to draw upon. Am I truly to perish here? Yang Fan bitterly lamented internally, his spirits dimming. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness consumed him. He desperately desired to reverse the dire situation before him, for it was the only way to ensure his survival. Regrettably, he found himself utterly powerless to escape the predicament. Otherwise, he would have transformed his fate long ago. How could he possibly remain sitting there, alive yet helpless? The demon slayer continued to launch a fierce assault against Yang Fan and Lu Xian, leaving no room for retreat, as if it had exhausted its playfulness. Observing this, Lu Xian swiftly dashed to Yang Fan's side, channeling her remaining spiritual energy to conjure an ice wall in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, to the demon slayer, the ice wall was as fragile as parchment, obliterated in an instant. Consequently, Lu Xian was forcefully thrown aside, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Yang Fan, consumed by rage, felt an inferno of fury igniting within his gaze. Yet, he found himself entirely powerless, his fists clenched in frustration. Just as the demon slayer prepared to strike again, a colossal figure suddenly manifested before Yang Fan, intercepting the beast's massive claw with ease. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Yang Fan stared, astonished, at the gigantic silhouette, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if it could accommodate an entire ear of corn. "My goodness, Xiaozi, you are astonishing." He marveled inwardly, utterly awestruck by the imposing presence of the purple dragon. Indeed, this little purple dragon was the very one Yang Fan had taken in earlier, charmed by its perceived cuteness even before the arrival of Long Aotian. Little did he anticipate its momentous utility, filling him with an overwhelming joy. A radiant smile adorned his face, masking the excitement bubbling within. The enlarged purple dragon fixed its unwavering gaze on the demon slayer, a fierce glint of murderous intent emanating from its eyes, as if the creature had struck a nerve, inciting an uncontrollable fury within the little dragon. Following this, Xiaozi unleashed a roar in beast language directed at the demon slayer. "You dark fiend! Why do you harm my master?" Its nostrils flared with heavy breaths of indignation, exhibiting profound rage, while its delicate yet powerful claws scraped against the ground, spewing forth torrents of violet flames. This scene instantly terrified the demon slayer beast, which gazed incredulously at the purple dragon before it, instinctively retreating several steps. The creature felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiaozi, rendering it breathless, as an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped its heart, instilling a profound fear that was utterly paralyzing. After a brief moment, the demon slayer beast managed to catch its breath and stammered, "What do you intend to do?" Its voice quivered with palpable trepidation, as it sensed an unusual fear towards Xiaozi. However, Yang Fan and Lu Xian could not comprehend the exchange between Xiaozi and the demon slayer beast. They merely widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to engage in anything beyond that. Upon hearing the words of the demon slayer beast, Xiaozi merely curled her lip in disdain, thoroughly dismissing the creature before her. She replied coolly, "You bully my master. Am I not entitled to defend him and teach you a lesson?" This declaration left the demon slayer beast utterly astonished, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. As visions of being soundly thrashed by Xiaozi flooded its mind, it was a moment that rendered the demon slayer beast completely at a loss. Realizing with growing terror that escape was futile, should it attempt to flee, Xiaozi would undoubtedly strike it down, leaving no room for regrets. At that moment, a sudden idea flashed through the beast's mind, igniting a sense of urgency within it. Unsure whether to act upon this notion, it raised its gaze towards the fearsome Xiaozi, and with a decisive resolve, it gritted its teeth and fell to its knees before her. Bowing its head, it pleaded, "Great One, I acknowledge my mistake. I did not know he was your master. Had I known, I assure you I would never have laid a hand on him. Please forgive me, and I promise to refrain from such actions in the future." Its tone was rife with desperation, for the instinct for survival compelled the demon slayer beast to resort to such humble supplication. In this manner, perhaps Xiaozi could secure her own life, at the very least, avoiding a demise so dire. Otherwise, the demon slayer would be at a loss regarding what to do next. Gazing at the pleading demon slayer, Yang Fan and Lu Xin were momentarily taken aback, silently wondering what on earth had transpired. Xiaozi, observing the prostrate demon slayer, chose to disregard him entirely and turned her attention towards Yang Fan. She then directly inquired, "Master, shall we subdue him or eliminate him?" Her expression was remarkably gentle, as if she were discussing a matter of little consequence. Had some esteemed monarch witnessed this, they might have trembled in fear. How could one possibly concern themselves with such trivialities? Upon hearing Xiaozi's words, Yang Fan's spirits soared. A joyful smile spread across his face, akin to discovering a long-lost treasure, and he nearly leapt with delight. However, he ultimately restrained himself, conscious of how such an exhibition would tarnish his image in front of those present. After a brief moment, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure. After exhaling deeply, he replied, "Subdue him." His tone was imbued with resolute determination. In truth, even without Xiaozi's suggestion, Yang Fan would have arrived at the same conclusion. For the demon slayer's formidable strength had already ignited within him the desire to claim him. Upon hearing Yang Fan's declaration, Xiaozi displayed no hesitation. She swiftly turned, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon the demon slayer. However, this single glance was enough to instill terror in the creature, causing it to tremble involuntarily, as if confronted by an overwhelmingly fearsome presence. "Demon slayer, I offer you a chance at life. Will you accept?" Xiaozi spoke slowly, her eyes radiating authority, aiming to subdue the demon slayer and compel obedience. Before she could finish her statement, the demon slayer hastily responded, "I accept. I accept. Whatever the conditions, I will comply." There was no trace of hesitation in his voice. When presented with the opportunity to live, who would willingly choose death? After all, the demon slayer was still quite young, far from reaching maturity and naturally reluctant to embrace demise. With a satisfied nod, Xiaozi acknowledged the situation, even without articulating her thoughts. She knew that the beast of slaughter would acquiesce. Despite its imposing stature, the beast harbored a deep-seated fear. Gradually regaining her composure, Xiaozi wasted no time and directly proclaimed, "Very well, since you wish to preserve your life, I shall not be courteous. You are to enter into a pact with my master, Yang Fan, becoming his cherished beast for eternity." Upon hearing these words, the beast of slaughter was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiaozi with disbelief. Her words echoed in its mind, and its eyes reflected sheer incredulity. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After approximately 10 minutes, the beast's expression turned despondent. Faced with the choice between life and death, it opted for survival. After all, who would willingly choose demise when life was an option? Thus, the beast of slaughter slowly uttered, "I understand. Rest assured, I shall become the cherished beast of your master, as you have instructed." Its tone bore a hint of resignation. After all, its fate was now firmly in the hands of another. Should it refuse, it would forfeit even the slightest chance of survival. Upon hearing the beast's words, Xiaozi nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, she turned and gradually transformed back into her original form, swiftly retreating into Yang Fan's storage pouch as if she had never been present. Only Yang Fan, Lu Xin, and the beast of slaughter remained in the vicinity. The beast, feeling utterly resigned, also shrank to the same size as Yang Fan and approached him step by step, finally articulating, "Master, please bind me in contract." With a sudden drop of his head, he dared not meet Yang Fan's gaze. The shame of a demon beast being contracted by a cultivator weighed heavily upon him. Yet, the slaughtering demon beast had no choice. Survival compelled him to accept this fate. Otherwise, He would never have acquiesced to such an outcome. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's spirits soared, his face alight with joy as if he had encountered a most delightful event. Moments later, he regained his composure and, without hesitation, began the contracting process with the slaughtering demon beast. Beside them, Lu Xian felt a surge of envy. She had never anticipated Yang Fan would forge a contract with a demon beast rivaling the sovereign level. This left her feeling quite unsettled. However, she pushed aside her thoughts, grateful that they had escaped the clutches of danger and no longer had to worry. After about 10 minutes, Yang Fan successfully completed the contract with the slaughtering demon beast, his earlier concerns dissipating entirely, replaced by elation. "From now on, I shall call you Little Black," he said, affectionately stroking the beast's head, his eyes gleaming with happiness. Little Black nodded in agreement, albeit without much thought. Even if he had hesitated, compliance was inevitable. "If you work hard, I shall ensure you have meat to eat. I will never forget you." With that, Yang Fan set Little Black aside and turned his attention to Lu Xian. "Are you all right, Lu Xian? I hope I didn't frighten you too much just now," Yang Fan inquired gently, his tone imbued with concern akin to that of a devoted lover. Lu Xian, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing his words and quickly replied, "No, I'm fine." She forced a smile, not wanting Yang Fan to worry unduly about her. At this moment, Yang Fan let out a profound sigh of relief, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How would Long Outyin feel, he pondered, upon discovering that I have seized his demon-slaying beast? The delight within him was immeasurable, for Yang Fan understood that with this action, his own strength would be augmented, while Long Outyin's would diminish. Such fortuitous events, how could Yang Fan possibly remain indifferent? Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountains, Long Outyin was engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, an unusual aura surged from within him, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood and faint instantly. Upon witnessing this, Wuji was immediately engulfed in confusion. With a heavy sigh, she gingerly lifted Long Outyin, continuing to channel her vital energy into him. In her heart, she mused, "Long Outyin, dear senior brother, your constitution appears exceedingly frail. You bleed at the slightest provocation, a stark contrast to Yang Fan's resilience." Gradually, as time trickled by, Wuji successfully restored Long Outyin's health and resumed her own cultivation, offering no words of concern for him. Once she had attended to the matter, Yang Fan settled down to rest. Beside him sat the anxious Lu Xian, seemingly lost in contemplation of some intricate dilemma. In the distance, Xiaohe stood guard, vigilantly surveying the surroundings to ensure the safety of Yang Fan and Lu Xian, exhibiting unwavering loyalty in his watchful duty. What could she be pondering? Observing the silent Lu Xian, Yang Fan ventured to inquire directly, his mind swirling with myriad questions. If given the opportunity, he hoped Lu Xian would elucidate her thoughts for him. In this manner, one would no longer be so perplexed within oneself. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian gradually regained her composure. Forcing a faint smile, she replied directly, "No, I wasn't thinking of anything." Her tone was laden with an unmistakable sense of panic, as if she had committed some transgression, leaving her exceedingly tense. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Xian must be concealing something significant from him. It was merely that he had not yet deduced the truth. Consequently, Yang Fan began to reflect, endeavoring to discern the nature of the matter that could cause Lu Xian to transform so dramatically. After pondering for a while, he still could not arrive at any conclusion. This sudden revelation left Yang Fan filled with regret. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he inquired, "Lu Xian, do you consider me a friend? Can you share with me what is troubling you?" His gaze sharpened, as if he were addressing a matter of utmost importance. Initially, Yang Fan had no intention of expressing himself in such a manner. However, he found it impossible to let certain thoughts linger in his mind, as doing so would only compound his troubles without offering any solace. Thus, it was this very reason that fueled his desire for answers. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Yang Fan with astonishment. Strangely enough, this sentiment stirred an inexplicable emotion within her heart. Her heart raced fiercely, akin to a young deer leaping within her chest. Soon, Lu Xian regained her composure and, without hesitation, softly replied, "I'm merely concerned about the two formidable demon beasts atop Hualien Mountain. I fear that I might inadvertently place you in peril, leaving me at a loss for how to respond in such a situation. Moreover, I suddenly feel utterly inadequate, unable to provide you with any assistance, and instead, only a burden." With these words, a look of despondency washed over Lu Xian's face. Tears swiftly filled her eyes, as if on the brink of spilling over. Were an ordinary cultivator to witness this scene, they might have already felt a pang of sympathy for Liu Xian. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback, gazing at Liu Xian with a hint of astonishment. It was the first time he had ever heard such words, especially emanating from Liu Xian's lips. Instantly, he was struck with shock, as her words echoed relentlessly in his mind, causing his breath to quicken. A sudden impulse to kiss Liu Xian surged within him, however. He ultimately restrained himself from acting on this desire. After a brief moment, Yang Fan managed to reveal a faint smile and spoke. "What's the big deal? You need not worry so much. After all, I still have Xiaozi. If it comes to it, I can always summon her. While she may not be able to defeat our adversary, she can certainly assist in ensuring our escape." His face bore a reassuring smile, conveying an air of nonchalance. In truth, Yang Fan's words were merely a means to comfort Liu Xian, for he was acutely aware that Xiaozi was still in her juvenile stage and lacked the strength to rival a sovereign. She would undoubtedly be no match for one of such caliber and might even be subjected to their merciless grip. Thus, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety within. Yet to alleviate Liu Xian's concerns, he chose to weave a comforting lie. In this manner, Liu Xian's mood gradually began to settle. Indeed, Yang Fan's words illuminated her thoughts. She inwardly mused, "Why had I not considered this before?" Instantly, a look of delight blossomed on Liu Xian's face, akin to the sweetness of honey. Without further hesitation, she spoke up, saying, "Yes, I understand now. I no longer need to worry." Her tone was imbued with a sense of newfound clarity. At this moment, Yang Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, for at least his concerns had been somewhat alleviated. After all, Liu Xian's mental state had improved, thus sparing Yang Fan from further anxiety. Yet, deep within his heart, a sense of panic lingered, though it remained unexpressed. "I must urge my father to send someone, otherwise. If something unfortunate were to occur, what would I do?" Yang Fan pondered silently, his gaze sharpening as if it were articulating a matter of great importance. Gradually, the sky dimmed, and Liu Xian, feeling drowsy, drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Yang Fan initiated contact with his father, Yang Zhengxiong, through a communication device. Soon, he successfully reached his father. Without hesitation, Yang Fan spoke urgently. "Father, please send someone quickly. I can barely hold on." His words were imbued with a sense of desperation, as if he were relaying a grave predicament. In that moment, Yang Zhengxiong was engulfed in a wave of confusion, his mind teeming with a plethora of questions. He yearned to uncover the mystery behind Yang Fan's inexplicable transformation. Gradually, he mustered the courage to inquire, "What troubles you, my son? Why do you appear so distressed?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan wasted no time and recounted the entire saga to Yang Zhengxiong in meticulous detail. However, little did he know that the revelation would leave his father utterly astounded. Yang Zhengxiong's brow furrowed in agitation, his anger surging in response to the shocking decision made by the leader of the Sheng sect. His eyes blazed with an insatiable fury as he muttered vehemently, "Sheng Fenglin, how dare you send my son to his demise? Just wait. If I do not dismantle your Sheng sect, I shall not bear the surname Yang." The intensity of his emotions nearly contorted his features. Once Yang Fan concluded his tale, he noticed an unsettling change in Yang Zhengxiong. With a hint of concern, he queried, "Father, what is troubling you?" Instantly, Yang Zhengxiong snapped back to reality, forcing a semblance of a smile as he replied, "It's nothing, my son. I understand now. Rest assured, I will send someone to assist you. You may proceed with peace of mind." At this moment, Yang Fan felt a quiet sense of relief. At least he was no longer as anxious as before. A joyful smile spread across his face, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. However, before he could revel in his happiness, a single remark from Yang Zhengxiong plunged him into despair. "Ah, my son, I have heard that you have taken a liking to the saintess of the Shinnu sect. I do not oppose this. But there are certain matters that must be reserved for after marriage. Should you dare to act before then, do not blame your father for being unyielding." With that, Yang Zhengxiong abruptly ended the communication device, turning his attention to other matters. This left Yang Fan with a visage full of sorrow, staring helplessly into the encroaching darkness. An impulse to curse surged within him. However, he ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that the other party was, after all, his father. To lash out would be akin to rebuking oneself. After a while, Yang Fan gathered his thoughts and slowly returned to the tent, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. After all, the situation had been resolved. Continuing to ponder it would only serve to add to his burdens, offering no real benefit. It was far better to simply let it go. In such a manner, one might find a semblance of joy. Gradually, time slipped away, and before long, the dawn of a new day arrived, with the fervent sun casting its warm rays upon the earth. The light directly pierced Yang Fan's eyes, compelling him to awaken. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, Lu Xian was, quite unexpectedly, preparing breakfast. Could this be a dream? Yang Fan mused internally. Promptly, he tidied himself up and swiftly approached, eager to discern the reality of the situation. Soon, he found himself before Lu Xian, who was engrossed in her culinary endeavors, exhibiting an extraordinary level of diligence to the task at hand. So much so that she remained oblivious to his presence. This demonstrated the depth of her concentration. Observing Lu Xian's earnest demeanor, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, a charming smile gracing his lips, accompanied by a sense of contentment as he stepped closer to her. Without hesitation, he spoke. Lu Xian, what are you doing? How is it that you didn't notice my arrival? The moment his words left his lips, they startled Lu Xian, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. After a brief pause, she turned to him with a look of reproach, her expression heavy with discontent. Yang Fan, what on earth are you doing? Why would you suddenly scare me like that? Will you never cease? Her tone was laced with a hint of accusation. In truth, Lu Xian was not truly angry with Yang Fan himself, but rather dismayed by his extravagant demeanor, reminiscent of a wealthy scion, which was somewhat difficult for her to accept. Nevertheless, she understood that regardless of her feelings, she would have to gradually come to terms with it, for there was no other recourse. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of Lu Xian's irritation, which left him astounded. He never anticipated that she would react with such anger, leaving him at a loss for words. After taking a deep breath, he finally replied, I meant no harm. I merely wished to give you a little surprise. While speaking, he sheepishly scratched his head, regretting his actions. Had he known that such an outcome would ensue, he would have refrained from such behavior. In such circumstances, such events would not have transpired. However, fate has rendered them inevitable. Even if Yang Fan finds it hard to accept, he must gradually come to terms with it. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian let out a deep sigh, her expression shifting to one of mild seriousness, resembling a frigid iceberg. In response to the gravity of the situation, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words and began to scan the surroundings. In an instant, Lu Xian discerned that Yang Fan was merely seeking distraction, intentionally toying with her. Consequently, she chose to ignore him and resumed her earnest preparation of breakfast. The reason for Lu Xian's meticulousness in cooking was none other than to express her gratitude towards Yang Fan. Otherwise, she would not have exerted such effort. The atmosphere grew profoundly quiet, with even the sound of dripping water becoming audible. Most importantly, Yang Fan remained uncertain about how to articulate his thoughts, relegated to a state of stupor by her side. After approximately half an hour, Lu Xian finally completed the breakfast and called out to Yang Fan, urging him to come and eat, for they would soon be heading to Hualan Mountain. Upon hearing her call, Yang Fan snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, made his way to Lu Xian's side. Moments later, he settled down beside her and began to savor her culinary skills. To his astonishment, he found her cooking to be remarkably exquisite. My goodness, how can Lu Xian's cooking be so wonderful? He marveled internally, his gaze towards her transformed. Without further ado, he dug in heartily, his appetite unabated. Is it delicious? Lu Xian inquired, blinking her eyes at him, her tone imbued with a gentle warmth. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire for Yang Fan's praise, her heart racing with anticipation. Delicious. Yang Fan replied without a second thought, and rather than responding to Lu Xian, he continued to relish the food in front of him, lost in the sheer delight of the meal. This was the first time Yang Fan had tasted such exquisite food since arriving in this world. It brought him immense joy. Instantly, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming happiness within her, thoroughly relishing Yang Fan's response. Before long, the breakfast prepared by Lu Xian was completely devoured by Yang Fan, leaving not a single crumb behind. This clearly attested to Lu Xian's culinary prowess. After gently patting his satisfied belly, Yang Fan inquired, Lu Xian, how is it that your dishes are so delicious? Yang Fan was profoundly pleased with what Lu Xian had prepared, and he found himself astonished, eager to unravel the mystery behind her remarkable cooking. In this manner, one would no longer be plagued by such inner turmoil, allowing the confusion within to dissipate. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian did not ponder further and promptly replied, because my constitution is that of a true foodie, the dishes I create are naturally exquisite. A radiant smile adorned her face, as if she were proudly showcasing something to Yang Fan. Upon hearing Lu Xian's response, Yang Fan was immediately engulfed in astonishment, gazing at her with an expression of utter disbelief. Is it truly possible for such a system to exist? Oh heavens, do not jest with me. Yang Fan lamented. He had encountered peculiar systems before, yet nothing had prepared him for the sheer audacity of this one. He was rendered speechless, shaking his head in disbelief, manifesting profound surprise. It felt as if an immense boulder had lodged itself within his heart, leaving him utterly incapable of maintaining composure. What's the matter? You don't believe me? Lu Xian remarked, her countenance reflecting displeasure at Yang Fan's incredulity. In truth, she had not intended to divulge this information, as the system bore no utility for cultivation. Had it not been for her close relationship with Yang Fan, she would have never revealed such details, fearing that he might underestimate her. However, now that she had shared this with him, she felt a surge of anxiety within her. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan hastily replied, No, I believe you. It's just that this is the first time I have ever encountered such a system. His tone was laced with a hint of panic, and there was no trace of disdain for Lu Xian in his gaze. After all, Yang Fan and Lu Xian had spent considerable time together, fostering a mutual understanding of each other's personalities. Otherwise, he would not have reacted in such a manner. At this moment, Lu Xian silently exhaled a breath of relief, the earlier panic dissipating. After a brief respite, she offered a gentle smile and said, Yes, I understand what you are thinking, but rest assured, although my abilities may seem lacking, I shall strive diligently and ensure that I do not become a hindrance to you. Upon uttering these words, Lu Xian felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks, for what she had just expressed was akin to a confession of her feelings for Yang Fan. Her heart raced violently, yet fortunately, Lu Xian possessed a remarkable capacity for composure and quickly regained her poise, alleviating the tension she had previously felt. I haven't said anything further, so let us hasten to Huashan Mountain. It will soon be dark. Yang Fan, not dwelling excessively on the matter, stood up promptly, ready to continue their journey to Huashan Mountain and swiftly resolve the tasks at hand. In this manner, Yang Fan could attend to other matters, alleviating the persistent anxiety that currently plagued him. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. She swiftly gathered her belongings and followed Yang Fan without a trace of hesitation. Lu Xian understood that the longer they delayed, the less benefit the sedimentation would offer her. Thus, it was imperative to resolve matters promptly. Consequently, Yang Fan and Lu Xian continued their ascent towards the foot of Hualin Mountain, with Xiaohei silently bearing Yang Fan along the way. However, due to her deep-seated fear of Xiaohei, Lu Xian opted to walk beside him instead of climbing onto his back. After traversing for a considerable portion of the day, they arrived at the base of Hualin Mountain without incident. Gazing upon the ominous and foreboding mountain that exuded an aura of terror, both Yang Fan and Lu Xian could not suppress their frowns, astonished by its sheer dreadfulness. Yang Fan, shall we take a moment to rest before venturing inside? What do you think? Lu Xian asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. To be candid, at that moment, she felt utterly devoid of confidence, exhibiting a palpable fear as she worried about the potential dangers lurking within the mountain, rendering her unable to find solace. Upon hearing Lu Xian's suggestion, Yang Fan nodded without further contemplation. He dismounted from Xiaohei's back and settled down to rest. During this respite, Yang Fan inquired, What are your plans now, Lu Xian? We have reached the foot of Hualin Mountain. With a hint of confusion in his tone and a piercing gaze fixed upon Lu Xian, Yang Fan appeared exceedingly serious, as if he were conveying a matter of utmost importance. He was acutely aware that further progress would undoubtedly lead to peril, a danger that could not be evaded. Thus, Yang Fan understood that preparation was paramount. Only through such diligence could they confront the impending threats. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xian fell into deep contemplation, pondering her next steps and how she might obtain the sediment fruit. She recognized that without a viable plan, her advancement would be futile, and she could even find herself ensnared in dire circumstances. To prevent such an occurrence, every conceivable aspect had to be carefully considered. After a period of reflection, frustration began to swell within her, as she felt utterly devoid of solutions. With a heavy sigh, she finally voiced her despair, declaring, I am completely at a loss and do not know what to do. Her tone was laden with despondency. Lu Xian, possessing a rather straightforward mind, found it exceedingly difficult to devise a solution. Nevertheless, she harbored a flicker of confidence, believing that she could ultimately navigate the crisis at hand. Observing her plight, Yang Fan realized that he could not allow Lu Xian to bear this burden alone. He too needed to engage in the search for answers. Thus, he delved into profound contemplation, considering their course of action. However, Yang Fan's thoughts were not entirely earnest, for Lu Xian was not his beloved. After some time, a sudden idea sprang forth in Lu Xian's mind, igniting a wave of elation within her. A radiant smile spread across her face as she exclaimed without hesitation, "Yang Fan, I have conceived a brilliant idea. We can enter Huashan Mountain in a manner that avoids all danger." Her voice brimmed with urgency, reflecting her immense joy. For reasons unbeknownst to her, simply articulating this idea filled Lu Xian with unparalleled delight, akin to winning a lottery worth 5 million. In that moment, Yang Fan gazed at Lu Xian in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the nature of her revelation. After calming his emotions, he too refrained from hesitation and eagerly inquired, "What kind of idea?" His eyes were fixed intently upon Lu Xian, filled with anticipation for her forthcoming explanation. Thus, one would no longer feel such profound confusion within. Relief could be obtained. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian did not hesitate. She promptly articulated her solution. In fact, the remedy was rather simple. We merely needed to disguise ourselves as demonic beasts and enter Huashan Mountain, thereby avoiding any significant danger. What do you think? Upon finishing her statement, Lu Xian joyfully leaped into the air, spinning around in circles. She had not anticipated that she could devise such a plan. At this moment, Lu Xian was brimming with excitement, eager to rush into Huashan Mountain and procure the sediment fruit. However, she also felt a twinge of embarrassment. For it was Yang Fan who had assisted her throughout their journey, while she had contributed nothing. This thought stirred a sense of contentment within her heart. She silently resolved that once this matter concluded, she would express her gratitude to Yang Fan in a meaningful way. A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes, and her admiration for Yang Fan grew even stronger. Upon hearing her plan, Yang Fan did not dwell on it and readily agreed. Therefore, he said, "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested." Without further ado, Lu Xian began to disguise herself, eager to swiftly obtain the sediment fruit. With this in mind, Lu Xian firmly believed that her abilities would certainly ascend to a higher level, not falling short of Yang Fan's prowess. Moreover, by taking such action, she could offer assistance to Yang Fan, no longer burdening him as a mere encumbrance. Yang Fan, undeterred, began to disguise himself, exhibiting an air of calmness. After approximately 10 minutes, once Yang Fan and Lu Xian had completed their disguises, he wasted no time and led Little Black up Huashan Mountain. However, at that moment, Lu Xian still felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, with Yang Fan by her side, she could not have conceived of such an effective plan on her own. Before long, as Yang Fan and Lu Xian ascended into the depths of Huashan Mountain, they were met with a shocking sight that rendered them speechless. They scanned their surroundings in disbelief, their hands and feet trembling slightly as an inexplicable fear surged from within. Lu Xian was overwhelmed with terror upon witnessing such a horrifying scene for the first time. The ground was littered with white bones, and a metallic scent of blood permeated the air, making it almost unbearable for both Yang Fan and Lu Xian. Most of the corpses belonged to demonic beasts, with only a scant few being those of cultivators. In that instant, Lu Xian began to question her decision, a profound dread enveloping her heart. Had she known the situation would unfold in such a manner, she would never have disguised herself as a demonic beast. Now, it was too late for regrets, as the path down the mountain was shrouded in dense fog, leaving Lu Xian at a loss for what to do. With a flustered expression, she turned to Yang Fan and asked, "Yang Fan, what should we do now?" This eerie scene was a first for her, and it was impossible for her not to feel fear. Not only Lu Xian, but Yang Fan also gradually succumbed to fear. It was not just Lu Xian who was encountering such a scene for the first time. Yang Fan was equally unprepared for it. Thus, he too felt an immense trepidation, utterly unsure of how to proceed, though not quite as terrified as Lu Xian. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan slowly replied, "What else can we do? We must continue onward. There is no path of retreat. Only by obtaining the sediment fruit might we find a way to escape from here. Otherwise, we are trapped." Upon finishing his words, Yang Fan's expression darkened. There was no trace of jest. He understood that what lay ahead was undoubtedly extraordinary. Gradually, after organizing his thoughts, he exhibited no sign of hesitation and resolutely continued forward with Lu Xian. However, as they traversed the path, Yang Fan was particularly cautious, his gaze vigilant, scanning the surroundings with trepidation. He feared that an unexpectedly formidable beast might emerge and launch an assault. In such a scenario, he would be at a loss as to how to respond. Before long, Yang Fan and Lu Xian pressed deeper into the wilderness. Fortunately, they encountered no formidable beast along the way. Otherwise, their progress would have been significantly hindered. Yang Fan, look, that's a sediment tree, Lu Xian exclaimed suddenly, her voice brimming with excitement upon spotting a familiar silhouette. It was as if she had discovered a treasured artifact of her own, and her spirit soared, completely oblivious to the dangers surrounding them. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan wasted no time and turned his gaze in the direction Lu Xian indicated. The moment was deceptively calm, yet the sight ahead sent a wave of anxiety coursing through Yang Fan. He understood that the closer he approached the sediment tree, the greater the peril became. Caution was imperative. Only through meticulous care could he evade unnecessary dangers. After exhaling deeply, Yang Fan spoke, "The path ahead may prove exceedingly perilous. Stay closely behind me, and do not wander off." His gaze bore a seriousness that brooked no jest. It was crucial to note that Yang Fan had read the Tome of the Supreme Venerable and was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of Hualien Mountain. Thus, he dared not relax, especially with the sediment tree so near. In response, Lu Xian nodded earnestly, her understanding of Yang Fan's intent dawning upon her. She remained ever vigilant, scanning the surroundings, though her heart raced with anticipation, for the allure of the sediment fruit was irresistible. Without further ado, Yang Fan continued his approach toward the sediment tree, his pace deliberately slow, unwilling to let his guard down. Gradually, time slipped away, and the distance between Yang Fan, Lu Xian, and the sediment tree dwindled to less than a kilometer. Just as they were on the verge of reaching it, a sudden roar shattered the silence, forcing them to halt. Tension palpable in the air as they surveyed their surroundings. "Yang Fan, do you know what beast issued that roar?" Lu Xian's voice trembled, her body quaking with fear. "I do not," Yang Fan replied, shaking his head. Had he known, he would have divulged it long ago. It was inconceivable that he would remain silent until now. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, they sought refuge in a concealed spot, meticulously observing their surroundings, refusing to let their guard down. Before long, a colossal figure emerged in their line of sight, staring intently in their direction. Upon beholding this enormous creature, Yang Fan was taken aback, his mind racing as he silently marveled. This is the hairless venerable king. In an instant, Yang Fan found himself at a loss, his heart racing with anxiety and his gaze filled with overwhelming trepidation. It must be noted that a sovereign king possesses a realm of power that surpasses even that of an earthly immortal. Among cultivators, there exist only 10 sovereign kings, and the demon clan has an equal number. The mere chance of encountering the hairless sovereign king here was utterly astonishing to Yang Fan, causing his limbs to tremble slightly in fear. After all, he was 2 great realms beneath this formidable being. Anyone in his position would be gripped by fear. "Why, Yang Fan? I think he has noticed us," Lu Xian stammered in fear, a flicker of despair flashing across her heart. Especially under the terrifying gaze of the hairless sovereign king, which she had never encountered before, Lu Xian was at a loss for what to do. "Calm down. Let me think this through," Yang Fan urged, suppressing the panic within him, yet his hands and feet began to tremble. This was his first encounter with such a powerful demon beast. However, Yang Fan understood that succumbing to fear would not resolve their predicament. They needed to strategize for the future. Only by doing so could they navigate through the imminent crisis. Otherwise, if something unfortunate were to occur, he would be at a complete loss on how to handle it. Yet, Lu Xian struggled to maintain her composure, trembling as she exclaimed, "I can't calm down." Yang Fan. In that moment, she longed to flee from this place, to escape the presence of the hairless sovereign king. However, she was acutely aware that once the sovereign king set his sights on her, no matter how swift her escape, she would be ensnared within his grasp, destined to be crushed to death. This realization filled her with despair, tears brimming in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment, a testament to her profound fear. Nevertheless, Yang Fan recognized that allowing fear to take hold would serve no purpose. They needed to devise a solution to their current dilemma without delay. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan spoke with determination. "All right, Lu Xian, do not be afraid. We will surely overcome this challenge. You must trust me." The tone was imbued with a sense of security, and a faint smile was forced onto his face. In an effort to calm Lu Xian, Yang Fan exerted considerable effort. After all, anxiety does little to alleviate the immediate challenges at hand. Only through composure could he hope to resolve the issues effectively. Otherwise, the looming crisis would remain insurmountable. A gentle voice reached Lu Xian's ears, gradually soothing her, at least alleviating some of her previous urgency. Yet, A lingering fear remained nestled within her heart, making it impossible for her to find tranquility. Despite Yang Fan's reassurances, the terror within her could not be dispelled with mere words. But I am still so frightened. Yang Fan, she exclaimed after a while, her heart racing and her gaze becoming unfocused. The current crisis was undeniably terrifying. Realizing that Liu Xin would not calm down anytime soon, Yang Fan understood that the resolution of the crisis rested solely upon his shoulders. Thus, he began to contemplate how to confront the hairless sovereign before him. Only by doing so could he hope to mitigate the impending danger. Damn it, father. If you do not send someone soon, I truly fear for my life. Can you bear to see your son perish like this? Yang Fan silently cursed, regretting his hasty departure. Now faced with such dire circumstances, there seemed to be no way out, which only heightened his anxiety. He then glanced at his storage pouch and noticed Xiaohe trembling, clearly exhibiting signs of fear, while Xiaozi lay in a deep slumber, unresponsive to Yang Fan's calls. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that he could rely on no one but himself. After taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and approached the hairless sovereign. His feet trembled slightly, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. He then spoke slowly, "Greetings, hairless sovereign. Why do you gaze upon us in such a manner?" A forced smile emerged on his face. After all, the hairless sovereign was indeed formidable. Had his father, Yang Zhenxiang, been present, Yang Fan would not have been so subservient. He would have vociferously confronted the sovereign instead. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the hairless sovereign furrowed his brow slightly, his piercing gaze directed at Yang Fan, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Fortunately, Yang Fan possessed considerable fortitude. Otherwise, he might have perished under the sovereign's scrutinizing glare. Before Yang Fan could catch his breath, the hairless sovereign spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. "You two lowly cultivators, why have you trespassed into our demon territory? Are you unaware of the established protocols that prohibit such intrusions?" His tone was laden with authority, reminiscent of a monarch, while Yang Fan felt like a mere commoner. Yang Fan understood this principle better than anyone. However, the situation was irreversible now that he had arrived. Taking another deep breath, he addressed the sovereign directly. "Hairless sovereign, we inadvertently wandered into your domain and wish to depart at once." His voice was tinged with anxiety, compelled by the overwhelming power of the sovereign. The prospect of obtaining the sediment fruit would have to wait for another time, as it was evidently unattainable at present. However, not long after Yang Fan finished speaking, a voice erupted that ignited his frustration. "Yang Fan, why must we leave so hastily? I have yet to acquire the sediment fruit. If we depart now, how can I ever obtain it?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's plea, Liu Xin promptly regained her composure, her eyes now shimmering with a sense of urgency. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. The moment it was mentioned, it immediately caught the attention of the hairless sovereign. A series of heavy breaths escaped his nostrils, filled with indignation. "So, the words you just spoke were nothing but deceit. Cursed cultivator!" The hairless sovereign roared internally. His gaze sharpened instantaneously, directed at Yang Fan with palpable fury. He then voiced his outrage. "Did you not claim to have inadvertently trespassed upon my territory? And now you audaciously seek to acquire the essence? What do you mean by this? Do you truly disregard my authority?" These words plunged Yang Fan into a state of acute anxiety, igniting within him a fierce desire to deliver a sound thrashing to Liu Xin. He had initially believed he could escape this predicament effortlessly, yet who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Frustration surged within him, his fists clenched tightly. In the midst of Yang Fan's turmoil, the hairless sovereign, unable to endure the perceived deceit, unleashed his formidable aura, which struck Yang Fan with overwhelming force. He was propelled several meters backward, collapsing onto the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How is this hairless sovereign so powerful? Has he been granted some extraordinary advantage? Yang Fan lamented internally, now even contemplating despair. He had not foreseen Liu Xion's unexpected intervention at this critical moment. However, the situation had unfolded, and Yang Fan recognized that he must swiftly resolve the challenges before him to tackle the pressing issues. Otherwise, should any misfortune occur, he would be utterly unprepared. Upon witnessing Yang Fan collapse and bleed, Liu Xian was instantly thrown into a panic. "Yang Fan, are you all right?" she cried. Her eyes clouded with concern, her voice tinged with urgency. She felt utterly lost, not knowing how to proceed should anything happen to Yang Fan. Thus, she understood that he must not face any peril. Without hesitation, Liu Xian hurried to Yang Fan's side, gently helping him to his feet, and earnestly implored, "Yang Fan, you must not come to harm. If anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss for what to do." Tears brimmed in her eyes, ready to cascade down at any moment. In truth, Liu Xian was not concerned for Yang Fan, but rather for her own solace. As previously mentioned, once Yang Fan fell victim to the hairless sovereign, she would undoubtedly be next. This realization was the source of her distress. After taking several deep breaths, Yang Fan waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. However, his gaze towards Liu Xian grew increasingly apprehensive, tinged with reproach. Had it not been for Liu Xian's indiscreet remarks, their predicament would not have escalated to this point. Yet, the situation had unfolded, and no amount of regret could alter it. Apart from devising a strategy to confront their adversary, there was no other recourse available. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Yang Fan gradually inquired, "Let us not dwell on me for the moment. We must contemplate our next course of action. We must eliminate the hairless sovereign before we can escape this place. Otherwise, we may truly perish here." Upon finishing his words, he coughed a few times, evidently suffering internal injuries from the earlier roar of the hairless sovereign. It was clear that he would not recover in less than 10 days to half a month. However, Liu Xian was at a loss for what to do. Her expression turned exceedingly bitter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The hairless sovereign, witnessing this, became profoundly serious, his eyes brimming with fury. To prevent any unforeseen events, he began to gather energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Yang Fan and Liu Xian, intending to erase them from existence. After a brief moment, the hairless sovereign completed his charge and unleashed a massive wave of light towards them. As the wave surged towards him, Yang Fan was instantly engulfed by panic, unsure of how to respond. Given his injuries, evasion was impossible. Despair settled in, and his expression turned grim as he silently pondered, "Is it truly my fate to perish here?" Just as Yang Fan succumbed to despair, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Swiftly channeling spiritual energy, the figure transformed into a colossal shark that voraciously consumed the approaching wave of light. Moments later, the giant shark belched and vanished. Instantly, the hairless sovereign's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, his eyes radiating malice. When a prolonged silence ensued without an explosion, Yang Fan opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to discover that the leader of the Shadow Guard had come to his rescue. Elation surged within him, and he exclaimed, "Shadow Guard, unleash your fury upon him. Let him know the might of our Blaze Sword sect." The air was thick with excitement, as if a savior had emerged. "I understand now, Yang Xingzi," the Black Shark Sovereign remarked with a hint of nonchalance. He then turned his gaze towards the hairless sovereign, his eyes icy and indifferent. Without further ado, the Black Shark Sovereign inquired, "Shall we engage here, or shall we move elsewhere?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the sky above, seemingly dismissive of the hairless sovereign's presence. "Humph, you intend to destroy my domain? Naturally, we shall take this elsewhere." The moment his words fell, the hairless sovereign ascended into the air without hesitation, vanishing from sight in less than a second. Observing this, the Black Shark Sovereign wasted no time. He glanced back at Yang Fan and Liu Xian, then surged into the sky, confronting the hairless sovereign directly. As Yang Fan witnessed the unfolding spectacle, a surge of emotions coursed through him. He thought to himself, how splendid it would be to possess such power. In the sky, the hairless sovereign and the Black Shark Sovereign locked eyes, an aura of lethal intent emanating from both, as if each had provoked the other. "Black Shark Sovereign, you have some audacity to intrude upon the territory of my demon clan. Are you not afraid that the other 9 sovereigns of my kind will descend upon you and encircle you?" The hairless sovereign scoffed, dripping with derision. After all, they were both sovereigns, and mutual disdain was palpable between them. However, the hairless sovereign was in no rush to strike. He wished to mock the Black Shark Sovereign further before delivering a decisive blow. Upon hearing the hairless sovereign's taunt, the Black Shark Sovereign let out a cold chuckle, clearly unfazed by the threat. After a brief pause, he replied, "Do you have any idea who the cultivator you just bullied is?" "HM? What do you mean by that?" The hairless sovereign's expression turned to one of confusion, as he gazed at the Black Shark Sovereign with a perplexed look, silently hoping for an explanation. In this manner, one would no longer be ensnared in confusion. "It is of little consequence. Fortunately, you have shown restraint, for otherwise the entire demon clan might have faced annihilation from this realm. Let us dispense with trivialities, since you dared to provoke the young master of my house. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Thus, the Black Shark Sovereign instantaneously unleashed his formidable aura, charging directly at the hairless sovereign, momentarily forcing him several steps back and nearly causing him to lose his footing. At this moment, the hairless sovereign was slightly taken aback, gazing at the Black Shark Sovereign in disbelief. You have actually reached that realm," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with shock. His massive hand quivered slightly, revealing an unmistakable fear, as if he had encountered some dire misfortune. This left the hairless sovereign in a state of great anxiety. What does that realm signify? Is there something even higher? He pondered. The black shark sovereign replied coolly, and without further ado, he summoned his spiritual energy, instantly transforming into a colossal black shark. Confronting the hairless sovereign directly, the immense presence of the black shark exerted tremendous pressure on the hairless sovereign. Had it not been for the latter's formidable strength, he might have been overwhelmed, reduced to mere ash, and fading from existence. However, the hairless sovereign was not to be underestimated. Gathering his resolve, he too unleashed his spiritual energy. Gradually, once he had amassed sufficient power, his energy coalesced into a gigantic golden lion, which roared defiantly at the imposing black shark. Unyielding, he refused to show any signs of weakness. Upon beholding the golden lion before him, the black shark sovereign sneered derisively, his face painted with contempt. He then declared, "Heavenly tier technique, sword of slaughter." Upon uttering these words, a sword imbued with a menacing aura materialized in his grasp, radiating an intensely terrifying energy that forced the hairless sovereign to stagger back several steps. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded the sword of slaughter. A glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes. "How did you acquire the sword of slaughter?" the hairless sovereign inquired, striving to steady his tumultuous heart. Within him, an insatiable greed began to stir, a fervent desire to seize the sword of slaughter from the black shark sovereign for his own use. Yet, the black shark sovereign offered no response, merely chuckling coldly, fully aware of the hairless sovereign's ulterior motive, his longing for the sword of slaughter. After a brief moment, the black shark sovereign hurled the sword of slaughter, splitting it into two beams of light that intersected to form a cross, aimed directly at the hairless sovereign. In that moment, the hairless sovereign swiftly evaded, his teeth clenched tightly, utterly unprepared for the black shark sovereign's unscrupulousness in engaging him so brutally. This left the hairless sovereign seething with indignation. However, the swiftness of the sword light was simply overwhelming, striking him in an instant. Fortunately, the hairless sovereign possessed a resilient physique, managing to withstand the blow. Had it been another sovereign, they might have succumbed to the sword of slaughter long ago. Nonetheless, even though the hairless sovereign endured, he was still struck by a tremendous wave, causing him to cough up a trace of blood, his face etched with a palpable sense of resentment. "Remarkably, you managed to withstand it. It seems I have underestimated you," the black shark sovereign remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone, as if recounting an utterly trivial matter. It is one thing to remain silent, but once spoken, it incites the wrath of the hairless sovereign, causing his agitation to become palpable. His enormous lion's paw trembles, radiating an infinite fury. "Since you are so devoid of martial virtue, black shark sovereign, do not blame me." With that, the hairless sovereign bellowed, "Secret technique, devouring heaven." In an instant, he opened his vast lion's maw and lunged at the black shark sovereign, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Faced with the hairless sovereign's full force assault, the black shark sovereign dared not exhibit any complacency. He unleashed the sword of slaughter, tracing arcs of sword light around himself, prepared to let the hairless sovereign experience the true power of the sword of slaughter. 9 strikes of the sword, embodying the brilliance of celestial principles, surged forth in a lethal thrust. 9 beams of terrifying, ominous sword light rushed toward the gaping lion's mouth. The collision of these two disparate powers resulted in a blinding flash of white light. Upon witnessing this radiance, Yang Fan instinctively shielded Lu Xin by pulling her down to the ground, aware that such an attack was beyond his comprehension. Evading was the only option. Not far from Hualin Mountain, a snow-white nine-tailed fox, sensing the disturbance, became immediately alert. Murmuring to itself, it scoffed, "Humph! How dare the cultivators intrude upon the territory of the demon clan? They truly do not know the meaning of peril." Without hesitation, the nine-tailed fox surged forward in a burst of white light, its eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. Once the white light dissipated, it became evident that the black shark sovereign had the upper hand, as the hairless sovereign collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The black shark sovereign sustained severe internal injuries, likely to take 1.5 years for recovery. Nonetheless, he pressed on, unwilling to reveal any sign of weakness to others. After a moment, the black shark sovereign exhaled deeply and leaped down from the air, approaching the hairless sovereign with a slow, deliberate demeanor. "The hairless sovereign of the demon clan is nothing extraordinary," he declared, his tone dripping with disdain. Upon hearing these words, the hairless sovereign seethed with indignation, yet he was painfully aware of his inability to triumph over his opponent, leaving a bitter taste in his mind. Yang Fan and Lu Xin were taken aback by the scene, their hearts racing uncontrollably. In particular, Yang Fan was astounded by the prowess of the black shark sovereign. "My goodness, Why did I not realize the Black Shark Sovereign's might when I was observing the Supreme Sovereign before? Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment at the scene before him. If possible, he would have liked nothing more than to slap himself twice to regain his senses. After a few minutes had passed, the Black Shark Sovereign, deeming it unnecessary to spare the hairless sovereign, drew forth the sword of slaughter, preparing to deliver a final blow. However, just as the Black Shark Sovereign aimed to strike down the hairless sovereign, a figure emerged, unleashing a tempest that forcefully repelled the Black Shark Sovereign several dozen meters back, sending him crashing against the mountainside. In this scene, Yang Fan and Lu Xian were utterly astonished, their minds racing with thoughts of the terrifying power before them. Lu Xian trembled even more, questioning the audacity of such a cultivator to act so brazenly in the presence of the demon race, disregarding the esteemed nine-tailed monarch. As if summoned by the tension, a fox adorned with 9 majestic tails emerged into view, its gaze piercing and scrutinizing the unfolding scene. The Black Shark monarch was equally taken aback, his mind filled with shock. He had never anticipated that his recent confrontation with the hairless monarch would attract the attention of the nine-tailed monarch, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Suppressing his pain, the Black Shark monarch swiftly approached Yang Fan and Lu Xian, confronting the nine-tailed monarch. However, before he could utter a word, the nine-tailed monarch spoke first, her voice commanding, "You, a mere monarch, dare to be so arrogant? Kneel before me." Before the Black Shark monarch could comprehend the situation, he was overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from the nine-tailed monarch. With a resounding thud, he found himself kneeling before her, unable to lift his head, a testament to the formidable strength of the nine-tailed monarch. In that moment, the Black Shark Sovereign found himself utterly at a loss, his heart brimming with anxiousness. The nine-tailed sovereign chose to disregard the Black Shark Sovereign entirely, instead sweeping his colossal claw with a swift motion, instantly reviving the hairless sovereign to full vitality. The execution was remarkably swift and deft, astonishing everyone present. Moments later, the hairless sovereign stood rejuvenated beside the nine-tailed sovereign, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the trio of the Black Shark Sovereign. His massive hands clenched tightly in a display of profound fury. He regarded the nine-tailed sovereign with great admiration, just as the nine-tailed sovereign was poised to speak. The Black Shark Sovereign, suppressing his mounting pressure, slowly articulated, "Nine-tailed sovereign, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Are you not concerned about inciting the wrath of the Celestial Cultivators Alliance?" His tone was imbued with a weighty seriousness. The sudden appearance of the nine-tailed sovereign had taken the Black Shark Sovereign completely by surprise, leaving him uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. His heart filled with a bitter taste. Your Celestial Cultivators Alliance is of no consequence in the eyes of our demon race. Were it not for our apprehension of that individual, we would have retaliated long ago. How could we allow you to act so arrogantly?" The nine-tailed sovereign responded with a cold laugh, displaying a complete lack of concern. In his eyes, the Black Shark Sovereign was nothing more than a lifeless shell. At this moment, the Black Shark Sovereign found himself at a loss. Had he foreseen the unfolding of such events, he would have refrained from making such a commotion. Moreover, he might now be too preoccupied with his own affairs to concern himself with your fates. Before the Black Shark Sovereign could fully comprehend the situation, the nine-tailed sovereign spoke with a calm demeanor, his eyes gleaming with joy. After enduring frustration for so long, he finally had the opportunity to strike back. In such circumstances, who would remain unperturbed? At that moment, the Black Shark Sovereign comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of escape. Consumed instead by thoughts of how to safeguard Yang Fan, he resolved to depart swiftly from this perilous place. Otherwise, should calamity befall them, he would be at a loss for what to do. Drawing in a deep breath, the Black Shark Sovereign slowly spoke. "Nine-tailed sovereign, I recognize your formidable prowess, which surpasses my own. However, I have a humble request. Might you spare the lives of the man and woman behind me? It is but a small plea." With that, he bowed his head, exhibiting a profound sense of despondency. In his heart, nothing held greater significance than Yang Fan's well-being. Thus, by any means necessary, the Black Shark Sovereign was determined to ensure Yang Fan's safety, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Upon hearing the Black Shark Sovereign's words, Yang Fan was engulfed in shock, gazing incredulously at him. The Sovereign's words echoed relentlessly in his mind, and tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. He could hardly fathom that, in such a dire moment, the Black Shark Sovereign was still considering his fate. This left Yang Fan at a loss for words. However, the nine-tailed sovereign dismissed the Black Shark Sovereign's plea with a scoff, saying, "What privilege do you have to negotiate with me? You are but an insignificant insect." I could crush you at any moment. Moreover, if I were to spare them, what would happen when they report to the Cultivator Alliance? Allow me to make this clear. None present shall think of leaving, including you." With that declaration, the nine-tailed sovereign unleashed a formidable domain power, ensnaring Yang Fan and the others within its grasp, leaving them with no opportunity for escape. At this moment, the last straw for the Black Shark sovereign shattered in an instant. His fists clenched tightly, overwhelmed by the unexpected ruthlessness of the nine-tailed sovereign. In that fleeting moment, the Black Shark sovereign found himself at a loss. Similarly, Lu Xian and Yang Fan began to panic. Could it be that this time, I am truly destined to perish here? Yang Fan lamented bitterly within himself, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Yet, the events had already unfolded. And even if he wished to regret, it was far too late. Do you have anything to say? If not, I shall send you directly to hell. After a brief pause, the nine-tailed sovereign sneered, his tail swirling behind him, completely disregarding the Black Shark sovereign and his companions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Black Shark sovereign understood that he must, at all costs, thwart the nine-tailed sovereign's assault. Thus, he endured the pain and moved directly in front of Yang Fan, prepared to absorb the blow from the nine-tailed sovereign with his own body. This was the only way to safeguard Yang Fan's life. Yang Fan was deeply touched by the Black Shark sovereign's selfless act, rendered speechless, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Soon after, noticing the prolonged silence from the Black Shark sovereign, the nine-tailed sovereign wasted no time in gathering his power. A faint purple aura gradually coalesced into a wave of light, aimed at the trio. However, just as the nine-tailed sovereign was poised to strike, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, piercing through the nine-tailed sovereign's domain. Instantly, the sovereign's brow furrowed, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked skyward. Recognizing that this was the perfect opportunity to escape, the Black Shark sovereign seized the moment, grabbing both Yang Fan and Lu Xian, and hastily fled the area without a hint of hesitation. The nine-tailed sovereign, sensing their flight, sought to pursue them and eliminate them swiftly. Yet, just as he attempted to give chase, a hazy figure appeared before him, blocking his path. The sight of this indistinct form instilled an immediate sense of dread within the nine-tailed sovereign. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable fear surged through him, prompting him to retreat several steps. After a moment, the nine-tailed sovereign exhaled deeply and inquired, "Who are you? And why do you obstruct my path?" The gaze instantly sharpened. However, the nine-tailed sovereign remained unperturbed by the figure before him. After all, this was the territory of the demon clan, and the nine-tailed sovereign was confident that the other party would not act recklessly. The demon clan was known to harbor formidable entities. The indistinct figure did not respond to the nine-tailed sovereign, but instead let out a series of cold sneers. Subsequently, the figure unleashed a powerful aura that sent the nine-tailed sovereign flying, causing him to spout a copious amount of blood. At this moment, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself enveloped in profound shock. He had never anticipated that his opponent would possess such formidable strength, causing his limbs to tremble involuntarily. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, where even the sovereign's breath was audible. His eyes betrayed an overwhelming aura of terror, for he felt an inexorable pressure emanating from that radiant flash. This pressure emanates from within, instilling an overwhelming fear in the esteemed nine-tailed lord. After a brief moment, the nine-tailed lord, in a flustered manner, exclaimed, "Who dares to confront me? Hiding in the shadows does not make one a hero." His tone was laced with palpable anxiety. For the first time, the nine-tailed sovereign experienced a terror of such magnitude. Even in the presence of his own sovereign, he had never felt such an overwhelming pressure, illustrating the formidable strength of the opponent. Yet, this radiant entity offered no response to the nine-tailed sovereign. Instead, it unleashed two bolts of divine thunder that struck directly upon him, propelling him through the air. Beside him, the hairless sovereign stood in stunned disbelief, his mouth agape in a perfect circle, as if one could fit an egg within. This was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, causing a wave of panic to surge within him. In the next moment, the radiant being issued a warning. "Should you dare to lay a hand on the proton again, you shall not be so fortunate the next time I strike." With that, the entity vanished as if it had never existed, leaving the words echoing in the minds of both the nine-tailed sovereign and the hairless sovereign. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, a manifestation of their profound anxiety, and their emotions remained tumultuous in the aftermath of the frightful encounter. After what felt like an eternity, the nine-tailed sovereign gradually regained his composure, though his expression twisted with agitation. With a deep exhalation, he turned to the hairless sovereign and demanded, How did that group of cultivators come to be within your territory? His eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent, as if he believed that all the tribulations he faced were the result of the hairless sovereign's negligence. Rage surged through him, and his delicate hands clenched tightly, producing a series of sharp, cracking sounds. At this moment, the hairless sovereign realized that the nine-tailed monarch was venting his frustrations upon him. Consequently, the hairless sovereign hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events to the nine-tailed monarch. Omitting no detail, he understood that concealing any aspect of the truth could lead to dire consequences, even jeopardizing his very life. After more than half an hour, the hairless sovereign finally completed his narrative, trembling with fear in the presence of the nine-tailed monarch. Instantly, the nine-tailed monarch furrowed his brow, his mind racing with the implications of the hairless sovereign's words. Could it be him? The nine-tailed monarch thought anxiously. Without further deliberation, he commanded, "Fetch me 2 sediment fruits." The nine-tailed monarch, acutely aware of the formidable strength of his adversary, dared not take any chances. He could not afford to provoke the wrath of someone so powerful. Upon hearing the command, the hairless sovereign did not hesitate for a moment. He dashed to the sediment tree and hurriedly plucked 2 sediment fruits. He soon returned to the nine-tailed monarch, presenting the fruits without a hint of reluctance. Fearful that even the slightest delay might seal his fate as a lifeless corpse in the hands of the nine-tailed monarch. Such a situation. Who among us could truly endure it? Upon acquiring the sedimented fruit, the nine-tailed sovereign exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, soaring into the air without a moment's pause. After running for 50 kilometers, young Fan and his companions, realizing the nine-tailed sovereign had not pursued them, found refuge beneath a tree's shade to rest. Breathing heavily, young Fan, however, did not linger long. He swiftly approached the black shark sovereign and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" He understood that had it not been for the timely intervention of the black shark sovereign, his own escape would not have been so secure. At this moment, young Fan felt a burgeoning sense of affection for the black shark sovereign. Upon hearing young Fan's words, the black shark sovereign forced a smile through the pain, refraining from an immediate response, for his injuries were grievously severe. After a while, as the pain subsided slightly, he spoke in a weak voice, I am fine, young Saint Yang. There is no need for concern. You must leave this place at once. If the nine-tailed sovereign catches up, our escape may become impossible." Aware that he could scarcely move, the black shark sovereign urged young Fan and Lu Xian to flee, prioritizing their safety above all else, showing just how significant young Fan was to him. Yet, young Fan shook his head, unwilling to abandon the black shark sovereign to face danger alone. Had it been the young Fan of the past, he might have fled without a second thought. However, the current young Fan was resolute. He would not forsake the black shark sovereign. "No, your injuries are far too grave. If I leave now, it would be as if I have lost my humanity. I will not abandon you." With unwavering determination, he gazed at the black shark sovereign, as if he had made a momentous decision in his heart. In an instant, not only was the black shark sovereign anxious, but even Lu Xian began to feel a growing sense of urgency. To speak frankly, Lu Xian desperately wished to escape this perilous place. In this manner, one would remain untouched by any harm. Regrettably, young Fan was unwilling to depart, causing Lu Xian immense anxiety. She found herself at a loss as to what to do, her mind becoming increasingly convoluted. "Be obedient, young Xingzi. You and Lu Xian must leave this place at once. Do not worry about me. I have lived a long life and have had enough. You should hurry away." After a moment, Lord Blackshark spoke slowly. Though deeply moved, he still hoped young Fan would abandon him, believing that perhaps this would offer a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he was uncertain how to proceed in the current predicament. However, just as young Fan was about to respond, a captivating purple mist suddenly materialized before him and his companions. From within emerged a strikingly tall woman. Upon seeing her, young Fan's brow furrowed slightly, his palms trembling involuntarily. "Goodness, nine-tailed sovereign, must you persist in this relentless pursuit?" The woman who stood before young Fan was none other than the nine-tailed sovereign, who had previously hunted him and his companions. This left young Fan momentarily at a loss, his emotions becoming increasingly complex. He was unsure how to confront the formidable nine-tailed sovereign before him. Gradually, his mind descended into chaos, a fervent desire to eliminate the nine-tailed sovereign consuming him. Observing this turmoil, the black shark sovereign, despite enduring excruciating pain, rose swiftly to his feet. He positioned himself protectively in front of young Fan, his gaze piercing as he addressed the nine-tailed sovereign with unwavering resolve. "I implore you, nine-tailed sovereign, spare their lives. I would willingly sacrifice myself for them." His voice resonated with a profound determination. To the black shark sovereign, nothing held greater significance than Yang Fan, even surpassing his own existence. However, shortly after the Black Shark Sovereign's declaration, the Ninetails Sovereign disregarded him entirely, fixating instead on Yang Fan. A flicker of complexity dancing in his eyes. Internally, he pondered, could it be that this Yang Fan is his? Quickly shaking off such thoughts, the Ninetails Sovereign exhaled deeply and retrieved 2 sediment fruits and a Ninetails Fox token from his storage pouch, tossing them to Yang Fan. Confused, Yang Fan caught the sediment fruits and token, utterly perplexed by the Ninetails Sovereign's intentions. Before he could articulate his bewilderment, the Ninetails Sovereign took a breath and stated, I was in the wrong earlier. This token allows you to summon me at any time. Consider it my compensation. Without further ado, he vanished in a flash, soaring into the distance, leaving Yang Fan and his companions in a state of stunned silence, the Sovereign's words echoing in their minds. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan regained his composure, his heart brimming with astonishment. He gazed at the sediment fruits and the token in his hands, utterly baffled by the Ninetails Sovereign's actions. Nonetheless, with the immediate danger averted, he felt a quiet relief wash over him. After a moment's reflection, Yang Fan decided not to dwell further on the matter. He tossed 1 sediment fruit to Lu Xin and placed the remainder into his storage pouch. Once organized, he hurried to the side of the Black Shark Sovereign, carefully assisting him without delay, keenly aware of the gravity of his injuries. Yet, just as Yang Fan managed to stabilize the Black Shark Sovereign, an unexpected visitor appeared not far from him, regarding him with a gaze that seemed to pierce the veil of the mundane. Instantly on guard, Yang Fan rose to confront the elderly figure. Who are you? Yang Fan inquired, his gaze suddenly sharpening, unwilling to relax in the slightest. He feared that a moment of carelessness could lead him into the trap set by the other party. At that point, should any unfortunate events transpire, Yang Fan would be at a loss for how to proceed. The visitor was none other than the ghostly physician, the revered Wang who had previously saved Yang Fan's life. The ghostly physician looked upon the gravely injured Black Shark King and shook his head in resignation, before turning his attention to Yang Fan. He then spoke directly, Young man, after I so kindly saved your life, is this how you choose to repay me? His tone carried a hint of gentleness, reminiscent of a divine healer come to deliver salvation. At this moment, Yang Fan was utterly perplexed. Observing his confusion, the Black Shark Sovereign, concerned that Yang Fan might misinterpret the situation, began to elucidate the sequence of events. However, what he revealed left Yang Fan astounded, causing a tumult of emotions within him that took a while to settle. Eventually, Yang Fan realized he had been overly sensitive. With a deep breath, he spoke sincerely. I apologize, esteemed elder, I have wronged you, and I wish to express my contrition. Without hesitation, he performed a profound bow to the Ghost Doctor Sovereign as a gesture of his remorse. Remarkably, this gesture proved quite effective. The Ghost Doctor Sovereign responded with a gentle smile, remarking, It is quite all right. You simply did not see me when you awoke, leading to the misunderstanding. Now that the confusion has been resolved, all is well. He then observed, I noticed that the Black Shark Sovereign's injuries appear to be quite severe. Perhaps I should take him back for treatment. What do you think, young man? As he spoke, the Ghost Doctor Sovereign furrowed his brow, as if already aware of the gravity of the Black Shark Sovereign's condition. He understood that without prompt medical attention, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he was eager to expedite their departure. In this manner, timely treatment can be secured, alleviating any lingering worries. As for why the esteemed Ghost Doctor exhibits such benevolence, it is merely because the Black Shark Monarch owes him a favor. Otherwise, the Ghost Doctor would hardly extend such kindness and would likely disregard the Black Shark Monarch entirely. Upon hearing the words of the Ghost Doctor, Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly, harboring a degree of skepticism regarding the Ghost Doctor's intentions. He feared that the Ghost Doctor might engage in some undesirable actions. Subsequently, Yang Fan regarded the Black Shark Monarch with a visage of sorrow, contemplating what decision the Black Shark Monarch would make. However, when he observed the Black Shark Monarch nodding in agreement, he felt compelled to acquiesce, despite his inner reluctance. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and stated, Very well, I entrust the Black Shark Monarch to you. Please ensure his recovery. Rest assured, I shall heal him, replied the Ghost Doctor without delay, approaching the Black Shark Monarch and gently lifting him up. After casting a meaningful glance at Yang Fan, he instantly teleported away, leaving Yang Fan and Lu Xian behind. As Yang Fan watched the Black Shark Monarch's figure vanish, an inexplicable sense of anxiety enveloped him. He silently prayed, Black Shark Monarch, please be safe. In the midst of his distraction, Lu Xian approached Yang Fan and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. He will be fine. So there's no need for concern." Her tone was imbued with warmth, yet her heart was tinged with bitterness. For she felt she had contributed little to Yang Fan throughout their journey, with him being the one to assist her at every turn. This realization momentarily filled Lu Xian with a sense of guilt. This was the first time Lu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. If it were possible, she would have liked nothing more than to weep openly. However, in the end, she managed to hold back her tears. Yet, deep within her heart, she had silently resolved to assist Yang Fan in any way she could, believing that only through such acts could she alleviate the guilt that weighed upon her. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan seemed to regain his composure. He exhaled deeply and slowly uttered, "Let us go." At that moment, the brightness had faded from his gaze, perhaps a reflection of the profound impact the recent events had on him. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xian snapped back to reality and nodded affirmatively, her tone devoid of any hesitation. Thus, Yang Fan and Lu Xian departed from the vicinity of Hualin Mountain, making their way to Sheng's sect. Along the journey, they exchanged not a single word, underscoring the gravity of Yang Fan's distress. Indeed, anyone confronted with such circumstances would find it difficult to maintain a cheerful demeanor. And thus, Yang Fan's plight was fully understandable. As darkness enveloped the sky, night fell swiftly upon them. Yang Fan recognized that they could no longer continue their journey and would need to rest in place. Consequently, he suggested, "Let us take a break." His tone tinged with a hint of coldness, revealing the extent of the emotional toll the recent events had taken on him. Lu Xian nodded in agreement, without further contemplation, and settled down to rest. However, her gaze towards Yang Fan bore a trace of concern, fearing he might not find his way out of this abyss. She worried that if anything unfortunate were to transpire, it would spell disaster. Hence, she refrained from pressing him, speaking softly in hopes that perhaps such gentle words could gradually lift his spirits, preventing him from remaining in the depths of despondency. After a brief moment, feeling the chill in the air, Lu Xian ventured to inquire, "By the way, Yang Fan, what do you plan to do once we return?" Her beautiful eyes blinked inquisitively, eager to hear him share his thoughts. In this manner, one could establish a more intimate connection with Yang Fan, thereby gaining insight into his preferences and interests. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan, without much contemplation, responded directly, "Perhaps I will retreat for a while." His tone was imbued with uncertainty. After enduring numerous challenges, Yang Fan realized for the first time how insignificant his strength appeared in the presence of certain formidable figures. This revelation ignited a competitive spirit within him. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have crossed his mind. He understood that only by gradually enhancing his abilities could he hope to stand firm against formidable foes, rather than feeling like a mere insect in the grand scheme of things. Instantly, Lu Xian was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such a gaze from Yang Fan, one filled with profound intensity that left her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she managed to muster a faint smile and said, "That's wonderful. Upon my return, I too shall strive to improve my strength." Initially, Lu Xian had hesitated to express herself in this manner, but felt compelled to do so. Otherwise, would Yang Fan not disdain her? Yet, after voicing her thoughts, an awkward silence enveloped them. Lu Xian found herself at a loss for words, her mind swirling with frustration. "Yang Fan, I know you are troubled. But am I not a beautiful woman? Is it so difficult to engage in conversation with me?" Lu Xian silently lamented, her face etched with disappointment as she struggled to articulate her feelings. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless, uncertain of how to communicate with Yang Fan. Thus, the night passed in silence, with both Yang Fan and Lu Xian exchanging not a single word, steeped in an atmosphere of quietude. Meanwhile, in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, the nine-tailed lord gazed upon the imposing beast god before him, a flicker of fear stirring within his heart. "Nine-tailed lord, have you failed your previous mission?" the beast god inquired, his expression devoid of any discernible change, as if discussing an utterly trivial matter. It was impossible to discern the beast god's true thoughts. "Beast god, this is not my fault. I have done my utmost." The nine-tailed lord spoke bitterly, his tone laden with despondency. Initially, he believed the task at hand to be remarkably simple. Yet, who could have anticipated the myriad of tribulations he would endure? It left the nine-tailed lord utterly unable to regain his composure, lost in a sea of uncertainty. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to forego any further hesitation and recounted the intricate details of the situation to the beast god, hoping for forgiveness and the avoidance of punishment. He spoke for over half an hour before finally concluding his tale. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet the beast goddess' eyes, he was met with a visage of astonishment, the beast god staring at him in disbelief. After a brief pause, the beast god incredulously inquired, "Nine-tailed lord, is what you just shared truly the case?" His eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, his breath quickening as if he had just received an utterly astonishing revelation. "Indeed. It is true, beast god. That is precisely how it transpired. I find myself in a most helpless situation," affirmed the nine-tailed lord with a nod. Had there not been an unforeseen twist, matters would not have escalated to such a degree, leaving his spirits plummeting into despair. Yet, the beast god was of a different disposition. He erupted into hearty laughter, a surge of exhilaration washing over him. At this moment, the nine-tailed lord found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why the beast god would erupt into such hearty laughter. If it were within his power, the nine-tailed lord would earnestly desire an explanation from the beast god. In this manner, the turmoil within one's heart would cease to exist. After a brief pause, the beast god cleared his throat twice and gradually spoke. "You have performed admirably, esteemed nine-tailed lord. However, I must now entrust you with a vital task, one that concerns the very existence of our entire demon clan." In an instant, the beast god's gaze transformed, becoming exceedingly grave, as if an imminent significant event were about to unfold. This expression was a first for the nine-tailed lord, who found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts, utterly perplexed about the nature of the task that lay ahead. A multitude of uncertainties plagued his mind, and after a moment of contemplation, he still could not fathom the matter. Consequently, he inquired aloud, "Beast god, what is it that you wish for me to do?" His eyes reflected profound confusion as he gazed at the beast god. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sensation washed over the nine-tailed lord, an instinctive foreboding that something dire was about to transpire. His heart began to race uncontrollably, and his expression shifted dramatically. Observing this, the beast god wasted no time and articulated directly, "In truth, this task is exceedingly simple for you. You are to infiltrate the vicinity of one named Yang Fan and diligently serve him, thereby earning his favor. When the time comes and should any misfortune befall our kind, you need only to call upon him for assistance." The moment these words left his lips, the nine-tailed lord found himself at a loss for words, his heart brimming with various shades of astonishment. His mouth fell slightly agape, as if it could accommodate a whole egg. Such an undertaking had never crossed his mind. The beast goddess' unexpected directive left him utterly speechless. If it were possible, the nine-tailed lord would have preferred to erase the very utterance of the beast god from his memory. In such a manner, one's heart will gradually find tranquility, rather than remaining in a state of constant shock as it is now. After a brief moment, the nine-tailed sovereign regained his composure and exhaled deeply. He then spoke, This seems rather inappropriate, beast god. If I were to comply, would you not be selling me to Yang Fan?" His tone was laced with bitterness, clearly reluctant to follow the beast goddess' directive. After all, such an act was something the nine-tailed sovereign could never bring himself to accomplish. Nonetheless, the beast god was unperturbed by such sentiments and promptly retorted, "Humph, what is so inappropriate about this? Follow the command. Sacrificing yourself for the prosperity of the demon race is a noble endeavor. Now hurry and prepare. If you refuse, do not blame me for my wrath." Instantly, the overwhelming aura of the beast god bore down upon the nine-tailed sovereign. The immense pressure rendered him breathless, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. With no alternative, the nine-tailed sovereign succumbed to the reality of his predicament. After a heavy sigh, he wearily departed from the ancestral grounds, trudging away into the distance. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to obey the beast goddess' command. "Why is my fate so bitter?" he lamented upon exiting the ancestral land, aware that these circumstances were unavoidable and that he must face them head-on. Shaking off his thoughts, the nine-tailed sovereign returned to his lair to gather his belongings, setting off towards the location of Yang Fan. However, his expression was riddled with reluctance. As time passed slowly, the following morning, the sunlight poured onto the earth, awakening the slumbering Yang Fan. After stretching lazily, he rose to his feet. Yet, upon standing, he noticed movement beside him and glanced down. To his astonishment, he was taken aback, retreating several steps in panic as a wave of fear washed over him. He never expected her to be sleeping beside him. Fortunately, he was dressed. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do had anything untoward occurred. The sudden commotion startled the one sleeping beside Yang Fan, rousing her from her slumber. With drowsy eyes, she gazed at Yang Fan, revealing herself to be none other than the nine-tailed sovereign. This was precisely why Yang Fan was so shocked. What is the matter with you? The nine-tailed lord gently rubbed her eyes with her delicate, rosy hands, her speech becoming hazy, as if she had yet to awaken fully from her slumber. This revelation left Yang Fan at a loss for words, his heart heavy with unspoken burdens. After a moment's pause, he exhaled deeply, a flicker of trepidation in his voice as he inquired, How did you come to be here? His gaze grew obscured with uncertainty, reflecting a palpable fear. After all, no one could assure him of the intentions of the nine-tailed sovereign, and a moment's carelessness could seal Yang Fan's fate in this very moment. Who could possibly endure such a situation? Why am I not permitted to be present here? Before Yang Fan could even gather his thoughts, the nine-tailed sovereign fell back into a deep slumber, revealing just how fatigued he truly was. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. He was utterly bewildered by the intentions of the nine-tailed sovereign. If given the opportunity, he would be eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding the situation. Just then, Lu Xian, having heard a commotion, approached Yang Fan alone, perplexed by his unusual demeanor so early in the day. However, upon reaching his side and witnessing the scene before her, her eyelids fluttered and her expression darkened. Particularly upon observing the disheveled appearance of the nine-tailed sovereign, she instantly grasped the gravity of what had transpired. After a brief moment, with an air of palpable displeasure, Lu Xian inquired, Yang Fan, please elucidate what exactly has occurred. Her tone was laden with dissatisfaction, akin to a spilled jar of vinegar, her face betraying her unwillingness. If it were possible, she would have wished to unleash her fury immediately. Yet, ultimately, she restrained herself, acutely aware of her inability to contend with the nine-tailed sovereign. Thus, she had no option but to endure the situation. In turn, Yang Fan was rendered speechless, equally perplexed. He too yearned to clarify the unfolding events. With a deep sigh, he bitterly confessed, I have no idea what has transpired. Had I known, I wouldn't find myself in this predicament. His face exhibited a myriad of expressions, reflecting his deep desire to comprehend the circumstances before him. In this manner, the confusions within one's heart may find resolution, preventing the perpetual state of bewilderment that currently prevails. Alas, the nine-tailed sovereign slumbers, leaving Yang Fan at a loss, unable to seek clarification. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian's mood soured further, her disbelief in his assertions igniting a fierce indignation within her. She exhibited her anger quite openly. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. She was not in any position to meddle in Yang Fan's affairs. Even if he were to indulge in slumber with another, it remained his prerogative. This thought plunged Lu Xian into a deep despondency. After a brief moment, she mustered a forced smile and remarked, It matters not. If you choose not to explain, so be it. I am not bound to you. Before Yang Fan could respond, Lu Xian turned on her heel and departed, leaving him utterly perplexed. He found himself unable to fathom why Lu Xian had transformed so abruptly. What an enigma women are. One moment, everything seems well, and the next, they shift entirely. Yang Fan lamented inwardly. Nonetheless, he was equally troubled and did not pursue Lu Xian, as he remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. Helplessly, Yang Fan resolved to stay by the nine-tailed sovereign's side, intending to inquire once he awakened about the inexplicable occurrence of finding himself in her embrace. In truth, the nine-tailed sovereign had not been asleep at all. She had listened intently to the exchange between Yang Fan and Lu Xian, a hint of smugness curling at the corners of her lips. Strangely, the fact that Yang Fan was vigilantly guarding her stirred something within her. After a little over half an hour, the nine-tailed sovereign deemed it sufficient and stretched languidly. Her enchanting lavender eyes locked onto Yang Fan, sending a shiver through him. He inwardly cried out, This nine-tailed sovereign is truly formidable. The rush of excitement surged through Yang Fan, but fortunately, his composure held firm. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to her allure. You have been steadfastly guarding my side. The nine-tailed sovereign inquired gently, her eyes fluttering as she gazed serenely at Yang Fan. This unspoken tension rendered Yang Fan unable to meet the gaze of the nine-tailed sovereign. He endeavored to quell the tumultuous flames of desire igniting within him. Undoubtedly, the nine-tailed sovereign before him was the epitome of femininity, unparalleled in her allure. Why have you fallen silent? She pouted, a hint of reproach lacing her words as she observed Yang Fan's prolonged silence. Her gaze towards him shifted, imbued with a sense of disappointment, as though she were chastising her own husband. Had it been any other man, he would have succumbed to the charms of the nine-tailed sovereign long ago. In an instant, Yang Fan slapped himself several times, striving for composure. The audacity of his action startled the nine-tailed sovereign, her pupils widening in surprise. Can you please act normally? With that terse remark, Yang Fan turned on his heel and departed without a trace of hesitation, fearful that lingering any longer would lead to his inevitable downfall. As he watched Yang Fan's retreating figure, the nine-tailed sovereign furrowed her brow in disbelief. She had not anticipated such unwavering resolve from him, a fact that left her slightly impressed. Yet, a small smile graced her lips. Humph, there will be ample opportunities ahead. I shall see if you can maintain this fortitude. With that thought in mind, she tidied her attire and, with a light step, pursued Yang Fan. After all, persistence bore no fear of rejection. Soon, Yang Fan found himself seated beside the dying embers of a campfire, his expression clouded with melancholy. At that moment, the nine-tailed sovereign joined him without hesitation, her eyes fixed intently upon him. This scene incensed Lu Xian, who watched with growing frustration. Yet, her anger bore little fruit, for the nine-tailed sovereign's boldness was undeniable. What do you intend to do? Finally, Yang Fan could no longer contain himself and spoke up. His tone tinged with irritation as he sought to comprehend the sudden transformation of the nine-tailed sovereign. His gaze hardened, becoming less amicable. Given the formidable strength of the nine-tailed sovereign, he knew that any misstep could provoke her wrath, leading to dire consequences. Thus, he resolutely decided that he could not allow her to remain by his side. No one would willingly carry a volatile bomb. I did not wish to cause trouble. Upon reflection, I realized my errors. Therefore, I seek to amend my past mistakes by offering you my protection. Suddenly, the nine-tailed sovereign spoke leisurely, a captivating smile adorning his face. In truth, he had berated Yang Fan countless times in his mind. He had encountered the clueless before, but none so utterly oblivious as this. It was enough to infuriate the nine-tailed sovereign beyond measure. I do not require your protection. I am quite capable of safeguarding myself. You should leave at once and refrain from bothering me. Yang Fan exhaled deeply, wishing fervently to send the nine-tailed sovereign away. In this manner, Yang Fan would not be perpetually engulfed in anxiety as he is now, for such a sentiment is exceedingly uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would not be in this state. However, the nine-tailed monarch disregarded Yang Fan's words entirely, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Upon overhearing the exchange between the nine-tailed monarch and Yang Fan, Lu Xian instantly grasped the situation unfolding before her. Ah, how I have wronged Yang Fan, she lamented inwardly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she averted her gaze from him. In that moment, Lu Xian wished fervently to slap herself. Had she known it would come to this, she would have sought clarity beforehand. Yet, the events had already transpired, and even if Lu Xian wished to retract her actions, it was too late. Who dares to speak so? With your mere half-step celestial prowess, do you truly believe you can survive in this world? The nine-tailed monarch scoffed, utterly dismissing Yang Fan's words. It is crucial to note that the nine-tailed monarch had cultivated for over 10,000 years, possessing a profound understanding of the world's intricacies. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that no matter what he expressed, the nine-tailed sovereign would not depart. He felt utterly at a loss regarding how to banish the sovereign and restore tranquility to his world. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Fan finally gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. You may follow me, but you must refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, do not blame me for forcing you to leave. His tone bore a serious undertone, and his gaze sharpened, indicating that he was not jesting with the nine-tailed sovereign. Initially, Yang Fan had intended to expel the sovereign, but he soon realized the futility of such an endeavor. Rather than severing ties, it seemed more prudent to retain the sovereign's presence, as it might prove beneficial. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the nine-tailed sovereign was instantly filled with delight and nodded eagerly, clearly pleased. After all, the sovereign's objective had been achieved, and a quiet sigh of relief resonated within. However, Lu Xian was less than pleased. Casting a reproachful glance at Yang Fan, despite her discontent, she understood that she could not alter the situation before her and had no choice but to gradually accept it, as she was simply no match for the nine-tailed sovereign. Just as Yang Fan and the sovereign were conversing, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the bushes, drawing the attention of the trio. Moments later, a figure emerged from the underbrush. Upon seeing this individual, Yang Fan was taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief. What an astonishing coincidence, he thought, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Indeed, the person in question was none other than Long Outyen, the protagonist of the Supreme Venerable. Long Outyen, upon spotting Yang Fan, was equally astonished. His eyes narrowed with jealousy as he noticed two exquisite women by Yang Fan's side. How is it that this pill-popping waste, who hardly puts in the effort, finds himself surrounded by beautiful women daily? Long Outyen raged internally. After a brief moment, He fixed a furious gaze upon Yang Fan and exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is. The so-called waste who only grew strong from consuming pills has somehow found his way here. What a miracle." The tone was laced with derision. At this moment, Long Outyen was filled with an undeniable confidence. After more than 2 months of rigorous training, his strength had escalated significantly. He believed wholeheartedly that he could conquer the formidable Yang Fan before him. With this thought, excitement surged within Long Outyen, akin to witnessing the first light of dawn. Meanwhile, Yang Fan merely smiled, having already discerned Long Outyen's prowess. However, Yang Fan did not regard Long Outyen as a serious contender. Thus, with a cold smile, he remarked, "It is clear who the true waste is." Before Long Outyen could even process this, Yang Fan unleashed an overwhelming aura that enveloped him, instantly propelling Long Outyen several meters away, leaving him crouched on the ground. In that moment, Long Outyen gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief, realizing that after 2 arduous months of effort, he was still no match for Yang Fan. Who could possibly endure such a situation? With teeth clenched tightly, he cast a furious glare at Yang Fan, filled with an overwhelming desire to rush forward and deliver a beating. However, under the old man's guidance, Long Outyen's intellect gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, no longer muddled as before. "Yang Fan, just wait. Once I grow stronger, I will surely make you pay. And I shall gather all the women around you to warm my bed." After uttering these words, Long Outyen sought to withdraw, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. After all, the pressing matter was to elevate his own strength. This was the true path to follow. Yet, upon hearing Long Outyen's words, the nine-tailed sovereign became irate. With a fierce flick of its tail, it struck Long Outyen with tremendous force, sending him soaring through the air. Consequently, Long Outyen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back in pain. Just as the nine-tailed sovereign prepared to deliver the fatal blow, Yang Fan intervened, halting its advance. The nine-tailed sovereign looked at Yang Fan with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why he would prevent it from exacting vengeance. Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, although he harbored his own frustrations seeing Yang Fan in such a state. The nine-tailed sovereign glared menacingly at the unconscious Long Outyen before violently casting him away with its tail, leaving no room for mercy. In an instant, Long Outyen transformed into a mere speck, vanishing from Yang Fan's sight. Once the matter was settled, the nine-tailed sovereign lightly tapped its tail and, after a few disdainful remarks, turned to Yang Fan and questioned, "Why did you stop me from eliminating this arrogant wretch? He dared to insult me." Its tone was laced with reproach, seeking an explanation and a measure of consolation. With eyes brimming with a feigned innocence, it gazed pitifully at Yang Fan. Upon hearing the nine-tailed sovereign's words, Yang Fan sighed wearily. How could one hope to slay a being so favored by the heavens? He mused internally. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan regained his composure and replied, "It is of no consequence. You will understand in due time. Now, let us continue our journey." Without hesitation, Yang Fan turned and departed. To be honest, no one desired to eliminate Long Outyen more than he did. However, Yang Fan was acutely aware that he lacked the strength to vanquish Long Outyen. Only when his own power surpassed that of the heavens could he hope to defeat him. Therefore, Yang Fan resolved to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible, seizing every opportunity that Long Outyen might encounter. Only by doing so could he gradually grow stronger. As Yang Fan's figure receded into the distance, both the nine-tailed sovereign and Lu Xin were enveloped in confusion. Yet, since Yang Fan was unwilling to share his thoughts, they felt it inappropriate to press him further. Thus, they followed in his wake, departing from the scene step by step. Meanwhile, after being struck by the nine-tailed sovereign, Long Outyen lost consciousness at the foot of a mountain. It must be said that fortune favored him. He landed upon a thick patch of grass, or else he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. After several days and nights of slumber, Long Outyen finally regained consciousness, albeit in excruciating pain, his body feeling as though it were in disarray. Even the slightest movement proved to be a formidable challenge. His fists clenched tightly, rage burning fiercely in his eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. Once he calmed slightly, Long Outyen glared menacingly in the direction from which he had been propelled. He slowly uttered in fury, "Yang Fan, you will pay for this. I will ensure your demise is anything but peaceful." As Yang Fan walked, an unexpected itch in his nose prompted a series of yawns. "Who is thinking of me?" He mused silently. Just as he halted, the nine-tailed sovereign approached and inquired, "What is it, Fan Fan?" Her tone was laced with bewilderment. If possible, she hoped Yang Fan would provide a thorough explanation. In this manner, the confusion within oneself would dissipate. "It's nothing," Yang Fan remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Without elaborating further, he continued to stride forward, devoid of any hesitation. After all, Yang Fan was solely focused on vacating this cursed place, unwilling to linger any longer. Having experienced the myriad events of recent days, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this locale, one that was far from ordinary danger. Observing this, both the Nine-Tailed Sovereign and Liu Xian followed suit, hastening to match Yang Fan's pace towards the Sheng sect. After 3 days and nights of travel, the trio finally arrived at the entrance of the Sheng sect. Without a moment's pause, Yang Fan turned to Liu Xian, stating, "All right, I have brought you back. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again when the opportunity arises." Before Liu Xian could fully comprehend his words, Yang Fan discreetly signaled the Nine-Tailed Sovereign, urging her to depart post-haste. The Nine-Tailed Sovereign wasted no time, swiftly whisking Yang Fan away from the scene. Once Liu Xian regained her senses, she realized Yang Fan had vanished. Her lips pursed in discontent, her expression betraying her displeasure. After a brief moment, she muttered to herself, "Humph, Yang Fan, you may escape now, but you cannot evade forever. Just wait. I shall enhance my strength and ensure you remain entwined in my grasp." With that, Liu Xian dismissed her thoughts of him and entered the Sheng sect, harboring a sense of reluctance. Meanwhile, guided by the Nine-Tailed Sovereign, Yang Fan returned to the Liang Sword Pavilion. The familiar scents and sensations instantly rejuvenated him, instilling a profound sense of freedom. The Nine-Tailed Sovereign, observing Yang Fan's sect, merely smirked, unimpressed. After all, having lived for millennia, she had long grown accustomed to many things. "Let us proceed inside," Yang Fan suggested with a slight smile, not lingering in hesitation. The Nine-Tailed Sovereign nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Shortly thereafter, after ensuring the Nine-Tailed Sovereign was comfortably settled, Yang Fan rushed toward his courtyard, eager to discover the whereabouts of Sister Ran during his absence. However, upon arriving at the rear courtyard and finding no trace of her, he was engulfed in confusion, his mind teeming with questions. He was desperate to know where Sister Ran had gone. Just as Yang Fan was lost in bewilderment, a figure emerged from behind him. Gazing at him with incredulity, her delicate hands trembling slightly. Her heart raced violently, filled with disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Indeed, the individual was none other than Sister Ran, the very person Yang Fan had been yearning for. After exhaling deeply, Sister Ran hesitantly spoke. "Yang Fan, is that you?" Her tone was imbued with a profound sense of longing. Upon hearing her voice, Yang Fan could not contain himself. He turned to face Sister Ran. Realizing it was indeed her, he rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. For reasons unknown, Sister Ran had always occupied a special place in Yang Fan's heart. Perhaps because she was his first love. After holding her for nearly 10 minutes, he reluctantly released her and gently inquired, "Where have you been?" His gaze was filled with warmth, reminiscent of a devoted gentleman. "I was just practicing and have only just returned. But you, where have you been?" "I was worried sick." After speaking, Sister Ran tenderly caressed Yang Fan's face with her delicate hand, a rush of familiar emotions flooding her heart. At this moment, Sister Ran no longer needed to worry about Yang Fan's reassurances. A sense of relief gradually washed over her, as her concerns for Yang Fan diminished significantly. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan gently guided her to sit beside the table. He then recounted his previous experiences in detail, leaving nothing concealed, including the matter of the Nine-Tailed Sovereign. After more than half an hour, once Sister Ran had absorbed Yang Fan's narrative, a wave of discontent surged within her mind, and her expression was marred by a look of reproach. She could hardly fathom that Yang Fan had returned from his outing with a woman in tow. Who could possibly accept such a situation? However, Sister Ran understands that this is hardly Yang Fan's fault. After all, his charm is undeniably immense. Taking a moment to collect herself, Sister Ran slowly spoke. "So, how do you intend to deal with the Nine-Tailed Sovereign?" Her words were laced with a hint of jealousy, akin to a spilled jar of vinegar. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Sister Ran, his mind utterly blank. He had not given any thought to how to handle the Nine-Tailed Sovereign, and a sense of disappointment began to wash over him as he struggled to find the right words. Observing Yang Fan's demeanor, Sister Ran shook her head in resignation. Aware that he had not contemplated the matter deeply, she decided not to chastise him further and directly stated, "All right, I realize this is somewhat difficult for you. Take your time. After all, I have discovered that there is another woman above me, and she is unmarried." At this point, Sister Ranran's expression shifted to one of sudden despondence, reflecting her dissatisfaction and unhappiness. Yet, what could she do about it? There was no way to alter the circumstances before her. This realization left her feeling rather dejected. After all, she had already fallen for Yang Fan, rendering her unable to part ways with him. Acceptance was her only option. Hearing Sister Ranran's words, Yang Fan was taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief as he regarded her. He could not fathom how she had come to learn of these matters. Confusion swirled in his heart. How did you come to know about this? After a moment, he exhaled deeply and inquired, his body trembling slightly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. If possible, Yang Fan hoped Sister Ranran could provide him with an explanation. In this manner, the confusion within oneself would no longer persist. Do you think that during your absence, I was merely idling away my time here? I have long since inquired about everything. Sister Ranran remarked with a slight curl of her lips. Despite feeling an overwhelming sense of discontent, she ultimately had no choice but to accept this reality. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Sister Ranran. He couldn't help but emit a faint sigh, a manifestation of his helplessness. Oh, what a misfortune. Why am I entangled with so many women? Yang Fan lamented inwardly. However, the events had already transpired, and there was no way to alter them. The only course of action was to forge ahead, for there were no alternatives to effect change. All right, I shall continue my cultivation. Do not overthink. I am merely expressing my feelings. You have been out for quite some time and surely haven't rested well. Please take a moment to recuperate. Sister Ranran said with a gentle smile, noting Yang Fan's discomfort. After all, the situation had unfolded. And even if Yang Fan wished to change it, he could not. There was no method but to move forward. Hearing this, Yang Fan nodded. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, he proceeded directly into the room to alleviate his fatigue. Only in this manner could he manage these issues effectively. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed sovereign grew bored in the Li Ying sword pavilion, glancing around restlessly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he made his way toward a forbidden area within the pavilion as if it were his own home. In no time, the nine-tailed sovereign arrived at the forbidden zone. However, at that moment, a frail figure appeared before him, gazing at him with piercing eyes. This elder was none other than the ancestor of the Li Ying sword pavilion, Yang Riying, his strength unfathomable. Nine-tailed sovereign, what brings you to the Li Ying sword pavilion? Are you not aware that there are regulations forbidding cultivators and demon clans from trespassing on each other's territories? Do you not fear that I might slay you? Yang Riying spoke gravely, his aura surging forth and immediately pushing the nine-tailed sovereign back several meters. What a formidable old man! The nine-tailed sovereign cursed inwardly. He realized he could no longer hesitate and promptly declared, Old man, do you wish to harm your granddaughter-in-law? His voice boomed with urgency. Upon hearing this, Yang Riying halted, a look of confusion crossing his face, as his eyes conveyed his bewilderment. After a brief pause, he inquired in a hoarse voice, What do you mean by that? His sharp gaze remained fixed on the nine-tailed sovereign, exuding an immense, unyielding presence. After catching his breath, the nine-tailed sovereign replied, I am now Yang Fan's woman. If you lay a hand on me, would it not be akin to striking your granddaughter-in-law? A hint of a smug smile crept across his lips, clearly reveling in the moment. This revelation caught Yang Liang by surprise, sending his heart racing as though he had received an astonishing piece of news. After a brief moment to compose himself, he slowly uttered, Are you saying that you are my grandson Yang Fan's woman? His voice trembled slightly, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Of course, why would I deceive you? If you doubt my words, you may inquire with your grandson, responded the nine-tailed sovereign, adjusting her attire while secretly reveling in his reaction, as if she had anticipated this very expression from Yang Liang. In that instant, Yang Liang found himself at a loss for words, his emotions a complex tapestry. He longed to confront his grandson Yang Fan for confirmation. Yet, upon observing the expression of the nine-tailed sovereign, he realized she was not deceiving him. Nevertheless, he could not accept such a reality. Thus, he exclaimed vehemently, I refuse to accept this. You have lived for over 10,000 years, and yet wish to pursue my grandson? Depart at once, or I shall not hesitate to strike you. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to unleash his wrath upon the nine-tailed sovereign. However, for reasons unknown, he hesitated, his heart filled with doubt. Come now, old man, let us be reasonable. What do you mean by an old cow eating tender grass? I am the tender grass here. If you do not acquiesce, I shall reveal the misdeeds you committed millennia ago, and then we shall see if you still refuse. The nine-tailed sovereign replied calmly, exuding confidence. She was well aware of Yang Liang's temperament in his younger days. He was indeed quite the dashing figure. Upon hearing her words, Yang Liang suddenly appeared before her, his eyes blazing with fury and his fist crackling with tension. Had the nine-tailed sovereign not been connected to Yang Fan, he would have dispatched her on the spot, denying her any opportunity to speak. Yet, ultimately, he relented, exhaling deeply, and with a hint of panic in his voice, he declared, "Regardless, I absolutely refuse. You old hag. Return whence you came. How dare you have your sights set on my grandson? It infuriates me." The more he pondered, the more his spirit sank. The age disparity was simply too vast for anyone to accept such a situation. Hence, Yang Liang's fury stemmed from this very reason. As it concerned the future of the Yang family, not a single misstep could be afforded. At this moment, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself at a loss for words. Utterly taken aback by Yang Liang's unwavering stubbornness, reminiscent of the past millennia. However, the nine-tailed sovereign remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to penetrate Yang Fan's heart through his own cunning. He believed that, eventually, even if Yang Liang opposed him, it would prove futile. With this thought, the nine-tailed sovereign's heart swelled with delight. After a brief moment, he composed himself, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Yang Liang. "Given the circumstances, do you believe you can still alter this outcome? Embrace the reality of the situation. I must take my leave now." Before Yang Liang could react, the nine-tailed sovereign's figure vanished into thin air. As he gazed at the retreating silhouette of the nine-tailed sovereign, Yang Liang's heart brimmed with indignation. Yet, as the sovereign had pointed out, the situation had escalated beyond his control. How could the esteemed Yang family find themselves in such predicaments? Yang Liang lamented inwardly, his face a canvas of discontent, etched with frustration. Ultimately, unable to bear the weight of this injustice, Yang Liang resolved to take action, determined to rectify the current predicament. He understood that only through such efforts could he safeguard the future of the Yang family. With this conviction, he wasted no time and soared into the sky, heading straight for Yang Fan's residence, devoid of any hesitation. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Liang arrived at Yang Fan's abode. Taking a deep breath, he strode inside without delay. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, who had been deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the commotion and quickly sprang from his bed, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing that it was Yang Liang seeking him out, astonishment washed over him, his heart racing with disbelief. Yang Fan was well aware of Yang Liang and understood that the prominence of the Liang sword sect was largely due to his presence. After all, he had read the revered tome of the Supreme Sovereign. Once he gathered his thoughts, Yang Fan emerged from his room, pondering the purpose of Yang Liang's visit. A flurry of questions filled his mind, and moments later, he stepped into the courtyard to confront Yang Liang directly. Without any hesitation, he slowly inquired, "Grandfather, what brings you to seek me?" A charming smile adorned his face as he gazed intently at Yang Liang, yet his heart was tumultuous with excitement. After all, Yang Fan was well aware of Yang Liang's formidable prowess. However, Yang Liang offered no response. Instead, he wore a profoundly contemplative expression as he regarded Yang Fan, devoid of any words and radiating a palpable chill. It was as if Yang Fan had committed some grave offense against Yang Liang. Instantly, confusion enveloped Yang Fan, leaving him utterly bewildered about Yang Liang's demeanor. Therefore, he exhaled deeply and inquired, "What is the matter, grandfather? Why have you remained silent?" His tone was imbued with a sense of perplexity. If possible, Yang Fan earnestly hoped that Yang Liang would elucidate the situation for him. In such a manner, the turmoil within oneself would cease to exist. After a while, Yang Liang slowly began to speak. "Have you done something to wrong the Yang family?" His voice was imbued with authority, relentlessly pressing upon Yang Fan, nearly rendering him breathless. Fortunately, Yang Liang eventually relaxed his grip. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have succumbed to unconsciousness. After gasping for air, Yang Fan gradually replied, "Grandfather, what do you mean by that? I cannot comprehend." His eyes instantly filled with a sense of bewilderment, yearning to unravel the mysteries of the situation at hand. At this moment, Yang Liang furrowed his brow slightly, and his gaze towards Yang Fan transformed into something entirely different. A profound sense of confusion enveloped him, for Yang Fan appeared to be utterly bewildered by the circumstances at hand. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such perplexity. "Do you genuinely not know?" Yang Liang inquired, exhaling deeply, his face betraying a hint of bewilderment. "Grandfather, if you do not share the details with me, how could I possibly be aware?" Yang Fan replied helplessly, gesturing dismissively. If he had known, he would not be in such a predicament. Yet, alas, He remained ignorant of the matter. Thus, regardless of Yang Riang's explanations, Yang Fan remained oblivious to the intricacies involved. Realizing this, Yang Riang understood that Yang Fan was not deceiving him. He then exhaled deeply once more and spoke. It concerns the matter of the nine-tailed sovereign. I have heard that she is already your woman. The mere thought of this ignited an intense fury within Yang Riang. However, he found himself powerless against the nine-tailed sovereign and could only seek Yang Fan's assistance. Upon hearing Yang Riang's words, Yang Fan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. So that was the issue at hand. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt increasingly uncomfortable as he listened, as if a myriad of concerns were weighing heavily on his mind. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan slowly articulated, "How could she possibly be my woman, grandfather? You must be mistaken. If she were, I might as well indulge in excrement." A forced smile appeared on his face, though internally he was quite displeased, unable to fathom why Yang Riang would pose such a question. In an instant, Yang Riang exhibited a look of incredulity, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events, leaving him at a loss for words. "By the way, grandfather, where did you hear this rumor?" Yang Fan suddenly recalled something and directly inquired, his tone imbued with confusion, urging Yang Riang to provide him with a thorough account. In this manner, one could discern the matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Yang Riang refrained from further trivialities and spoke slowly. "It was none other than your woman, the nine-tailed sovereign, who informed me. Otherwise, how could I possibly be aware? However, young man, let me make this clear. She is an ancient woman, having lived for millennia. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never consent to this union. Should you dare to marry her, do not blame me for breaking your legs." Having uttered this remark, Yang Riang turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. His current mood was far from pleasant, which accounted for his hurried exit. It was evident that a myriad of thoughts weighed heavily upon his mind. Observing Yang Riang's retreating figure, Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly, his thoughts spiraling into confusion as he replayed the words just spoken by Yang Riang. This was enough to plunge him into a state of melancholy. After a moment, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of bitterness. Finally, he sighed deeply once more and murmured to himself, "How did things come to this? I must find an opportunity to have a serious discussion with the nine-tailed sovereign." With that, he dismissed his thoughts and returned to his chamber to continue his slumber. For the past month had rendered him utterly exhausted. Gradually, time passed by in a steady flow, and before long, it was noon. Meanwhile, Sister Ranran had risen and was meditating in the courtyard. However, upon seeing Yang Fan deep in slumber, she chose not to disturb him and instead continued her cultivation. Yet, after an hour of practice, a sudden commotion jolted Sister Ranran awake, her gaze fixed intently on the sound of footsteps approaching the door, eager to discern who sought out Yang Fan. When the figure finally came into view, she was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing in surprise. She had not anticipated that a graceful and alluring woman would come seeking Yang Fan. The sight filled her with astonishment, for this woman was none other than the nine-tailed sovereign, whom Yang Fan had previously brought back. After releasing a deep breath, Sister Ranran stood up and approached the nine-tailed sovereign, locking eyes with her and emanating a glimmer of defensive resolve. A moment later, Sister Ranran boldly inquired, "Who are you?" The tone was imbued with an unmistakable air of hostility, as if the sudden appearance of the nine-tailed sovereign provoked considerable displeasure. It seemed as though the nine-tailed monarch might usurp a man from her grasp. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, the nine-tailed sovereign did not respond immediately. Instead, he offered a faint smile, scrutinizing Sister Ran with keen interest. He discerned that, aside from being more remarkable than the average woman, she possessed little else of significance. Consequently, the sense of urgency that had once gripped him swiftly dissipated. Thus, the nine-tailed sovereign gradually spoke, inquiring, "And who might you be, to find yourself in Yang Fan's courtyard?" He opted not to answer Sister Ran's question directly, but rather posed a retort, his gaze hinting at a playful mockery, as though he regarded her with little regard. At this moment, Sister Ranran was slightly taken aback, her brows furrowing in response to an inexplicable discomfort that surged from within her heart, rendering her unable to experience any joy. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, as she regained her composure, she spoke without hesitation, "I am Yang Fan's woman. Why shouldn't I be here? Not only am I present, but I also reside here. As for you, who might you be?" Her demeanor shifted to one of resolute authority, as though she were the rightful mistress of this courtyard, utterly unfazed by the presence of the nine-tailed sovereign. After all, this was the Li Wang GNG. And Sister Ranran held confidence that as long as she did not initiate conflict, her opponent would have no means to contend with her. Upon hearing her words, the nine-tailed sovereign's brows knitted slightly, and her mood darkened instantly, her eyes narrowing into slits. The absence of any deceitful indication on Sister Ranran's face revealed the truth in her statement, which invoked a strange, discomforting sensation that caught the nine-tailed sovereign off guard. Nonetheless, she remained obstinate. Coincidentally, I too am Yongfan's woman. I wonder, just how many of us are there? With that, the nine-tailed sovereign unleashed her formidable aura, aiming to intimidate Sister Ranran into submission. Indeed, the intensity of the nine-tailed sovereign's presence was fierce. Sister Ranran, with her comparatively lesser strength, found herself retreating several steps, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. How could this woman possess such power? Why had Yongfan never mentioned her before? Sister Ranran mused inwardly, resolute not to underestimate her formidable adversary. It was her first encounter with such a powerful opponent, especially one as strikingly beautiful and alluring as the nine-tailed sovereign before her. This sentiment is something that Sister Ranran cannot compete with. It inevitably sparked a flicker of disappointment within her heart. Her rosy cheeks betrayed a hint of dejection. Observing this, the nine-tailed sovereign felt a surge of delight within, a smirk creeping onto her lips. Seizing the moment, the nine-tailed sovereign remarked, "Little sister, you are still so young. Opportunities will abound in the future. Do not vie with me for Yongfan, for I fear the blows you may endure will be exceedingly great." Her tone was imbued with an air of dominance, akin to a queen scrutinizing the sister before her. Instantly, a wave of defiance surged within Sister Ranran. With a fierce expression, she glared at the nine-tailed sovereign. After a brief pause, Sister Ranran replied, "Who knows who will be dealt a blow? Yes, I concede that you possess greater beauty and strength than I. However, to expect me to relinquish Yongfan is utterly impossible. You might as well abandon that hope." With that, Sister Ranran felt no further reservations. After enduring so much with Yongfan, she gradually found her footing once more. Nothing could deter her from her determination to hold on to Yongfan. At this moment, the nine-tailed sovereign was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. The gaze of Sister Ranran evoked memories of his own childhood, stirring within him a profound sense of nostalgia that left him momentarily at a loss for words. His mind brimmed with gradual recollections, prompting a gentle shake of his head followed by a soft chuckle. At this juncture, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself uncertain about how to articulate his thoughts regarding Sister Ranran. To his astonishment, he had encountered a woman who mirrored his youthful naivety. A sense of melancholy washed over him, and his exquisite features betrayed a hint of helplessness. However, just then, a figure emerged from the room. Upon spotting the nine-tailed sovereign and Sister Ranran, an immediate displeasure washed over him, as if a significant event were about to unfold, causing Yongfan to grow increasingly tense. Without further ado, he collected his thoughts and strode towards them. Approaching them closely, Yongfan called out, "Sister Ranran, nine-tailed sovereign, what are you two doing? Why do you regard each other with such animosity?" Upon hearing Yongfan's voice, both the nine-tailed sovereign and Sister Ranran quickly composed themselves, turning to face him, their hearts mildly shaken. They had not anticipated Yongfan's sudden arrival and were momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In a matter of moments, Yongfan had reached the two women, casting a cold gaze upon them without uttering a word. Though silence enveloped the scene, the frigid intensity of his stare was almost unbearable for both women present. After a brief pause, the nine-tailed sovereign exhaled deeply and spoke, "We haven't done anything, Yongfan. I came here to play with you, but suddenly, a dog sprang out and began to viciously attack me." His delicate hands gestured helplessly, his expression radiating innocence. However, upon hearing his words, Sister Ranran's mood erupted in fury, her teeth grinding audibly with irritation. "Have you no shame?" she thought bitterly. Her fondness for the nine-tailed sovereign evaporated, replaced by a growing anger. Her palms clenched tightly as she contemplated delivering a good thrashing to him for his shamelessness. Before Sister Ranran could muster a retort, Yongfan interjected, "Nine-tailed sovereign, is it appropriate for you to speak of Sister Ranran in such a manner? Do you disregard my presence entirely?" There was a hint of imperiousness in his tone. It is important to note that Yongfan possessed a profound understanding of Sister Ranran's character, aware that she would never act in such a manner. Furthermore, they were currently within the confines of the fierce Sunsword Pavilion. Yongfan held no fear of the nine-tailed sovereign. If he had the capability, he should confront Yongfan directly. Thus, Yongfan's earlier demeanor was particularly frigid. After all, it was the nine-tailed sovereign who had dared to provoke Yongfan's sensitive spot. At this moment, the nine-tailed sovereign stood in stunned silence. gazing at young Fan with an expression of disbelief. A wave of anguish washed over him, akin to being pierced by countless daggers in his heart, rendering him utterly unable to extricate himself from the pain. His demeanor became increasingly unnatural, and even Sister Ran, standing nearby, was taken aback, completely unaware of young Fan's unexpectedly cold side. Moreover, did you go to seek my grandfather and declare yourself my woman? I must insist that you recognize your own position. I have never consented to this, so please conduct yourself accordingly. Young Fan continued, shattering the last flicker of hope within the nine-tailed sovereign. He offered no semblance of solace. For young Fan was well acquainted with the character and actions of the nine-tailed sovereign, having perused the tome of the supreme sovereign. He wished to avoid the treachery of having a dagger thrust into his back in the future, thus decisively severing the myriad of entangled red threads. Only by doing so could he avert future complications. However, upon uttering these words, young Fan inadvertently plunged the nine-tailed sovereign into profound sorrow. For years, he had been the one to reject others, never having faced rejection himself. Very well, young Fan, I shall remember you, he declared coldly, his heart turning to ice in an instant. Without further ado, the nine-tailed sovereign executed a swift turn and vanished from the spot, soaring away from the blazing sun-sword pavilion without a moment's hesitation. After all, the words spoken by young Fan had deeply wounded his heart. Sincere treatment had yielded such a painful outcome. Who could accept such a fate? Are you not going to chase after him? Soon after the nine-tailed sovereign's departure, Sister Ran approached young Fan, her voice laced with concern. Despite her profound gratitude towards him, she did not wish for young Fan to be troubled because of her. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. It's fine, let him go. It's better this way. He won't add to my troubles. Having spoken, young Fan turned and made his way to the backyard, determined to engage in earnest cultivation. He sighed helplessly, watching his retreating figure. Sister Ran, still somewhat uneasy, followed closely, fearing that young Fan might undertake some reckless actions. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed sovereign, having exited the blazing sun-sword pavilion, was seething with rage. Her enchanting eyes radiated boundless fury, reminiscent of a world-destroying demon lord, utterly consumed by indignation. Young Fan, just you wait. I shall prove to you that I am the most suitable woman for you. Any woman who dares to approach you must perish. The nine-tailed sovereign vowed silently, her fists clenched tightly. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they might be instantly overwhelmed by the sovereign's formidable aura. At that moment, however, a voice captured her attention. The nine-tailed sovereign cast a cold glance towards the source, only to find a person staring foolishly in her direction. She chose to disregard him, for his strength was of no consequence to her. This individual, however, was none other than the protagonist of the supreme sovereign, Long Outyen. Indeed, I am Long Outyen, and I have returned. Upon noticing the stunning nine-tailed sovereign, Long Outyen felt a surge of excitement, as if his fortune in romance was about to blossom. Without hesitation, he called out boldly, "Hey, beautiful. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you? I am in excellent shape." This matter, once mentioned, only served to further enrage the esteemed nine-tailed lord. Initially, the nine-tailed lord had no outlet for the pent-up fury within, yet now, an unwelcome visitor had boldly approached. In a swift motion, the nine-tailed lord unleashed a powerful strike upon Long Outyen, rendering him unconscious once more, collapsing to the ground. However, the nine-tailed lord soon perceived that Long Outyen still drew breath. This revelation left him astounded, his brow furrowing in disbelief. It is well known that such a blow, even endured by an equally matched lord, would typically be insufferable. The fact that Long Outyen could withstand it was utterly unexpected for the nine-tailed lord. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to linger, turning away without further engagement. The nine-tailed lord understood his own prowess and recognized whom he could provoke and whom he must not. As for the lack of interest in Long Outyen, it was the overwhelming aura emanating from him that instilled a sense of caution, compelling the nine-tailed lord to withdraw, a decision deemed most sagacious. As time ebbed away, a week passed swiftly. Young Fan continued his training diligently, engaging in conversations with Sister Ran during his leisure moments. Life unfolded joyfully. Yet, on this particular morning, a disciple rushed in, visibly flustered. Upon reaching young Fan, he trembled as he spoke. Young sage, the sect master requests your presence, claiming there is a matter of utmost importance." His tone was laced with urgency, as if a significant event had transpired. At this moment, young Fan was taken aback, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Without a hint of hesitation, he promptly turned to Sister Ran and said, I shall step out for a moment. Upon my return, I will impart some guidance on your cultivation. Before Sister Ran could react, Yang Fan swiftly departed, exhibiting no signs of indecision. Observing his receding figure, Sister Ran made no attempt to stop him. Instead, she patiently awaited his return. However, her mind was awash with wild speculations about what matters Yang Fan might be attending to. A myriad of uncertainties clouded her thoughts, leading her to entertain fanciful notions. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. He exhaled deeply before stepping inside. Once within the hall, he wasted no time and inquired, "Father, what is amiss? Why the urgency in summoning me back?" His tone was laced with confusion. If it were possible, Yang Fan hoped that Yang Jingxiong would provide him with a thorough explanation. In such a manner, one's heart would no longer be shrouded in confusion. Yang Jingxiong, witnessing this, gazed appreciatively at his son, Yang Fan, with evident delight in his eyes. It is worth noting that previously, Yang Fan had been quite the libertine, evading any semblance of responsibility at the slightest provocation. However, since his return, he has shown an unexpected dedication to serious matters. Which father could remain unmoved by such a transformation? After pondering for a while, Yang Jingxiong gradually spoke, "My son, you are aware that you are soon to embark on the battlefield against demons, and preparations have already commenced. I believe it would be prudent to host a tournament, inviting all the talented individuals from our domain to compete. The victor shall become your retinue, thereby ensuring your safety from harm. What do you think?" Having articulated his thoughts, Yang Jingxiong turned his gaze toward Yang Fan, eager to discern his son's response. After all, he and others were unable to enter the battlefield themselves, and thus could only rely on formidable cultivators to safeguard Yang Fan. In this manner, no unforeseen circumstances would arise. After all, the sacred sword pavilion had but one sole heir, Yang Xingzi. Naturally, it was imperative to ensure his safety. Upon hearing Yang Jingxiong's account, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Such a revelation was utterly unexpected for him, and the news left him profoundly shaken. Instantly, he felt a surge of emotion for Yang Jingxiong's actions, secretly reveling in delight. However, Yang Fan did not dwell on it for long and replied directly, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, father." "Excellent, I shall make the arrangements. You may go and focus on your cultivation for now," Yang Jingxiong responded, returning to his official duties without further ado. Subsequently, Yang Fan, without hesitation, bowed respectfully to his father before departing the grand hall. Yet, upon stepping outside, he cast his gaze towards the heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I wonder which fortunate individual shall become my attendant," he mused, secretly pleased. His joy was immeasurable. With this cheerful disposition, he made his way towards his quarters, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. Soon, news of the attendant competition reverberated across the continent. Almost every cultivator around Yang Fan's age was instantly stirred, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They were elated, for they understood that becoming Yang Fan's attendant meant receiving the protection of the sacred sword pavilion. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed. Immediately, a myriad of cultivators hastened to the sacred sword pavilion, resolute in their determination to seize this opportunity. They believed that only through this path could they gradually ascend and escape any form of oppression. Meanwhile, the sacred sword pavilion began preparations for the arena, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged for Yang Fan's event. In the courtyard, Sister Ran gazed at Yang Fan with evident hesitation, as if she harbored something of great importance to share. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Yang Fan's mind filled with confusion. He promptly inquired, "Sister Ran, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" His tone was laced with genuine curiosity, his eyes fixed intently on her, hoping for a clear explanation. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ran took a deep breath and candidly expressed her thoughts without any veil of concealment. May I participate in this attendant competition?" Upon finishing her words, Sister Ran immediately lowered her head in shyness, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze. Her heart raced furiously, as if a small deer were wildly colliding within her chest. Her cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Sister Ran. He had never anticipated such words from her. For a time, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. After about 10 minutes, having somewhat alleviated his emotions, Yang Fan finally spoke. "Silly girl, you are my woman. How could I possibly allow you to participate in this arena competition?" Before Sister Ran could process his words, Yang Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, instantly making her appear obedient. Yet, deep down, she felt a profound sense of discomfort. After all, Sister Ranran was entirely unable to enter the demon-slaying battlefield, which meant that she would not see young Fan for an extended period. She would even be plagued by worries each day about his safety. How could Sister Ranran possibly feel at ease? With this thought in mind, she mustered her courage and said, I truly wish to accompany you. Please allow me to participate in this arena contest. Upon finishing her plea, she gazed at young Fan with a look of poignant vulnerability, her heart inexplicably filled with anticipation. After all, she had become utterly unable to detach from him. However, young Fan merely shook his head slightly, unequivocally denying her request, offering her no opportunity to indulge in her aspirations. No, you mustn't even entertain such thoughts. Regardless of what you say, I will not consent. He firmly rejected, his tone imbued with resolute conviction. Young Fan understood the perilous nature of the demon-slaying battlefield, where life could be lost at any moment. To safeguard Sister Ranran from danger, he felt compelled to take this stance. After all, he had read the Supreme Being and was well aware of the grave risks associated with the battlefield. Witnessing this, Sister Ranran's countenance fell, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill over at any moment. Despite the profound sorrow tugging at his heart, young Fan could only endure, refusing to be swayed. Allowing Sister Ranran to venture into the demon-slaying battlefield would be akin to sending her to her demise. Moreover, young Fan was determined not to let his beloved engage in such perilous endeavors. Looking into young Fan's steadfast gaze, Sister Ranran realized that he would never relent. A sense of muted melancholy enveloped her heart. All right, Sister Ranran, I know you find it hard to part from me. However, the demon-slaying battlefield is truly too dangerous. I cannot bear to see you meet a tragic fate. You must remain here at the Sunfire Sword Pavilion. After explaining, young Fan's demeanor softened slightly. After all, Sister Ranran was his first love. Though their relationship had begun in a drunken haze, young Fan was a man of responsibility, committed to her well-being. But what if something happens to you? I would be so worried. Sister Ranran stammered after a moment, her concern involuntarily surfacing. It was clear that she had fallen deeply in love with young Fan and did not wish for any harm to befall him. Rest assured, even if the sky were to fall, I would not meet with misfortune. Young Fan waved his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face, exuding an air of confidence. Instantly, Sister Ran was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the source of young Fan's unwavering assurance. However, as he chose not to elaborate, she refrained from pressing him further. Subsequently, they engaged in casual conversation, discussing various mundane matters. Days swiftly passed, and the arena for the Liang Sword Sect's competition was prepared. The cultivators began to arrive in succession, each entranced by the opulence surrounding them, igniting a resolute determination within their hearts. They were resolute in their ambition to seize the championship of this tournament, for only through victory could they secure the protection of the Liang Sword Sect. Gradually, the crowd swelled, converging in the vast plaza of the Liang Sword Sect, their expressions brimming with excitement as they gazed up at the elders on the stage. The imposing presence of the elders stirred a fervor among the cultivators, igniting their spirits. At that moment, an elderly man accompanied by a bruised and battered young boy, who was missing an eye, approached the entrance of the Liang Sword Sect. The boy's gaze was fiercely fixed upon the spectacle before him, his fists clenched tightly in a display of suppressed rage. Indeed, this elder and the boy were none other than the enigmatic old man and Long Outyen, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards young Fan. Disciple, during this demon-slaying battlefield, you must remember to strive for the finest rewards within, the old man remarked with a sinister smile, as if he had meticulously orchestrated every detail of the forthcoming events. I understand, Master. Rest assured, I will fulfill the task you have entrusted to me, Long Outyen replied with a nod, his blood surging with fervor and a triumphant smile creeping upon his lips, revealing his excitement. Deep within Long Outyen's heart, a lingering vengeance had long been concealed. The enmity nearly clouded Long Outyen's judgment. Very well, you may enter. I shall ensure that your junior sister discreetly safeguards you, the elder stated before departing without casting another glance at Long Outyen. After all, everything had been meticulously arranged. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Long Outyen, undeterred, turned toward the Liang Sword Pavilion, his steps light and triumphant, provoking disdain from the surrounding cultivators. Humph, just a mere nascent soul cultivator. Is there any need for such arrogance? I could easily pin you to the ground with a single hand. They scoffed. Indeed, I've encountered many who deserved a beating, but none so deserving as this. The cacophony of derision echoed in Long Outyen's ears, igniting a fierce indignation within him, a desire to unleash his pin-up fury. Yet, In the end, he restrained himself, fully aware of his current limitations. Enduring was his only recourse. Soon, Long Aotian entered the Liyang Sword Pavilion, his eyes ablaze with resentment. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, accompanied by Sister Ran Ran, arrived at the center of the square. Observing the motley assembly of cultivators below, Yang Fan was filled with astonishment. Never anticipating such a multitude of onlookers, Sister Ran Ran shared his disbelief, profoundly shaken by the scene. At that moment, a charismatic and imposing middle-aged man emerged from a grand hall, instantly teleporting to the platform, surveying the gathering with an air of superiority. Upon casting a glance, those gathered beneath were startled, their bodies trembling with trepidation at the sight of the middle-aged man before them. This formidable figure was none other than Yang Zhengxiang, the esteemed leader of the Liang Sword sect and father to Yang Fan. For the lowly cultivators, encountering such a powerful and high-ranking individual was a first. Instantly, they silenced their chatter, unwilling to provoke the imposing Yang Zhengxiang. The atmosphere grew palpably still, where even the fall of a pin could be heard, underscoring the immense and awe-inspiring presence he commanded. After a brief pause, Yang Zhengxiang cleared his throat twice, adopting a serious tone as he began to speak. Ahem. Greetings to all. I am Yang Zhengxiang, the sect leader of the Liang Sword sect. It brings me great joy and gratitude to see you all gathered here. My request is simple. The victor will accompany young Master Yang to the demon-slaying battlefield to eradicate the demonic forces. Additionally, I have arranged a benefit. You shall receive the protection of the Liang Sword sect. Regardless of what transpires, should you call for aid, the Liang Sword sect will respond without delay. Now, please take some time to rest. The competition shall commence tomorrow. With these parting words, Yang Zhengxiang turned and departed, leaving behind a lingering impression for all to behold. This revelation ignited an uproar among the crowd, causing an exhilarating tremor in their palms, a clear manifestation of their excitement. For cultivators, such a divine bestowal was an unprecedented experience, making it impossible for their hearts not to race with anticipation and fervor. Gradually, as the throngs adjusted their emotions and regained composure, they followed the disciples of the Liang Sword Pavilion to their respective quarters, devoid of any hesitation. Meanwhile, Yang Fan observed the scene from a distance, remaining silent and merely taking in the unfolding events without uttering a word. However, at that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a figure that brightened his vision and stirred a slight tremor within his heart. To his astonishment, he realized that this individual had also come to the Liang Sword Pavilion. Yang Fan was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the person, and his expression gradually darkened, betraying a sense of displeasure and foreboding. Indeed, the person Yang Fan had spotted was none other than Long Aotian. At that moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Sister Ran Ran noticed the change in Yang Fan's demeanor and furrowed her brow slightly. Perplexed by the rapid shift in his expression, a wave of questions surged within her, and if possible, she wished for Yang Fan to share his thoughts. In this manner, the turmoil within her heart was alleviated. Thus, Sister Ran exhaled deeply and directly inquired, Yang Fan, what troubles you? Has something occurred? Her tone was laced with curiosity, and her eyes fixated intently on Yang Fan, her expression reflecting a profound confusion. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan snapped back to reality, shaking his head to indicate that nothing was amiss. However, his gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon a certain individual, none other than Long Aotian. He began to formulate a plan on how to address the unfolding situation. Sister Ran, disheartened by Yang Fan's reluctance to divulge his thoughts, followed his line of sight and beheld the one-eyed Long Aotian. Speculation began to swirl in her mind as she pondered, who is this person? Why does Yang Fan regard him with such a depth of emotion, as though harboring a profound enmity? After a span of approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan broke his gaze and turned to leave, already plotting how to extricate himself from this predicament. He knew that should any misfortune arise, he would be at a loss for how to respond. Yet, Sister Ran chose not to accompany him. Instead, she addressed him, saying, Yang Fan, I have a matter to attend to. I will return shortly. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan nodded without further contemplation and departed, offering no additional response. Once he was gone, Sister Ran felt a quiet sigh of relief escape her. Without lingering any longer, she made her way directly towards Long Aotian, her expression darkening slightly. After a short while, Sister Ran arrived near Long Aotian and, having gathered her thoughts, approached him without hesitation. Hello, handsome. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? She said, donning a facade of admiration as she smiled at Long Aotian. Upon hearing her words, Long Aotian turned to face her. Upon a casual glance, An unexpected thrill surged through Long Out Yin, transforming his mood in an instant. His breath quickened, a testament to his exhilaration. Goodness gracious. Has a stunning beauty truly initiated conversation with me? Could it be that my fortune is finally on the horizon? Long Out Yin mused internally, a glimmer of anticipation igniting within him. A hint of saliva escaped his lips, revealing his fervent excitement, akin to the sensation one might feel upon winning a substantial lottery prize. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such an enchanting figure who would dare to approach him. It was only natural that anyone in his position would feel a surge of emotion. Thus, Long Out Yin gathered his thoughts and, with a slow yet deliberate cadence, introduced himself. I am Long Out Yin. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Following his introduction, he extended his hand towards Sister Ran, his demeanor radiating palpable enthusiasm, as this extraordinary moment elevated him to unprecedented heights. However, Sister Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sight of Long Out Yin, wishing fervently to disregard him. Yet, driven by the need to uncover the truth behind the situation, she steeled herself despite her discomfort. Taking a deep breath, she managed to muster a smile. So you are Long Out Yin. I am Sister Ran, delighted to meet you. How about we find a quiet place to sit and have a proper conversation? With that, she adorned her face with an enchanting smile, her mind beginning to strategize as if every aspect of the situation were within her control. Upon hearing Sister Ran's proposition, Long Out Yin, without a second thought, nodded vigorously, signaling his enthusiastic agreement. Yes, absolutely, he replied. With his consent, Sister Ran wasted no time. She turned and led Long Out Yin away from the square, heading toward a nearby restaurant, intent on clarifying the relationship between Long Out Yin and Yang Fan. In this manner, one could resolve the troubles encountered by Yang Fan. After all, in the heart of Sister Ran, Yang Fan had already assumed a dominant position, regardless of the circumstances. She would never allow Yang Fan to suffer even the slightest harm or grievance. Even a hint of injustice was unbearable for her. After approximately 10 minutes, under Sister Ran's guidance, Long Out Yin entered the restaurant. He promptly sat face to face with her, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable passion, radiating a myriad of extraordinary lights. He exhibited an ineffable excitement, akin to encountering the goddess of his dreams. After taking a deep breath, Long Out Yin revealed a faint smile and then inquired, Sister Ran, you look stunning. Immediately after speaking, he covered his mouth, his mind blank, his gaze turning vacant. He was bewildered as to how such words had escaped his lips, leaving him utterly astonished. If it were possible, Long Out Yin would have wished to find a coffin to bury himself in. In such circumstances, one would be spared the misfortune of encountering such events. Upon hearing Long Out Yin's words, Sister Ran felt a profound disdain within her heart, regarding the figure before her with utter contempt. In comparison to Yang Fan, they were worlds apart. Indeed, Long Out Yin embodied the very depths of mediocrity. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the information she desired, Sister Ran concealed her aversion deep within, exhaling a deep breath before forcing a semblance of a smile as she remarked, Thank you for the compliment. Despite her considerable displeasure, she resolved to endure for the sake of future endeavors. By the way, it seems you have some grievances with the Burning Sunsword sect. You appear quite reluctant to be here, she suddenly recalled, her voice laced with confusion as her eyes blinked repeatedly while gazing at Long Out Yin. Upon the mention of Long Out Yin, an overwhelming surge of indignation coursed through him. He exhaled deeply, his breath heavy with fury, while his fists clenched tightly, as if he had encountered a matter of monumental significance. After a while, Long Out Yin began to voice his grievances, recounting the egregious deeds of the Liang Sword Pavilion and the so-called illustrious exploits of Yang Fan. He spoke for over half an hour, gradually easing his agitation, though his eyes still glimmered with irritable fire. Indeed, as I have articulated, Yang Fan is truly despicable, deserving of universal disdain, he concluded, lifting a glass of water from the table and drinking deeply. At that moment, a profound sense of relief enveloped Long Out Yin. It had been far too long since he had unburdened his feelings, akin to finding a kindred spirit. However, Sister Ran's expression darkened abruptly. Her facial muscles twitched as if provoked by Long Out Yin's words. How dare you speak ill of my husband in my presence? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. She seethed internally, already devising her plans. This time, no matter what, the formidable Long Out Yin must pay a painful price. Thus, Sister Ran began to ponder how to exact punishment upon him. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea suddenly ignited within her heart, causing her lips to curve into a subtle smile, as if she had conceived a truly perfect plan. She then spoke softly. By the way, Long Out Yin, Could you do me a favor and fetch some items from outside? I shall wait for you here. In an instant. Sister Ranran's expression transformed into one of pitiful charm, rendering her irresistibly captivating. Even an ordinary man would find it difficult to resist such a lure. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin lifted his gaze towards Sister Ranran, immediately entranced by her beguiling eyes. His heart raced wildly, akin to a fawn thrashing within his chest. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and eagerly nodded in agreement, rushing outside without a second thought. It was, after all, Long Outyin's first opportunity to assist a beautiful woman. How could he not seize the chance? Moreover, he had long harbored thoughts of bringing Sister Ranran home as his bride, though he felt the timing was not yet right. As she watched Long Outyin disappear from view, Sister Ranran's expression darkened instantly. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, radiating a palpable fury. As if Long Outyin had deeply provoked her ire. Without hesitation, Sister Ranran retrieved a vial of black potion from her pocket. Pouring it vigorously into Long Outyin's cup while murmuring, "You dare to insult my husband? I shall make you experience the torment of relentless diarrhea for 3 days and nights." After emptying the vial, she took care to stir the concoction, fearful that Long Outyin might discern something amiss. Half an hour passed, and at last, Long Outyin returned, carrying the items he had procured for Sister Ranran. For reasons unknown, the more he beheld her, the more enchanting she appeared, as though their destinies were irrevocably intertwined. His gaze remained fixated upon her, unable to shift away. Once seated, Long Outyin declared, "Here you go. I have brought the items you requested. Take a look." Immediately, Long Outyin handed the item to Sister Ranran, adorned with an enchanting smile. Despite his evident fatigue, this smile emanated from the depths of his heart. Sister Ranran, not one to hesitate, accepted the item from Long Outyin's hands, continuously expressing her gratitude. Perhaps due to exhaustion, upon noticing a glass of water on the table, Long Outyin, without a moment's thought, seized it and drank deeply, displaying unwavering trust in Sister Ranran. Observing this, Sister Ranran felt a surge of joy within her, exclaiming internally, "Haha! I am eager to see how you will proceed next." Her face radiated happiness, as if she had everything under control. After a while, sensing that the moment was ripe, Sister Ranran stood up and gently addressed Long Outyin. "Long Outyin, I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will come to find you when I have the time." Without a second thought, Long Outyin readily agreed, his heart brimming with excitement. After all, this was an invitation from a goddess, and how could he possibly decline? Thus, Sister Ranran gracefully departed the restaurant, making her way towards Yang Fan's courtyard, leaving without any trace of hesitation. However, shortly after her departure, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Within 10 minutes of Sister Ranran leaving, Long Outyin was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful sensation in his stomach. He hurriedly stood up and dashed toward the restroom, devoid of any hesitation. Upon reaching the restroom, he quickly took a seat, and a cacophony of sounds ensued. Instantly, Long Outyin felt immense frustration, his face contorting in pain. He muttered to himself, "What is happening? How could I suddenly be experiencing this?" A myriad of perplexing thoughts clouded his mind, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Nevertheless, being a rather simple individual, he chose not to overthink it and remained seated. Yet, the longer he stayed, the more difficult it became to leave. Each time he attempted to exit the restroom, an intense sensation compelled him to sit back down, leaving him feeling quite dejected. He yearned to comprehend the situation he found himself in. What on earth is happening? How could I possibly be experiencing this? Long Outyin lamented, his face gradually reflecting his agony. If only he could unravel the mystery of his predicament. In this manner, one would no longer endure the persistent anguish that currently plagues them. However, despite much contemplation, Long Outyin remained perplexed. He could only sit despondently upon the toilet, patiently awaiting the gradual alleviation of his discomfort. Meanwhile, Sister Ran swiftly returned to the courtyard. Upon noticing Yang Fan seated pensively upon a stone bench, she approached him without hesitation. Sitting beside him, she inquired, "What troubles you, Yang Fan? Have you encountered something disheartening?" Her tone was imbued with a sense of bewilderment. If possible, Sister Ran hoped that Yang Fan might offer her an explanation. In this way, a sense of confusion would no longer plague his heart. After hearing Sister Ranran's words, Yang Fan shook his head, signaling that he was fine and did not wish to cause her any concern. He chose to confront these issues alone. This time, Yang Fan beheld the spirited Long Outyin, and for reasons unknown, a strong desire to deliver a severe blow to him surged within him. He yearned for Long Outyin to fall and remain incapacitated, believing that only then would he be free from threat. However, Long Ao Yin was under the protection of the heavenly path, leaving Yang Fan at a loss for how to proceed. Moreover, he found it impossible to eradicate the problem entirely. This is precisely what vexes Yang Fan the most. Since his return, he has been engulfed in gloom, preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate Long Ao Tian. Observing Yang Fan's unwillingness to share his feelings, Sister Ran Ran began to feel despondent, her lips involuntarily pouting. Despite her persistent inquiries, Yang Fan remained reticent, leaving Sister Ran Ran perplexed. After a while, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, choosing to set aside his troubles. As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, a general will respond. When the water rises, the soil will cover. Regardless of the adverse events that might unfold, Yang Fan was confident in his ability to manage them. After all, he had watched the Supreme Master countless times, and his understanding of the narrative was profound. Thus, Yang Fan rose, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he addressed Sister Ran Ran. It's all right now. You should rest well. You've risen quite early today. His eyes radiated warmth, making him all the more enchanting. Very well, but you should also retire early, replied Sister Ran Ran, her demeanor visibly disheartened. Since Yang Fan was reluctant to confide in her, she felt no inclination to press him further, for she was not the type of woman to be overbearing, merely a caring little lady concerned for her husband. However, just as Yang Fan and Sister Ran Ran stood, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, startling Yang Fan profoundly. He gazed at the figure in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably, silently exclaiming, "How could he come to find me?" In that moment, Yang Fan was at a loss for what to do, his mind a blank slate, desperately yearning to unravel the situation. The figure, having spotted Yang Fan, initially wore an expression of elation at the prospect of finally seeing him. Yet, upon noticing the woman beside him, the figure's countenance darkened, an unmistakable aura of hostility emanating from him. Unable to contain himself, the figure slowly advanced towards Yang Fan, each step imbued with urgency, though deliberate. Sister Ran Ran, witnessing this, was utterly confused by the unfolding events, her eyes blinking rapidly. Who is this woman? She is stunning. Can someone please explain what is happening here? Sister Ran quietly speculated within her heart, utterly perplexed by the impending events that lay ahead. Soon, a figure appeared before Yang Fan. The pale lavender eyes radiated an endless brilliance, leaving Yang Fan at a loss for how to respond. Before he could utter a word, the figure inquired, "Please explain, what on earth is going on?" The tone conveyed an air of imperiousness, and concern flickered in the eyes, revealing a sense of disbelief that such a significant occurrence could transpire during her brief absence from Yang Fan's side. This unforeseen turn of events was beyond her expectations, and she found herself at a loss for words, akin to a vinegar jar that had been toppled over. Should Yang Fan fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the figure vowed not to let him off easily, insisting on exacting a painful price. After all, Yang Fan's every action had already caused her considerable distress. Had she not acted on a whim to visit the Liang Sword Pavilion, she might still be oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at this very moment. Such a predicament, who could possibly endure it? At this very moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, his visage etched with sorrow. Who could elucidate the circumstances that led him to the Liang Sword Pavilion? Oh, heavens, are you toying with me? His heart cried out in despair, utterly unsure of how to confront these events. Meanwhile, Sister Ran Ran fixed her gaze intently on the figure before her, yearning to inquire about their identity, yet ultimately refraining from uttering a word. Time passed slowly, each moment steeped in awkwardness, where even a pin dropping to the ground would resonate in the silence. The individual who sought Yang Fan was none other than his fiancée, Lin Zixia. The very thought of her arrival at such a moment left Yang Fan utterly unprepared, bewildered as to how to navigate the unfolding situation. In that instant, Lin Zixia proclaimed, "If you choose not to speak, then I shall take my leave." With that, she made to turn away, unwilling to remain any longer, her heart heavy with anguish. She could hardly fathom that such a calamity would befall her. The pain was insufferable. Hearing her words, Yang Fan swiftly grasped her delicate hand, halting her departure. He understood that if Lin Zixia were to leave now, retrieving her later would prove exceedingly difficult. "What more do you desire? To live with your lover? Why do you still cling to me?" Lin Zixia exclaimed, her voice tinged with disdain, a stark reflection of her profound emotional hurt. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment, rendering her heartbreakingly vulnerable. One could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of empathy for her plight. After exhaling deeply, Yang Fan spoke gently, "I shall explain everything shortly." He then turned to bid farewell to Sister Ran Ran, saying, You should return and rest. I will come back soon. Before Lin Zixia and Sister Ranran could react, Lin Zixia was swiftly led away by Yang Fan, moving with a speed reminiscent of a galloping giant. Once Sister Ranran regained her composure, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her, akin to the loss of something profoundly cherished. This feeling was unbearable for her. Yet she understood that despite her current inability to accept it, she must gradually come to terms with the reality. There was simply no other recourse. Thus, she steadied her emotions and, with a heavy heart, slowly made her way into the room. However, upon entering, she broke down in sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Meanwhile, under Yang Fan's guidance, Lin Zixia found herself in a pavilion on the back mountain of the Liyang Sword Pavilion. Yet, Lin Zixia was engulfed in distress. Uncertain how to engage with Yang Fan, she could only hope he would offer a thorough explanation. Otherwise, she would not easily grant him forgiveness, as the impact of the situation had been overwhelmingly significant, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. It was not only Lin Zixia who felt this way. Any woman in her position would likely experience similar feelings of frustration, yearning to clarify the circumstances that had transpired. Only with such clarity could she escape the confusion that plagued her heart. After a moment, Lin Zixia exhaled deeply and, gathering her resolve, spoke softly. Please, enlighten me about what has transpired. If you do not provide me with a clear explanation, I assure you, I will not forgive you so easily. Despite her profound sorrow, Lin Zixia ultimately found the courage to express her feelings. After all, Yang Fan was her fiancé. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan was enveloped in anguish. Uncertain of how to explain himself to Lin Zixia, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating the best course of action. Yet, after much deliberation, Yang Fan chose to be forthright and recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Zixia, hoping she might find it in her heart to forgive him. Without her forgiveness, he felt utterly lost. It took him over half an hour to articulate the details clearly. When Lin Zixia finished listening, her eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yang Fan in shock. His revelations echoed in her mind, plunging her into a profound state of astonishment. She never imagined such events could unfold. The sheer gravity of the situation left her in utter disbelief. However, despite Yang Fan's earnest confession, Lin Zixia still felt immense pain and struggled to accept the reality of the situation. This is how it is. I never wished for this to happen. But circumstances are beyond my control, Yang Fan lamented, his expression tinged with bitterness. Regrettably, the course of events could not be altered. All he could do was forge ahead and bravely confront the unfolding reality. Yet, the turmoil within him remained unbearable. Moments later, Lin Zixia began to voice her innermost thoughts, tears streaming down her cheeks, embodying profound sorrow. She pondered how fate could be so unkind to her, questioning why the heavens would bestow such unfairness upon her. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly at a loss. He had never anticipated that Lin Zixia would burst into tears over a mere disagreement. Consequently, Yang Fan was completely unprepared for this emotional outpouring, and an inexplicable ache welled up within him. The pain was unbearable, rendering Yang Fan almost lifeless. With a deep exhale, he spoke gently, "Do not weep, Zixia. My love for you remains unwavering, regardless of what transpires. I shall always stand by your side, protecting you from harm and cherishing you endlessly. Please, do not cry." With that, Yang Fan tenderly wiped away the tears from Lin Zixia's face. Alas, the bond between them was inextricable, and he could not forsake her. He could only hope that Lin Zixia would come to terms with this reality. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for what to do. However, his words of comfort proved futile as Lin Zixia continued to sob. It was not until half an hour had passed that she gradually regained her composure, secretly resolving to make a significant decision. With this thought, Lin Zixia wiped her tears and stood tall, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Yang Fan, as if she had reached a pivotal conclusion within her heart. "What troubles you, Zixia?" Yang Fan inquired, perplexed by her sudden change. His tone was laden with confusion, and his expression began to reflect concern. He wished for Lin Zixia to elucidate her thoughts. Yet she did not respond immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath, her eyes locked on the distant scenery. Then, she declared, "Wait here for 2 hours while I speak with the sister you mentioned, Ranran. You must not return." Originally, Lin Zixia had not intended to act in such a manner. But for the sake of her future happiness, she had made this momentous decision. However, upon hearing her words, Yang Fan was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, upon witnessing the determination in Lin Zixia's eyes, he understood that this course of action was immutable. With a heavy sigh, he nodded in agreement. He recognized that sometimes Matters between women could be resolved without his involvement, especially since he was the root of the issue. Seeing Yang Fan acquiesce, Lin Zixia wasted no time and departed, leaving him alone in the pavilion to await her return. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Zixia was resolved to address the situation, ensuring that Ran Ran would be distanced from Yang Fan. This powerful sensation gradually engulfed Lin Zixia's heart. After about 10 minutes, she arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she stood before Ran Ran's room. Summoning her courage, she knocked on the door. Upon hearing the knock, Ran Ran wiped away her tears, feeling a profound ache within her. Despite her distress, she rose to her feet, opening the door to see if it was Yang Fan seeking her out. However, upon seeing Lin Zixia standing before her, she was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that it was Lin Zixia who had come to see her, a notion she had never anticipated. Thus, she exhaled deeply and inquired, "Who are you?" Her tone bore a hint of hostility, and her gaze sharpened with intensity. After all, this was a rivalry between two women vying for Yang Fan's affection. In the realm of love, no one willingly relinquishes their claim. Hearing Ran Ran's words, Lin Zixia took a deep breath and slowly replied, "I am Lin Zixia, Yang Fan's fiancée. I am aware of your name, Ran Ran, and I know about your relationship with Yang Fan. Let us sit down and have a proper conversation." With that, Lin Zixia turned resolutely toward the stone bench, displaying no hesitation, as if she possessed the upper hand in this encounter. At this moment, Sister Ran Ran was slightly taken aback. She never anticipated that Lin Zixia would be so assertive. However, Sister Ran Ran remained unperturbed and followed her without hesitation, curious to discern Lin Zixia's intentions. Once seated, the two women locked eyes, neither daring to break the silence. It was as if the unspoken words could be exchanged through their gazes. Ultimately, unable to contain her curiosity, Sister Ran Ran spoke first, inquiring, "Have you come to see me for a particular reason?" Despite feeling a twinge of anxiety, her demeanor did not falter in the presence of Lin Zixia. After all, Sister Ran Ran shared a profound bond with Yang Fan. "I wish to discuss the matters between you and Yang Fan," Lin Zixia replied without hesitation. "What could there possibly be between us?" "We simply coexist," Sister Ran Ran countered. "No, that is not what I mean. I am saying that you should distance yourself from Yang Fan and cease to interfere in his life. You are well aware that he is an exceptional man with a formidable family background. Do you not feel any remorse for clinging to him in this manner? Moreover, he is already engaged." Upon concluding her statement, Lin Zixia emanated a piercing gaze. "This time, without fail, we must ensure that Sister Ran Ran concedes. In this way, both I and Yang Fan can ultimately find happiness together. Otherwise, should any unfortunate events transpire, Lin Zixia would be at a loss as to what to do." Upon the mention of the topic, Sister Ran's demeanor instantly darkened, her gaze directed at Lin Zixia with palpable hostility. The notion of persuading Sister Ran to relinquish Yang Fan was utterly implausible, for she had already fallen deeply in love with him. Even in the face of death, Sister Ran would not let go. Consequently, she exhaled a deep breath and decisively declared, "I'm sorry, but I cannot do such a thing. I will never leave Yang Fan. You should abandon any hopes of that. Moreover, I have a genuine marital bond with Yang Fan, while you are merely his fiancée. Perhaps it is you who should consider departing." Though her words were harsh, Sister Ran felt compelled to express herself this way to avoid severing ties with Yang Fan. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, with their eyes locked onto one another, the sound of their breathing palpable in the tense air. As if a fierce confrontation was imminent, one that seemed utterly unavoidable. After a moment, Lin Zixia regained her composure. With a deep breath, she slowly spoke. "It seems I underestimated you. Your resolve is indeed formidable." Her tone carried a hint of appreciation, as if she admired Sister Ran for her tenacity. If Sister Ran were not involved with Yang Fan, Lin Zixia believed they could have forged a strong sisterly bond. Unfortunately, she recognized that such a possibility was now out of reach. Then, Lin Zixia continued, "Very well, if you are unwilling to concede, let us engage in a contest. The victor shall remain by Yang Fan's side, while the loser must depart from him. What do you think?" Had Lin Zixia not regained her strength, she would never have proposed such a challenge. But now, with newfound confidence, she believed she could triumph over Sister Ran. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran, without hesitation, readily agreed to the proposition with a nod. "All right, how shall we compete?" she inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Zixia, determined not to relinquish her hold on Yang Fan. In response to Sister Ran's inquiry, Lin Zixia contemplated deeply, her mind racing through possibilities. After a moment, an ingenious idea emerged. Without delay, she articulated, Let us compete to see who can first achieve the realm of Earth Immortal. Whosoever reaches that pinnacle first shall be deemed the victor. How does that sound? After speaking, Lin Zixia gazed deeply at Sister Ran Ran, a faint smile gracing her lips. After all, Lin Zixia understood that her abilities were comparable to those of Sister Ran Ran, placing them on an equal starting line, which was entirely fair. Otherwise, she would not have proposed such an idea. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran Ran was initially taken aback, but then she readily agreed. She had anticipated that Lin Zixia might suggest a more outrageous competition, but this was a pleasant surprise that filled Sister Ran Ran's heart with joy. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, but remember, the loser must not cheat. Sister Ran Ran responded, her tone imbued with confidence. In other matters, she might falter. But when it came to training, Sister Ran Ran brimmed with self-assurance. Indeed, I shall not go back on my word. It is settled. With that declaration, Lin Zixia turned and left, determined to enhance her own strength. Only by doing so could she ensure that Yang Fan belonged solely to her, without the threat of others intervening. Watching Lin Zixia's retreating figure, Sister Ran Ran exhaled deeply and walked in the opposite direction, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. She was certain that this time, she would not be defeated. Gradually, 2 hours passed. Yang Fan swiftly returned to the courtyard, only to discover that it was devoid of any presence. This realization filled him with frustration, leaving him in a state of discontent. Where has Sister Ran Ran gone? Yang Fan pondered, unsure of how to articulate his current emotions. Shortly thereafter, he found a letter on a table. Without hesitation, he tore it open to read its contents. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 letters, farewell notes from Lin Zixia and Sister Ran Ran, stating that they would return after a period of time. This left Yang Fan exceedingly vexed, completely at a loss as to the intentions of Sister Ran Ran and Lin Zixia. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh and slowly remarked, "Whatever they wish to do is their concern. I shall no longer dwell on it." Having witnessed the Supreme Being, Yang Fan possessed an acute understanding of the personalities of Sister Ran Ran and Lin Zixia, knowing well that they would not engage in any reckless actions. Thus, he composed himself and retreated to his chamber to rest, choosing not to overthink matters. After all, it would not be long before he would venture to the battlefield of demon slaying, a realm fraught with peril that he understood better than anyone else. Only by adequately rejuvenating his spirit could he hope to survive in such treacherous circumstances. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise there. Time passed, and soon it was midday of the following day. The trials of the attendants commenced, with Yang Fan and Yang Zhengxing seated upon the platform, their expressions grave as they gazed intently at the crowd below, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Fanner, you must surpass them." At that moment, Yang Zhengxing conveyed telepathically, his countenance unusually solemn, as if on the verge of a significant undertaking. Upon hearing Yang Zhengxing's words, Yang Fan scanned the throng beneath him. "I do not know," he replied, yet after surveying the assembly, he found himself perplexed by the absence of Long Outyen, igniting a profound curiosity within him. He yearned to discern the whereabouts of Long Outyen at that very moment, questioning why he had yet to make an appearance. This uncertainty weighed heavily on Yang Fan's mind, and if it were possible, he sincerely wished for someone to step forth and elucidate the situation for him. In this manner, one would no longer be so perplexed. Ultimately, Yang Fan failed to uncover Long Outyen and resigned himself to the wait for the competition to commence. Due to the fierce nature of the contest, a detailed account is unnecessary. In the end, a youth named Kai Huang emerged victorious in this grand tournament. Although the cultivators were deeply discontented, reality remained unchanged, leaving them in a state of considerable frustration. If given the choice, they would have preferred to engage in yet another battle. In this manner, one would not feel such overwhelming guilt within. However, such a situation is utterly unfeasible. One can only endure the turmoil internally. Gradually, the members of the Liyang Sword Pavilion began to depart, their eyes betraying a profound sense of reluctance. Only Kai Wang remained within the pavilion. Yet, he appeared remarkably composed, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. "Fanner, please engage in a meaningful dialogue with Kai Wang. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Yang Zhengxiang departed without lingering. As he watched Yang Zhengxiang's receding figure, Yang Fan did not dwell on it for long. He approached Kai Wang, gazing intently at him, while his mind began to recall the character named Kai Wang from the Supreme Elder. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan could not quite place who he was. This instantly filled Yang Fan with immense frustration, igniting a desire to lash out. "Yang Xingzi, what troubles you? Shall I accompany you to seek a healer?" Kai Huang inquired. perplexed by Yang Fan's sudden change in demeanor. He was utterly bewildered as to why Yang Fan had transformed in such a manner. An array of questions swirled within his mind, and if possible, he wished for Yang Fan to provide him with a thorough explanation. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan simply shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. He then stated, "Prepare yourself well, for in 2 days we shall embark on our journey." Without lingering, Yang Fan turned and strode towards the courtyard, dismissing any further thoughts. After all, the demon-slaying battlefield was fraught with peril. In response to Yang Fan's words, Kai Huang remained silent, merely nodding, his heart tightening with anxiety. The infamous reputation of the demon-slaying battlefield was known across the continent, and no one dared to approach this forbidden ground. Thus, Kai Huang and Yang Fan parted ways, each commencing their meticulous preparations. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yang Fan gazed at the emptiness surrounding him, a wave of solitude washing over his heart. With a helpless sigh, a hint of bitterness flickered in his eyes. However, he understood that this was an unchangeable reality. He could only hope that Sister Ran and Lin Zixia would resolve their conflicts and return to his side. It appeared that this journey to the demon-slaying battlefield would be fraught with danger. After reflecting on his thoughts, Yang Fan wasted no time and began to pack his belongings, displaying no hesitation. Meanwhile, Long Outyen, having endured 3 days and nights of discomfort, emerged to discover that the competition had long since concluded. A surge of resentment swelling within him. His fists clenched tightly, radiating palpable anger, his teeth ground together in frustration. Ultimately, Long Outyen realized that this place was no longer suitable for him, and he must leave swiftly. With a dejected demeanor, he began to depart from the Liyang Sword Pavilion, yet not without casting a couple of lingering glances back at the establishment. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Yang Fan, await your reckoning, no matter the cost. I shall make you pay dearly, so you may comprehend my prowess." Following this, Yang Fan resolutely departed, not lingering in the same spot. 2 days may seem neither long nor short, yet they passed in the blink of an eye, with numerous cultivators gathering at the Liyang Sword Pavilion, their strengths varying widely. "Fan, are you ready?" Yang Zhengxiong gazed at the young man before him, a hint of anxiety evident in his voice. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had been plagued with worry over Yang Fan's safety in recent days. An unsettling premonition gnawed at his heart, suggesting that this time, Yang Fan might encounter unforeseen perils on the battlefield against demons. This incessant concern rendered Yang Zhengxiong unable to find solace in sleep. "Rest assured, Father, I am well prepared," Yang Fan replied with a faint smile. Despite the turmoil within him, he chose to conceal his apprehensions, fabricating a sense of calm to alleviate his father's worries. In this manner, Yang Zhengxiong would no longer be burdened with worry for himself. Observing Yang Fan's confident visage, Yang Zhengxiong nodded in satisfaction. However, he harbored no concerns for Yang Fan's safety. After all, prior to their departure, he had taken precautions to ensure Yang Fan's safe return. At that moment, Lu Xian, the representative of the Sheng sect, arrived at the Liyang Sword Pavilion. Notably, the cultivators she led were all women, instantly becoming the focal point of attention. Eyes turned toward the graceful women, and even breaths quickened in their presence. "All right, Fanner, since you are prepared, it is time for you to set forth. Remember to prioritize your safety on the journey." With this admonition, Yang Zhengxiong turned and departed, anxious that lingering too long would make it difficult for him to part with Yang Fan. Unperturbed, Yang Fan returned to the moment and stepped closer to Lu Xian, wearing a gentle smile as he remarked, "You arrived rather swiftly." His charming smile momentarily rendered Lu Xian speechless, her heart racing as she recalled the moments they had shared. It felt as though a fawn were leaping wildly within her chest. After a brief interval, Lu Xian composed herself, displaying a captivating and cheerful smile as she replied, "Of course, if I hadn't come early, someone would surely be anxiously awaiting my arrival." Despite her teasing tone, the oppressive atmosphere remained unrelieved, for everyone was acutely aware that their destination was none other than the demon-slaying battlefield, a place fraught with unparalleled peril. Ha ha ha, very well then, let us hasten our departure. With that, Yang Fan paid no further heed to Lu Xian and took his place at the forefront of the group, leading the 200 cultivators toward the battlefield without a trace of hesitation. Kai Huang closely followed behind, ever vigilant in safeguarding Yang Fan's life. Observing this, Lu Xian exhaled deeply and led her 100 cultivators to follow suit. Yet, her thoughts were far from the battlefield. They were solely occupied by Yang Fan. After much contemplation over the past days, Lu Xian realized that she had fallen deeply in love with him. The thought of not being with Yang Fan filled her heart with profound anguish. However, without an opportunity to confess her feelings, She could only await the right moment to reveal her heart. Only by doing so can one reveal the voice of their heart. Thus, Yang Fan and Lu Xian embarked on the path to the demon-slaying battlefield, accompanied by 300 cultivators. As for the nature of the battlefield, only Yang Fan was privy to its mysteries. What are you pondering? As they journeyed, Yang Fan sensed Lu Xian's unusual demeanor and inquired, his tone imbued with confusion. If possible, Yang Fan hoped Lu Xian could elucidate her thoughts to him. In this manner, one would no longer be plagued by such inner confusion. Upon hearing Yang Fan's doubts, Lu Xian let out a deep sigh. Then, she forced a faint smile and replied, "No, I wasn't thinking about anything." Her gaze began to dart nervously, daring not to meet Yang Fan's eyes directly, as though she harbored some guilty secret, causing her heart to race with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. At this moment, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from pressing further. After all, since Lu Xian was unwilling to share, it was unlikely that she would divulge anything even with continued inquiry. Thus, Yang Fan gathered his thoughts and slowly spoke. "Very well. Do remember to inform me of any matters at the first opportunity. We are comrades now, and there should be no secrets between us, understood?" In response, Lu Xian nodded earnestly, her expression devoid of hesitation, her innermost feelings stirred. For some reason, at that moment, Lu Xian perceived Yang Fan as towering and formidable, instilling within her a profound sense of security. After traversing for a considerable distance, perhaps sensing that the battlefield against the demons was still far ahead, Yang Fan turned to the 300 cultivators and proclaimed, "Let us rest here for half a day before we continue our journey to the battlefield." Upon hearing this, the 300 cultivators erupted in joyous cheers. Given the disparity in their strengths, many would have struggled to endure further travel. Thus, Yang Fan's words were met with exuberant acclaim. Without hesitation, the cultivators settled down to rest, while Yang Fan moved beside Lu Xian and sat down. His gaze fixed intently upon the sky, burdened with heavy thoughts that weighed heavily on his heart, preventing him from displaying a smile. "Yang Fan, what troubles you?" Noticing Yang Fan's troubled demeanor, Lu Xian asked, her voice laced with confusion. She hoped, if possible, that Yang Fan would take the time to explain his concerns to her. In this manner, the turmoil within oneself would cease to exist. After hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan shook his head, signaling that he was fine. After all, some matters are not meant to be divulged so casually. In an instant, Lu Xian found herself at a loss for words. She was acutely aware that Yang Fan had something on his mind, yet he was unwilling to share. This left Lu Xian utterly perplexed, unable to determine how to express her concern. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, she chose to remain silent, daring not to ponder further. At that moment, a man clad in enigmatic attire stealthily infiltrated their ranks, concealing himself with the utmost discretion, akin to a thief. However, the others remained oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their discussions, completely disregarding him. This man was none other than Long Ao Tian, who had endured 3 days and nights of relentless distress. At this moment, his visage bore the marks of exhaustion, a testament to the toll such an ordeal takes on one's spirit. Time slipped by, and after a brief respite, Yang Fan resumed his journey towards the demon-slaying battlefield, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. His gaze radiated unwavering determination. Days passed, and under Yang Fan's leadership, 300 cultivators finally arrived at the threshold of the battlefield. The sight of the stark white bones, the acrid stench, and the desolate surroundings left the onlookers in shock, instilling a sense of fear that caused their limbs to tremble. They had never anticipated the battlefield to be so perilous, leaving them utterly speechless. At that moment, a soldier clad in demon-slaying garb approached Yang Fan, his form splattered with blood. He inquired, "You are the reinforcements, are you not?" A potent aura of slaughter emanated from the soldier, whose face bore no trace of mirth, only a profound pallor. It was only natural for anyone who had endured such harrowing conditions to be affected in this way. Perhaps, compared to others, the soldier was fortunate enough to still be alive. "Yes, I am Yang Fan, the holy son of the Liyang Sword Pavilion. Where is your commander?" Yang Fan replied, nodding with a seriousness that reflected the gravity of the situation. It was his first encounter with such a brutal scene, and he understood that complacency was not an option. Seizing the opportunity was imperative. "The commander awaits you at the camp. I will escort these cultivators down, for there is a dire shortage of personnel at the moment." The soldier spoke with a tone of resignation, acknowledging the dire situation. There was no alternative. Should the demon-slaying battlefield fall, the demonic forces would inevitably invade. Such an occurrence must be averted at all costs. Yang Fan nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. He gestured towards Kai Huang and Lu Xian behind him and proceeded directly towards the commander's tent, devoid of any hesitation. Meanwhile, the 300 cultivators were escorted away by the soldiers, their future action shrouded in uncertainty. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, Yang Fan and his companions arrived at the entrance of the main tent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan stepped inside, only to be greeted by a familiar figure. Instantly, his expression dimmed, and an unsettling thought began to stir within him. What are you doing here? Indeed. The figure before Yang Fan was none other than the ghostly physician, the esteemed Wang. Yang Fan had never anticipated that the ghostly physician would be present in this place, let alone assume the role of commander. Consequently, his heart was filled with astonishment. If possible, he yearned to uncover the circumstances that had led to this moment. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the ghostly physician merely smiled faintly, gazing at Yang Fan in silence, as if his shock had been entirely anticipated. This air of mystery surrounding the ghostly physician was palpable as a subtle smile graced his lips. Then, exhaling softly, he replied, "Why can't I be here? Have you forgotten that I am also a cultivator of considerable standing?" His tone was laced with playful sarcasm. Nevertheless, the ghostly physician himself felt a twinge of surprise, for he had not expected to send his own son to the demon-slaying battlefield, leaving him at a loss for words. Next, the ghostly physician's gaze fell upon Lu Xian and Kai Huang, who stood behind Yang Fan, causing him to pause momentarily before dismissing them from his mind. After all, their backgrounds were but a fraction of Yang Fan's. "You truly astonish me. I never imagined you would appear here. Do you realize you have taken me by surprise?" After a brief pause, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting an expression of incredulity. Fortunately, his resilience proved strong enough to prevent him from being utterly terrified. Otherwise, he might have fainted from shock. Moments later, Yang Fan continued, "What is the situation on the demon-slaying battlefield? The scene I witnessed outside was utterly devastating. Could you please elucidate it for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fan fixed his gaze intently upon the ghostly medicine sovereign, determined to compel him to provide a thorough explanation. Only by understanding the events that transpired could he alleviate the confusion that plagued his mind. Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiries, the smile that adorned the ghostly medicine sovereign's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound seriousness, and his eyes sharpened with intensity, as though he had touched upon something best left undisturbed. The atmosphere around them grew palpably tense. After a moment, the ghostly medicine sovereign noticed Lu Xian and Kai Huang and, without hesitation, spoke slowly, "You two should step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with your commander." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan immediately sensed that something significant had transpired, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. At a loss for words, he turned to Lu Xian and Kai Huang and urged, "You should leave for now." Despite their reluctance, Lu Xian and Kai Huang complied. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they nodded silently and exited the tent, waiting outside with bated breath, feeling an ominous sense that something monumental was about to unfold. Once they had departed, Yang Fan turned to the ghostly medicine sovereign, his expression now grave and devoid of jest. The stakes of this matter were too high for levity. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. After hearing Yang Fan's earnest tone, the ghostly medicine sovereign let out a deep sigh and began to explain. This time, the demon-slaying battlefield is unlike any other. In the past, we cultivators successfully defended against the invasion of the demon race. However, the situation has now changed. This time, the demon clan has dispatched a formidable being of the sovereign lord level, leading to our relentless retreat, leaving us devoid of any capacity for resistance. You must take great care to protect yourself. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall us, the consequences would indeed be unimaginable. After explaining, the ghostly physician sovereign was filled with indignation. He never anticipated that the demon clan would resort to such insidious cunning by sending a sovereign-level powerhouse. It rendered the ghostly physician sovereign utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. The catastrophic casualties we have suffered can be attributed entirely to this sovereign lord's machinations. Otherwise, such dire outcomes would not have transpired. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback, and his gaze grew heavy with contemplation. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, leaving him at a loss for words. Thoughts raced through his mind rapidly. After a brief pause, Yang Fan finally spoke up, expressing his bewilderment. Isn't there a regulation prohibiting formidable beings above the esteemed level from entering the demon-slaying battlefield? Why then are they dispatching such powerful individuals? His tone was imbued with confusion, as he found himself utterly perplexed by the intricacies of the situation. He yearned for the ghostly physician sovereign to provide him with clarification. hoping to unravel the mysteries at play. In such circumstances, one could discern the intricacies of the situation, avoiding the perpetual state of confusion that currently prevails. However, the esteemed ghost doctor merely chuckled derisively. How could I possibly know? I have relayed this information to them, yet they offer no assistance. What recourse do I have now? To be candid, the ghost doctor is rather vexed. Encountering such predicaments feels akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. Nevertheless, the events have transpired. And even if the ghost doctor wished to retract their actions, it is far too late. The entire faction is now ensnared by the pervasive consciousness of the sovereign lord. Moreover, should they attempt to depart, it is the cultivators of the continent who would ultimately bear the brunt of the calamity. Thus, under no circumstances can they vacate this place. In that moment, Yang Fan suddenly comprehended the situation. There is certainly something amiss here, but at this moment, Yang Fan is at a loss to articulate the exact nature of the problem. After a while, he lets out a deep sigh and inquires, "What shall we do now? We cannot simply sit here and await our fate. For retreat leads to demise, just as advancing does. It is imperative to devise a sound solution. Otherwise, should this impasse continue, a tragic calamity is all but guaranteed. One can only ponder how to resolve the pressing issue at hand. This is indeed a matter of great importance." However, the esteemed ghost physician shook his head in resignation. If there were a solution, he would have long since put it into action rather than sitting idly by. I find myself powerless. If I had a way, I would not be in such a predicament. Alas. With a sigh, the esteemed ghost physician continued, unless a formidable being of the revered sovereign level comes to our aid, we may not surmount this crisis. Otherwise, it is likely that we are facing grave misfortune. This revelation initially illuminated Yang Fan's countenance, akin to witnessing the dawn of hope. However, after a brief moment, his gaze dimmed, engulfed in turmoil, leaving him uncertain of what to express. "What troubles you? Have you recalled something?" The ghost doctor, perplexed by Yang Fan's sudden shift, inquired with a furrowed brow, unable to comprehend the cause of his distress. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan silently resolved to make a significant decision. He recognized the inevitability of the current predicament, realizing he must seek assistance from the other party. Perhaps this approach could help him navigate the looming crisis. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting them would be death. Thus, he exhaled deeply and spoke. "I am acquainted with a formidable being of the Lord level, though I cannot ascertain whether he will extend his aid. Therefore, do not harbor excessive hope. Let fate take its course." His tone was laced with bitterness, as what once seemed a certainty had become fraught with complications due to previous conflicts, rendering their relationship exceedingly delicate. Upon hearing these words, the ghost doctor's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, reverberating with Yang Fan's proclamation. The weight of this revelation made it difficult for him to breathe, his excitement palpable as he gasped for air. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to encapsulate his feelings. After a brief pause, the ghost doctor took a deep breath and asked, "Are you certain of what you say?" His voice trembled with palpable excitement. If a solution to their troubles existed, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, alleviating all concerns. "Indeed, it is true, yet I lack confidence in his willingness to assist," Yang Fan replied, his expression waning once more. "Do not hold out too much hope. We can only make an attempt." With a nod, he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. If it were not so complex, he would not be so hesitant. "Fear not. Having a potential solution is far better than having none. Are you prepared? Set forth to seek him out at once and ascertain whether he can lend his aid. Time is of the essence." Thus, the esteemed ghost doctor urged with urgency. After all, time was of the essence, and matters must be resolved swiftly. Only in this manner could the demonic forces be thwarted. Otherwise, should any misfortune arise, the consequences would be utterly dire. "Very well, I shall set forth at once. I entrust my two friends outside to your care. Please look after them well." With that, Yang Fan wasted no time and turned to leave, determined not to delay further. He was in a race against time, where even the slightest misstep could prove catastrophic. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, Ghost Doctor felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. He murmured, "Yang Fan, your life is more precious than my own. Even if you cannot find what you seek, do not return." Subsequently, the Ghost Doctor set up a formidable barrier to prevent Yang Fan from approaching empty-handed, thus safeguarding him from peril. After all, the Ghost Doctor was well aware of Yang Fan's background. Any misfortune befalling him was unacceptable. He understood that those behind Yang Fan were not individuals one could afford to offend. Upon departing the battlefield, Yang Fan made his way toward a nearby forest, his heart laden with anxiety. He was uncertain how to confront the impending encounter. A torrent of bittersweet emotions surged within him, prompting a resigned sigh. I hope he can assist me, young Fan thought silently. After approximately an hour of travel, he arrived at his destination. Taking in the surroundings, he exhaled deeply and gathered his courage to step inside without further contemplation. Soon, he found himself in a place of exquisite elegance. The individual he sought was none other than the one with whom he had previously shared a most ambiguous relationship, the nine-tailed sovereign. However, just as Yang Fan was about to enter this refined domain, a voice rang out, halting his advance. Stop right there. What do you seek from me? The tone carried a hint of melancholy, clearly still harboring feelings regarding Yang Fan's past actions. Nevertheless, the nine-tailed sovereign felt a surge of joy at the prospect of Yang Fan's visit. At least he was making the effort to apologize. I have come to offer my apologies. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan slowly began to speak, though the words were laced with bitterness. He recognized that this was the only course of action he could take to avert unnecessary tragedy in the future. His statement left the nine-tailed sovereign momentarily stunned. The echoes of Yang Fan's words reverberating in her mind, causing her breath to quicken. Without further ado, the nine-tailed sovereign leapt forth. Standing before Yang Fan with a faint smile adorning her face, albeit one that bore the marks of exhaustion. It was evident just how profoundly Yang Fan's previous actions had impacted her. Otherwise, she would not have appeared in such a state. As he gazed at the nine-tailed sovereign, Yang Fan felt an unexpected stir within his heart. He never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Thus, he exhaled deeply once more and inquired, "Have you been well lately?" His tone was tinged with a hint of remorse, and he dared not meet her gaze. After all, it was his missteps that had led to this situation, and it was only fitting that he bear the weight of it all. However, the moment he spoke, the nine-tailed sovereign's emotions surged. "This is unacceptable. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such sorrow," she retorted, her lips pouting in indignation as she cast an annoyed glance at Yang Fan. Yet, this facade could not conceal the joy hidden within her heart. After all, Yang Fan's willingness to approach her in apology was a development that pleased her immensely. In truth, even had Yang Fan not sought her out, the nine-tailed sovereign would have inevitably felt compelled to find him, not solely for the sake of their mission, but also for her own emotional well-being. The demon race is known for its passionate nature, capable of fierce love and deep resentment. Upon hearing the nine-tailed sovereign's words, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond, his mind swirling in confusion and a bitter expression settling on his face. At that moment, the nine-tailed sovereign continued, "However, seeing you come to me to apologize and seek my forgiveness, I suppose I shall reluctantly grant you my pardon." With that, a look of happiness illuminated her features. In recent days, the haze that shrouded my heart has suddenly dissipated, revealing the sun. At this moment, Yang Fan let out a profound sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped him dissipated instantaneously, alleviating the anxiety he had previously felt. After all, it was Yang Fan who had wronged the nine-tailed sovereign, which had led to his current predicament. Moments ago, he had been utterly uncertain about how to confront the nine-tailed sovereign. Fortunately, the sovereign was magnanimous and allowed Yang Fan a moment to breathe. As he exhaled deeply, preparing to share his troubles, the nine-tailed sovereign unexpectedly interjected. However, at that very moment, the nine-tailed sovereign seemed to ponder something and gazed at Yang Fan with a serious expression, inquiring, "You do not have any other matters to discuss with me, do you?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard and unsure of how to respond. His breathing quickened, as if an important event loomed on the horizon, leaving him at a loss for words. The nine-tailed sovereign remained silent, patiently watching Yang Fan, awaiting his response while contemplating various possibilities in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, approximately half an hour later, Yang Fan finally exhaled deeply once more and spoke. "In truth, I do have some matters to discuss with you." Initially, he had intended to delay this conversation, but the sovereign's inquiry compelled him to divulge his thoughts. His tone was tinged with remorse, and he dared not meet the sovereign's gaze, bowing his head instead. After all, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards the nine-tailed sovereign, rendering him unable to face the situation directly. At this moment, the expression of the nine-tailed sovereign darkened instantaneously. Internally, he mused, I knew something was amiss." Shortly thereafter, regaining his composure, the nine-tailed sovereign parted his violet lips and spoke softly. "It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. You have come to me for a matter of importance. Pray tell, what is it?" His gaze gradually became more serious. While others might be unaware of Yang Fan's background, the nine-tailed sovereign, having lived for millennia, possessed a profound understanding of it. Thus, he found himself speculating whether something significant had transpired in Yang Fan's life, for such a transformation could not occur without reason. This thought tightened the nine-tailed sovereign's heart, and he felt an insatiable urge to unravel the mysteries surrounding this matter. In this manner, the turmoil within oneself would cease to exist, allowing the perplexities to be dismantled one by one. After hearing the words of the nine-tailed lord, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, his heart laden with uncertainty, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and recounted the events that had transpired, laying bare every detail to the nine-tailed lord without the slightest hint of concealment. Yang Fan was not one to engage in deceit. He spoke only the truth. It took him over half an hour to convey the entirety of the situation. This is how it is. Perhaps you could extend your assistance, he concluded, his heart racing furiously, akin to a fawn thrashing about within his chest, betraying his palpable anxiety. After all, this was the best remedy Yang Fan could conceive. However, the nine-tailed lord offered no immediate response, merely gazing silently, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound stillness where even the sound of breathing became discernible. Moments later, the nine-tailed lord exhaled deeply and remarked, "So, you do not seek my forgiveness, but rather wish for my intervention?" His tone bore a trace of resentment, and his gaze sharpened, revealing evident indignation. In truth, the nine-tailed lord bore no anger, only testing Yang Fan's resolve. Indeed, Yang Fan replied candidly. Were it not for this predicament, he would never have sought the nine-tailed lord's aid, nor did he wish to deceive him. Thus, he chose to speak honestly. Yet, the subsequent reaction of the nine-tailed lord startled Yang Fan profoundly. She turned and departed without a backward glance. In an instant, Yang Fan found himself at a loss, his pupils dilating, breath quickening as if the last semblance of hope had vanished. In a surge of desperation, he called out, "Will you not help me?" At that moment, tears welled in his eyes, unable to articulate his distress. A wave of discomfort washed over him. If it were possible, he would have rushed forward to embrace the nine-tailed lord tightly. Yet, he found himself incapable of such a bold move, left anxiously awaiting her return. "Who says I won't help you? I shall prepare myself. Do you wish for other men to witness your woman's alluring side?" The nine-tailed sovereign turned with a subtle smile, her countenance radiating an aura of joy. She appeared immensely pleased with Yang Fan's reaction. In truth, moments ago, the nine-tailed sovereign had harbored considerable hesitation within her heart. However, witnessing Yang Fan's anxious demeanor instantly elevated her spirits, akin to the sweetness derived from honey. She completely cast aside any remnants of the earlier unpleasantness that had transpired. At this moment, Yang Fan let out a profound sigh of relief, for his heart had raced perilously close to bursting moments ago. Fortunately, the nine-tailed lord had acquiesced, alleviating Yang Fan's anxiety. His face radiated with joy, and without further ado, he remained in place, patiently awaiting the next turn of events. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed lord cheerfully entered a separate courtyard, donned a sturdy outfit, and re-emerged by Yang Fan's side. With a smile, he remarked, "Let us be off." Yang Fan nodded, his hesitation fleeting, and swiftly departed from their original location, racing towards the horizon, his spirit soaring. Nevertheless, the nine-tailed lord harbored a sense of perplexity. After all, it was bewildering that someone with such formidable backing would come to extend an invitation to him. He yearned to unravel the intricacies of this situation. Thus, one's inner turmoil would be alleviated. After traversing for much of the day under the guidance of Yang Fan, the nine-tailed sovereign arrived at the demon-slaying battlefield. Upon witnessing the devastation before him, a slight frown creased his brow, and he was struck with astonishment, pondering, what has transpired? The previous demon-slaying battlefield never bore such a tragic state. In fact, the nine-tailed sovereign had visited this battlefield long ago, yet it had never appeared in such disarray. The scene before him was nothing short of astonishing, leaving the nine-tailed sovereign yearning to uncover the truth of what had occurred here. In this manner, the perplexities within oneself can be unraveled, at least not to the extent of the current state. "What troubles you? What has transpired?" Yang Fan inquired. Gazing at the somber countenance of the nine-tailed sovereign, his mind inundated with a myriad of questions. Should the opportunity arise, Yang Fan earnestly hoped the nine-tailed sovereign would provide a thorough explanation. Only then could the confusions within his heart be alleviated, preventing the continued torment he currently endured. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the nine-tailed sovereign quickly regained his composure and slowly replied, "It is nothing, merely recalling some matters." He then shook his head. Yet his mood did not exhibit the slightest improvement, as his thoughts remained ensnared by past events, hindering his emotional uplift. Subsequently, feeling that the current situation was far from simple, the nine-tailed sovereign turned to Yang Fan and stated, "You remain here for the time being. I shall return shortly." Before Yang Fan could fully process the words, the nine-tailed sovereign swiftly departed, exhibiting no hesitation, regardless of the circumstances. The nine-tailed sovereign was determined to clarify the matters at hand. Otherwise, the potential consequences of unforeseen events would be beyond his capacity to manage. Watching the nine-tailed sovereign's retreating figure, Yang Fan was left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the inexplicable departure. However, he found himself unable to pursue the nine-tailed sovereign and could only wait quietly in place, with no other course of action available. In resignation, he let out a deep sigh. "What exactly has occurred?" he murmured, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed sovereign was soaring towards a mountaintop, his gaze imbued with seriousness. He sensed a profoundly familiar aura, which rendered him incapable of maintaining his composure. After approximately 10 minutes upon reaching the summit, he beheld a figure he recognized, gazing intently at the battlefield of demon extermination. A sinister smile crept upon his lips, as if all matters were firmly within his grasp. "It truly is you, Demon Illusion Sovereign." Upon approaching the Demon Illusion Sovereign from behind, the nine-tailed sovereign spoke in a low voice, exhaling heavily, his tone laced with hostility, as though he harbored a profound vendetta against the figure before him. Upon hearing the voice, the Demon Illusion Sovereign turned around, a smile breaking through his fierce visage. "Ha! Nine-tailed Sovereign, I never expected you to also arrive at the demon extermination battlefield. This truly surprises me." The Lord of Magic laughed heartily. In truth, the moment the Nine-Tails Lord appeared on the battlefield, the Lord of Magic had sensed it, yet chose to remain silent. "Spare me your pretenses. Tell me, why have you come here? Have you forgotten the regulations established 5,000 years ago?" After exhaling deeply, the Nine-Tails Lord inquired, a hint of anger lacing her voice. She longed to rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing to the Lord of Magic, but ultimately refrained. After all, their strengths were evenly matched, and such a confrontation could very well endanger the cultivators on the battlefield. Moreover, with Yang Fan still below, the Nine-Tails Lord felt even more compelled to hold back. 5,000 years of regulations? I care little for such things. Our demonic clan grows ever more powerful. Why should we adhere to an agreement that merely binds the weak? The Lord of Magic replied with a mocking sneer, as if he perceived the situation with perfect clarity. Were it not for their long-standing friendship, he might have dismissed the Nine-Tails Lord outright, and they would have engaged in a fierce battle. Most importantly, the Lord of Magic held the cultivators below in utter disregard. With just a flick of his finger, he could obliterate them. Otherwise, how could the battlefield be littered with corpses? The words of the Demon Lord had thoroughly incensed the Nine-Tailed Sovereign. With a deep exhale, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign solemnly declared, "Should you continue to disregard the rules, the Alliance of Immortals will dispatch formidable figures, and I wonder how you shall evade their grasp. I advise you to cease your actions promptly. Otherwise, should they intervene, the consequences will be dire, as you witnessed 3 millennia ago." Initially, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign had no intention of speaking so harshly, but the audacity of the Demon Lord left no room for restraint. After all, powerful beings should not act frivolously. None wished for the destruction of this realm. However, the moment these words were uttered, darkness clouded the Demon Lord's gaze, and a flicker of unease ignited within his heart. An unwelcome recollection echoed in his mind, one that he could not shake off despite his desire to forget. This sudden wave of nostalgia soured his mood. "Nine-Tailed Sovereign, I urge you not to provoke my wrath. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." After a moment, the Demon Lord exhaled deeply, his voice laced with fury, as if the Nine-Tailed Sovereign had ignited his rage. He appeared exceedingly irate. Yet, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign merely responded with a disdainful chuckle, unperturbed by the Demon Lord's fury. He was well aware that engaging in conflict would inevitably draw the attention of other powerful beings, thus he remained unfazed, knowing that he would not be the one to suffer harm. Calmly, the Nine-Tailed Sovereign remarked, "Demon Lord, I have observed that while your strength has stagnated over the years, your temper has certainly escalated. Pray, do test your might against me and see if it draws the attention of those formidable onlookers." With a tone laced with disdain and an expression of utter indifference, the Nine-Tailed Monarch displayed no inclination towards defense. He remained utterly unguarded against the Demon Monarch before him, for he was acutely aware that, regardless of circumstances, the Demon Monarch would not strike. Should he choose to do so, the ensuing chaos would be unfathomable. It was clear that the Demon Monarch comprehended this as well. Thus, the Nine-Tailed Monarch remained unperturbed, fearing only that the Demon Monarch might refrain from action altogether. Surprisingly, despite all provocations, the Demon Monarch maintained his composure, glaring at the nine-tailed monarch with palpable fury, yearning to deliver a blow, yet ultimately refraining from doing so. Fully aware of the repercussions that would ensue from such an action. After a brief interval, the demon monarch exhaled deeply and with a piercing gaze proclaimed, "Nine-tailed monarch, your attempts to summon them are futile. Now that you have arrived at the demon-slaying battlefield, I am eager to witness how you intend to avert their demise. This is an inevitability that cannot be altered. Consider your actions wisely. Even the mightiest of sovereigns would find themselves powerless to change this fate." With that, the demon monarch departed swiftly, fearing that the words of the nine-tailed monarch might provoke him further. Observing the retreating figure of the demon monarch, the nine-tailed monarch wore a troubled expression, his fists clenched tightly in a display of profound anger. Uncertain of the demon monarch's next move, he took a deep breath, casting aside his thoughts, and turned towards the direction where Yang Fan awaited. His eyes reflected a deep-seated worry, a desire to resolve the pressing matters at hand. After approximately 10 minutes, the nine-tailed monarch returned to Yang Fan's side. "Where have you been? Why have you only just returned now?" Yang Fan inquired. Confusion etched across his features, his mind brimming with unanswered questions. If possible, he hoped the nine-tailed monarch would offer him some clarification. In this manner, the confusion within him began to dissipate. After hearing Yang Fan's words, the nine-tailed sovereign exhaled deeply, then shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." The nine-tailed sovereign chose not to disclose his thoughts to Yang Fan, fearing that it might induce further worry. Should something unfortunate occur later, it would be undesirable. After all, one should not impose their troubles upon others, a principle the nine-tailed sovereign firmly adhered to. Observing this, Yang Fan realized that the nine-tailed sovereign was undoubtedly concealing something from him, though he remained unaware of its nature, leaving him plagued by various doubts. Nonetheless, since the nine-tailed sovereign was unwilling to share, Yang Fan refrained from pressing further and opted to take him down to rest, deciding to address other matters at a later time. Upon arriving at their resting place, Lu Xian and Kai Huang were taken aback to see Yang Fan return with an unfamiliar woman, instantly engulfed in bewilderment. Consequently, Kai Huang took a deep breath and approached, inquiring, "Young Master Yang, who is this?" His tone was laced with confusion. In response, Yang Fan did not dwell on the matter too long and proceeded to explain. After elaborating for over half an hour, Kai Huang suddenly grasped the situation, astonished by the revelations that had unfolded. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, appeared visibly displeased, her eyes darkening and her nostrils flaring with indignation. After a while, Yang Fan ceased further discussion and made his way home. The nine-tailed sovereign and Lu Xian exchanged glances, their eyes harboring a sense of animosity akin to that of adversaries. Once everyone had departed, the nine-tailed sovereign slowly spoke. "Shall we have a conversation?" Initially reluctant to broach the subject, the presence of a threatening woman compelled the nine-tailed sovereign to take this step. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xian did not refuse but nodded in agreement, promptly leading him away from the spot, without hesitation. Some matters required swift resolution to ensure peace and safety. Soon, under Lu Xian's guidance, the nine-tailed sovereign arrived beneath the shade of a tree. "Now, speak," she urged. "What brings you to seek me?" Upon turning around, Lu Xian inquired, her tone rife with dissatisfaction, her gaze decidedly unfriendly as it fell upon the nine-tailed lord. In response, the nine-tailed lord offered a slight smile. Choosing not to engage with Lu Xian, instead observing her intently, after a brief pause, he slowly articulated, "I wish for you to distance yourself from Yang Fan. You share no familial ties with him, yet you linger by his side in a manner that is exceedingly irksome to me. Therefore, I urge you to depart from his presence post-haste." His expression darkened, for this predicament had burdened the nine-tailed lord with an unprecedented sense of pressure, compelling him to take such a stance. It is one thing to refrain from comment, but once spoken, it nearly provoked a laugh from Lu Xian. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? It is utterly laughable." Lu Xian scoffed, clearly dismissing the words of the nine-tailed sovereign. Had this individual not been invited by Yang Fan, she would have simply walked away without a second thought. How could she possibly remain in such a conversation? In an instant, the nine-tailed sovereign's brow furrowed slightly. Believing that strength could compel Lu Xian to yield, he was taken aback by her unwavering resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "I am Yang Fan's wife. What power do you think I lack? Besides, it seems you have only met Yang Fan once. You possess nothing else. Do you truly believe you are formidable?" With that, the atmosphere grew tense, and the nine-tailed sovereign emanated a formidable aura, hoping to intimidate Lu Xian into retreat. Only in this way could Yang Fan be his. Yet, confronted by this powerful presence, Lu Xian remained unflinching. choosing instead to confront him directly. Her gaze was sharp and unyielding as she stared at the nine-tailed sovereign, her fists clenched tightly, as if eager to strike him. After a brief moment, Lu Xian took a deep breath and proclaimed, "I do not consider myself powerful, but do not forget, I possess something you have never owned. As long as this thing remains with me, you shall never take Yang Fan from my side." Her expression transformed, radiating confidence and joy. At that moment, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself utterly perplexed, completely unable to comprehend what Lu Xian was articulating. Thus, he voiced his inquiry, "What do you mean by that? Do you, a mere weakling, possess something more formidable than I?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly dismissive of Lu Xian before him. After all, having lived for several millennia, the nine-tailed sovereign naturally held a far greater wealth of knowledge than Lu Xian. This was to be expected. Your youth cannot surpass mine, and with that alone, you remain forever beneath me, you old crone. As soon as his words fell, Lu Xian erupted into hearty laughter, showing no regard for the nine-tailed sovereign standing before her. It was as if she had everything under her control. Instantly, the nine-tailed sovereign found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening. If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash Lu Xian, seeking to vent the fury brewing within him. However, he ultimately restrained himself, resisting the impulse to act rashly. His mind raced, contemplating how to navigate the situation at hand. After a moment of reflection, a sudden idea sprang forth in the sovereign's mind, igniting a spark of joy within him, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. It felt as though all matters were once again under his dominion. Even if I am not as youthful as you, my strength surpasses yours. That alone suffices. You will never be able to overshadow me. The prospect of seizing Yang Fan from my grasp is utterly impossible." After speaking, the nine-tailed sovereign turned and departed, leaving behind a silhouette for Lu Xian. As she gazed at the retreating figure of the nine-tailed sovereign, her expression darkened. Her fists clenched tightly, as if grappling with a significant dilemma. This filled Lu Xian with immense rage. She longed to confront the nine-tailed sovereign and deliver a sound thrashing. Yet, alas, she realized that she could not prevail against him and could only depart in silence, suppressing any further thoughts. Nevertheless, within Lu Xian's heart, a resolute determination had quietly taken root. No matter the cost, she must secure Yang Fan's presence. Only in this way could she ensure that he would not drift away from her side. Gradually, the night passed, and the ardent sun roused Yang Fan from his slumber. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he emerged from the tent and made his way directly to the commander's quarters, without a moment's hesitation. He was eager to understand how to navigate the forthcoming events. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived at the commander's tent, where he observed the nine-tailed sovereign engaged in conversation with the ghostly physician sovereign. However, the ghostly physician sovereign appeared exceedingly subservient, akin to a subordinate of the nine-tailed sovereign. Scarcely daring to breathe, "What are you discussing?" Yang Fan inquired as he approached, his voice imbued with a sense of confusion. If possible, he hoped for an explanation. In such a manner, one's heart would no longer be shrouded in confusion. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the ghostly physician and the nine-tailed sovereign immediately perked up, casting their gazes towards the entrance, refraining from any prolonged actions, fearful that should they linger, Yang Fan might discern some hidden truths. Their conversation was scant, merely recounting trivial matters related to the demon-slaying battleground. After a brief pause, the ghostly physician exhaled deeply, a faint smile stretching across his face, albeit forced. "Indeed, Yang Fan. Do not overthink. We have spoken of nothing significant, merely engaging in ordinary dialogue." The nine-tailed sovereign interjected, although the smile upon his face was utterly insincere. It was imperative to assuage Yang Fan's concerns, leaving them with no alternative but to articulate such reassurances. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that there must be some concealed matters at play. He simply remained unaware of them for the time being. Instantly, his mind began to whirl with intense thoughts, seeking to uncover even the slightest hint of clarity. However, despite his diligent search, Yang Fan was unable to discover any means to unravel the mystery. This is what fills Yang Fan with profound frustration. Ultimately, he could only nod in resignation, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. "Oh, I see. If anything arises, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yang Fan turned on his heel and departed without wasting another moment. The nine-tailed sovereign and the ghost doctor nodded in acknowledgement. Within minutes, Yang Fan successfully exited the main hall, stepping outside to breathe in the fresh air. Observing Yang Fan's retreating figure, the ghost doctor sighed helplessly, exhaling deeply as he pondered. Is this truly the right course of action? His eyes were clouded with concern. To speak candidly, the ghost doctor was reluctant to deceive young Fan. Yet, the nine-tailed sovereign had imposed an unyielding order upon him, compelling the ghost doctor to comply. Otherwise, his expression would not have shifted so rapidly. For the sake of young Fan's safety, they felt compelled to proceed in this manner. Let us not overthink it. I shall escort him away from here, and the remaining matters shall be entrusted to you. I have also informed them, and they will assuredly assist you in resolving the current predicament. As soon as he finished speaking, the nine-tailed sovereign left a parting silhouette for the ghost doctor. There was no need for further discourse. The decision had been made, and continuing to elaborate would serve no purpose. In resignation, the ghost doctor sighed deeply and nodded, recognizing that he had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, the nine-tailed sovereign emerged from the dwelling and found young Fan seated upon a rock, gazing at the scenery before him. Approaching him directly, the nine-tailed sovereign gently inquired, "What troubles you? What are you contemplating?" Her tone was imbued with warmth, reminiscent of a caring neighbor. Upon hearing her words, young Fan merely shook his head and slowly articulated, "I am merely pondering how to transform this bleak scene before me." His gaze was fixed intently on the desolate surroundings, yearning to infuse warmth into the landscape. However, young Fan understood that such an endeavor was entirely unattainable unless they could fend off the forces of the demon clan. Perhaps then there might be a chance. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to achieve. At this moment, the nine-tailed lord was subtly moved. Uncertain of how to respond to young Fan, a tumult of emotions surged within, a veritable cacophony of feelings. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply and said, "Very well. Do not overthink it. I recognize your kindness. However, one must strive with utmost effort. Only then can circumstances be altered. As you are now, you lack the means to change the current situation." Initially, the nine-tailed lord had not intended to express himself in such a manner, yet circumstances compelled him. Though it felt somewhat insincere, he believed that calming young Fan would facilitate further discourse. "Understood. Thank you for your concern. I know what I must do next." Young Fan nodded in response to the nine-tailed lord's words, opting not to elaborate further, for often, one knows oneself best. "By the way, young Fan, I suddenly recalled a matter of great importance. How about you assist me in resolving it? I cannot manage it alone." The nine-tailed lord spoke slowly, his heartbeat quickening as if he had committed some transgression. Even his gaze faltered, avoiding direct contact with young Fan. Young Fan's curiosity was piqued. What is it?" he inquired, his eyes brimming with confusion as he looked at the nine-tailed lord, bewildered by this unexpected hesitation. It felt as if an immense event loomed on the horizon, leaving young Fan deeply perplexed. Upon hearing young Fan's question, the nine-tailed lord found himself at a loss for words, a tumult of conflict evident in his heart. Yet, he understood that some matters could not be evaded. They must be confronted with courage. Thus, he softly confessed, "It is not a monumental issue. Merely a predicament within my clan. I hope you can assist me in addressing it. Would you be willing?" His tone betrayed a hint of anxiety, and his eyes began to dart about, reminiscent of someone weaving a falsehood. What grave matter could have transpired to elicit such a reaction? At this moment, young Fan found himself increasingly perplexed, his mind teeming with a myriad of questions, yearning for clarity. It is essential to understand that young Fan possessed profound insight into the character of the nine-tailed sovereign, who was certainly not one to engage in deception. He always spoke plainly, devoid of any obfuscation. The matter at hand was of such significance that it could not be easily elucidated. It required your intervention. "For I am utterly incapable of handling it alone," the nine-tailed sovereign continued, a look of exasperation gradually manifesting upon his countenance, as if he were bereft of any viable solutions, causing him considerable distress. "Even you cannot resolve these issues?" young Fan exclaimed, astonished, his eyes reflecting incredulity, his mouth forming a new disbelief. The words of the nine-tailed sovereign struck him as profoundly astonishing, especially considering that the sovereign had attained the exalted status of a transcendent cultivator, a figure of remarkable renown. "Indeed, I am utterly helpless. Were I capable of managing this, I would not find myself in such a predicament," the nine-tailed sovereign lamented, gesturing helplessly. Instantly, young Fan was engulfed in turmoil, uncertain of the path he should take, his mind swirling with myriad worries. The uncertainty of what might transpire upon leaving this place left him at a loss, compelling him to ponder how he might achieve a harmonious resolution. Only in this manner could he avert the chaos that threatened to ensue and attain a satisfactory outcome. As time gradually slipped away, the nine-tailed sovereign cast anxious glances at young Fan, fearful that he might uncover something truly dire. At that moment, The sovereign was at a loss for how to address Yang Fan should the situation escalate. Just then, a shadow abruptly materialized beside the nine-tailed sovereign and Yang Fan, wearing a sinister grin as it regarded the two. Upon sighting this shadow, the nine-tailed sovereign sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Demon Sovereign, what do you intend? Do you not realize this is the territory of the Cultivators' Alliance?" His voice was laced with fury, astonished by the audacity of the Demon Sovereign's presence in such a place. Clenching his fists tightly, he resembled an enraged bull, his heart filled with shock and uncertainty regarding how to proceed. The appearance of the Demon Sovereign was entirely unforeseen by the nine-tailed sovereign, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Fan stood by, utterly stunned by the unfolding scene. Silently pondering, who can elucidate what is transpiring here? A myriad of doubts swirled within Yang Fan's mind, leaving him utterly at a loss as to how to articulate his feelings. "I understand, yet my presence here is driven by ulterior motives." Upon uttering these words, the Demon Lord gazed intently at Yang Fan, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. His heart raced with fervor, and a trickle of saliva escaped his lips. A visceral hunger to devour Yang Fan in one swift motion. Instinctively, Yang Fan recoiled several steps, his expression contorted in confusion, unable to fathom the Demon Lord's intentions. Suddenly, the Demon Lord shifted, appearing directly behind Yang Fan, then promptly lifted him and teleported away, leaving the bewildered nine-tailed lord in his wake. By the time the nine-tailed lord regained his senses, both Yang Fan and the Demon Lord had vanished. Enraged, he felt a fiery fury ignite within him, eyes ablaze with an insatiable wrath. "Demon Lord, you dare to mock me in front of Guanyin? You shall regret this." With that, the nine-tailed lord swiftly turned and departed, hastening towards an enigmatic destination, fearful that a moment's delay could lead to unforeseen calamity. At that juncture, he felt utterly helpless, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the Demon Lord, Yang Fan found himself atop a mountain peak, his gaze fixated on the ground below, heart pounding uncontrollably. Who can elucidate the events unfolding here? Yang Fan silently cried out, his demeanor increasingly frantic, palms trembling slightly. Calm reflection had become an unattainable luxury. "So, you are the one the nine-tailed lord has been fixated upon. No wonder you appeared on the battlefield of demon slayers." The Demon Lord spoke slowly, a flicker of anger evident on his visage. For had it not been for this very individual, the nine-tailed lord would not have manifested here, nor would such chaos have ensued. Now, however, the Demon Lord's meticulously laid plans lay in ruins, compelling him to adopt an increasingly extreme approach. Thus, he resolved to confront the matter at hand with unwavering determination, seeking to alleviate the burden that weighed heavily upon him. "What do you mean by that? Why have you abducted me, and what is your true purpose?" After a while, Yang Fan regained his composure, exhaling deeply, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction as he expressed a strong desire to unravel the mysteries surrounding him. Indeed, his mind was engulfed in confusion, rendering him incapable of calm reflection. A myriad of questions swirled in his thoughts, and he found himself utterly bewildered by the words of the Demon Lord. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere around them became palpably tense, with even the sound of their breaths echoing in the silence. Yang Fan, in particular, gazed at the Demon Lord with a look of profound bewilderment. His heart raced, and a hint of panic colored his breathing. He dared not entertain any other thoughts. After all, a formidable entity loomed before him. What are my intentions? Why should I divulge that to you? You shall find out in due course." With that, the Demon Lord said no more, swiftly leading Yang Fan away, enveloping them in a shadowy silhouette. In an instant, they vanished from their original location, as if they had never been there. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Demon Lord brought Yang Fan to the territory of the demon race, entrusting him to a subordinate named Shizhenxiang. The Demon Lord then instructed, "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape, for he is a crucial asset." With that, the Demon Lord tossed Yang Fan to Shizhenxiang and departed without a backward glance. In this moment, Yang Fan found himself engulfed in a deepening haze of confusion, increasingly compelled to uncover the mysteries surrounding the unfolding events. He could not fathom the actions of the esteemed Demon Lord, who, astonishingly, had spared the life of a cultivator. It seemed that the Lord held you in high regard. As Yang Fan pondered these thoughts, Shizhenxiang approached him, murmuring to herself. Her gaze was decidedly unfriendly, as if she were observing her prey. After a while, Shizhenxiang offered no further remarks and unceremoniously thrust Yang Fan into the confines of his cell. Once the door was securely locked, she departed, leaving Yang Fan with a face etched in worry. What could the Demon Lord possibly be planning? Yang Fan muttered darkly, his expression shadowed and his eyes gleaming with intensity. He exhaled heavily, his breath coming in labored bursts. What course of action should he take now? He could not afford to remain idle in his predicament. He must devise a means to escape and discern the true intentions of the demon lord.